After transmigrating into a high martial dynasty, Lin Tian found that in this world, strength was supreme, and the law of the jungle had become the most fundamental rule of survival. The Dio dynasty had been at war year after year, and on top of that, disaster years kept coming one after another. People couldn't even fill their stomachs. More died of hunger than on the battlefield. Lin Tian was born into a fisherman's family and awakened to fate. What is learned will be mastered. Faced with the collusion between the local gangs, bullies, and the authorities, his father started crippled, his sister was humiliated. Lin Tian knew that martial arts were the only way to break the deadlock. But the inner-city martial training slot that his father had exchanged his life for a name on was directly handed by his biased grandfather to the son of his second Uncle S. Branch. He wanted to demand it back, only to be humiliated and thrown out, and Lin Tian could only struggle in the lowest tier martial hall. You practiced the 9 echoes shaking mountain fist once. Experience +1. You practiced the 9 echoes shaking mountain fist once. Experience +1. You practiced the 9 echoes shaking mountain fist once. Experience +1. Congratulations. You have completed the first echo of the 9 echoes shaking mountain fist. Congratulations. You have completed the second echo of the 9 echoes shaking mountain fist. Congratulations. You have completed the 9th echo of the 9 echoes shaking mountain fist. Congratulations. You have completed the 10th echo of the 9 echoes shaking mountain fist. Lin Tian? 10 echoes? At that moment, an extraordinary martial path suddenly opened before Lin Tian's eyes. Also known as martial Dao. I don't know either. I just kept practicing and somehow broke past the limit. What? A martial arts genius? Then you don't even meet the threshold to stand before me. The story begins. What? You want to practice martial arts? Do you think you're worthy of practicing martial arts? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you really think just anyone can go practice martial arts just because they want to? Look at those ragged clothes on you. That poor and shabby look from head to toe. Do you think you're worthy? At this moment, inside a main hall that was neither too big nor too small, a woman with obvious impatience on her face, her tone full of sharp mockery, was shouting angrily at the mother and son in front of her, her voice almost filled with fury, especially when she looked at the boy in front of her. The disdain and disgust in her eyes were practically written across her face. However, there also seemed to be a trace of urgency and panic in her tone. At this moment, Lin Tian looked at the woman before him with a strange expression. Of course, he had no time to care about that right now, because to him, getting the qualification to practice martial arts came first. The trial martial slot. According to the martial examination policy of Liang Kingdom, any descendant of someone who had enlisted in the army was entitled to enjoy one chance at a trial martial qualification. The so-called trial martial qualification meant the right to practice martial arts for free in a local area for 3 months. And this qualification did not depend on gender, aptitude, family background, or anything else. As long as you were the descendant of someone who had enlisted, you had this qualification. This was almost the only chance for poor families like theirs to change their fate. After all, in this world of martial arts, the status of martial artists was something transcendent. This was especially true in a nation like Liang Kingdom, which had built itself on martial strength. For that reason, the state had established martial examinations. If someone from a poor family could stand out in the martial examinations, then even if he only became a martial shiozai, it would still mean the entire family had completed a class leap, not to mention the most direct and simple benefits, like tax exemption policies and a yearly distribution of cultivation resources. For ordinary commoners like them, who depended on the heavens for their daily bread, there was no need to even mention the changes in identity and status behind all that. Of course, there was naturally one prerequisite to obtaining these things. That was success in the martial path. Only then would one be qualified to pry loose those benefits. But based on past experience, those who could truly turn their lives around through this trial martial opportunity were almost 1 in 10,000, or perhaps not even that one. The saying went, poor families study, rich families train martial arts. This was practically an absolute law, especially when it came to cultivating martial arts. The expenses involved were simply not something an ordinary commoner could bear. The medicinal broths and food supplements required for martial practice were both major expenses. Lin Tian still didn't know much about the medicinal broths, but he did know about food supplements. He had heard that for an ordinary person to practice martial arts, the food supplements needed for 1 month would cost at least 5 taels of silver to start. 5 taels of silver. That was practically more than his family's expenses for nearly a full year. And that was only for 1 month. So for ordinary people, especially the poor, practicing martial arts was nearly a dead end. It simply wasn't feasible. But none of these theories were a problem for Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian once again looked toward the flickering fate in his mind. Fate. What is learned will be mastered. As the name implied with this thing, learning anything was only a matter of time in his eyes, and there were not even any bottlenecks to speak of. Even martial arts were no exception. So now, As long as he obtained a qualification to practice martial arts, he would definitely become that 1 in 10,000. And he just so happened to have that qualification. After all, his father had once been one of those who enlisted. As his only son, Lin Tian naturally possessed that trial martial qualification. It was just that after his father retired from the military, he had split from the main family. That matter had never been reported to the yamen. Thus, that slot was still in the hands of his father's father, his grandfather. That was why he and his mother had come today, to take back that slot. But for some reason, these past few days, whenever they came to ask for the relevant documents, his grandfather's family kept finding excuses and putting them off again and again. Until today, when he and his mother came for the third time to demand it. They were directly met with the impatient and sharp scolding of the woman before them, his second uncle's wife, Zhang Shui. At this moment, as Lin Tian looked at his second aunt, Zhang Shui, especially the strange anger in her tone, it felt even more odd. Even if they had come a bit too frequently these past days, they weren't here for her. If she didn't like the sight of them, she could have just left. So why was she using this kind of tone? Especially judging from the way she had acted just now. She had clearly been trying to drive them away. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the stranger the discordant anger on her face seemed. But before he could react, his mother, Madame Zhao, directly stepped past Zhang Shui and spoke toward the back to an old man sitting in the grand chair. Father, you know why we've come today? Before, you always said it wasn't convenient, but now that things are as they are, should the martial training slot that the child's father earned when he joined the army be given to us now as well? There was a negotiating tone in Madame Zhao's voice, but there wasn't much emotion in it, especially when facing the old man in the chair before her. There was even a trace of indifference in her eyes. Of course, Lin Tian naturally knew the reason for that as well. He then looked at the old man sitting in the grand chair. Because of his advanced age, the old man had deep and obvious wrinkles on his face, and there was a cloudy murkiness in his eyes. And this was the grandfather Lin Tian had not seen more than 5 times since the day he was born. As for the deepest impression Lin Tian had of the old man, it was his favoritism. Thinking of that, Lin Tian's gaze immediately shifted to a middle-aged man nearby whose face was full of laziness. This was his father's younger brother, his second uncle, and he was the reason for the old man's favoritism. He had heard that back then. This second uncle had possessed the same fair and clean appearance as the old man. That was why, from the moment he was born, he had received this old man's favoritism. Instead, his father, the legitimate eldest son, had been neglected and pushed aside. And the coldness on Zhao Shi's face at this moment naturally came from that very favoritism. After all, the one who had originally been supposed to join the army was not her husband. It was the second uncle standing in front of them. That's right, back then. The one who had been conscripted was this second uncle. But how could the old man bear to send his beloved son to a battlefield where death was almost certain? So in the end, the old man had his father, the legitimate eldest son, go in his place. Although his father had come back alive from that campaign, he had lost a leg because of it, but that still wasn't the end of it. After his father returned home, he was forcibly split from the family not long after and driven out of this small courtyard. As for why it had to be called forcibly? Naturally, because when his father left back then, he hadn't been given a single copper coin. He had been kicked out just like that, penniless. If not for him and Zhao Shi coming here now, the two families could practically be considered completely cut off from each other. So at this moment, his mother naturally had no pleasant expression for this old man. The only thing she maintained was the most basic courtesy due to an elder. Hearing Zhao Shi's words, the old man in the grand chair slowly raised his head at this moment. But very quickly, he lowered it again. Clearly, he himself didn't know how to address this matter. After all, while he did favor his younger son, he still felt some guilt toward his eldest son for what he had done back then. And now, with this matter on top of it, this old man, who in the eyes of the world was the image of a feudal family patriarch, didn't know how to open his mouth for a moment. But in the next moment, second uncle at the side directly cut in. Lin Tian isn't that young anymore, right? 16 years old. At this age, he should learn a trade and live an honest life. Young people should keep their feet on the ground. Don't aim too high and indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Hearing that, Lin Tian only found it strange. What did he mean by that? Was he lecturing him? A man living off his parents was telling him to keep his feet on the ground? After hearing this, the old man also seemed to have found an excuse and immediately followed up. In these chaotic times, learning a skill is good too. At least you won't starve to death in the future. Even Zhang Shui chimed in right after, of course, before doing anything. You should first weigh yourself properly. Know what you can do and what you can't. If you don't have that fate, then don't go making a fool of yourself. After those words, the entire place was filled with a strange silence. But the implication behind them couldn't have been more obvious. After all, the very first thing Lin Tian had said upon entering was that he wanted to practice martial arts. Clearly, these people were now hinting for Lin Tian to give up that idea. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tian. They were trying to force him, in this way, to say that sentence himself. "Grandpa, I want to learn martial arts." At this moment, Lin Tian's voice instantly broke the silence. But unfortunately, once that silence was broken, what came in its place was an even more extreme silence. Inside the hall, especially Zhang Shui, when she looked at Lin Tian, there was practically anger in her eyes. She was just one step away from pointing at his nose and cursing him outright, calling him a toad lusting after swan meat, wildly overestimating himself and the like. And Lin Tian's words immediately stirred the old man's displeasure. After all, as the person with the most authority in the family, his hint earlier had already been obvious enough. Yet Lin Tian still dared to openly go against him. That was practically the same as openly confronting him. But at that very moment, a young man who had been standing beside the old man suddenly stepped forward. Lin Tiansheng, second uncle's son, which made him Lin Tian's cousin. "Cousin, I'm already practicing martial arts." His voice was calm, but his tone gave Lin Tian the feeling that he was looking down on him. As soon as he said that, the not-so-large main hall immediately stirred with unusual reactions. "What? Tiansheng is already practicing martial arts?" The first to react was the eldest aunt's husband, who had been silent at the side all this time. And after hearing that Lin Tiansheng was learning martial arts, his tone was filled with both surprise and flattery. Clearly, he was starting to curry favor now. After all, in this family, who didn't he know that the old man favored his second son? Love me, love my dog. As the son of the favored one, Lin Tiansheng would naturally receive the old man as support. And although the old man couldn't be called wealthy, he did run a modest-sized shop in the city. After all these years, the savings of his entire life were naturally not small. This much could be seen from the fact that, in this outer city full of mud brick houses, he had been able to build this courtyard. So in the eldest aunt's husband's eyes, there was an 80% chance Lin Tiansheng's martial arts path had already been secured. In the future, he was bound to rise to fame and success. Naturally, he had to start warming this stove as early as possible. I've watched Tiansheng grow up since he was little. Look at him now. He has made something of himself. Hasn't he? Hearing the flattery in his voice, Zhang Shui immediately lifted her chin high and said, "Of course. My Tiansheng is learning martial arts at the best martial hall in the inner city right now. Every day, he is personally taught by an instructor. A few days ago, he even received praise from the hall master's wife herself." As she spoke, Zhang Shui took out an exquisite and luxurious silk handkerchief and handed it to the old man beside her. The old man rubbed the fine, delicate handkerchief in his hands. In his originally clouded eyes, a trace of brightness unexpectedly flashed at once. There was no other reason. This was a handkerchief that could only be bought in the inner city. And moving into the inner city could be said to be the greatest wish of this old man, who had been born in the outer city for his entire life. But after hearing what Zhang Shui had just said, Zhao Shi and Lin Tian at the side were both stunned. Especially the part about learning martial arts in the inner city. It instantly made the two of them realize something. After all, although the inner city and the outer city were separated by only one wall, the difference in status between the two was not something that wall could explain. It was the difference between heaven and earth, especially when it came to something like martial arts. People from the outer city could never enter the martial halls of the inner city. No amount of silver would help, because those were the rules. And now, Lin Tiansheng, as someone from the outer city, had actually been able to enter the inner city to practice martial arts. Combined with everything everyone had said earlier, as well as these people's evasions over the past few days, Zhao Shi and Lin Tian immediately understood the whole reason behind it all. The trial martial arts quota that had originally belonged to him had already been used by Lin Tiansheng through the family in front of him. Father, after realizing this, Zhao Shi felt dissatisfaction and anger surge in her heart. At this moment, she wanted to demand. Why? Back when her husband had been driven out of this family, it had been one thing that he hadn't received even the share that should have belonged to him. After all, she knew those had been the old man's own things. If he didn't want to give them, they had no way to do anything about it. But now, this martial trial slot belonged to her son. What was more, it had been exchanged for by her husband risking his life and losing one leg. This was something that belonged to their family. Why did these people have to make decisions on their behalf? Enough. The moment the old master heard Zhao Shi's tone, he immediately guessed what she was about to say. He cut her off at once. Did she think this was something honorable? That she could actually say it out loud in front of everyone? And in front of so many of his sons and daughters? No less. Was she trying to make him lose all face? Thinking of this, the old master couldn't help but feel a surge of dissatisfaction toward Zhao Shi in front of him. Clearly, he was already displeased with his tactless daughter-in-law, especially since the good mood he had just gotten from that exquisite handkerchief had now been completely ruined. At that moment, the scene fell into a strange silence. After all, if Lin Tian and the others could think of it, how could the people around them not? The reason Lin Tiansheng had been able to enter the inner city to study martial arts was entirely because he had used up the slot Lin Tian's father had earned by risking his life while serving in the army. Although he enlisted for the sake of that slot back then, it was indeed because of that service that he had been crippled. But at this moment, eldest Aunt's family said nothing. Only the youngest aunt, who was about the same age as Lin Tian, quietly clenched her hands. She was the old master's youngest child, and when they were little, she and Lin Tian had been close. It was obvious she wanted to say something. But after her expression shifted a few times, she still didn't dare stand up in the end. Meanwhile, when Zhang Chui saw the old master's expression and heard what Lin Tian and the others had just said, she clearly knew her goal had already been achieved. So she stepped forward again and said, "All right, you can go back now," driving them away. That was right. After using up that one slot, she didn't mention any compensation at all and instead chose to directly throw them out. Lin Tian looked at Zhang Chui in front of him. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall how, back then, she had knelt crying in front of his father so that the so-called second Uncle wouldn't have to go to the battlefield. He also remembered how, during the division of the family, she had thrown tantrums and made a scene again and again just to stop his father from getting the share of property that should have belonged to him. And now, on top of all that, there was this current face of hers, looking down on them from above as she drove their mother and son away. Lin Tian took a deep breath. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he spoke again. "Grandpa, I still want to practice martial arts. Even if I can only train alongside cousin Tiansheng, that's fine." Lin Tian was very clear on one thing now. He had to learn martial arts. He absolutely had to, because only then could he break the deadlock his family was trapped in, protect his family, and even gain a foothold in this chaotic world. So even though he knew that right now he should stand up and angrily denounce these people who had stolen what belonged to him, reason told him, not yet. At the very least, for the sake of his older sister, he had to endure it for now. And at this moment, all he needed was a chance to come into contact with the martial path. With his fate, even without real guidance, he could still practice martial arts. So all he wanted now was a chance to train. No way. Are you kidding me? One look at you, and it's obvious you're not cut out for martial arts. How could I waste time on you? The moment Lin Tiansheng heard Lin Tian's words, he immediately rejected him with disdain. When Zhang Chui heard her son speak, she instantly chimed in as well. "Exactly. Why don't you take a look at yourself? This is martial arts. For someone like you, even getting to see it in this lifetime would be a luxury. And you still want to practice it? Father, don't get confused. The martial exam is getting close. At a time like this, we absolutely can't let certain people affect Tiansheng. What if it impacts his performance? Wouldn't that just be dragging him down?" When the old master heard that it involved Lin Tiansheng's martial exam, his gaze immediately turned sharp and resolute. After all, whether he could fulfill his lifelong dream of moving into the inner city was now completely riding on Lin Tiansheng. Naturally, he would never allow anything that might affect Lin Tiansheng's martial exam to happen. The next moment, he immediately said to Lin Tian and Zhao Shi, "Enough, Lin Tian. I already said you can't practice martial arts. Go back now." After saying that, the old master directly closed his eyes. He was plainly ordering them out. But when Zhao Shi saw this, she could no longer hold herself back. Especially after all the pressure and repression that had built up in her heart these past days seemed to erupt all at once at this moment. Her mind kept churning with memories of the humiliation from back then, when they had been penniless and driven out of the house. Before, she had only known that she had no right to fight for it. It didn't mean she didn't know how. But now, that thing had clearly been bought with her husband's life, and yet it had been snatched away by these people. And these people still had the nerve to act so righteous about it, as if they were somehow the ones at fault here. "Father, do you still remember who my husband enlisted for back then, and how that leg of his—" "Enough. But my husband's. I said I've already made myself clear enough. Can't you understand human speech? And stop bringing up his leg. He was injured on the battlefield back then. What does that have to do with us? Back then, you agreed to let him go in place of second brother of your own accord. Are you saying you want to blame us for it now?" The old master opened his eyes again and immediately let out an angry roar. Clearly, he was truly enraged now. After all, he had already made it this obvious that they should leave, and yet they still dared to defy him. Did they even have him, the head of the family, in their eyes at all? Cough, cough, cough. After saying all that, the old man's chest immediately began heaving in a quick, strained rhythm. Seeing this, Zhang Chui hurried over and handed him some tea. Then she turned once more to Zhao Shi and Lin Tian and said, "Look at what you've done. Don't you know the old master is in poor health and must not get angry easily? What exactly did you come here for today?" Looking at Zhang Chui, who was glaring at him with a fierce face while scolding them, Lin Tian immediately wanted to retort in his heart. "Our two families have long since cut off contact. How would we know there was even such a claim that the old master was in poor health?" Of course, those spiteful words in his heart were naturally impossible to say out loud. At this moment, the expression on his mother, Zhao Shi's face also changed slightly. But in the end, she didn't speak again. This exchange was also brought to a stop because of the old master's sudden reaction in the hall. Outside, Lin Tian and his mother, Zhao Shi, walked slowly. Clearly, both of them knew there was no way they were getting that martial trial slot. And of course, they hadn't even managed to get the most basic compensation either. After all, just now, Zhang Shui had said that Tiansheng was currently practicing martial arts for the glory of the family. Naturally, all the family's silver had to be spent where it mattered. It couldn't possibly be wasted on certain useless matters and people. The meaning behind those words could not have been more obvious. And the old master had naturally chosen silence on the matter. And so the two of them simply walked along the road back to Jinghe Bay. Suddenly, Lin Tian saw a faint glimmer of tears at the corners of his mother, Zhao Shi's eyes. Clearly, the grievances she had suffered on this trip, along with the pressure their village had been under these days, had already pushed her past her limit after that outburst just now. Lin Tian's gaze dimmed a little at that moment. After all, what he had said before, that only by practicing martial arts could they break through the difficulties his family was facing, was no empty talk. In the outer city, especially in those more remote places, it was practically a true lawless land. Especially places like Jinghe Bay. In places like that, those outside forces and gangs that bullied the common people were something almost every village had in abundance. And the situation his family was facing now was exactly that. The Shark Gang, a gang force that had come from elsewhere. Using the excuse of protecting them and ensuring favorable weather, they forcibly collected incense money for the Dragon King. They had come to Jinghe Bay less than half a year ago, yet that so-called incense money had risen again and again, to the point that it was almost crushing poor commoners like them until they could barely breathe. A few days ago, one of the Shark Gang's minor leaders had come to their door to propose to his father, saying he wanted to marry his older sister, Lin Wan. Naturally, they had refused this marriage proposal. After all, not to mention that the minor leader was short and stumpy. The Shark Gang's reputation had long since spread through their village. That so-called marriage was nothing more than taking in women as a twisted amusement, letting all the Shark Gang members satisfy themselves and toy with them as they pleased. But they were only an ordinary family. Wanting to fight against that kind of thug and hooligan was almost no different from throwing an egg against a rock. Those people had plenty of ways to make common folk like them bow their heads. Now, it could be said that their family had nearly reached a dead end. If they still didn't think of a solution, then only two roads would remain for them. Send his sister over, or have the whole family die under those people's oppression. Helpless and cruel. But this was also the normal state for ordinary people like them, struggling to survive in this chaotic world. And if they wanted to break the deadlock, there was only martial arts. But now, this way of breaking the deadlock seemed like it was about to be cut off, because even if he wanted to study martial arts in the outer city, the tuition required was simply not something his family could afford. They could not scrape together enough, even for a single month. At this moment, even though he possessed a fate mandate, he still felt a kind of frustration, as if he had strength but nowhere to use it. But right at that moment, a woman's voice came from behind him. "Hey Tian, wait." That voice immediately made Lin Tian and Mrs. Zhao turn around. The person who came was Lin Tian's youngest aunt from the main hall earlier, Lin Ci. She jogged up to Lin Tian, and looking at the sweat on her forehead and the way she was panting, it was obvious that the moment they left, she had hurried over right away. When she reached Lin Tian, Lin Ci didn't say a word. She immediately pulled out a red cloth bundle and handed it to him. The red color on the cloth bundle was somewhat faded, but judging from how full it looked, there should be quite a few things inside. Lin Tian took it and opened it for a look. Inside were quite a few copper coins and bits of silver. Looking at the young Anne in front of him, Lin Tian asked in confusion, "Andy, this is..." But before he could finish, Lin Ci directly said, "Take it to practice martial arts." What? Hearing that, Lin Tian froze on the spot. Then he looked at his aunt in front of him with some disbelief. At this moment, his eyes were filled with incomprehension. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't understand his aunt giving him some money. Back in the main hall, he had already been able to tell that when the old master said his trial martial slot had been used up, she had looked somewhat guilty, especially later, when she heard that the old master couldn't even give them any compensation. But what he couldn't understand was that she would actually give all this money to him. This small bag of money in his hand was obviously the dowry his aunt had saved up for herself by doing odd jobs. After all, in that family, with Zhang Shui there, even his father, the eldest son, had been thrown out with nothing to his name. Not to mention that his aunt was a woman. That went without saying. At this moment, Lin Tian could even imagine that in the future, Zhang Shui might directly sell her off to some household in the village. And clearly, Lin Ci had thought of that too. That was why she had secretly saved up her own dowry. So the little bag of money in his hand was not just her dowry. It was also her right to choose. Even more, it was protection for her future. With this, Lin Ci could choose to marry a normal man and live a normal life. But if she lost it, her future husband might be the village idiot, an old man, or even worse, especially now that his aunt had already reached marriageable age. "Annie, I can't take this money." "Oh, come on." Why are you being so polite with me? It's just a little silver anyway. Besides, I'm not giving it to you. I'm only lending it to you. You'll have to pay me back in the future, and I'm charging interest." Before Lin Tian could finish, Lin Ci cut him off at once. "All right, I've given you the money. I still have work to do later, so I won't talk with you anymore." Before Lin Tian could say anything else, Lin Ci immediately turned and ran back toward the courtyard behind her. Seeing this, Lin Tian knew she had made up her mind to give him this money. Jinga bend. In the end, Lin Tian did not return that bag of silver, because he knew this was the only chance they had right now to break the current deadlock. As for this kindness from his aunt and this bag of money with his fate frame, he was confident he could repay it many times over. By the time Lin Tian and Mrs. Zhao returned to Jinga Bend, the sky had already darkened. In this chaotic outer city area, nighttime was the most dangerous. So naturally, the matter of finding a master and training in martial arts was pushed to the next day. Their family did not have a house of their own in Jinga Bend. After all, when his father had been driven out of the family back then, he had gotten nothing at all. And in times like these, it was hard enough for an ordinary person just to stay alive, let alone save money. When Lin Tian and Mrs. Zhao returned to the small boat, they immediately saw the worry on his father's face, while his older sister stood off to the side, pale-faced. Lin Tian didn't even need to ask. He already knew that while he and his mother, Mrs. Zhao, had been away, people from the shark gang had come by. "Dad," Lin Tian stepped forward, wanting to ask with worry in his voice. But before he could finish speaking, the next moment, his eyes immediately caught sight of the small loops made of water weeds on their boat, and there were as many as 3 of them. Seeing that, Lin Tian's gaze instantly sharpened. Dragon King tokens. That was what the shark gang called them. Of course, these things were really nothing more than ordinary grass rings made from water weeds. And the real purpose of these things was as a tool the shark gang used for ruthless extortion. The Jing River outside first flowed through the inner city before reaching the outer city. So from time to time, livestock that had died of illness in the inner city would drift downstream with the river. That's right, rotting, stinking carcasses. After a round of beautifying words from the shark gang, they became gifts bestowed by the Dragon King. And these so-called gifts from a Dragon King would then be taken out and sold to them. Yet people like them had no choice but to spend money to buy them. Because for those scoundrels, there were simply too many ways to force you into submission. One of the most common was sneaking over in the middle of the night and punching a big hole in your family's boat. That would make the boat unable to fish properly. For people like them, whose lives depended on their boats, that was no different from cutting off their livelihood. So when faced with this kind of for sale, they could only grit their teeth and accept it. Of course, they couldn't do such things too often. After all, the principle of boiling a frog in warm water was the only way to truly strip people to the bone. Those hoodlums who lived by swindling others were the best at that. So unless it was absolutely necessary, they would never really push common folk like them to the point where they couldn't survive at all. At the very least, they would leave them one last breath. But today, 3 waterweed rings meant 3 Dragon King tokens. This was them trying to drive their family straight into a dead end. Of course, the purpose behind this was simple. Naturally, it was because of his older sister again. Lin Tian's expression grew uglier and uglier. "Dad, are they trying to make us?" Before Lin Tian could finish what he wanted to say, Father Lin directly cut him off. "Enough. Don't talk about that for now. How did things go at your grandfather's house today?" Hearing his father's words, Lin Tian immediately noticed that when he had just spoken, there were already glistening tears in the eyes of his older sister at the side. Clearly, Lin Tian also knew that what he had just said was inappropriate, so he could only send his sister an apologetic look. Then he answered his father first. He did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened today. After hearing all of it, Father Lin's eyes gradually became unsettled. Lin Tian could clearly see the anger in his father's eyes, especially the hands he had clenched tightly, with veins already bulging out. But afterward, all that anger turned into a silent sigh. "Dad!" Lin Tian looked at him worriedly, but Father Lin merely waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." "Shao Tian, have you thought through what you plan to do next?" Hearing his father's words, Lin Tian knew he was talking about the bag of money his aunt had given him. "Dad, I still want to practice martial arts." Lin Tian said this with firm eyes. At this moment, looking at the look in Lin Tian's eyes, Father Lin finally nodded and said, "All right, if you've made your decision, then go do it. As for things at home, you don't need to worry about them." After saying that, Father Lin stood up and left directly. Behind him, watching Father Lin's thin and slightly hunchback as he left, Lin Tian understood clearly in his heart. That last sentence from Father Lin just now meant he was going to shoulder all the pressure alone. Of course, Lin Tian had no idea how his father was going to bear all that pressure. Perhaps. Lin Tian's gaze unconsciously shifted to his older sister at the side, who was still crying. "Little brother, I." His older sister, Lin Wan, also looked at Lin Tian at this moment, tears still in her eyes as she spoke. Hearing her voice, Lin Tian immediately knew what his sister wanted to say. Although this sister of his lived in such a poor place, her nature was kind and honest. At this moment, in her eyes, The reason their family had suffered all this was because of her. Ever since that day, when that thug came to propose marriage, the smile had never appeared again on the face of his sister, who used to love laughing. Ation, how about I still let them take me. Enough, sis. This isn't your fault, and you mustn't think like that. After hearing Lin Wan's words, Lin Tian immediately cut her off. Sis, don't worry. I've already obtained the qualification to practice martial arts. It won't be long before I can resolve this matter. And we're family. I could never do something like sacrificing you in exchange for our safety. Looking at Lin Tian's firm and serious eyes, Lin Wan's slightly trembling body gradually calmed down. The night grew darker. There were basically no lights in the outer city, so as soon as it got dark, most people went straight to sleep. The next day, before dawn had broken, today was Lin Tian's first day of martial practice. So he got up early and walked out of the boat. In this outer city, wanting to practice martial arts was not actually that difficult. The martial academy, although it couldn't compare to the martial halls in the inner city, it was still his only chance right now to come into contact with the martial path. On the road, Lin Tian nervously looked around. After all, the silver he carried now was tied to all his current hope. If he happened to run into people from the shark gang, then this money would most likely be gone. And the distance from his home to the martial academy was not exactly short. But fortunately, until Lin Tian arrived at the martial academy, he did not run into a single member of the shark gang. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the martial academy in front of him. It was a two-courtyard residence. The yard could be said to be very large. At least, it looked very large to Lin Tian. On the plaque above the entrance were the four large characters, Zhao Clan Martial Academy. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Then he stepped into the entrance of the martial academy in front of him. Lin Tian had come very early, so there were no disciples in the courtyard yet to practice martial arts. But as soon as Lin Tian entered the martial academy, the first thing he saw was a sturdy middle-aged man sitting in a chair. The man wore a set of clothes that had been washed somewhat pale, and he had a tall build. The muscles on his exposed arms were knotted and bulging, especially with the way he was just lying there with his eyes closed. Lin Tian could still feel as if what was before him was a giant block of red-hot iron. It had no temperature, yet that was exactly how it felt. Presumably, this was the owner of the martial academy, Zhao Song. What are you here for? At this moment, Zhao Song on the chair opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tian as he spoke. Lin Tian immediately bowed and saluted respectfully. To become your disciple and practice martial arts. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhao Song, who was sitting in the chair, also sat upright at this moment. Come here first. Before practicing martial arts, I need to feel your bones. If your bones haven't fully set yet, then you can practice. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately walked forward. Zhao Song also did not waste words and immediately stretched out his two large hands, like iron clamps. He then grabbed and squeezed Lin Tian's arms, thighs, and various joint areas. Of course, this squeezing was only from Zhao Song's perspective. That kind of strength, coming from him, was almost enough to make the already frail Lin Tian cry out in pain. But in the end, Lin Tian still endured the pain and did not make a single sound. Only after a moment passed, did Zhao Song release Lin Tian and say, not bad. You can still practice martial arts. Before Lin Tian could be happy, Zhao Song added again, but I need to make the rules clear to you first. If you want to train in this academy, you must pay tuition every month. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately took out the money pouch Lin Ci had given him and respectfully offered it over. After Zhao Song took the pouch, he opened it and glanced inside twice. Then he said, this money is enough for you to practice martial arts for 3 months. If after 3 months you cannot continue paying, then you may no longer train in my academy. Are you willing? I am willing. This disciple greets master. Lin Tian did not hesitate at all and immediately bowed to acknowledge him as his master. Zhao Song nodded and accepted the money pouch. But at this moment, he did not leave and begin teaching martial arts right away. Instead, he said again, since you'll be entering and leaving this martial academy, I need to make the rules here clear to you. First, now that you've entered my sect, you must follow my rules in all things. You may not disobey orders. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Master S line. Second, the path of martial practice is by no means easy. It requires enduring hardship and toil. You must guard against arrogance and impatience, and persevere consistently. Can you do that? Hearing this, Lin Tian did not speak, only nodded seriously. Seeing the determination in Lin Tian's eyes, Zhao Song also nodded. Then come with me. Zhao Song stood up and walked toward an open space behind the chair. Lin Tian followed closely behind him. The two arrived at the open ground. Zhao Song spoke again. So-called martial practice can generally be divided into 2 processes, tempering chi and blood, and then knocking the gate to break through the realm. The former is accumulation. Once your accumulation reaches a certain level, you can knock the gate and enter the next realm. The method I cultivate is called Han Shan Fist. It is also the cultivation method I will pass on to you. Han Shan Fist churns chi and blood, opens the tendons and bones, passes through the 9 apertures, lets chi travel through the sinews and meridians, makes tendons and bones resonate together. When the fist is thrown, it produces 9 echoes, sounding like thunder. As he spoke, Zhao Tsang began demonstrating a set of movements. As his fists moved, it was as if they were swimming through lake water, as though they could stir layer after layer of ripples. Even the dust on the ground drifted and swirled along with it. And his fists gave Lin Tian an even stronger feeling of being as heavy as 1,000 June. Boom, boom, boom. With a single punch, the fierce wind howled, and 3 explosive sounds of air being torn apart rang out. Clearly, he had only thrown 1 punch, yet 3 sounds burst out in succession. This is the Hanshan fist that I cultivate. At its highest level, this Hanshan fist can produce 9 sounds at once. What I've just shown you is Hanshan fist at minor mastery, with a total of 3 sounds. Once you cultivate it to 3 sounds, you can make your first gate-knocking attempt in a Mingjin. Do you have any questions? After finishing his explanation, Zhao Tsang asked Lin Tian. Hearing that, Lin Tian did not stand on ceremony and directly asked, Master, does gate-knocking absolutely require cultivating Hanshan fist to minor mastery? Lin Tian's question was not something he had come up with on the spot. After all, although he had not been a martial artist before, he still understood some basic common knowledge about the martial path. For example, to break through to a higher realm, what a martial artist needed was merely sufficient qi and blood. But now Zhao Tsang was saying that he also had to cultivate Hanshan fist to minor mastery. To Lin Tian, that seemed somewhat contradictory. After all, in his view, Hanshan fist was only a technique, not qi and blood itself. So from that, Lin Tian asked a question. Hearing this, Zhao Tsang immediately nodded and replied, Your mind works pretty fast, but if you want to cultivate and break through the gate, what you truly need is indeed only qi and blood. So for an external technique like the Hanshan fist, all it really does is help us accumulate and temper qi and blood. In other words, as long as your qi and blood have built up enough, then even if your Hanshan fist hasn't reached minor mastery, you can still break through the gate. But on the martial path, you can't constantly see your own growth. Because of that, you can't judge by feeling alone whether you already meet the conditions to break through the gate. So you need a cultivation method as a measuring standard. In Hanshan fist, at the minor mastery level, is the tool you use to measure that. Listening to Zhao Tsang's explanation, Lin Tian finally understood the connection between the technique and his own qi and blood. In other words, practicing martial arts was still, at its core, the accumulation of qi and blood. It was just that this accumulation had to be completed through a cultivation method. And because martial artists could not accurately sense their own qi and blood, they needed some kind of standard to measure it. And a cultivation method just happened to serve as that standard. But at this moment, another question rose in Lin Tian's heart. That was, since a martial artist's realm was related to the realm of their cultivation method, did the cultivation method's realm also need qi and blood to support it? After hearing Lin Tian's question, Zhao Tsang answered directly, no. How far a cultivation method can be trained depends entirely on your own comprehension. It has nothing to do with the martial artist's qi and blood. The only connection between the two is that qi and blood affect the power of the method. For example, the 9 echoes of Hanshan fist. At minor mastery, you can produce 3 echoes. At major mastery, 6 echoes. Only at perfection can you produce all 9. If your comprehension is strong enough, you could even train it to 9 echoes before your first gate breakthrough. But your qi and blood might still only be enough to support 3 echoes. Of course, if you really can train it to 9 echoes before your first gate breakthrough, then what that represents is naturally different. As Zhao Tsang spoke, it seemed as if he had thought of something, as if some old memory had surfaced. Some images suddenly flashed through his mind. But after a moment, he gently shook his head again. Then he looked at Lin Tian in front of him and said solemnly, However, on the martial path, your own realm is the foundation, and the worst thing is aiming too high. I've seen quite a few people obsess over pursuing higher technique realms, only to miss the best period for martial practice in the end and waste their whole lives. After all, there are too few geniuses in this world. For an ordinary person like you, it's best to stay grounded. Hearing this, Lin Tian naturally knew what the man really meant. It was nothing more than the same thing Zhang Chui had said before. For someone like him, he should be dreaming those unrealistic dreams. Of course, Lin Tian did not say anything more. He merely nodded and said, This disciple will remember your teaching. Seeing this, Zhao Tsang nodded in satisfaction. Good. Next, I'll teach you the cultivation method for Hanshan fist. Feel it carefully. If there is anything you don't understand, ask. After that, under Zhao Tsang's guidance, Lin Tian began continuously practicing the various moves and key points of Hanshan fist. As time passed, the disciples in the martial academy gradually arrived in 2s and 3s. At first, everyone curiously sized up Lin Tian, this newcomer. After that, they each went off to train on their own. And under Zhao Tsang's instruction, once Lin Tian had grasped all the essentials he needed to train, Zhao Tsang then stood up and said, Now that you've already grasped the essentials, you can practice on your own. But the foundation needed in the early stage of martial practice must be laid well. So for these next few days, I'll lead you in training every morning. Of course, during these days, you can also come to me anytime if there is anything you don't understand. After speaking, Zhao Tsang did not stay any longer and headed straight for the inner courtyard. And after Zhao Tsang left, quite a few disciples in the outer courtyard all turned to look at Lin Tian. The emotions in those gazes varied. There was curiosity and novelty, but even more than that, scrutiny and appraisal, especially when they saw Lin Tian clumsily and sluggishly perform a certain movement. A few disciples even copied him with their own hands and bodies, deliberately striking the same awkward posture. Their lips all carried that condescending superiority of experienced seniors. Of course, Lin Tian paid no attention at all to their gazes. He simply immersed himself in his own world, and after completing another full set of movements, the fate in Lin Tian's mind shone once again. Fate, what is learned will surely be mastered. Hanshan Fist experience +5. Hanshan Fist, minor mastery 7 out of 100. Looking at the change in Hanshan Fist experience on the panel, Lin Tian was instantly dumbfounded. As for why, how should he put it? Although he didn't know how fast other people train Hanshan Fist, he knew very clearly that his own cultivation speed was definitely fast, and not just ordinarily fast. After all, from a moment he truly began cultivating Hanshan Fist until now, from truly grasping the fist art to being able to perform a full set on his own, he had only completed 2 full rounds of the fist technique. Yet the experience had already reached nearly 1/10. What kind of concept was that? That meant that at most, he only needed to perform it 20 more times for the fist art to reach minor mastery. And after that, he could attempt his first gate breakthrough into Mingjin. This fate of it seemed a bit overpowered. Before this, he had also learned some things related to the first gate breakthrough into Mingjin from Zhao Tsang. In summary, it could all be summed up in one sentence. Mingjin was the beginning of the martial path. Among those who sought the Tao, only 2 or 3 in 10 succeeded. The meaning of that was simple enough. Mingjin was the starting point of martial arts, the first realm of the martial path. It was also the realm reached after the first gate breakthrough. It was the most important first step in all martial arts. And this gate was also called the life and death gate, because one only had a single chance to charge through it. If you succeeded, then from that point on, the gate to martial arts will be thrown wide open. If you failed, then that was the end of the road. You would never advance another inch for the rest of your life. And only by stepping into Mingjin could one truly be counted among the ranks of martial artists. And this very step had blocked who knew how many people. All because of the second half of that saying. Among those who sought the Tao, only 2 or 3 in 10 succeeded. It made clear the success rate of entering Mingjin. Of course, Lin Tian also knew that this so-called 20 to 30% chance would probably be even lower for a poor man like him. Someone who could barely even fill his stomach. Of course, none of that was something he needed to think about right now. After all, he had not even reached the threshold for breaking through yet. So he spread out his stance once more and resumed practicing his fist art. And at this moment, the people around him were naturally still staring at Lin Tian with the same faintly superior eyes as before. Because for people like them, struggling at the bottom, what they loved seeing most was the struggle of others. Within the crowd, one of the most active disciples suddenly spoke up. Hey, starting. Hee. This kid S about to perform that ridiculous white ape gazes at the moon again. Haha. We didn't see it just now. His posture was so funny. I guarantee you'll laugh every single time you see it. Beside him stood several other disciples, all wearing disdainful smiles as well. Clearly, this was a little clique within the crowd, and the one speaking was, presumably, the leader among them. The other party wasn't too far from Lin Tian before, so he could hear them too. Of course, the movements of his hands naturally would not stop just because of a sentence or two from them. After all, for someone like him who had truly struggled at the bottom, the first thing to learn was not to care about the so-called strange looks from others. Before you had grown strong enough, that was the most useless thing of all. Lin Tian once again assumed his stance. And when he reached the white ape gazing at the moon movement, it naturally drew another round of ridicule from those people. Lin Tian still acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. After finishing this round, he immediately started the second, the third, and the fourth. His movements grew faster and faster, and yet the mockery from those few around him seemed as if he had never heard it all. During this time, Lin Tian did glance at them from the corner of his eye. How should he put it? Especially the one in the lead. Though he was clearly about the same age as Lin Tian. At this moment, he actually carried a bit of the overbearing air of a street thug. And after seeing that Lin Tian remained unmoved by their laughter, those few seemed to get stubbornly fixated on him. They actually stayed there and kept watching, not even going off to practice martial arts anymore. Lin Tian didn't pay much attention to it. After all, their eyes were on their own faces. If they wanted to look at him, what was he supposed to do? Make them turn their heads away? And those few watching Lin Tian really did persist on him just as he thought they would, especially the one leading them. The way he looked at Lin Tian had already changed. At this moment, Lin Tian's stubborn appearance, to someone like him who had been used to throwing his weight around since childhood, was practically no different from resisting him. It was even worse because this was happening in front of his little group, making him lose face. Oof. I do like to see how long a mud leg, like you can keep this up. He believed he had already seen through all of Lin Tion's background, especially from Lin Tion's shabby clothes. He could tell at a glance that his family must be extremely poor. Someone born like that was bound to be deeply inferior inside. At this moment, he was certain that if he let out a few more jeers, the other party definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Of course, he had his own purpose in doing this. To him, someone from a lowly background like Lin Tion was the easiest kind to subdue into a loyal dog of his own. Never underestimate a mudleg born into poverty. He knew very well that once people like this were subdued, they became the most loyal dogs. They would practically obey every word he said. At the most critical moment, you could even throw them out to take the fall. Trash like this in a certain sense was actually hard to come by. He had already come up with the whole plan in his head. First, he would give the other party a blow and make him develop an invisible sense of awe toward him. To put it bluntly, this was also the same as branding him with an invisible master-servant contract. It was a bit like taming a hawk. Of course, there was still a difference. The mudleg in front of him was even cheaper than a hawk. He only needed to strike once. And once that mark was planted, there would be an absolute hierarchy between him and this mudleg from then on. From now on, whenever the other party saw him, he would only lower his brows and submit obediently. And afterward, all he needed to do was toss him a sweet date at the right moment. That way, the taming would be complete. And what he needed to do right now was nothing more than make the other party suffer one blow. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Tion had already begun the 5th round of his fist art. For some reason, the moment he saw Lin Tion's opening stance, confusion immediately appeared in his eyes. Perhaps earlier he had been too focused on suppressing the other party and hadn't paid attention to the changes in Lin Tion's movements and posture. But as Lin Tion's fist art truly continued, he instantly went dumbfounded. Because this time, whether it was the setup or the details of Lin Tion's fist art, everything was incomparably standard. At this moment, Lin Tion's posture flowed like drifting clouds and running water. He was even performing it better than this disciple who had entered a whole month earlier. What is going on? How did his fist art improve so quickly? The few people watching the spectacle around him also noticed the changes in Lin Tion's fist art moves. A trace of shock and confusion immediately appeared on their faces as well. This Lin Tion paid no attention to the shock of the people in the distance. After quickly finishing this round of fist art, he looked at his panel again. Shaking Mountain Fist, Minor Mastery, 32 out of 100. Looking at the experience value above, Lin Tion also sensed the changes in the fist art within his mind. Based on his grasp of his current fist art proficiency, a sudden understanding rose in his heart. He felt that if he went through it one more time, he would probably be able to produce the first of the 3 sounds of Minor Mastery. And very soon, he once again began to unfold the fist art in practice. Before long, another complete and standard set of fist art was performed in front of those few not far away. After seeing Lin Tion perfectly execute a full set of fist art for the second time, those few were once again astonished inwardly. That was it. It wasn't a coincidence. The fact that he had completed a full set of fist art just now absolutely wasn't a coincidence. He had truly mastered every movement and force application technique of Shaking Mountain Fist. How is that possible? Could it be that this mudleg in front of us is actually some martial arts genius? At this moment, the leader suddenly felt something very bad rising in his heart. After all, if the other party really was a martial arts genius, then without a doubt, what he had just done was asking for huge trouble. Wait, quick, look. What is that kid trying to do? That stance, could he be trying to produce the first sound? That shout instantly interrupted everyone's thoughts, especially the leader who had mocked first among them. What? On the very first day at the Martial Academy, he can already produce the first sound? How is that possible? As if he had suddenly thought of something. The boy's face immediately turned a few shades paler. His eyes locked dead on Lin Tion ahead. At this moment, Lin Tion had already set up that punching stance. As his movements swung out, they carried a feeling of guiding his chi and blood. This, and while the others were still in shock, Lin Tion had already thrown a punch. A gust of fist wind blasted out, carrying Lin Tion's sweat with it. But unfortunately, this punch only revealed fist wind. It failed to produce the first sound of Shaking Mountain Fist. When they saw this, everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. After all, to them, if they had really offended a martial arts genius, the consequences represented by that were simply not something they could bear. Of course, right after that, those few immediately scattered like frightened birds and beasts, each going off to train on their own. Because although they had already made up their minds inwardly, Lin Tion had fully mastered Shaking Mountain Fist in merely 5 rounds before their eyes. This was practically a fact visible to the naked eye. So even though Lin Tion hadn't managed to produce that first sound just now, they already no longer dared to offend him in their hearts. And the one leading them naturally left along with the others. It was just that the arrogance in his eyes surfaced once again. Before leaving, he even let out a disdainful cold snort. At this moment, Lin Tion also looked at the fist he had just thrown. There was no doubt that he had indeed produced the first sound of the Shaking Mountain Fist. However, The ringing that came from between his muscles and bones had been far too faint. So faint that it was almost without the slightest ripple. That was why those few hadn't noticed it. And Lin Tian more or less knew the reason. His foundation was insufficient. Or rather, his chi and blood were insufficient. So right now, he only had the shell of the technique and realm, but none of the inner substance. And there was only one cause for all this. This body of his was too weak. It simply wasn't enough to support the explosive force required for the shaking mountain fist. Sure enough, the path of martial arts wasn't nearly that simple. Junior brother, your comprehension is excellent. To actually grasp all the key points of the fist art so quickly, truly no easy feat, a voice sounded at that moment. Lin Tian looked up. He saw an ordinary-looking young man with a steady temperament standing in front of him with a smile, looking at him. Confusion flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. Then, that disciple introduced himself. You should be a new junior brother, right? I'm your senior brother. My name is Zhang Ming. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. After hearing that, Lin Tian immediately cupped his hands in greeting. Hee, junior brother Lin, you're too polite. I just watched you perform the shaking mountain fist only 5 times. Yet you already fully understood it all. Your talent is truly enviable. Zhang Ming returned to the topic from earlier. It is all thanks to Master S good teaching. I was only lucky, that's all. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Ming knew he was being modest. After all, it wasn't as if Zhang Ming had never practiced the shaking mountain fist himself. Some of the movements and some of the key points within it. How could someone possibly understand them so quickly through mere rote memorization alone? This naturally required talent. Of course, Zhang Ming also knew that Lin Tian didn't want to talk too much about it right now. So naturally, he wouldn't press the matter. In that case, I won't disturb junior brother any further. With that, Zhang Ming directly walked toward the inner courtyard, seeing the direction he was headed. It was Lin Tian's turn to be stunned. This Zhang Ming was an inner courtyard disciple. The Zhao Martial Academy was divided into 2 courtyards. The inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard was nothing special. It was where newly admitted disciples like him stayed. But the inner courtyard was different. Without exception, the disciples there were all people who had broken through to Ming Jin. In other words, that Zhang Ming from before was at the very least a martial artist who had stepped into Ming Jin. The whole morning passed quickly. In the courtyard, the disciples all wore tired expressions as they collapsed, sat, or lay on the ground. It was now time for the midday meal. As such, many disciples took out the lunch boxes they had brought with them. The courtyard was immediately filled with the fragrance of all kinds of food. Most of the people in the outer courtyard came from poor families, so the food they brought was mostly coarse grain and dry noodles. Of course, there were also some from better-off households who brought white flour food or even some meat, especially the smell of the meat. It immediately made Lin Tian, whose body had already been completely drained from training, feel even hungrier. And right at that moment, a hand holding 2 white flour buns reached out in front of him. Here, junior brother Lin. Lin Tian hurriedly looked up. It was Zhang Ming, the one who had spoken to him earlier. Senior brother Zhang, this is... Looking at the white flour buns in front of him, Lin Tian's throat involuntarily bobbed twice. Master prepared these for us academy disciples so that no one would truly be unable to practice martial arts because of a lack of food at home. I noticed it's your first day here, so you're probably still unfamiliar with things, so I help you get to. Don't worry, all of this is included in the tuition. Listening to those words, Lin Tian looked again at the 2 moderately sized buns in front of him. He immediately took them. After all, he really was hungry. Lin Tian swallowed the 2 white flour buns in just a few bites. After finishing them, Lin Tian didn't rest much. He immediately set up his fist stance once again, because Lin Tian knew very clearly what kind of difficulty he was facing, especially the threat the shark gang posed to his family. And now that he bore a life fate, there was no way he could afford to slack off here. But his actions at this moment once again drew the attention of those around him who were still eating and resting. Hey look, that new guy seems pretty hardworking. He is still practicing fists at a time like this. Doesn't he know what tired means? He looks at me like he is just deliberately putting on a show to attract Master S attention. Huh, how ridiculous. Looks like this newcomer still doesn't understand. In this martial academy, if you think hard work alone can attract Master S attention, that is nothing but a joke. If you don't have talent, how could Master possibly spare you a glance? This little performance is doomed to be a joke. Let us just treat it as a street act for our mealtime entertainment. After hearing that, the people around all looked at Lin Tian with strange smiles on their faces, as if, just like that person had said, they truly saw Lin Tian as some clown performing tricks in front of them. But right at that moment, the voice of a female inner courtyard disciple came from not far away. Lin Tian, Master wants you to come into the inner courtyard. What? As that woman's voice rang out, the disciples who had been watching the show nearby immediately revealed stunned and strange expressions. Master had actually summoned him in for real? After hearing that voice, Lin Tian immediately withdrew his fist stance. Then he quickly walked over, watching Lin Tian's departing back. Everyone behind him had different looks in their eyes. Lin Tian arrived in front of that female disciple. She was the one who had called out to him. You're Lin Tian, right? Not bad. My name is Zhouya. You can call me Senior Sister Zhou from now on. As Lin Tian approached, the woman took the initiative to introduce herself first. There was even a hint of friendliness and appreciation in her tone. Lin Tian looked at her strangely, but he still said, Senior Sister Zhou, may I ask why Master called for me? Hee, come on. You know once we get there. Zhouya did not answer his question. Instead, she directly led him slowly into the inner courtyard. Lin Tian was somewhat baffled. He could only quickly follow after her. The inner courtyard and outer courtyard were separated by no more than 5 or 6 zhang. The two of them entered the inner courtyard very quickly. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Tian immediately felt the difference between the inner and outer courtyards. The neatly paved bluestone ground, the wooden stakes, the equipment, whether in materials or design, all of it was obviously different. There was a table in the courtyard. In front of it, besides Zhao Cong, 5 inner courtyard disciples were also seated around it. And on that table, every single dish was meat. Even now, rising white steam was still curling off of it. Clearly, that had just been made and brought over. And as Lin Tian arrived, the people at the table immediately turned their eyes toward him. Master, I brought him. Zhouya was the first to cup her hands and speak. Zhao Cong nodded and motioned for her to sit. Then he fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. The few inner court disciples at the side were also looking at him with admiration and curiosity in their eyes. Faced with these strange looks, Lin Tian felt a little uncomfortable. I heard you've already mastered every move of the Han fist? Zhao Cong spoke directly, and after hearing Zhao Cong say this, the 5 inner court disciples sitting nearby, along with Zhouya, all looked at him with anticipation. Only then did Lin Tian understand why these people had been giving him such strange looks earlier. Lin Tian did not try to evade the matter and said, this disciple is dull by nature. I only know how to practice according to Master's earlier guidance. As for whether I've truly mastered it, this disciple would not dare speak too boldly. Perform the fist art once in front of me. Let me see. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhao Cong replied at once. Yes. After answering, Lin Tian immediately assumed his stance. As he continuously demonstrated the Han fist, a trace of astonishment appeared on the faces of Zhao Cong and the 6 inner court disciples around him, especially Zhao Cong. The joy on his face was practically written all over it. Only after the entire set of Han fist was finished did Zhao Cong immediately stand up and say, good, you really have mastered it completely. To show this level of comprehension right after entering the sect is truly extraordinary. The 6 inner court disciples at the side also wore similar expressions of delight. Then the way they looked at Lin Tian immediately changed. Their eyes were full of warmth and appreciation. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, they were likely about to gain a junior brother with exceptional talent. Come forward. Let me test your bone structure. Zhao Cong spoke again. After hearing this, Lin Tian's heart stirred slightly. In martial arts, one's bone structure was of utmost importance. That was the very thing that determined how far a person could go on the martial path in the future. And the quality of one's bone structure basically decided the height one could reach in martial arts. Of course, ordinary disciples generally had to cultivate to Mingjin before Zhao Cong would help measure their bone structure. After all, if you could not even break through to Mingjin, then there was no need to test your so-called bone structure at all. So the fact that Zhao Cong was willing to test his bone structure at this time was enough to show how much importance he placed on him. Lin Tian quickly walked over to Zhao Cong. Then Zhao Cong's iron clamp-like hand once again grabbed onto the bones of Lin Tian's body. Only, this time was slightly different from before he had entered the sect. Lin Tian only felt that as Zhao Cong's hand kept moving, a force seemed to travel through his skin, flesh, and bones along with the other man's hand. It was incomparably mysterious. But as Zhao Cong's hand continued to move, the smile on his face gradually faded. By the end, it had disappeared completely. Low-grade bone structure. Zhao Cong spoke those words in a voice full of disappointment. And when the other 6 inner court disciples around them heard those words, the joy and anticipation on their faces also vanished like smoke. Especially Zhouya at the side, who immediately moved away from Lin Tian, as if something filthy had appeared in the courtyard. She no longer showed even a trace of the warmth she had before when leading him in. Seeing these changes in the people before him, Lin Tian felt no ripple in his heart. After all, low-grade bone structure was the very lowest grade. In this lifetime, trying to achieve Mingjin would probably be harder than ascending to the heavens. So their change in attitude was only natural. The next moment, after speaking, Zhao Cong turned his head and no longer looked at Lin Tian at all. Instead, he simply waved his hand and said, the martial path does not rely only on bone structure. Comprehension and diligence are equally important. Do not slack off in your training. You may go. His words sounded nice. Of course, they would have sounded even nicer if he had actually looked at Lin Tian while saying them. Lin Tian quickly returned to the outer court. This time, no one saw him out. Of course, the inner court disciples probably had no interest in paying attention to someone like him with low-grade bone structure. Inside the inner court, Zhao Cong looked at Lin Tian as departing back and shook his head again. Low-grade bone structure. It was destined to waste a lifetime and achieve nothing. Sure enough, his expectations had all been for nothing. Perhaps because of the gap between expectation and reality. Lin Tian's image and value in Zhao Tsang's heart were now constantly dropping. This was not only disappointment in Lin Tian's bone structure. It was even more disappointment in his mind. After all, if Lin Tian had truly been clever just now, then the moment he learned he had low-grade bone structure, he should have found a chance to come ask for his tuition money back. But he had not. So in Zhao Tsang's eyes, this Lin Tian was not only lacking in martial talent, but also not very bright. It seemed his achievements in this life would definitely be extremely limited. After returning to the outer court, Lin Tian looked at his hands, stained with dirt. Not only bone structure matters, comprehension and diligence are equally important. Hith. Although those words were only something Zhao Tsang had said to encourage him, meant to keep from discouraging his martial heart. Lin Tian knew that while this sentence might only be encouragement to others, for him, who possessed a destiny, it was an undeniable truth. He looked at his destiny again. Destiny. Diligence guarantees achievement. Hans Han Fist, minor mastery, 63 out of 100 in just one morning. Lin Tian had already raised the Hans Han Fist as proficiency to more than halfway. He believed that today, or tomorrow at the latest, he would be able to bring the Hans Han Fist to minor mastery, and with it, gain the qualification to charge at Mingjin. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian once again assumed his stance and began practicing his fist art. And soon, waves of discussion rose around him again. Hey, look at him. He is still practicing over there. I really don't know what the point of him working this hard is. He clearly already knows he has low-grade bone structure. Yet he is still wasting his effort like that? For some reason, the news that Lin Tian's bone structure had just been tested, and that he had been found to have low-grade bone structure, had been overheard by someone and spread around. So at this moment, Lin Tian once again became a topic of conversation for everyone. And in their words, there was nothing but mockery and belittlement. It was as if, at this moment, everyone had become someone who saw through everything. One after another, they used their own understanding of low-grade bone structure, speaking from the lofty perspective of someone looking down from above, to talk about what Lin Tian's future would be. There were even a few who made what they believed to be the wisest choice on Lin Tian's behalf. They even put themselves in Lin Tian's shoes and thought through his situation from his perspective. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that they themselves still had to break through to Mingjin. Otherwise, they would not even have the chance to be tested for bone structure. And on the martial path, especially for poor outer court disciples like them, perhaps among all these people, there would not be even a single one capable of breaking through to Mingjin. After all, this was reality. The cruelest reality for people like them who came from poor backgrounds. Of those who came here, only a rare few could truly rise above the rest. Lin Tian understood this point better than anyone. After all, before he started training in martial arts, he hadn't come in unprepared. It could be said that if he hadn't been able to awaken his fate at this moment, then he absolutely would not have chosen the path of martial arts, a path that looked glorious on the surface, but was actually filled with hardship and difficulty. Immersed in his own world, time passed quickly as well. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. The disciples also began leaving the martial arts academy one after another. And in the courtyard, Lin Tian was still seriously and continuously practicing the moves of the mountain-shaking fist. Soon, the outer court disciples left one after another. And footsteps also came from the inner court. A few people then walked out. They were clearly the same inner court disciples he had seen not long ago. After walking out of the inner court, those few inner court disciples immediately noticed Lin Tian's presence, looking at his back as he was still practicing his fist technique. They only gave him one glance before turning away and leaving. But after Lin Tian finished one full round of the fist technique, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Junior brother Lin is truly diligent. Admirable. Lin Tian looked at the newcomer. It was Zhang Ming. Lin Tian looked at him somewhat strangely. After all, he had naturally noticed those inner court disciples earlier. What he hadn't expected, however, was that after learning he had low-grade bone talent, Zhang Ming would still come speak to him. That was rather strange. Still, seeing that there didn't seem to be any other emotion in the other party's eyes, as if he was really just greeting him normally, Lin Tian cupped his hands in salute and said, "Senior brother flatters me. This junior brother knows his aptitude is dull, so I can only hope diligence can make up for my shortcomings." Hearing his words, a trace of emotion flashed through Zhang Ming's eyes. It was as if he had thought for a long time before finally speaking in a somewhat consoling tone. "Junior brother, do you know what low-grade bone talent represents?" Hearing those words, Lin Tian already understood what Zhang Ming wanted to say. It was nothing more than what those outer court disciples had said before. Upon hearing that he had low-grade bone talent, he wanted to persuade him to leave the martial arts academy early and stop wasting his family's silver and his own time in a place like this. But he could still sense a bit of sincerity in Zhang Ming's tone. It wasn't like the mockery and deliberate comparison meant to elevate themselves that had been present in those other people's voices. "Senior brother, I understand, but some things must be tried, no matter what. Otherwise, how could I be willing to accept it?" Lin Tian's tone was sincere, and his gaze was firm. Seeing this, the words Zhang Ming had originally wanted to use to persuade him were instantly choked back, especially when he looked into Lin Tian's eyes. Right. This is the martial path. More than that, it's a chance to change one's fate. If one were to give up just like this, who could really accept that? Junior brother's temperament has taught me something. If there's anything you don't understand about fist techniques in the future, feel free to come ask me. Zhang Ming spoke to Lin Tian once more. After saying that, Zhang Ming waved his hand and left as well. In the distance, after Zhouya and the others noticed what Zhang Ming had just done, Senior brother Zhang, why were you so polite to someone with low-grade bone talent just now? There are no shortage of people with that kind of martial talent in this academy. With his kind of aptitude, he's destined to never break through to Ming Jin in this life. And after 3 months, he'll naturally get lost from the martial arts academy on his own. So why waste time on this kind of trash? Zhouya's voice wasn't loud, but in the not-so-small martial arts academy, Lin Tian could still hear it. However, Lin Tian naturally had no intention of paying it much mind, because it was still the same old saying. When he was still weak, so-called face, dignity, and humiliation were nothing but burdens. If they were gone, then they were gone. As long as it didn't truly affect him, he wouldn't bother with it at all. And when Zhang Ming heard those words, he didn't say much either. He merely waved his hand, then left with the others. Behind them, Lin Tian also finished the final round of the mountain-shaking fist. At that moment, his fate flashed with golden light in his mind once again. Fate, what is learned will surely be mastered. Mountain-shaking fist, minor mastery, 100 to 100 buzz. The next moment, as that golden light rose and shone, Lin Tian felt as though scene after scene instantly flashed through his mind. In those scenes, he was tempering his mountain-shaking fist day after day. Every move and every stance felt as if he had truly performed them himself. As those scenes flashed by, Lin Tian's understanding of the mountain-shaking fist also reached a brand new realm. A moment later, Lin Tian completely digested those scenes. His mountain-shaking fist had also thoroughly reached the minor mastery realm. Fate, what is learned will surely be mastered. Mountain-shaking fist, major mastery, 500. Looking at the newly appeared progress bar, Lin Tian felt slightly dazed. The mountain-shaking fist at the second bottleneck, major mastery, actually required 500. That was nearly 5 times more. Just as Lin Tian was still thinking, a heavy voice immediately entered his ears. Why are you still staying in the courtyard? Lin Tian immediately recognized the voice as well. It was Zhao Tsong. Lin Tian opened his eyes, then naturally bowed and saluted. Disciple greets master. Replying to master, this disciple was thinking that diligence can make up for shortcomings, so I stayed in the courtyard to practice a little longer, and thus forgot the time. Hearing his words, Zhao Tsong fell silent for a moment. It was as if he had something he wanted to say to Lin Tian. When he had examined Lin Tian's bone talent this morning, he had originally thought of returning Lin Tian's tuition and telling him not to waste time and silver here. After all, he knew very well that from the moment he learned Lin Tian's bone talent, Lin Tian's fate had already been decided. He simply could not walk the path of martial arts. And that encouraging sentence he had spoken today had merely been a routine courtesy. He had not expected the other party to actually take it seriously. At this moment, Zhao Tsong wanted to dissuade him. But when he saw Lin Tian's firm eyes brimming with vitality, for some reason, those words were swallowed back down. In the end, the words he had wanted to use to persuade Lin Tian to leave the martial arts academy turned into one sentence instead. Martial training values balancing work and rest. Blindly forcing it will only backfire, and the academy is about to close. Go back. After hearing Zhao Tsong's words, Lin Tian bowed once more and replied, "Many thanks for master's teaching." This disciple takes his leave. After saying that, Lin Tian turned around and slowly walked out the door. Watching Lin Tian's back, Zhao Tsong shook his head again. His comprehension was somewhat decent, but comprehension was the hardest thing to grasp, and it could not last long. For him to have mastered the mountain-shaking fist so quickly, it was likely only because of a momentary flash of inspiration. In the end, it was useless. The martial path still ultimately depended on bone talent. Low-grade bone talent. Not that there was no hope, but that hope was nearly illusory. So I forget it. Let him keep practicing like this. After enough time passes, he will naturally understand the difficulty of it all. And when that time comes, he will naturally retreat in the face of difficulty. After walking out of the martial arts academy, Lin Tian looked at the sky. The day gradually darkened. If this had been any day before today, he should have been hurrying home by now. But at this moment, Lin Tian had no intention of speeding up at all. There were 2 reasons for that. First, today's martial practice had nearly drained all of his strength. Don't be fooled into thinking he had only been throwing punches there. He could clearly feel that as his fate started taking effect, the consumption from practicing martial arts had become terrifying as well. Especially at the very end, in the instant when Han's fist reached minor mastery. His body had seemed to turn into a bottomless pit, continuously devouring the energy within him. Right now, even Lin Tian's steps were somewhat unsteady. As for the second reason, it was his current strength. Although Han's fist reaching minor mastery had brought him great exhaustion, the boost it gave him was just as great. Feeling the power inside his body, Lin Tian was very clear about his current level. Even though he had not yet begun trying to break through into Mingjin, whether it was his reaction speed, physical strength, or use of techniques, there was no doubt that all of it had already reached the absolute limit below Mingjin. The distance between him and Mingjin was no more than a single transformation. It was just that at this moment, perhaps because he possessed a fate, Lin Tian could sense that the accumulation of qi and blood in his body was still insufficient. That's right. Even though his Hanzhan fist had already reached minor mastery, he could clearly feel that his qi and blood still were not enough to support breakthrough. He still needed more accumulation, and he could more or less guess the reason for this result. Low-grade bones. That was right. Most likely it was this so-called low-grade bone talent of his that caused him to need more qi and blood than other people when breaking through. And the amount of qi and blood he needed was far more than just a little. No wonder no one thought highly of low-grade bones. So this was the reason. Only now did Lin Tian finally understand why so-called low-grade bones could not even break through to Mingjin. After all, if someone with low-grade bones painstakingly trained Hanzhan fist to minor mastery, but did not have a fate like his and could not detect that their qi and blood were insufficient to support a breakthrough, then they would excitedly go and try to force open the barrier, and in the end, all they would get was failure. That most likely was the limitation of low-grade bones. But right now, he did not need to worry about that problem. If minor mastery wasn't T enough to break through, then he would train it to major mastery. If major mastery still wasn't T enough, then he would train it to perfection, with a fate in his possession. He had absolutely no need to worry about this so-called bone talent problem. Looking at the sky, gradually growing darker, the determination in Lin Tian's solemn eyes did not waver in the slightest, and the tightly drawn string in his heart, which had remained stretched ever since the troubles at home, relaxed a little. After all, things were no longer like before, when there had been no hope at all and only a dead end ahead. Move it. Don't let that brat get away. Block every road for me. An angry shout rang out at that moment. Immediately after, a figure ran past the road like mad, and close behind him were 5 or 6 shadowy figures. Every one of them was holding clubs or similar weapons in their hands. The moment Lin Tian saw this scene from the distance, he didn't say a word. Almost by instinct, he leaped into the reed thicket at the side and hid himself. Even though Lin Tian now had martial skill, he still had to remember his life motto. Don't stir up trouble on your own. Don't escalate trouble either. Stay cautious when something happens. Only then could he survive to the end. And evidently, those people had not noticed him either. So after they passed by, their voices gradually faded into the distance. Lin Tian stayed hidden in the reeds for quite a while before finally coming out. After that, he no longer delayed. Even though his body was weak right now, he still quickened his pace and headed back home. The rest of the journey passed without incident. He quickly returned to his family's black awning boat. When Lin Tian came back, Mother Lin, who had been inside the boat, immediately asked with some worry, shouting on, "What happened to you? Did something happen outside?" Hearing the concern in his mother's voice, Lin Tian did not hide anything and told her about what had happened earlier. After all, there was no point in concealing it. After hearing Lin Tian's explanation, Zhao Shi's heart also tightened a little. After all, when she had been outside today, she had already heard that things might not be peaceful lately. Now, this had further confirmed that rumor. She could not help but feel worried. "Mom, it's fine. Look, aren't I perfectly okay? If I run into this kind of thing, I'll avoid it. You don't need to worry." After hearing what Lin Tian said, Zhao Shi finally felt somewhat reassured. But soon after, Zhao Shi thought of something else. She spoke again. "Shao Dian, then, is the martial tuition enough?" There was obvious nervousness and worry in her tone. "It's enough. That silver is enough for me to practice martial arts for 3 months. Good, good. As long as it's enough." Hearing that, Zhao Shi also let out a sigh of relief. After that, she did not ask any more questions. The same went for his father and elder sister, such as asking how his martial training had gone today. Clearly, they were afraid those questions might be too sensitive for Lin Tian. After all, although poor families like theirs had never practiced martial arts themselves, they still knew how difficult martial training was. For example, back in their village, there had once been an older boy who had also gone out to practice martial arts. Although every day after returning home, he described martial training in vivid and colorful terms, acting as if he was just about to achieve something with it. At the time, the matter had spread through their little Jinga band. Whenever people saw him, they would praise him as a martial arts prodigy. Only after he was expelled 3 months later did everyone learn that in the martial academy, he had been utterly ordinary. What he said after returning home had only been for the sake of saving face and keeping his family from being disappointed, so he had chosen to exaggerate. In the end, not only had he failed to learn any real skill, his family's silver had been used up ahead of time as well. With that lesson in mind, no one in this little black awning boat mentioned martial training at all. On one hand, they did not want to put pressure on Lin Tian. On the other hand, they also understood deeply just how difficult it was for the poor to practice martial arts. One could even say it was utterly hopeless, especially for Father Lin, a man who had once gone to war. Naturally, what he had seen was far more than what others had seen. He knew very well that for poor people like them to try to rise through martial arts was no less difficult than a mortal ascending to heaven. And the reason he still let Lin Tian go practice martial arts was only so that in the future, Lin Tian would not end up feeling regret over it. Dinner ended quickly. Lin Tian's family had 2 black awning boats. So at night, Father Lin and Mother Lin would return to the other boat to sleep. Lin Tian and Lin Wan stayed on one boat together. Of course, as the 2 of them had grown older, there was a straw-woven curtain separating them when they slept. At night, the 2 of them went to sleep. After Lin Tian brought his Tongbi fist to minor accomplishment, his physical qualities improved. Today, he actually noticed something he had never been able to before. Was that his elder sister crying? At this moment, through the grass curtain in front of him, Lin Tian could see Lin Wan's slightly trembling shoulders. Under Lin Wan's deliberate restraint, the movement had become extremely slight. It could be said that if Lin Tian's physical qualities hadn't improved, he would never have noticed it at all. At this moment, Lin Tian's heart grew even heavier. He naturally knew that his sister had become like this because of the Shark Gang's marriage proposal. Before, he had only thought she had grown silent because of it, but he had never expected that it was simply because he hadn't noticed. Thinking about it, it made sense. His sister was only 16 years old now. After learning that the Shark Gang had come to propose marriage, she was probably already in despair. After all, of all the women taken away by the Shark Gang, not a single one ever came back, and all of them met miserable ends. Especially since it had also caused their family to suffer so much targeting. For her to still remain mentally clear at a time like this was probably already her limit. In the darkness of the night, Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly. The obsession in his eyes toward martial arts grew deeper and deeper. The next day, Lin Tian went to the martial academy early in the morning. The moment he thought of his sister, the fist art in his hands became heavier and faster. A destined path in martial fate must be achieved. Mountain shaking fist, major accomplishment, 22,500. As the fist art progress bar continued to rise, Lin Tian's grasp of the mountain shaking fist became more and more skillful. As time passed, the disciples in the martial academy gradually arrived in the courtyard. After entering the martial academy and seeing Lin Tian practicing his fist technique alone over there, they immediately started discussing him again. HM, what's his name again? All right, Lin Tian. Why is he still in this martial academy? Wasn't he already tested yesterday and found to have low-grade bones? He actually still clinging to this martial academy? Doesn't he know this is a complete waste of time? And judging by the clothes he's wearing, his family background, doesn't he seem like the kind that can casually throw money around, right? He's just forcing himself to hold on. Looks like he's still dreaming that so-called martial arts dream. With low-grade bones, he still fantasizes about turning his life around through martial arts? Ridiculous. Faced with all this discussion, Lin Tian still chose to ignore it. He remained completely immersed in his own world. And after seeing that Lin Tian had no intention of paying them any attention, the others also found it boring and threw themselves into their own martial training. Perhaps because they now knew that Lin Tian had low-grade bones, everyone strangely relaxed a little toward the martial practice they usually found dull. It was like being in an exam and already knowing for certain that someone was destined to come in last. For no reason at all, their hearts would loosen. Very soon, the inner court disciples also gradually arrived in the inner court. Perhaps because they had seen Lin Tian yesterday when they entered the courtyard. They would all inexplicably glance at him. Of course, they only gave him one extra look. After all, they knew very well that someone like Lin Tian simply did not live in the same world as them. The way he kept stubbornly training in martial arts only looked pitiful and laughable in their eyes. After all, anyone with eyes could tell that even now, Lin Tian was still dreaming of becoming successful through martial arts. Little did he know that the moment he was tested and found to have low-grade bones, his fate had already been set in stone. The shackles of mediocrity would lock him down forever, and he would never have a chance to rise again. When Zhouya looked toward Lin Tian, she even let out a faint snort that was hard to notice. Then she quickly headed into the inner court. And among all these people, only Zhang Ming gave Lin Tian a slight nod when he looked at him. Lin Tian naturally responded in kind. As time continued to pass, the experience on the martial fate in Lin Tian's mind also kept rising rapidly. And right at this moment, click, the gate of the martial academy was pushed open once more. A young woman and a teenage boy walked into the courtyard. For a moment, everyone looked toward the 2 of them. The clothes they were wearing were actually not much different from the ones on Lin Tian. They were also the kind that at a glance marked them as poor. The first time the 2 of them entered the outer court, they drew everyone's attention. But the young woman leading the way did not change her expression at all and walked straight into the inner court. The teenage boy following behind her appeared much more reserved. The 2 of them quickly entered the courtyard. Judging from how they looked, they were probably here to take a master. Sure enough, a short while later, Zhao Tsong led the young woman and the boy out from the outer court. The young woman quickly left. The boy, meanwhile, began practicing the mountain-shaking fist moves under Zhao Tsong's guidance. After the guidance ended and Zhao Tsong left, The green and inexperienced boy also started practicing his punches. And clearly, he too became the target of Chow Wei and the others' stares and observation. Chow Wei was the name of the one who had led the group that surrounded Lin Tian back then. That little clique had been formed by Chow Wei alone. From Lin Tian's observations, in this outer court, the small group Chow Wei had pulled together had already become a presence no one wanted to provoke. However, this was the martial academy, and Zhao Tsong was here. Chow Wei did not dare go too far. Everything he did stayed within the greatest limits allowed by the rules. For example, when he had seen Lin Tian earlier, his gaze had clearly been unfriendly, but he had only looked and had not actually made a move. Of course, Lin Tian naturally paid it no mind. It wasn't that he didn't care. It was that Lin Tian knew very clearly that he had to seize every moment he could to practice martial arts. Only by breaking through to Mingjin would he be able to guarantee his family's safety. And now, Chow Wei's target had shifted once more onto that newly arrived boy. Only, that boy's martial talent seemed pretty good. Even though Zhao Tsong had only given him a bit of casual guidance, his movements were already extremely standard. Slow though they were, not a single movement was wrong. After seeing this, Chow Wei immediately left and said nothing more. But at this moment, that boy had drawn Lin Tian's attention. That boy's aptitude should be very good. With his mountain-shaking fist already at minor accomplishment, Lin Tian could tell at a glance how much the boy was improving in his fist art, although the boy's punching speed had not changed. The breathing rhythm within it was becoming more and more skillful and well-matched. Lin Tian knew very clearly what that represented. After all, it was only after his own fist art reached minor accomplishment that he learned this. If one wanted to bring this fist art to minor accomplishment, then this breathing rhythm was the top priority. At the same time, it was also the hardest part. Yet the boy in front of him had mastered the hardest part first. That alone showed just how great his aptitude in martial arts was. A genius. Without a doubt, the boy in front of him was a genius in martial arts. However, Lin Tian's attention on that boy only lingered for a moment before returning to himself again. No matter how much of a genius the other party was, it probably had nothing to do with him. He only needed to take care of himself. A day passed quickly. Today, Lin Tian was still the last one to leave the martial academy. But this time, it was a bit earlier than before. After all, because of what had happened last time, he needed to be more careful. He had gone back a little earlier today, so he figured he probably wouldn't run into what happened yesterday again. But before that thought had even finished crossing his mind, a rough, furious shout had already come over. "Stop that kid. Don't let him get away." It was the exact same scene as yesterday. The same furious yelling. The same one person being chased by several people behind him with weapons in hand. And Lin Tian also leaped into the nearby reed thicket again. Only this time, when Lin Tian saw those people, a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Because the people responsible for the chase were actually holding sabers. And they were long sabers at that. Those were strictly controlled weapons. Yet these people actually had them. And Lin Tian also felt like he had seen the one being hunted somewhere before. That's right, that man was from the Shark Gang. Lin Tian's heart shook violently. One had to know, in Jinghe Bend, the Shark Gang was a local tyrant. And now, one of that local tyrant's people was being hunted down in broad daylight. Lin Tian immediately recalled what his mother, Zhao Shi, had told him last night about things being unsettled lately. Could it be that this so-called unrest was related to those gangs? After those people had gone far away, Lin Tian no longer hesitated and immediately hurried back home. At the same time, he made up his mind. Tomorrow, he absolutely had to take a different route home. When he got home today, it was still the same as yesterday. The entire house was filled with silence. It was even quieter than yesterday. The whole house gave off an indescribable feeling. Lin Tian knew very well why things had become like this. His family was afraid of affecting his training state and mood. So his parents and elder sister had all become cautious and careful. Of course, there was also no lack of worry in this. Although they did not have especially high hopes for Lin Tian's martial training, it was impossible to say they had no hope at all. But they didn't dare ask. After all, if a single question from them caused them to learn something ahead of time and become disappointed, then wouldn't that mean there was no hope left at all? So the family finished dinner under that silent atmosphere. Then they each went to rest. That evening, Lin Tian had already noticed something strange about his elder sister. It seemed that doing that kind of thing was no longer something she had only thought about for 1 or 2 days. At this moment, Lin Tian understood very clearly. All of this was motivation pushing him to train even harder. The next day, Lin Tian had already arrived at the martial academy first. The Han Mountain fist in his hands was also steadily progressing. At this rate, Lin Tian knew that if nothing unexpected happened, then after another 4 days, his Han Mountain fist would reach great mastery. At that time, he would be able to steadily break into Mingjin. Of course, this could actually happen even earlier, because as his Han Mountain fist experience continued increasing with the blessing of his fate, he could already feel fairly clearly about when he could begin breaking through. He did not necessarily have to reach the 6th resonance at great mastery before breaking through. Right now, He only needed to force his Han Mountain fist to the 5th resonance, and then he could attempt the breakthrough. It was just that Ming Jin was, after all, called a life and death pass, and there was only one chance to break through, so he did not want to take the risk. After all, the price of failure was too great. Of course, this could still change depending on the situation. For example, if the Shark Gang really came knocking, then for the sake of his family, it wasn't as if he didn't dare take that risk. Soon, 1 or 2 groups of outer court members poured into the academy. After coming into the martial academy, these people did not immediately start training like Lin Tian. Instead, they first gathered together to discuss some gossip and rumors. Hey, did you hear? I heard the Shark Gang has been fighting another gang recently. And the Shark Gang was actually the side that got crushed. What? The Shark Gang lost? Is that real? Don't they have 2 Ming Jin experts? They still lost even with that? Then what kind of background does the other gang have? Hey, how could that be fake? Haven T, you noticed that the Shark Gang hasn't come out to collect incense money these past few days? I heard the Shark Gang even lost 1 Ming Jin. Hiss. A Ming Jin died. As the discussion spread among the crowd, Lin Tian also listened in a little. A gang war? Lost 1 Ming Jin? Suddenly, Lin Tian once again thought of the 2 people he had seen being hunted over the past 2 nights. Looks like the rumor should be true. Naturally, Lin Tian would not pay attention to the Shark Gang's movements for their own sake. What he cared about was whether the Shark Gang really was, as that person had said, too occupied now to bother with commoners like them. This concerned whether he could train Ming Jin before those people came to his home. After all, he had not forgotten. His family still had the 3 Dragon King letters those people had given them. Calming himself down, Lin Tian shifted his attention back to himself again. Set after set of fist techniques were thrown out without pause. Very quickly, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, within the entire martial academy. As Xiao Tian arrived, everyone's topic of conversation gradually shifted away from Lin Tian's body. Xiao Tian was that martial arts genius who had come to seek a master together with his elder sister back then. The reason he drew attention was also very simple. In just these past few days, Zhao Tsang had come out from the inner court more than once to personally guide him. Naturally, this made all the outer court disciples extremely envious. One had to know that was guidance from Zhao Tsang, and extra guidance at that. This undoubtedly showed that he thought highly of Xiao Tian. And Lin Tian also knew that this was probably because Zhao Tsang had discovered that Xiao Tian had already grasped the breathing rhythm. A true martial arts talent could indeed be easily noticed by others, even if buried in a crowd. It really was just like the saying, gold will always shine. Of course, this had no effect on Lin Tian at all. He still immersed himself alone in his own world, silently practicing his fists. Fate, what is learned is bound to be mastered. Han Mountain Fist, Great Mastery, 315-500. 2 more days. In just 2 more days, he would be able to break through into Ming Jin. As the time for his breakthrough drew closer and closer, the unease in Lin Tian's heart grew heavier and heavier. But fortunately, the worst-case scenario still had not happened. Today, the Shark Gang had not come to his home to take away his elder sister either. Judging from this, they really were too busy to deal with them. After all, they were very clear that once the Dragon King letter was sent out, the other party would definitely come to the door within no more than 3 days. Very good. As long as he got through tomorrow, then he would have a chance to struggle for himself. Of course, if the other party still didn't come tomorrow. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. Then there would be no need for that person to come ever again. With unease in his heart, the 4th day began. Lin Tian arrived at the martial academy very early. And as Xiao Tian received Zhao Tsang's guidance more and more frequently, the discussions in the courtyard gradually shifted toward him. For Lin Tian, this was actually a welcome bit of peace. After all, although he didn't care about what those people said, being discussed by everyone all the time, and mostly in words of contempt, would still become irritating after hearing enough. Now, things were much better, and just after Lin Tian finished a round of Han Mountain Fist, a voice immediately came from the side. Lin Tian, today it's your turn to clean the stables. As he spoke, Chao Wei at once hurled a broom toward Lin Tian. With the support of Han Mountain Fist, which was already close to major mastery, Lin Tian easily caught the suddenly flying broom. He then frowned slightly. The broom just now had come at him with the end of the handle pointed straight at him. It was called a throw, but it was more like a jab, and the force behind it hadn't been small, either. If he hadn't managed to catch it just now, if it had struck a weak spot like the back of his head, even if it didn't draw blood, it definitely wouldn't have felt good. This person, Lin Tian, narrowed his eyes slightly. Ever since he had entered this martial academy, the other party had always been targeting him, and even now it was still the same. What exactly did he want to do? Seeing Lin Tian staring at him, Chao Wei showed no intention of avoiding his gaze in the slightest. After all, in his eyes, this Lin Tian had only entered the martial academy 4 or 5 days ago. With how weak and frail he looked, could he really do anything to him? And the reason he had acted like that just now was very simple. Naturally, it was to suppress and break Lin Tian's spirit, to take Lin Tian under him and turn him into a loyal dog. He had never once given up on that goal. Of course, that move just now had been done very carefully. Even if it had hit, It would T have brought him any trouble. It was just that what he hadn't T expected was. Lin Tian had actually avoided it. This mud-legged bumpkin had a bit of luck after all. Looking at Chao Wei, standing there with his arms crossed, Lin Tian immediately said, "Senior brother Chao, ISNT there's some mistake? Didn't I clean the stables just yesterday? Why is it still me today?" Any disciple in the courtyard, after entering the martial academy to train, had to help the master with chores. Things like washing clothes, cooking, and other miscellaneous work. Every disciple took turns doing them. Yesterday had already been his turn. So why was it still him today? And why was it even the hardest chore among them all? Cleaning the stables. As for this Chao Wei in front of him, because he had gathered a small clique in the outer courtyard, he held quite a bit of authority among the disciples. And no one dared oppose him. So Zhao Cong had given him a position in charge of assigning chores. And now, facing Lin Tian's question, Chao Wei showed no intention of answering at all. He only said coldly, "If I tell you to do it, then do it." Where did all this nonsense come from? After saying that, he clearly had no intention of answering any further. He turned and left directly. Watching his back, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened slightly. He understood people like Chao Wei. Although there had been some minor friction before, today was the first time the other party had targeted him this openly. Especially the arrogance in his eyes just now. After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian still turned and headed straight for the stables. Right now was his most crucial time. He didn't want to stir up more trouble. And besides, cleaning the stables wasn't anything difficult for Lin Tian. It also wouldn't take much time. After cleaning inside the stables for a short while, Lin Tian heard several disciples nearby talking. Hey, did you hear? That newcomer Xiao Tian. Word is that after arriving at the martial academy for only 3 days, he managed to produce the first shock of Han Mountain Fist. And now he has already been called by Master into the inner courtyard. What? That newcomer Xiao Tian is actually that kind of genius? He produced the first shock of Han Mountain Fist in 3 days? Sure, keep your voices down. What Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian? You should be calling him Senior Brother Xiao Tian now. I just heard Senior Brother Chao say this when Master tested Senior Brother Xiao Tian's bone structure. Guess what it turned out to be? Top-grade bone structure. What? The expressions of the others immediately changed, and they cried out in shock after hearing that disciple speak. At this point, Xiao Tian has already been exceptionally accepted by Master as an inner courtyard disciple. You have no idea how glorious it was. After hearing those people's words, Lin Tian immediately came to a conclusion in his heart. So that was how it was. No wonder Chao Wei had looked at him like that. In this martial academy, the arrangement of chores was mostly done according to order of entry. Yesterday had been him. So today should have been Xiao Tian. But the other party had already become an inner courtyard disciple. With a different status, he naturally no longer needed to do such things. And if he resisted over this matter, it would be far too easy for Chao Wei to pin a charge on him. And if he really caused trouble at a time like this, then in a serious case, he might even be directly expelled from the martial academy. Gao Wei, heh. At this moment, Lin Tian silently marked this person in his heart. Once he dealt with his elder sister's matter, he would settle accounts with him. After finishing the stable cleaning, Lin Tian returned once more to the outer courtyard. Then he began practicing his fist art. At this time, most of the disciples in the courtyard had gone to the inner courtyard to watch the ceremony of Xiao Tian entering it. By custom, entering the inner courtyard required formally acknowledging the master once again. Naturally, the process was not as simple as the verbal change at the beginning. It was said there were also steps like serving tea and so on. He didn't really understand it, but he did know that, in this world, the bond between master and disciple was even closer than the one with one's biological parents. And from what those disciples had said just now, the meaning behind Xiao Tian's apprenticeship this time was even more solemn. Closed-door disciple. That's right. He was the last disciple Zhao Cong would accept. Of course, this disciple was not like outer courtyard students such as them, but someone who would truly inherit the essence and legacy of Han Mountain Fist. And in the future, he would even be the one to care for his master in old age and see him off in death. The apprenticeship process ended very quickly. Afterward, the outer courtyard disciples all returned to the outer courtyard. After the group had gone through a bout of excitement, the first thing they saw upon returning was Lin Tian, still training bitterly in his fist art. At this moment, everyone couldn't help comparing the Lin Tian before them with Xiao Tian once again. Not to mention that both of their names had a Tian in them, just based on the fact that they had entered at around the same time. And both had been called into the inner courtyard by Zhao Cong. The outcomes the two of them faced were completely different. One had become a useless waste with low-grade bone structure and no future. The other had directly leapt through the Dragon Gate, becoming Master's final closed-door disciple. Hif. What a difference between clouds and mud. One in the heavens, one underground. Look at him. He is actually still over there practicing fist arts as if nothing happened. I bet he is already jealous to the extreme inside. Jealous? What is there to be jealous of? The gap in talent was destined to make them people from two different worlds. Senior brother Xiao Tian only used 3 days to bring out the first resounding blast of the Hantan Fist. Look at him. In the same amount of time, Have you ever seen him produce even a single blast? Maybe by the time senior brother, Xiao Tian, reaches minor success and starts impacting Ming Jin, he still won't even be able to bring out that first blast. Not far away, Lin Tian finished another round of Han Han Fist. In his mind, his fate frame shone with golden light. A master of learning is bound to succeed. Han Han Fist, major mastery, 417 out of 500. Almost at major mastery. Just one more day, and his Han Han Fist would reach major mastery. At that point, he would step into Ming Jin in a single stride. Lin Tian said silently in his heart. Evening. Lin Tian returned home once again. As his Han Han Fist had reached the 5th blast, Lin Tian finally had a bit of confidence in dealing with the threat of the shark gang. He couldn't say he was absolutely certain, but at the very least, he had about a 60% chance of entering Ming Jin. If the shark gang suddenly made a move, he wouldn't be left completely unable to fight back. Especially now that his Han Han Fist was already close to the realm of major mastery. In terms of technique alone, he even dared say he had already surpassed the level of an ordinary Ming Jin practitioner. Of course, that was only in terms of technique. His real combat strength was still lacking. After all, a Ming Jin practitioner could use far fiercer force. When that kind of force came crashing down, it was like being smashed by a heavy hammer. It was simply not something an ordinary person could withstand. And right now, he already had a 60% certainty. If he could accumulate one more day of progress tomorrow, then he would be able to step into Ming Jin with 100% certainty. Completely open the gates to his martial path. From then on, the martial path would truly be within reach. But unfortunately, things were not as beautiful as Lin Tian had imagined. Bang! Lin Tian's family was still eating dinner. A massive object slammed heavily against the black awning boat beneath their feet, producing a huge muffled boom. Everyone inside, get the hell out here. A voice filled with arrogance immediately came from outside into the boat. After hearing that voice, the expressions on the faces of the 4 people inside the boat all changed. His older sister Lin Wan instantly turned deathly pale, trembling as she hugged their mother, Madame Zhao. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Father Lin both showed grave expressions, because they knew exactly whose voice it was. Zhuang Chong, that minor shark gang boss who had come to propose to Lin Wan. Father Lin was the first to stand up and say, "You all stay inside. Don't go out. I'll go take a look." But at that moment, Lin Tian also stood up. "Father, I'm going too." "No, you're just a chi." Father Lin was just about to use the excuse he had prepared, when he immediately saw the determination and confidence in his son Lin Tian's eyes. That look actually made him freeze for a moment. Especially because, although there was seriousness in Lin Tian's eyes, there was even more confidence, and not the slightest trace of fear. Although Father Lin was surprised by the change in his son, as a father, he still subconsciously regarded Lin Tian as a child. In his heart, he even categorized Lin Tian's current change as this. After practicing martial arts for a while, or after seeing himself practice and feeling that his identity was no longer ordinary. This was the bold spirit of youth. But this was also the time when hot blood could most easily rush to the head and lead to impulsive actions. So there was no way he could let Lin Tian go out. Otherwise, once a conflict broke out, the consequences would be far beyond what they could bear. Seeing that his father was still hesitating, Lin Tian immediately spoke up. "Father, don't worry. I want to act impulsively when I go out. And I'm a disciple of the martial academy now. Even if they want to make a move, they'll probably restrain themselves a little for the academy's sake." Those words, along with the calmness in Lin Tian's eyes, shocked Father Lin once again. But at this moment, he also knew that Lin Tian's words made sense. His son's status as a martial academy disciple might really be useful. "Fine, but later, you must stand behind me. Don't speak carelessly." As he spoke, the two of them directly walked out of the black awning boat. The moment he looked up, Lin Tian saw Zhuang Chang's short, stunted figure and that face of extreme wretchedness. Especially the gloom in those triangular eyes made Lin Tian deeply uncomfortable. And Zhuang Chang had not come alone this time either. Behind him stood 5 young men of varying builds. Among them, 2 were the tallest. Their arms were thick and their cheekbones jutted out. Clearly, they were also martial practitioners. After seeing those 2, Lin Tian's heart sank slightly. It seemed the other side had really come prepared. Bang! Just after Father Lin and Lin Tian walked out of the black awning boat, Zhuang Chang, standing below, waved his large hand. 3 corpses, swollen from soaking in river water and giving off a thick fishy stench, were immediately dragged out by his men as he said, "Family Lin, looks like you've been living pretty comfortably these past few days, huh? 4 days ago, my Dragon King sent you the Dragon King letter. After getting the letter, don't tell me you didn't know the rules. I didn't come looking for you, so you didn't know to deliver the money to me yourselves? What? Are you looking down on my shark gang?" Zhuang Chang spoke with a face full of fury. His whole face was flushed red from anger. "This, Master Zhuang, you know our family is just a small household. I really don't have money. How about this? This Dragon King meat, I'll buy it. But can you let me pay in installments?" After hearing those words, Father Lin immediately began explaining. But the very next moment, bang, Zhuang Chang immediately hurled a rock hard onto the black awning boat, producing a violent, muffled boom. What do you take my shark gang for? This is a reward from the Dragon King. You're paying money to the Dragon King. Do you think this money is for my shark gang? And you still want installments? If the Dragon King gets angry when the time comes, can you bear the consequences? Hearing that furious roar, Father Lin's expression changed once again. And while he was speaking, bang, another lump of rotten flesh was thrown out by Zhuang Chang and his men. At this moment, there were 4 lumps of rotten flesh in total. And Master Zhuang, this is... Father Lin looked at him in disbelief, and panic appeared on his face at this moment. Haha, you delayed giving the Dragon King his money, angering him. This is your punishment. As he spoke, Zhuang Chang immediately tossed another grass ring onto the black awning boat. For grass rings, that meant their family had to pay 4 shares of reward money. By the usual rules, a single Dragon King letter alone required 5 taels of silver. Now, there were 4 Dragon King letters, for a total of 20 taels of silver. Seeing this, a trace of icy killing intent flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. He had only paid 3 to 4 taels of silver after 3 months of martial training. And now Zhuang Chang wanted his family to hand over 20 taels of silver in one go. This was obviously trying to drive his family into a dead end. This. Master Zhuang, I really can't come up with that much money. Father Lin spoke again, his voice weak and pale. Oh, no money? Haha. If you don't have money, that's simple. If you don't have money, you can use something else as collateral. As he spoke, Zhuang Chang's wretched triangular eyes looked toward the inside of the black awning boat. Hearing his words, both Father Lin and Lin Tian naturally knew what he was referring to. Father Lin immediately clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. But before Father Lin could continue speaking, Lin Tian stepped forward at once. There wasn't the slightest fear in his eyes right now, even though beside Zhuang Chang stood 2 martial artists, each half a head taller than him and a whole size broader. But after these past few days of martial training, he had enough confidence to face them. Against those 2, Lin Tian was confident he would not lose. But he also knew that openly clashing with the Shark Gang right now was not a wise move. If the other side sought revenge afterward, it would be impossible to guard against. And he was only 1 day away from reaching Mingjin. He could still afford to wait that little bit of time. Master Zhuang, please forgive us. We really can't come up with this money. This month, I just went out and entered the Zhao Martial Academy. But please rest assured, Master Zhuang, we won't deny the debt. We only ask that you give us 3 days. 3 days from now, we will definitely gather the money for Lord Dragon King. Do you think we can discuss it a little? At this moment, with just 3 sentences, Lin Tian directly made his identity as a Martial Academy disciple clear. And he also offered a reasonable solution. Surely, no matter how aggressive Zhuang Chang was, he would at least give him a day or 2 for Zhao Tsang's sake as a Huajin expert. As long as the other side gave him that time, by then, he would be able to solve everything. Oh, you want to learn martial arts? Zhuang Chang asked in a doubtful voice. Yes, Master Zhuang. I only started recently. Bang! Another stone slammed viciously into the black awning boat, producing a huge muffled thud. The next moment, Zhuang Chang's furious voice rang out again. You mudlegs have money to learn martial arts, but now you don't have money to pay the tribute? What? Do you think trash like you can resist my shark gang just because you learn martial arts? A piece of garbage like you dares to copy others and learn martial arts too? And you want me to give you 3 days? Let me tell you this today. Either hand over your slut of a sister today, or bring me those 20 taels of tribute money today. Otherwise, you'd better watch yourselves when you go out in the future. If some accident happens, mudlegs like you die, and that. No one will even collect your corpses. A threat. A completely undisguised threat. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. It was obvious that Zhuang Chang would not let this matter rest. If that was the case, but just as Lin Tian was about to make a move, one of the martial artists standing beside Zhuang Chang suddenly bent down and said something to him. Zhuang Chang's expression changed drastically on the spot. Then he looked toward a certain direction, but that place was already completely empty. Even so, Zhuang Chang's face still turned pale at this moment. However, that trace of pallor was immediately suppressed by him. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said, his tone noticeably eased up. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. 1 day. I'm only giving you 1 day. I'll come back again at this time tomorrow night. By then, I want to see those 20 taels of silver. If they're isntne. Seeing this, the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes instantly faded. He deliberately put on an expression of relief and joy as he said, Yes, Master Zhuang, rest assured. At that time, I'll definitely give Master Zhuang a satisfactory answer. Let us go. After Zhuang Chang finished speaking, he didn't pay any attention to what Lin Tian said. After all, in his eyes, Lin Tian was nothing more than a mudleg. Even if he had taken a master and learned martial arts, he was still just a mudleg dreaming of changing his fate through training. A person like that simply did not enter his eyes. The group quickly withdrew. It was obvious they seemed to be afraid of something. Lin Tian also quickly returned to the black awning boat. As soon as he entered, he saw his sister's face. already completely drained of color. Clearly, Linwan had heard the conversation from inside the boat just now as well. Dad, little brother, I. At this moment, Linwan's face was covered in tears from fear. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Dad, 1T, let those beasts take you away. Seeing his daughter's terrified expression, Father Lin immediately spoke to comfort her. But what can you do? Teach they read the shark gang. Linwan still spoke in a trembling voice. Father Lin let out a sigh, then said again at once, at worst, tomorrow we'll sail the boat away. Hearing Father Lin's words, everyone inside the black awning boat immediately understood what he meant. He wanted them to leave. This was not as simple as just going out to hide for a while. It meant leaving Jinghe Bend completely, leaving the place they depended on for their livelihood. This was not a decision that could be made lightly. After all, there were many problems that had to be considered. Just the simplest one alone, where would they go? The shark gang's sphere of control was extremely wide. It was not as if they could simply leave whenever they wanted. But clearly, in their eyes, this was already the only way. Of course, only in their eyes. This dinner was quickly finished in silence. After night fell, the family still went to sleep early. Father Lin had already made his plans. Tomorrow, Lin Tian still needed to go to the martial academy once. Of course, it was to let Lin Tian train martial arts. It was to see whether they could get the tuition refunded. Even a partial refund would do. After all, they were going on a long journey, and they needed to carry some money with them. Lin Tian naturally did not refuse. After all, this also happened to save him the trouble of explaining why his family should stay. On the black awning boat, Lin Wan's crying tonight seemed as if it could no longer be suppressed. Even before he had started practicing martial arts, he would have been able to notice the sound she made. But Lin Tian did not say much. After all, his current situation was difficult to explain to them. Even if he said it, they most likely would not believe him. The night quickly passed. Lin Tian set off for the martial academy once again. Since Lin Tian's hands-on fist was already on the verge of reaching the major mastery level, his fist technique was becoming more and more practiced and swift with every movement. In the blink of an eye, time came close to dusk. After Lin Tian finished performing the final round of hands-on fist, the fate in his mind shone once again. Fate, study, and success is certain. Hands-on fist perfected too. 2,000 buzz. That same feeling as before, when he had reached minor mastery, once again came from Lin Tian's body. Countless images and experiences continuously flooded into his mind. Hands-on fist had reached major mastery. At the same time, an incomparably full and vigorous sensation of qi and blood immediately surged through his body. And the moment he sensed that qi and blood, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He immediately stirred the aura within his body and made it churn. At this moment, inside his body, there was none of the so-called crashing waves or difficulty. There was only the natural ease of water flowing where the channel was already formed. Buzz. A force of Jin suddenly coursed through every inch of flesh in Lin Tian's body. 5 days of martial cultivation. Ming Jin achieved, feeling that force of Jin coming from within his body. Brilliant colors flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. No wonder only after reaching Ming Jin could one be called a martial artist, could one be said to have opened the gate to martial arts. Between an ordinary person and a Ming Jin martial artist, the difference was like heaven and earth. Inside the courtyard, after sensing how powerful this newly born force inside his body was, Lin Tian grew even more curious about it. But at this moment, he knew now was not the time to study such things. The next moment, Lin Tian entered the side courtyard of the inner court. This place was usually where his master entertained guests. The side courtyard was spacious and tidy. And at this moment, most of the disciples in the martial academy were gathered in this inner court. That was because a rather grand banquet was being prepared in this side courtyard. The reason for the banquet was naturally simple. It was naturally related to Zhao Cong accepting Xiao Tian as his final disciple yesterday. Zhao Cong felt that yesterday's disciple acceptance ceremony had been too rushed and not grand enough. So Zhao Cong had arranged an extra banquet for Xiao Tian. This showed just how highly Zhao Cong valued a genius like Xiao Tian. However, Lin Tian had spent the entire day practicing his fist techniques, so he had not paid much attention to it. At this moment, the disciples in the side courtyard were all busy, and Lin Tian's figure quickly arrived among them. But he was not here to help. This time, he had come to ask Zhao Cong for leave and wanted to leave early. In the martial academy, disciples like them had to practice fist techniques within the prescribed time. Every time they wanted to leave early, they had to inform Zhao Cong, their master. Lin Tian quickly came before Zhao Cong and said, "Disciple greets master." Seeing Lin Tian arrive, Zhao Cong was a little surprised and said, "Why have you come to see me?" Reporting to master, "This disciple wishes to ask for leave today and depart early." Oh, Zhao Cong looked at Lin Tian before him with some puzzlement. But then he thought of something. Perhaps this had to do with Xiao Tian. After all, the two had practically entered the school at the same time. But now, their fates were worlds apart. Now that the other party wanted to leave, it was most likely because of a young boy's temperament at work, afraid of being discussed by his fellow disciples. Besides, this kind of temperament really was At this moment, Zhao Tsong felt a trace of disappointment toward Lin Tian once again. After all, he had practiced martial arts for many years. He knew deeply that to become a strong expert, what limited a person was not only bone structure, talent, resources, and such. More importantly, one also needed an unyielding temperament, one that would not be disturbed by outside influences. But the Lin Tian before him was, I forget it. In the end, he was only someone with low-grade bones after all. Soon after, Zhao Tsong quickly agreed. Understood. Go ahead. After getting a response, Lin Tian quickly turned and left. Everyone watched as Lin Tian hurried in, then just as quickly hurried back out. Their eyes were full of confusion. What was he doing here? Why did he come and leave right away? I know. When he was talking to Master just now, I was standing to the side listening. Lin Tian came to ask for leave. He wants to leave early. What? Leave early? Hearing this, everyone was stunned on the spot. But soon, they more or less guessed the reason. After all, it was not hard to make the connection. Although Lin Tian's talent was poor, his diligence was something they could all see. For someone who came earliest every day and left the latest to now ask for leave and leave early, and on this particular day of all days, if there was nothing behind that, they would never believe it. He is probably too embarrassed to attend senior brother Xiao Tian's banquet. Then again, that makes sense. The two really aren't comparable. What do you mean not comparable? Does Lin Tian, really think he has someone important? You should take a look in the mirror. A person with low-grade bones actually dares to put himself side by side with a heaven's favored genius like senior brother Xiao Tian for comparison. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After leaving the martial academy, Lin Tian headed in a certain direction the whole way. As for what happened in the martial academy after he left, he did not care in the slightest. Very soon, Lin Tian arrived beside a small path and lay in wait. This small path was the route Zhuangchang and the others had taken when they left yesterday. And when they left, they had kept looking around everywhere. Before leaving, they had even covered this place up a little. Thinking about it, this should be their route of action. Night fell. The sky was dim. Under the light of the moon, the entire small path became somewhat cold and gloomy. On top of that, this place was remote. Altogether, it gave off a strange and eerie stillness. And at this moment, hidden in the grass, Lin Tian had concealed himself as well and quietly waited for those people to arrive. But as time passed, even Lin Tian himself started to feel uncertain. Could it be those people were not passing through this place? But right at that moment, the faint glow of 3 lanterns came from the distance. Lin Tian immediately saw Zhuangchang's short and stocky figure. They come. But it seemed the other side was not alone. Beside him were also the 2 tall martial artists from last night. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 people. This was somewhat troublesome. At this moment, if he wanted what he was doing to remain unknown to anyone, especially the Shark Gang, then he had to cut the weeds and dig out the roots. That meant he had to kill all 3 of them at once. The 3 people in the distance came closer directly. Hurry up. Don't let those bastards from the Black Axe Gang see us. Remember this, once we grab that little girl from the Lin family, we leave immediately. Just thinking about that little beauty-s figure is enough to make me burn up inside. These past few days, the Black Axe Gang has been pressuring us so hard I've been holding in. Tonight, I'm definitely going to vent properly. Once I'm done playing with her, I'll sell her straight to Tianxiang brothel. With her looks, she's worth at least 50 or 60 taels of silver. As the 3 approached, Zhuangchang's lewd face also appeared within Lin Tian's field of vision. Lin Tian's position in the grass at this moment was excellent, combined with the dim sky. Even though the 3 of them had already walked right in front of Lin Tian, none of them noticed him. And as the 2 entered Lin Tian's attack range, the power of Mingjin inside his body continuously gathered. The next moment, Lin Tian suddenly burst out. The great master-level, mountain-shaking fist smashed directly into the head of the martial artist closest to him. Bang! With one punch thrown, the sound of cracking bones rang out on the spot. A large amount of blood sprayed wildly from the temple. That burly man immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. This all happened too fast. Zhuangchang and the other martial artist had not even reacted to what had happened before that man had already fallen. But the moment Zhuangchang turned around, a heavy punch smashed directly into his throat. Bang! Zhuangchang instantly coughed up blood and was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground. Seeing this scene, the martial artist at the side finally reacted as well. But unfortunately, it was already too late. The great master-level mountain-shaking fist had already brought Lin Tian's control over power to an entirely new level. His boxing had already become incomparably smooth, flowing freely between release and withdrawal. After one punch sent Zhuangchang flying, another fist carrying the force of visible power had already smashed into that man's face. Bang! Under the powerful impact of visible power, a sound of bones shattering came from the man's face as well. His eyes instantly filled completely with blood, as if they were about to pop right out. The next moment, he dropped to the ground and lost all signs of life. After doing all this, Lin Tian didn't hesitate at all and ran again toward the direction Zhuang Chang had just been sent flying. He knew that in that strike, just now, he had been too rushed to circulate his force in time. Although that man was very likely dead, Zhuang Chang was very likely still alive. He had to finish him off, but after arriving at that spot, he realized he had overthought it. That punch just now had already broken Zhuang Chang's spine. The other party was dead beyond any chance of survival. But even so, Lin Tian still viciously stomped down on his chest, right where the heart should be. After thinking about it, he remembered hearing that some people's hearts might be on the right side. He then lifted his foot and stomped down hard again. Only after the chest had been completely crushed and caved in did he finally feel somewhat satisfied. He treated the other two martial artists the same way. Looking at the completely collapsed chests of all three men, Lin Tian immediately began looting the valuables on them. This time, Lin Tian searched out a full 30 taels or so of broken silver. Looking at the broken silver in his hand, Lin Tian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately slipped away from the place through the riverway. By the time Lin Tian returned home, the sky had already gone completely dark. But at this moment, the two black awning boats at his home still hadn't left. Father Lin and Mother Lin were both standing anxiously at the bow. After all, the agreed time had already passed long ago. Both of them were extremely anxious, and when Lin Tian appeared, the two hurriedly called him onto the boat. His mother, Madame Zhao, already had tears surging in her eyes. The moment she saw Lin Tian, she immediately began looking over every part of his body non-stop. She was afraid he might have even the slightest injury. But Father Lin's expression was different at this moment. That was because he saw Lin Tian's eyes. As someone who had once marched out with the army, he knew very clearly what that look meant. Killing. That was the look a person had only after getting human blood on his hands. His son had killed someone, but at this moment, Father Lin didn't have much time to think. He immediately untied the black awning boat at his feet and quietly rowed away from the shore. They only stopped after reaching a place fairly far from the riverbank. No one knows a son better than his father. Thinking of Lin Tian's changes during this period, and that look he had just seen in his son's eyes, Father Lin immediately had an absurd thought in his heart. So after they had entered an empty stretch with no one around, Father Lin immediately called Lin Tian out. The father and son stood outside the black awning boat. Father Lin looked at Lin Tian before him. Lin Tian looked at his father before him. Neither of them spoke. But Lin Tian knew very clearly why his father had called him out. After all, as a former soldier, after seeing that hint in his eyes, his father should be able to guess something. Xiao Tian, did you, them, Dad, lately the Shark Gang and another gang have been fighting each other. Remember how I told you before that when I came back at night, I saw Shark Gang members being hunted down? Right now, Shark Gang people are being chased everywhere. If Zhuang Chang still dared to come out at a time like this, then if something happened to him, that would count as perfectly normal. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Father Lin fell silent for a moment, then immediately understood what Lin Tian meant. But how had his son done it? Could it be that he had asked some senior brothers from the martial academy for help? But while Father Lin was still stunned, Lin Tian once again took out the 30 taels of silver he had gotten earlier. Dad, we don't need to leave anymore. And take this money and use it to improve our meals a bit. After all, I need to practice martial arts. As for Mom, you can explain it to her. After saying that, Lin Tian immediately put on a posture of not caring about anything and turned around to leave. Looking at the silver in his hand and Lin Tian's back, Father Lin still hadn't fully reacted. But afterward, he still forced himself to accept it somewhat. At the very least, he now knew that Zhuang Chang would never come knocking again. Their family soon returned to the original shore. As for Father Lin's explanation, it was roughly that he had used some old connections from his former time in the military. Of course, the whole process was explained very vaguely. After all, Father Lin was an honest man who wasn't good at lying. But precisely because of that, Mother Zhao and his elder sister Lin Wan both believed Father Lin's words, that Zhuang Chang would never come again. That night, Lin Tian and Lin Wan went to sleep once more. Just as Lin Tian was about to fall asleep, Lin Wan's voice drifted over. Little brother, was this matter you're doing? On the other side of the straw curtain, Lin Wan was waiting for Lin Tian's answer. But unfortunately, Lin Tian's voice never came. Lin Wan clenched both hands together. Lin Tian hadn't answered, but in Lin Wan's heart, she already had the answer. After all, the way their father had lied earlier was obvious at a glance. But the part about Zhuang Chang never coming again had to be true. Since childhood, Lin Wan had possessed a rather special ability. That was, she could clearly remember the smell of all kinds of things. This ability was useless, so she had never told anyone about it. And at this moment, she was most sensitive to one particular smell. That was from when, as a child, she had passed by the market and happened to encounter government officials carrying out a public beheading. Even though she had been very far from that spot at the time, she had remembered that smell to this day. It was blood, the smell of human blood. Because of this, even if someone only had a very small wound on their body, as long as they stood in front of her, she could detect it and even know which part it came from. But right now, that smell was on her little brother's feet, his hands, and many other places. And now that the smell of human blood had appeared on her little brother again, combined with what their father had said, that Zhuang Chang's matter had been resolved. Lin Wan had almost instantly guessed a certain possibility. But the next moment, even breathing came from the other side. The next day, Lin Tian got up once more and headed to the martial academy. He had already found a corner and set up his boxing stance. And as the disciples entered one after another behind him, for some reason, it seemed that ever since this newcomer Lin Tian, someone everyone saw as destined to stay at the bottom, had appeared when everyone arrived early at the martial academy. They no longer practiced if they came ahead of time. Instead, they directly started chatting about the latest gossip and rumors. Hey, have you heard? It said that Zhuang Chang from the Shark Gang was beaten to death. Even the guards following by his side got dragged into it too. I heard even his chest was smashed apart. The Shark Gang is still searching nonstop for the killer. I heard that Zhuang Chang was the Shark Gang leader's brother-in-law. The gang leader personally stepped in and even swore he'd de-hack the killer into pieces. Huh, still looking for the killer? The Shark Gang has been fighting the Black Axe Gang over territory lately. I heard they've already gone all out. They even had one vice leader beaten to death. Anyone with eyes can tell this was done by the Black Axe Gang. The gang leader showing up is just for the people under him to see. Hearing what those people were saying, Lin Tian nodded inwardly in satisfaction. It was almost exactly the same as what he had guessed. Right now, the Shark Gang was fighting with another gang. Something like this would only be judged as revenge killing. But even so, a trace of worry still flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. After all, there was still a risk of him being discovered. Looks like the Shark Gang was still a hidden danger in the end. However, it was said that the Shark Gang leader was already an expert who had broken through to Ming Jin many years ago. At his current level, Lin Tian probably still wasn't that man's match. Sure enough, he still had to raise his strength as quickly as possible. As he thought this, the speed of the fist technique in Lin Tian's hands grew even faster. But right at that moment, something else came from the side that caught his interest. Hey, do you know who it was that suddenly barged into senior brother Xiao Tian's banquet yesterday? The moment Lin Tian heard that, he was once again drawn in by the discussion behind him. Yesterday? Barged into the banquet? After he had left that banquet yesterday, something like that had actually happened? Lin Tian was startled. After all, the word those people had used was barged in. The meaning behind that word was anything but ordinary. One had to know that Zhao Tsang was a Huajin expert, a powerhouse of that level, in a place like theirs, was enough for one person to hold down an entire region, especially when it was during something as important as taking in a final disciple. And yet someone still dared to come and cause trouble? Oh, then you don't know, do you? The person who barged in yesterday had a huge background, especially the one leading them. I heard he is a master from another martial academy. Just like our master, he is also a Huajin. And as far as I know, that man had a grudge with our master back when they were young. That is why he barged in at a critical moment like master, taking in a final disciple. After hearing those words, Lin Tian more or less understood. That made sense. They were powerhouses of the same level, and they also had a grudge. Especially the matter of having grudge. Once there was a grievance between martial artists that couldn't be dissolved. It was the kind of thing that got remembered for a lifetime. After all, conflicts between martial artists usually came down to only one or two things. One was blood feud, and the other was a feud over opportunity. Now it seemed that Zhao Tsang and a man from yesterday should belong to the latter, because the former was the kind that ended only with one side dead. And from what these people were saying, that man yesterday had merely barged in and had not made a move. Still, none of that had anything to do with him, but it did remind him of something. Right now, he absolutely could not expose his cultivation. Leaving aside whether Zhao Tsang's grudge with another Huajin expert would extend to later generations of disciples and bring him endless trouble, just the fact alone that he was clearly known to have low-grade bone talent. It had reached Ming Jin at such a speed. Anyone with even a little discernment would find that strange. And when that time came, it might become even more dangerous. Better wait for now. Anyway, he had his fate, even if he didn't reveal his talent, and thus couldn't obtain Zhao Tsang's resource support. His improvement speed still wasn't slow. People's hearts were complicated. It was never wrong to keep a card hidden. With that, Lin Tian once more immersed himself in his own world. And very soon, the sound of inner court disciples arriving by carriage came from behind. That was right. Aside from the current Xiao Tian, every single person who became an inner court disciple was someone who had broken through to Ming Jin. And people like that either already had a wealthy family background or had become valued and cultivated by some shop or escort agency. For those who were valued and cultivated like this, not only did they receive pills and meat every month, they also received a generous amount of silver. It could be said that after reaching Ming Jin, one was basically no longer troubled by money. Although Lin Tian had gotten 30 taels of silver after killing Zhuang Chang and the other two, he was now at Ming Jin. If he wanted to continue improving quickly, nutritional supplements had to keep up. And for the food supplements needed by Ming Jin, at least 7 or 8 taels of silver were required every month. That money of his could support him for almost 3 or 4 months. And that was only food supplements. It didn't even include pills and other items used to assist cultivation. And 3 months later, he still had to pay tuition. Sure enough, The path of martial arts really was a money-burning pit. Better wait a little longer. Wait a bit more. When the time came that he could reveal his Ming gene cultivation, he might also be able to take a position under some force. Just as Lin Tian was thinking this, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Then all 7 inner court disciples entered together. It was just that at this moment. The other 6 seemed to be surrounding Xiao Tian as they came in. With their arrival, everyone present fell silent and said nothing. Even the sounds of their fist practice became much lighter. Only after the group had gone far away did voices filled with envy rise from around them. So that's the treatment of high-grade bone talent? Even the senior brothers and senior sisters who've broken through to Ming Jin are that polite and attentive. It's really enviable. Otherwise, why do you think Master directly accepted him as his final disciple? That as high-grade bone talent. His cultivation speed is something we can't even imagine. I heard that not long ago, under Master's guidance. Senior brother Xiao Tian had already touched the threshold of the second echo of the shaking mountain fist. I imagine it 1 TB long before he can strike the second echo. What? Senior brother Xiao Tian has only been in the martial academy for how long? And he has already touched the threshold of the second echo? I entered a month ago, and only now can I barely strike the first echo. Is this the world of geniuses? After these discussions, sounds of amazement and envy rose one after another from all around. As time passed, with the threat of Zhuangchang gone, Lin Tian also fell into the daily repetition of practicing his fist day after day. And in this martial academy, everyone had almost grown used to Lin Tian's existence. And as that familiarity settled in, the amount of discussion about him gradually decreased. But within this martial academy, Lin Tian gained a new nickname, Stubborn Mule. The kind of stubborn mule who knew something couldn't be done, yet still insisted on smashing headfirst into a southern wall. Of course, fewer discussions didn't mean his reputation had improved. It was just that everyone had reduced all those comments into one single sentence. Look, that stubborn mule is wasting time over there again. That was the sentence Lin Tian heard most often now. And it was also on this day that a sudden booming sound came from the inner court. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosive sounds unique to the shaking mountain fist. The fact that 3 blasts rang out together meant one thing. This was something only possible after achieving minor success in the fist art. And Lin Tian knew very clearly that the level of explosive sound just now was far more than simple tendons and bones resonating together. That was a sound only produced after stepping into Ming Jin. At this moment, there was probably only one person who could make such a sound. Congratulations, junior brother, on breaking through to Ming Jin, reaching it in 1 month. Your top-grade root bone truly is extraordinary. In the inner courtyard, Zhang Ming congratulated Xiao Tian. The several senior and junior brothers nearby also followed with their congratulations. Even Zhao Tsong, who had originally been lying on a chair, stood up in surprise and joy and came before Xiao Tian. Master, this disciple has not failed your expectations. Xiao Tian directly ignored everyone else's congratulations around him and immediately bowed to Zhao Tsong. Good. You truly did not disappoint your master. To reach minor success in the shaking mountain fist in just 1 month. This kind of talent is something I have only seen once in my life. At this moment, the news also spread through the outer courtyard. Instantly, the crowd erupted once more. What? Senior brother Xiao Tian broke through to Ming Jin. Isn't that way too fast? Breaking through to Ming Jin in just 1 month. From a distance, Lin Tian listened to those words. There was no surprise in his eyes. If breaking through in 1 month counted as top-grade root bone, then for someone like him with low-grade root bone, when would it be considered reasonable for him to break through? At this moment, he looked at the flickering fate in his mind. A born achiever in learning. Shaking mountain fist, perfection 589-2000. Looking at the shaking mountain fist experience in his mind, Lin Tian's thoughts stirred slightly. Now, his daily experience was still increasing steadily without pause. But as the technique approached completion, Lin Tian had begun to feel something. The more his experience increased, the heavier the fist art he threw seemed to become. Even the speed and number of punches he could throw were gradually slowing down and decreasing. It was not because he was not working hard. Rather, once a martial technique was trained to a profound level, it no longer demanded only comprehension. It also required sufficient physical strength from the body itself. After all, the very purpose of martial techniques was to temper the body. Feeling the weakness coming from his body, Lin Tian knew there were only 2 ways to solve his current situation. Medicinal pills as support and food supplementation. He had to make his body keep up with the pace of his martial technique. But both of those required a very real amount of silver. For now, it was still fine. After all, he had gotten 30 taels from Zhuangchang back then, but that money would run out sooner or later. It seemed that finding a job position to hang his name on had already become his most important task right now. As time continued to pass, more than 10 days went by in the blink of an eye. Recently, after getting those 30 taels from Zhuangchang, the food at Lin Tian's home had improved greatly. His body had also gradually become visibly more robust. But even so, his body still could not keep up with the speed of his martial technique anymore. So recently, the time Lin Tian left the martial academy had naturally become earlier as well. After all, his body had already reached its limit. Training martial arts past his limit would not increase his experience by even the slightest bit. Instead, it would only wear out his body ahead of time and affect the next day's training. Of course, this earlier was only in comparison to himself. To everyone else, Lin Tian was still the last one to leave the martial academy. He was only leaving a bit earlier than before, that was all. But in the eyes of the people at the martial academy, those actions painted a completely different picture. In an instant, his behavior once again stirred up waves of discussion. Today, Lin Tian had left even earlier. He had practically left together with the rest of the martial academy disciples. That was because today he had received an invitation from his childhood friend from Jinga Band. Someone had organized a gathering. Those few were all people who had grown up together with Lin Tian since childhood. It was just that as everyone grew older, their families had arranged for them to work in different places. After all, in times like these for children who grew up in the outer city like them, they had to have a way to earn a meal. Originally, Lin Tian had also been meant to go out and work. If Shuang Chong had not come to his home to propose marriage, or if he had not awakened his fate, then perhaps right now he should have been moving cargo at some dock somewhere. Shaking his head, Lin Tian stopped thinking about it. He went straight through the crowd and headed directly toward Jinga Bend. After the outer courtyard disciples behind him saw this scene, they almost instinctively began pointing at Lin Tian and making comments. I told you, how long could he possibly keep it up? In the end, he has still low-grade root bone. No matter how much perseverance he has, reality is still reality. Once he saw his progress was slow, didn't he just give up? I think Lin Tian must have been stimulated by senior brother Xiao Tian's breakthrough a few days ago and finally accepted reality. After all, the two of them only entered the martial academy one day apart. Yet in just 1 month the gap between them has become this huge. That massive difference in such a short time must have made him clearly see reality. Just look at that. This is what happens when someone overestimates himself. He actually dared compare himself to a heaven-defying genius like senior brother Xiao Tian. He really didn't know his own limits. Now he has finally tasted the consequences. In the distance, inside a carriage, Zhouya had originally been quietly admiring the scenery outside the window. But Lin Tian's suddenly quickening figure immediately drew her attention. This place was not far from that group of outer courtyard disciples. So she could also clearly see those people behind Lin Tian pointing at him, and from time to time revealing 1 or 2 disdainful sneers. One look was enough for her to understand what kind of situation this was. To be honest, she had never had any favorable impression of someone with poor aptitude like Lin Tian, because in her eyes, trash should honestly stay where it originally belonged. It should not make those meaningless struggles. Doing otherwise would only make others even more annoyed. And Lin Tian practicing his fist every day with such bitter effort in the courtyard looked exactly like that to her. A useless struggle. A faint cold sneer appeared on her face as she said, Junior brother Xiao Tian, look at who that is outside the window. As soon as Zhouya spoke those words, the young man inside the carriage also opened his eyes. That's right. This person was Xiao Tian. This trip was because Zhouya had invited him to go to the Lin family and accept the Lin family as support. After all, a genius like him naturally would not lack people trying to win him over. Xiao Tian also looked in the direction Zhouya pointed. Then he noticed Lin Tian's figure. But after only a moment, he closed his eyes again, clearly looking completely uninterested. He had also heard about Lin Tian. Not only had Lin Tian entered under a master only 1 day apart from him, he had even shared the same experience of being called into the inner courtyard early by their master for assessment. It was just that after the other party was tested and found to have low-grade root bone, he had been directly driven out of the inner courtyard. So in Xiao Tian's eyes, that person was nothing more than a piece of trash. He had even heard that Lin Tian seemed to be comparing himself to him. He truly had not the slightest bit of self-awareness. A piece of trash actually wants to compare himself to me? Is he worthy? Could it be that just because he entered the martial academy at almost the same time as me, he thinks he can be mentioned in the same breath as me? Of course, at first, there was a surge of anger in his heart. He had wanted to go out and use absolute strength to make that trash Lin Tian completely face reality. But after thinking it over, that would be far too beneath him. Why would he personally make a move against a mere piece of trash? With his talent, all he had to do was wait as time passed. Then the other party would naturally see the gap between them, a gap as vast as a heavenly chasm. That was the most direct and effective blow against this kind of trash. And now looking at it, his earlier breakthrough seemed to have already produced exactly that effect. After Zhouya saw that Xiao Tian did not pay much attention to Lin Tian, she more or less understood what he was thinking. So after merely letting out 2 cold laughs, she did not bring it up again. Lin Tian quickly returned to Jinga Bend. As soon as he got back, he saw a broad-built young man standing by the head of the bed in his home. Wang Qi. He was one of Lin Tian's childhood friends. It was said that he had gone to an inner-city carpenter's shop to learn the trade. Lin Tian immediately went up to greet him. The two had only not seen each other for half a year, so they quickly found the old warmth they had shared as children. Soon, the two began chatting. Xiao Tian, what have you been doing lately? Why do you look kind of different? Wang Qi looked at Lin Tian, who was somewhat sturdily built and full of spirit, and spoke in a rather strange tone. After all, for poor people like them, it was basically impossible to have such a good appearance and vitality. Of course, for Wang Qi, it was not as if he had never seen someone with Lin Tian's current level of spirit before. But anyone who could have this kind of complexion and bearing, without exception, they were all masters, or young ladies from the city. Hearing Wang Qi's words, Lin Tian understood what he meant. Ever since breaking through to Mingjin and after the food at home improved, he himself had also noticed that in every aspect, he had become somewhat different, especially after Mingjin was born inside his body. He only felt that his body was being cleansed every single day. That was why he now had this kind of complexion. But Lin Tian did not explain much. He only brushed it off with a few vague words before bringing the topic back to this gathering. After all, he clearly remembered that for the sake of this gathering, one of his childhood playmates had come to his home 3 times. And each time, there had been a trace of urgency in his tone, as if this were something that absolutely had to be accomplished. When this matter was brought up, Wang Qi immediately said in an odd tone, Zhao Cui really went to great lengths for this gathering. While I was in the inner city, he came looking for me 4 times. I had no choice but to agree to come. Cao Kui, a childhood playmate of Lin Tian's, and also the one previously mentioned, the person who had come to his house 3 times to ask him to gather. Hearing Wang Qi's words, Lin Tian, who originally had not been very interested in this gathering, immediately found it strange. So this gathering had not been casually organized by Zhao Cui, but done on purpose? But what reason could he possibly have for doing this? In his mind, Lin Tian kept imagining different possibilities, but he rejected them one by one. He could not figure out, because he truly did not understand. Could a gathering of childhood playmates really accomplish some kind of purpose? Even though he could not think of an answer, Lin Tian was not going to refuse. After all, for this kind of childhood gathering, Lin Tian knew that as everyone kept growing up, opportunities like this would only become fewer and fewer. Being able to meet now was not bad either. As they talked, the two quickly arrived at the place everyone had agreed to gather before. This was Zhao Cui's family courtyard. The courtyard was not large, but there was an old scholar tree, and beneath it was a stone table. That stone table could seat 7 or 8 people. They knocked on the courtyard gate. Very soon, Zhao Cui's voice came from inside the yard. Coming. There was actually a bit of excitement and joy in that voice. Hearing that, Lin Tian was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of voice was that? Why did it sound so awkward? Click. The courtyard gate was quickly opened. At this moment, Zhao Cui's face was filled with joy and excitement. But after seeing that the visitors were Lin Tian and Wang Qi, the expression on his face paused for a moment. Still, he quickly reacted. Then he invited the 2 of them inside. After entering the courtyard, Lin Tian immediately saw that there were already 3 people at the stone table. Naturally, they were all familiar faces. The one sitting on the far left was named Wang Hu. Although he was tall and strongly built, he was honest and simple by nature. And at the moment, he was sipping tea. The one in the middle was Lin Lang. He was a bit short and rather skinny, and they all called him by the nickname Lin Hosey. The last one was Lin Yo. Her looks were ordinary, but perhaps because she had entered the inner city, her every movement now carried a bit of proper refinement. After the 3 saw Lin Tian and Wang Qi, they all greeted them warmly. Lin Tian and Wang Qi also quickly sat down. Although the group had not seen each other for some time, they had grown up together after all. And with Lin Hosey constantly finding common topics to talk about, as well as sharing all sorts of gossip and street rumors, the atmosphere between everyone quickly turned lively. However, Lin Tian noticed at this moment that Zhao Cui, the one who had initiated this gathering, had still not come over. Clearly, the others also noticed this problem. Wang Qi was the first to speak. HM, where's Zhao Cui? We're all here, but the one who started this gathering still hasn't he come? At the side, Lin Yo immediately said, don't even mention him. I don't know what he is doing, even though he was the one who invited us. Ever since I got here, he has been staying behind the gate. It's like he is waiting for someone. Creak. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard door opening came again. Zhao Cui's excited and joyful voice was heard once more. Then came the sound of 2 sets of footsteps drawing closer and closer. Lin Tian and the others all curiously looked toward the direction the footsteps were coming from. After all, when they had entered this inner courtyard earlier, Zhao Cui had not personally escorted them in. And combined with what Lin Yo had just said, everyone became even more curious. The next moment, as Zhao Cui and another person walked in, everyone's eyes immediately filled with surprise. Because standing behind Zhao Cui at this moment was a young girl with fair skin, delicate features, and an overall air of exquisite refinement. Seeing her, everyone was stunned. Clearly, none of them recognized the person in front of them. When Zhao Cui saw the shocked looks on everyone's faces, a trace of pride immediately appeared on his face. Then, in a somewhat playful tone, he said, everyone, do you know who the person behind me is? Hearing this, the others stared blankly at Zhao Cui. Clearly, they had no idea what he was talking about. It was someone they had never even seen before, and he wanted them to guess? Linya. At this moment, Lin Tian, looking at the young girl, suddenly spoke. Are you Linya? Hearing those words, Zhao Chui froze on the spot. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Tian to guess her identity at this moment. And Linya, standing behind him, smiled softly at that moment, then stepped forward and said, Long time no see, everyone. As she walked up, she had already heard what Lin Tian said. Everyone immediately looked at the young girl in front of them in surprise. Then, the fragments in their memories gradually overlapped with the girl before their eyes. Hiss, you really are Linya? You've changed so much. I didn't recognize you at all just now. How did you? Linyo was the first to react and immediately cried out in surprise. At this moment, everyone was still trying to recall everything about Linya. Linya wasn't actually a local from Jinga Bay. They had only heard that her ancestral home was here. And back then, it was said that Linya's family had once been wealthy. It was just that something happened halfway through, so they came here to take refuge. The few of them had spent a few years together. But later, it seemed her father had entered the inner city and started doing well again. That was why they moved away once more, and after that, they never stayed in contact. Who would have thought they would meet again at this moment? While everyone was lost in memory, Linya was also looking over the people present. Among all of them, she actually barely recognized any of them anymore. But there was one exception, Lin Tian. Almost the instant she came in, she had recognized that boy, and he had also quickly identified her. Linya didn't say much. She immediately found a seat and sat down. Beside her, Zhao Chui also quickly sat down as well. He even eagerly poured Linya a cup of tea. Inside the Zhao family courtyard, everyone was already chatting more and more familiarly. The topics also kept changing under Lin Hozie's lead. It was as if everyone had returned once more to that carefree childhood. And at this moment, Lin Tian naturally enjoyed it too. Of course, he had also noticed that something was off. That was Zhao Chui and Linya. The way those two were acting was a little strange. Every now and then, Zhao Chui would show Linya some warmth and concern. Linya naturally accepted it politely. But why was she glancing toward him from time to time? Of course, that wasn't even the strangest part. Everyone was talking about funny things from childhood. It was understandable that Linya didn't join in, since she had moved away a few years earlier than them. But what was going on with Zhao Chui? Even just now, when everyone brought up amusing stories related to him, he only responded with an awkward laugh to brush them off. At this point, it was naturally not hard for Lin Tian to figure out what was going on. The doubt he had before coming to this gathering now had its answer. Zhao Chui inviting all of them over really seemed like the drunkard's interest wasn't tea in the wine, but in Linya. So the reason he set up this whole gathering was just to chase a girl? But whatever. After all, if not for him, they wouldn't have had this reunion. And at this moment, Zhao Chui had naturally noticed it too. Linya's gaze kept drifting back and forth toward Lin Tian. That was not what he wanted to see. Yes, Lin Tian's guess right now really wasn't wrong. The reason Zhao Chui had arranged today's gathering was naturally all because of Linya. In the end, he wanted to leave at least a bit of a good impression in Linya's heart today. Maybe even use this chance to bring the two of them closer. After all, Linya's beauty was only one side of it. The other side was the identity and status she represented. At present, Zhao Chui's family had pulled some strings for him and gotten him into the government office to do clerical work. Although he was only handling documents in the city and didn't even count as an official, once he went out and said he worked in the yamen, who would he call him officer? And once, while processing city records, he suddenly saw a name that felt familiar to him. That's right, it was Linya. And he saw that Linya's father was now already a member of a major family in the inner city. He was even the kind who had some real say in things. The moment Zhao Chui learned that, thoughts immediately arose in his mind. Because in Zhao Chui's eyes, wasn't this basically a ladder for him to climb higher? As long as he could marry Linya, then her father behind her would definitely be able to get him promoted in the yamen. And then, just as he was thinking that, he unexpectedly ran into Linya on the street. And when he boldly stepped forward to invite her, she actually agreed very quickly. Zhao Chui only felt that he truly was a man whose luck had turned around. But now, looking at it, why was this different from what he had imagined? Why was the person Linya was paying attention to now Lin Tian? Should he the person she was focused on be me? Clearly, Zhao Chui knew that he could no longer just sit around and wait. The next moment, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, we've all grown up and gone our separate ways. I was the first one to leave Jinga Bay and enter the inner city. Now I still don't know what all of you are doing these days. Hearing Zhao Chui's words, the people around him were briefly stunned. But soon, everyone started talking about what they were doing now. Wang Hu, relying on his strong build, was now carrying goods for merchants at the docks. Thanks to his hardworking nature, he had also earned the favor of one merchant. He had become a dedicated porter for them. The pay wasn't much, but fortunately the merchant's family treated him well. Lin Hozie was working as a server at an inn. With that silver tongue of his, he was doing fairly well for himself. Lin Yo was now dyeing cloth at a fabric shop. As for Wang Qi, there was no need to say more. He had already mentioned before that he was learning carpentry. After hearing all that, Zhao Chui nodded, but there was pride in his eyes, because he knew that if he brought up the fact that he worked in the yamen, he would definitely outshine everyone else. After all, Being able to enter the government office naturally carried extraordinary meaning in everyone's eyes. Of course, the reason he was asking all this now was to show off like a peacock spreading its tail, to display himself and highlight how outstanding he was. Still, he held back a little. He looked at Lin Tian. "Hey Tian, what about you? What are you doing now?" Hearing that, everyone looked toward Lin Tian. After all, everyone had already noticed the change in Lin Tian's complexion and bearing. Even Linya beside him cast him a curious glance. Lin Tian didn't hide it too much and directly answered, "I want to practice martial arts." What? Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone was instantly shocked. After all, that was martial arts practice. For poor people like them, it was the only real path to changing their fate and completely turning their lives around. But soon, everyone calmed down again, because they all knew that although martial arts could change one's fate, they also knew very well how difficult it was. It could be said that the chance was practically non-existent. It was a road to rise up, but also a dead end. Especially Linya. Having been in the inner city for many years, she was the quickest to react. In fact, when she heard that Lin Tian was practicing martial arts, she wasn't too surprised. She was worried. After all, the silver needed to practice martial arts was not something poor families in Jinghaban could afford. "Sai Xiaodian, you're confused." That martial arts training at that moment, Zhao Cui immediately seized the chance to show himself off. That martial arts training is simply not something poor families like ours can afford. If you go train, you'll only waste the family's money for nothing. You at this moment, Zhao Cui looked every bit like an elder offering kind comfort while trying to dissuade him. The people around them were naturally the same. Lin Tian listened without saying a word. He just listened like that. At this moment, Zhao Cui stiffened his neck and said, "How about this, Xiaodian? Come work with me. I'm doing work for the government now. If you come work with me, at least at LL be more practical than you going off to train martial arts and wasting silver." Hearing what he said, and seeing the somewhat nervous look on his face, Lin Tian waved his hand and refused. "No need. I've already started training martial arts, so I'll stick with it for now." When Zhao Cui saw Lin Tian refuse, he immediately let out a sigh of relief inside. After all, he had really been afraid Lin Tian might agree. When Lin Yo at the side heard Lin Tian's refusal, she immediately said regretfully, "Sai, you're just too stubborn. You know what kind of ending poor people like us usually have when we go practice martial arts? Let me tell you, I've seen plenty of people like that in the inner city. They're always thinking they can rise above others through martial arts. But how could martial arts be so easy to master? Those people with wild fantasies sit there dreaming and end up getting nothing. In the end, they even burn through all the silver their families have. Some of them even borrowed black loans, and when they couldn't pay them back, their families were ruined and people died. And even if it doesn't go that far, some people ruin their bodies while training martial arts, and can only go do those shady labor jobs. They'll do almost anything just for a bite to eat," as Lin Yo spoke. It seemed she realized she had said too much. She immediately stopped and did not continue. The sky gradually darkened. In the end, this gathering came to an end, and everyone left one after another. On the carriage, Lin Yo looked out the window. She was still thinking about the things Lin Yo had said to Lin Tian not long ago. Having lived in the inner city for more than 10 years by now, she understood very clearly, if nothing unexpected happened, then what Lin Yo had said was probably going to be the second half of Lin Tian's life. Forced to bow his head and beg just to survive. "Miss, you don't seem to be in a very good mood." The voice of the old man driving the carriage suddenly came from the front. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Yo paused slightly. Then she said, "Am I in a bad mood?" It sounded as if she was speaking to the old man, yet also questioning herself. At this moment, Lin Yo truly did not know how she felt. It was a state of confusion, perhaps ever since she had run into Zhao Cui back then, and for no clear reason at all, agreed to come to this gathering with him. She still did not know why she had come here. "Miss, is what is troubling you right now that young man from just now? For some reason, perhaps it was fate. When her carriage had just driven out of Jingha Bend, she had actually run into Lin Tian again. Only, there had been some distance between them, so Lin Tian had not noticed her. But she had looked at Lin Tian a few more times. Old Su, if that young man were to practice martial arts, what chance do you think he would have of achieving Mingjin?" Lin Yo did not know why she asked that question, but she very much wanted to know the answer. When Old Su, who was driving in front, heard this, he was immediately stunned. Then he said somewhat oddly, "Miss, why do you ask that? That young man is clearly already at the Mingjin stage. Why are you asking this?" "What? Yes, already Mingjin?" In the carriage. Lin Yo immediately cried out in shock. "Looking at your reaction, Miss, could it be that I saw wrong?" Old Su in front immediately said in puzzlement. Though he had only cultivated to the Anjin stage in his life, his eyes were extremely sharp, especially when it came to the difference between Mingjin and not yet Mingjin. That was something he could tell the rough outline of with just a single movement. That young man's steps were heavy, and his aura was fierce. One look, and it was obvious he had Mingjin strength. "Old Su, could you have seen it wrong?" While Lin Yo was shocked, there was also a trace of inexplicable joy in her voice. The distance was too far just now, and this old man is getting on in years, so I may not have seen accurately either. I can only say there's about a 60% chance it's true." Listening to Lin Yo's tone, The old man changed his words once again. After all, after so many years struggling through the martial world, he had long since mastered the art of speaking. In matters like this, he only needed to prove that he had some ability. But he also had to keep the right measure and avoid taking full responsibility for his own words. After all, it had nothing to do with him, did it? Oh, so that's how it is. Linya's emotions gradually settled down a little. Soon after, she quickly accepted what old Su had just said. That was true too. Lin Tian's family was so poor. How could he possibly have any hope of breaking through? It seemed old Su must have just seen wrong earlier. Jinga bent, following the sneaky-looking man in the distance ahead of him. Lin Tian arrived at a dilapidated house. Watching that man carefully slip into the old house, a strange emotion flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. He had seen that man before. It was when Zhuang Chong had delivered the Dragon King meat to his house. There had been 4 people following beside him then, and this man had been one of them. So he was one of the Shark Gang? Why would this man enter a place like this? Lin Tian was somewhat puzzled. But with the situation unclear, there was no way he would rashly go down and take the risk. After silently memorizing this concealed address, Lin Tian immediately turned and left. The next day, Lin Tian returned to the martial academy once again. He once again began training with the Han Mountain Fist. Before long, the other disciples also entered the martial academy one after another. Then the familiar discussions sounded again. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, Senior Brother Zhang tried to break through to Mingjin and failed. Last night, he said goodbye to Master overnight and left. Senior Brother Zhang? Which Senior Brother Zhang? You mean Senior Brother Zhang Ziyuan, the one from the same village as Senior Brother Xiao Tian? I remember when Senior Brother Xiao Tian first entered the martial academy. The guy used to look after him a lot. More than that, back then, the reason Master was able to notice Senior Brother Xiao Tian so quickly was because Senior Brother Zhang went and reminded Master in front of him. But last night, I saw Senior Brother Zhang leaving. At the gate, he ran into Senior Brother Xiao Tian. The two of them greeted each other. But Senior Brother Xiao Tian seemed to ignore him and walked right past. I heard that yesterday Senior Brother Xiao Tian even seriously injured a Senior Brother from the inner court with a single palm strike. As the discussion continued, everyone suddenly fell silent. Lin Tian listened to these words from his side. There was no change in his heart. And perhaps because Zhang Mingyuan had failed to break through to Mingjin that day, everyone seemed to wake up all at once. Because they seemed to realize a problem. That was, even if they knew Lin Tian was destined to become the very bottom among them, what did that have to do with them? Could it be that just because Lin Tian was there at the bottom, they would somehow be able to break through to Mingjin? This realization struck through their minds like a clap of thunder. In the remaining few days, he could see the people around him actually did start practicing martial arts seriously. The discussions about Lin Tian also kept decreasing. Of course, some people naturally couldn't keep it up for long before returning to how they originally were. For example, Chao Wei and the little clique around him. Lin Tian hadn't paid much attention to Chao Wei. As for the people in that small group, there was one he had noticed. That person seemed to be from a poor family like him. His personality was fairly honest and hardworking too, and Lin Tian often saw him while practicing fist techniques. It was fair to say he was diligent and painstaking. But for some reason, starting this month, that person had begun joining Chao Wei's little clique. He often hung around privately with Chao Wei and the others. His practice of fist techniques was also decreasing more and more. Lin Tian had even met that person's family before. It seemed that only his grandfather and grandmother were left at home. Both elders were rather old, with graying hair, around 60 or so. The money for this young man to practice martial arts was probably the last of the two elders' savings. Lin Tian knew very clearly what those two old people were doing. It was nothing more than wanting to do everything they could to help their grandson one last time before they passed away. But looking at it now, they were probably going to be disappointed. Still, none of that had anything to do with him anymore. He kept practicing his fists, and time flowed on. Very quickly, another dozen or so days flashed by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, inside the martial academy, hey, come quick. I heard that stubborn idiot is trying to break through to Mingjin. Hurry, let's go take a look. As that shout spread through the martial academy, all the disciples of the outer court looked toward one direction. After one disciple spread the news inside the academy that Lin Tian was about to break through to Mingjin, the outer court disciples all grew noisy again. They had already been feeling depressed and stifled from practicing fist techniques. Now that there was suddenly a chance to watch some excitement, there was no way they would let it pass. And since the place where he was right now was already inside the martial academy, everyone almost instantly gathered toward Lin Tian. At this time, it wasn't even just outer court disciples coming to watch. Even a few from the inner court had walked out from the inner court area. After all, when ordinary people broke through a realm, most of them would find a relatively quiet place. Very few people would choose to break through in full public view. If they were suddenly interrupted midway and failed, that would become a lifelong regret. But naturally, these people didn't care much about such things. After all, it was them breaking through right now. Even if he failed, what did it have to do with them? As Lin Tian sensed the crowd gradually closing in around him, he felt a little speechless. Because according to his original plan, He did intend to reveal his cultivation in front of everyone. After all, 2 months had already passed. For someone with low-grade bone talent like him, breaking through now was already within a reasonable range. But he had never imagined he would be breaking through in front of so many people. The next moment, Lin Tian's gaze turned toward Chao Wei nearby. That's right, just now. It was Chao Wei who had told someone in his little clique to spread the news that he was breaking through. Although he had already broken through by now and had no need to worry about these people's interference, that was only because he had already broken through. If he hadn't broken through yet and had been disturbed like this by the other side, that was practically the same as ruining someone's martial path. In this martial world, that was nearly a life and death grudge, picking trouble with him again and again. This person, a cold glint flashed through Lin Tian's eyes, but he quickly calmed his emotions again. Right now, the important thing was to reveal his cultivation first. After all, if he didn't reveal it soon, there might be some trouble later. At this moment, the fate status in his mind shone once more. Fate, study something and you will surely succeed. Shaking Mountain Fist, perfection, 1895 2000. That's right. He was almost ready to begin his second gate-breaking attempt to charge into Anjin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian immediately once again imitated the fluctuation of qi and blood from when he had broken through to Mingjin before. Then, he began performing Shaking Mountain Fist again. At this moment, the surrounding crowd naturally couldn't help starting to discuss it again. Hey, what do you think? Why would this stubborn idiot choose to break through at a time like this? With his kind of low-grade bone talent, shouldn't he wait until the final deadline before being expelled from the Martial Academy to break through? According to the Martial Academy's rules, anyone who entered the academy and failed to break through to Mingjin within 3 months would be automatically expelled from the Martial Academy. So many disciples would usually wait until the final deadline of those 3 months before trying to break through, because in their view, that was the safest way, especially for someone like Lin Tian with low-grade bone talent. That was even more the case. Hell, what else could it be? Of course he got stimulated. Think about it. What kind of aptitude does Lin Tian have? As the martial practice kept going, he must have felt for himself just how poor his bone talent is. And to think he really believed in something like hard work, making up for lack of talent? What a joke. If you ask me, this stubborn idiot is definitely going to fail his breakthrough, just like senior brother Zhang. I already said it long ago. Once you're tested and found to have low-grade bone talent, you should just go home early. Why waste time here? What do you know? Maybe after seeing that he entered the Martial Academy at almost the same time as senior brother Xiao Tian, yet ended up with such a huge gap between them, he feels unwilling to accept it. Wasn't he the way he worked so hard before just because he was comparing himself to senior brother Xiao Tian? Overestimating himself. Doesn't he know what kind of aptitude he has? He actually wants to compare himself with senior brother Xiao Tian. After one disciple began praising Xiao Tian by stepping on Lin Tian, it was as if everyone had been pulled into the same rhythm. They immediately started constantly belittling Lin Tian while praising and flattering Xiao Tian. Of course, the reason they dared to act like this was naturally because they had already decided in their hearts that Lin Tian couldn't break through. That was why they dared to behave this way. Nearby, Zhouya and Xiao Tian's group also walked out. When Lin Qian saw Lin Tian's fist-swinging movements, her eyes carried a sneer and smugness, and even a trace of relief, because she knew that starting today, someone would finally face reality. After that, he would get lost from his place and never show up here to be an eyesore again. After all, a person with low-grade bone talent still wanting to break through to Mingjin? That was practically no different from a fool's dream. Of course, there were naturally people whose expressions were different. For example, Zhang Ming. Although he hadn't had much interaction with Lin Tian in front of him, he truly did hope that the young man before him could break through that barrier. But he also knew it well. Hard. Too hard. This was practically an impossible thing. And now, as Lin Tian mobilized the qi and blood in his body, imitating the commotion from when he had broken through to Mingjin before, the voices of the crowd dropped a little, because they knew it was about to begin. At the center of the field, as Lin Tian continuously performed Shaking Mountain Fist, everyone could also feel that surging sensation after their qi and blood had been guided. The fist technique quickly reached the final move. And this was also the most crucial part. At this moment, the martial artist had to focus all attention and unleash the 3 echoes of Shaking Mountain Fist after reaching minor mastery. Using that, they would directly break open their own shackles and reach Mingjin. So this stage was incomparably critical and important. It could not tolerate the slightest disturbance. But as Lin Tian kept throwing out his punches, Zhang Ming beside him found his eyes growing brighter and brighter. That was because he could clearly tell at this moment that Lin Tian's qi and blood were astonishingly full and vigorous. If this continued, then maybe, just maybe, he really might break through into Mingjin. Of course, the outer court disciples around them naturally saw this as well. Even though they did not understand what full and vigorous qi and blood meant, they could clearly feel that aura. And so everyone immediately fell silent. After all, they were all thinking the same thing in their hearts. Could it be that this Lin Tian really could succeed? If he succeeded, then what about what they had done before? And at this moment, within the crowd, one figure's gaze turned incomparably dark and sinister. Gao Wei. If there was anyone here who least wanted to see this happen, it was without question him. After all, he had targeted Lin Tian like that before. If the other party broke through, then wouldn't he be? No. At this moment, perhaps out of panic, or perhaps because of jealousy and anger toward Lin Tian for having such vigorous chi and blood. After all, even he himself did not have such vigorous chi and blood. Lin Tian was just someone with inferior bone talent. So what right did he have? In an instant, a thought immediately appeared in his mind. And with this being the critical moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Tian. Almost by instinct, he began to act. Bang! The next moment, a stone smashed hard against the Martial Academy's main gate, followed by a crisp, loud sound. Not good. Zhang Ming, who had been staring at Lin Tian's movements with full concentration, immediately inwardly cursed. This was already Lin Tian's most crucial moment. That sound just now had definitely affected him. It was entirely possible that this one sound would directly cause Lin Tian to fail his breakthrough. But in the very next moment, bang, 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 3 consecutive explosive sounds rang out directly along with the punch Lin Tian threw. The moment they heard that sound, Zhang Ming and everyone around him were all stunned. Even those outer court disciples knew what that sound represented. A shock sound of this level was fundamentally different from shock sounds they could produce. If that sound meant this much to the outer court disciples, then there was no need to say anything about what it meant to the inner court disciples. Mingjin, he succeeded. What? That stubborn goo. Oh no, senior brother Lin Tian actually broke through to Mingjin. Zhang Ming also reacted very quickly. A completely sincere smile appeared on his face as he said, "Congratulations, junior brother Lin. After constant hard work, you have finally reached Mingjin." Hearing Zhang Ming's voice in front of him, Lin Tian immediately bowed and cupped his fists in return. "Thank you for your praise, senior brother." And in the next moment, the outer court disciples around them also quickly came back to their senses from their shock. Then, one after another, they somewhat hurriedly bowed and offered thanks to Lin Tian. Their tones were full of urgent praise, along with panic that had not yet faded. After all, they had not forgotten what they had done when Lin Tian had once practiced boxing alone. And they knew even more clearly just how huge the gap between them would become now that Lin Tian had broken through into Mingjin. That was Mingjin, the gateway to martial arts. Once one broke through, it truly meant stepping onto the path of martial arts. Even if Lin Tian were to walk out of the outer sect right now, he could still become a person of no small weight in certain factions. The treatment he would enjoy was simply beyond what people like them, who had not yet broken through to Mingjin, could imagine. For example, the local tyrant currently entrenched in their area, the Shark Gang. Their leader was only at the Mingjin level. It could be said that from the moment Lin Tian broke through to Mingjin, his status had already jumped to a completely different level. Calling it a complete turnaround would not be an exaggeration at all. Off to the side, when Zhouya saw this scene, her eyes immediately filled with disbelief. How was this possible? He was clearly just someone with inferior bone talent, yet he had actually broken through to Mingjin. He was nothing more than a mud-legged commoner who only knew how to train bitterly. At this moment, that trace of disbelief even appeared in Zhouya's eyes. It was as if what was happening before her right now was something absurd and laughable. Of course, as one of the possible future heirs of the Lin family, Zhouya was naturally able to adjust her emotions very quickly. After calming herself for a moment, she immediately looked at Lin Tian again. Although Lin Tian breaking through to Mingjin surprised her greatly, in her eyes, that was all it amounted to. After all, it had taken him 2 full months just to break through to Mingjin, that had almost certainly exhausted all of his martial talent. In the future, he would probably stop here. If he wanted to go any further, it would be harder than ascending to heaven. There was no need to have any expectations for him anymore. After all, he was only someone with inferior bone talent. And at this moment, after seeing that Lin Tian had broken through to Mingjin, Chao Wei's face instantly turned deathly pale. And Mingjin, he really broke through to Mingjin. At this moment, Chao Wei only felt as if a massive stone were pressing down on his chest. A suffocating sensation kept coursing through his body. More than half the strength in his entire body seemed to have been drained away on the spot. All the things he had once done to suppress Lin Tian replayed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Beside him, an outer court disciple standing nearby had both legs trembling nonstop. That's right, the one who just shouted and gathered everyone to come watch Lin Tian break through had been him. At this moment, his face had also turned just as deathly pale. He knew very clearly what his actions just now had meant. At best, it was interfering with someone else's breakthrough. At worst, it was destroying someone's martial path. That was a grudge that would not end until one side died. In other words, he had thoroughly offended a Mingjin martial artist. Although he had hesitated a little before doing that just now, once he thought that the other party only had inferior bone talent, and that breaking through to Mingjin was basically a foolish dream, he He had felt no pressure in his heart at the time, but now his pressure seemed a little too great. At this moment, he could even feel his heart gradually turning cold. When Lin Tian faced the thanks and bows of the many disciples, he mostly only responded with a nod. After all, he had already said before that he did not care about that so-called gossip. Of course, aside from nodding, he did not even show any other expression. After all, not caring did not mean he liked being treated that way. And after responding with a round of nods, Lin Tian immediately turned his gaze toward Qiao Wei, whose face had gone deathly pale. Almost reflexively, Qiao Wei's legs began to tremble as well. Lin's senior brother, I. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Tian had already charged out. He threw a punch at once, and it slammed fiercely into Qiao Wei's body. Bang! A powerful burst of visible force exploded out on the spot. But Lin Tian had held back. If Qiao Wei really died here, Lin Tian definitely wouldn't have an easy time either. At the very least, after taking this punch, Qiao Wei could forget about getting out of bed to practice martial arts for the next few months. A muffled thud rang out immediately. Qiao Wei was sent flying on the spot and crashed hard onto the ground. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, from the pain, he passed out. Looking at this scene, although most people were a little stunned, quite a few of them were already explaining what Qiao Wei had just done. Although everyone's attention had been focused on Lin Tian just now, so they hadn't seen what Qiao Wei did, that didn't mean no one saw it. For example, the few outer courtyard disciples closest to Qiao Wei, and with those few explaining things, the shock in everyone's eyes when they looked at Qiao Wei was immediately mixed with disgust. After all, that was interfering with someone else's breakthrough. No matter when such a thing happened, it was one of the most vile acts possible. It would also be rejected and severely punished by everyone. Because if Qiao Wei could interfere with someone else today, then tomorrow he might interfere with them. Seeing this, Zhang Ming at the side showed no emotion at all. After all, he had seen what Qiao Wei did just now as well. As for what Lin Tian had done at this moment, he would naturally explain it to his master. He believed that for something like this, his master naturally wouldn't punish Lin Tian because of it. Let us go, junior brother Lin. There is no need to care about this kind of person. According to the rules, anyone who reaches visible force can enter the inner courtyard to cultivate. I'll take you to see master right now. Lin Tian nodded at those words. The two of them quickly entered the inner courtyard. At this moment, Zhouya and Xiao Tian had already returned there as well. The moment Lin Tian entered, Zhouya saw him head on, but she showed not the slightest intention of paying attention to him. She immediately turned her head and went on with her own business. Because just like she had said before, for someone with low-grade bone talent like Lin Tian, being able to break through to visible force in this lifetime was already like smoke rising from his ancestral grave. But this was clearly already his limit. Wanting to go a step further was no different from a fool's dream. As for the few disciples in the inner courtyard, when they saw Lin Tian, although they didn't ignore him as directly as Zhouya did, most of them only gave him a cold nod after seeing him. None of them had any intention of going up to talk to him, even if they already knew that Lin Tian would also become one of the inner courtyard members from now on. So what? Who in the inner courtyard didn't have at least middle-grade bone talent? Someone like Lin Tian with low-grade bone talent simply wasn't on the same level as them. There was no real meaning in getting too close to him. At the side, Zhang Ming could only shake his head helplessly, because he knew very well that most people in the inner courtyard were full of youthful spirit. And with the pride that came from breaking through to visible force so early, someone like Lin Tian would be very hard for them to take seriously. Haha, junior brother Lin, you don't need to mind it. They may be, Zhang Ming had originally wanted to smooth over those people's behavior a little, but he realized he didn't seem to have any good words to use. Lin Tian naturally saw Zhang Ming's difficulty and immediately said, "Senior brother, there is no need to say more." I understand. Hearing that, Zhang Ming froze for a moment. But when he saw that Lin Tian truly didn't care, clarity rose in his heart. That was right. It wasn't like this was his first day knowing Lin Tian. If this was someone who could keep practicing martial arts in peace, even while staring at all the rumors and comments in the outer courtyard, then how could he possibly care about what those people had just done? Haha, I was the one who got nervous for a moment and overthought things. Good. With this kind of temperament, Master will definitely like you too. After saying that, Zhang Ming immediately led Lin Tian into the side courtyard. Ever since Zhao Cong had accepted Xiao Tian as his final disciple, this side courtyard had been turned by Zhao Cong into a special place dedicated solely to giving Xiao Tian personal instruction. As soon as the two entered, they saw Zhao Cong currently instructing Xiao Tian on certain movement essentials. As the two approached, Zhao Cong, who was sitting on a chair, immediately looked toward them. Master, junior brother Lin Tian broke through to visible force not long ago. I've brought him here now to enter the inner courtyard. The moment Zhao Cong turned his head, Zhang Ming was the first to speak. Visible force? After hearing this, Zhao Cong looked at Lin Tian with some doubt in his eyes. Seeing that look, Lin Tian immediately stepped forward. Then he mobilized the visible force within his body and clenched one hand. A wave of power unique to visible force immediately spread out. Not bad. It is indeed visible force. In that case, according to the rules of the martial academy, you will enter the inner courtyard to cultivate from now on. Zhao Cong's tone carried complete indifference. And as he spoke, he also tossed out a small J bottle. This is the blood chi pill every disciple receives upon entering the inner courtyard. It can help you stabilize your blood chi. You may leave. Hearing this, Zhang Ming was instantly stunned. Master, the inner courtyard disciple ceremony. According to the rules, every disciple entering the inner courtyard had to formally acknowledge their master once again. But now, why was master directly telling Lin Tian to leave? Hearing Zhang Ming's words behind him, Zhao Cong immediately turned his head and waved his hand. Forget those meaningless formalities. Leave. The moment he heard this, Zhang Ming froze again. Clearly, at this moment, Zhang Ming understood that this was a sign of contempt from his master. Because although this tea-serving ceremony for formally becoming a disciple was just a procedure, the meaning it represented was anything but ordinary. And now it was being directly skipped? Although Zhang Ming wanted to say something more, looking at his master's back, he ultimately said nothing and simply led Lin Tian out of the side courtyard. Along the way, Zhang Ming still explained to Lin Tian, "Junior brother Lin, don't think too much about it. Ever since Master accepted junior brother Xiao Tian as his final disciple, he has almost placed all his thoughts and hopes entirely on junior brother Xiao Tian. Even we other inner courtyard disciples Haven T received much guidance from Master for a long time now." After hearing this, Lin Tian only nodded simply and said nothing. He naturally knew that Zhao Cong looked down on him. He also naturally believed that Lin Tian's potential had already been exhausted, that there was no longer any possibility of further progress. That was why he didn't even want to go through the final procedure. But that suited Lin Tian just fine. He didn't want to be watched closely by Zhao Cong all the time. With him being on the verge of fully mastering Henin Fist now, Zhao Cong might actually notice something if he looked too carefully. "I understand, senior brother." Hearing Lin Tian's voice again and seeing the look in his eyes, Zhang Ming finally nodded. Right now, he really had been worried that Lin Tian might act out and do something excessive out of anger. One day quickly passed. Lin Tiandang didn't stay any longer today and immediately returned home. Inside the black awning boat, the family sat gathered together. The atmosphere was still just as silent as ever. Even though Zhuang Chong's threat was now gone, that silence still hadn't faded in the slightest. Seeing this, Lin Tiandang didn't hide anything and said directly, "Dad. Mom. Sis, I've broken through to Mingjin." Clatter. The sound of 3 pairs of chopsticks falling to the ground rang out at once. What? Xiaotian. What did you just say?" Father Lin was the first to react, his voice trembling with excitement as he spoke. Lin Tiandang didn't explain with words. Instead, just like when he had shown Zhao Cong before, he displayed his Mingjin in front of the 3 of them. Bang! A small burst of Mingjin vibration instantly spread out. The moment they saw this, Father Lin and the others' eyes lit up. Especially Father Lin. Back when he had gone off to war, he had seen Mingjin before. "Mingjin. It really is Mingjin. Ha, it worked. You actually trained it successfully. Good, good." Mother Lin didn't understand what Mingjin was. But from that display, just now, and from her husband's excitement, she instantly knew that what her son had said was all true. At once, Mother Lin's eyes turned red. At this moment, it was as if the pressure that had been buried in her heart this whole time had finally been completely released. All the caution and unease of the past 2 months vanished on the spot. Good, good. As expected of my son. Mom knew you could do it. Zhao Shi wiped the tears from her eyes and spoke with excitement. After Lin Tian revealed the news that he had broken through to Mingjin, the originally stifling mood inside the not-too-big black awning boat was instantly shattered. Because at this moment, this news wasn't just about Lin Tian breaking through to Mingjin. It was also hope for their family. After a long while, Mother Zhao Shi suddenly asked Lin Tian again, "Xiao Tian, then does that mean you can participate in a martial examination now?" When she said this, Zhao Shi sounded extremely excited. After all, when Lin Tian had first started training in martial arts, besides helping the family solve its difficulties, another reason had been this martial examination. And for poor commoners like them, this was the biggest matter of all. Hearing Zhao Shi's words, before Lin Tian could answer, Father Lin spoke first. "What's the rush? Mingjin is only the threshold of cultivation. The martial examination is so difficult that even if someone with Mingjin goes, he'd only be broadening his horizons. It's still too early." Hearing this, Zhao Shi nodded as if she understood. As time passed, everyone gradually calmed down a little. While clearing the bowls and chopsticks, Mother Zhao Shi seemed to think of something. Then she said to Lin Tian, "Right, Xiao Tian, your second aunt seemed to have someone come looking for you today. She said she wanted you to go to your grandpa's house. Seems like there's something she wants to talk to you about." Hearing this, a strange look appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. "John Kui, looking for him?" At this moment, all kinds of odd thoughts flashed through Lin Tian's mind. After all, ever since the family split up back then, Zhang Shui had probably been afraid that his father might want to go back and fight for the family property or something. So that side of the family had directly cut off contact with him. And now that they had even forcibly taken away his martial training quota, there was even less reason for them to contact his family. But now they wanted to see him and wanted him to go to the Lin family's old residence. And from the way his mother phrased it, they wanted him to go alone. Second aunt? I saw her that day too. But when I saw the look on her face, I stayed out of her way. His older sister, Lin Wan, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. But hearing those words, a strange premonition instantly flashed through Lin Tian's heart. For some reason, he now felt a bit resistant to going to that place. After all, with Zhang Chui's personality, nothing good would come from him going there. But at this moment, he thought of his youngest aunt, Lin Ci. If she hadn't lent him money for martial training, then his family's situation right now might have been completely different. Better go take a look. And while he was at it, he could also see little aunt. The next day, Lin Tian had already agreed the night before to make a trip back to the old master's house. Of course, he would still go to the martial academy first in the morning to train. That matter could wait until later. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Lin Tian looked in disbelief at the few outer court disciples currently practicing martial arts in front of him. If it had been before at this time, the outer court would have been completely empty. He hadn't expected that today people would already be practicing their fists at this hour. Greetings, senior brother Lin Tian. Greetings, senior brother Lin Tian. As Lin Tian entered, the disciples practicing fist techniques saw him and immediately bowed in greeting. Lin Tian only gave a slight nod in response before heading into the inner court to cultivate. As Lin Tian finished the final round of Hanshin Fist, golden light flashed again from the fate frame in his mind. Seeing this, Lin Tian knew that he was about to break through to the perfected realm of Hanshin Fist. And this also meant that his cultivation was about to enter the level of Anjin. That would also give him a slim chance of earning distinction in the martial examination. But at this moment, he seemed to think of something. He realized that because of the limitations of his natural talent, every time he broke through, he needed to raise his martial art to one higher realm than others. Normally, to break through to Anjin, one only needed Hanshin Fist at major accomplishment. But perfected Hanshin Fist corresponded to the even higher level of Huajin. So if he used perfected Hanshin Fist to break through to Anjin, then how was he supposed to break through to Huajin later? After all, the highest known level of martial arts was perfection. Could it be that Hanshin Fist simply couldn't let him break through to Huajin? As this confusion surfaced in his mind, the golden light in his mind also stopped flashing at that moment. This time, the golden light seemed to have lasted a bit longer. Innate fate. What is learned will be mastered. Hanshin Fist, limit break, 0/5000. Looking at this newly appeared Hanshin Fist level on the fate frame, Lin Tian was instantly stunned. Limit break? This. Could this be a realm above Hanshin Fist? There was actually another realm above perfection. Limit break? The name did sound pretty intimidating. Could it be that this limit break level Hanshin Fist would produce some kind of qualitative change in him? That was what Lin Tian was thinking at this moment. Still, he was only somewhat shocked. He hadn't yet developed any fear toward this progress bar. After all, even though the progress bar looked large, it wasn't like he had no way to speed it up. That's right. While the experience he gained each time he trained was fixed, that was only under the condition that he had no assistance from anything else. If he had outside help, such as chi blood pills or chi blood powder, then the progress he accumulated would also change. He had bought a packet of chi blood powder before to test as an aid. And after that, he could clearly feel that the amount of experience he gained after each training session had noticeably changed. It was just that its effect didn't last long, and the price had been far too expensive for the Lin Tian of that time. So he had only used it once and never used it again after that. But now it was different. He had already broken through to Mingjin. Presumably, he should be able to take up a position under some force and receive a monthly stipend. And according to rumor, he might even be taken in and nurtured by certain families. They could provide him with a fixed amount of chi blood pills every month. If he calculated it like that, then the progress needed to break past his limits probably wouldn't take him that long after all. Of course, all of this was only under the best case scenario Lin Tian had imagined. After all, he also knew that his low-grade aptitude was indeed an absolute shortcoming. If no one took a liking to him and was willing to sponsor him when the time came, then he would probably have to go through quite a bit of trouble. So in Lin Tian's view, if he failed to receive sponsorship, then he might have to reveal his dark force cultivation after all. Of course, the degree of that would naturally have to be handled carefully. At dusk, Lin Tian once again told Zhao Tsang that he would be leaving early. Zhao Tsang naturally had no objections and agreed right away. He didn't even spare Lin Tian a glance. His gaze was entirely fixed on Zhao Tian, who was practicing martial arts. Lin Tian understood clearly that Zhao Tsang wanted his talented disciple to reach dark force before the martial examination began. Then he would participate in the martial examination and fight for fame and status. If Zhao Tian could win recognition in the martial examination, then both the martial academy and Zhao Tsang himself would gain enormous benefits from it. Coagulated blood pills. This was the kind of pill needed for the cultivation of martial artists at Huajin and above. especially for Huajin martial artists. Nearly every single pill brought tremendous improvement. But this kind of pill was controlled by the imperial court. If one wanted to obtain it, one had to go through the government. And this martial examination was one of those paths. If a disciple of a martial academy could achieve a ranking in the martial examination, then the martial academy he belonged to would be directly rewarded with coagulated blood pills by the government. And it wasn't a one-time reward. It would be distributed continuously for a whole year. That's right, as long as someone from the martial academy could win fame and status in the martial examination, then the academy behind him would receive pill rewards every month. What this represented was far more than just an increase in strength. One had to know that in the outer city, there wasn't only this one Zhao family martial academy. As far as Lin Tian knew, there were no fewer than 3 martial academies in the outer city. Naturally, these martial academies were all in competition with one another, especially with the Wang family martial academy. Things had even reached the point of being like fire and water. Wang family martial academy. Back then, it had been people from that martial academy who had barged into Xiao Tian's banquet. It was said that when Zhao Tsong was young, he had formed a grudge with a Huajin expert from that martial academy. For all these years, they had been targeting each other. It was said that this year, that martial academy had produced a genius seed who was highly likely to win fame and status in the martial examination. This was definitely not good news for Zhao Tsong. After all, the strength of the 2 martial academies was nearly the same. If the Wang family martial academy could achieve a ranking in a martial examination, then for the following year, their hall would receive a supply of pills from the imperial court. And if Zhao Tsong did not receive that pill supply, then as one side rose and the other fell, Zhao Tsong would definitely be placed at a disadvantage. And on the martial path, one step ahead meant every step ahead. Not to mention that it was a whole year's difference. Once such a gap appeared, it would be extremely difficult to make up. Therefore, Zhao Tsong had now placed all his chips on Xiao Tian. After leaving the martial academy, Lin Tian headed straight toward the old Lin family residence. Fortunately, the martial academy wasn't too far from the old residence, so Lin Tian quickly arrived at the gate of the old house. At this moment, Lin Tian walked up and knocked on the door empty-handed. Of course, before he had left, his mother, Madame Zhao, had still reminded him to buy some things on the way before coming over. Lin Tian had naturally heard her words, but whether he would actually do it was another matter. After all, he had not forgotten what had happened back then. These people had used up the quota his father had exchanged with his life. And back then, they had directly driven his entire family out with nothing on them. These things were like brands burned into his heart, deeply engraved there. So the fact that he could come to their door again, now, was already the result of his broad-mindedness. Of course, more of the reason was still because of his little aunt. Knock, knock, knock. After a round of knocking, coming, as a voice came from inside, the gate in front of them was opened. When she saw that the visitor was Lin Tian, Zhang Chui's face immediately darkened. And there also seemed to be venom and anger on her face, especially when she saw that Lin Tian had come empty-handed. The disgust in her eyes grew even deeper. Oh, so you still knew to come? I thought after doing something with a guilty conscience, you'd hidden yourself away and wouldn't dare come anymore. Zhang Chui looked at Lin Tian in front of her and immediately said in a mocking, sneering tone. Listening to her tone and seeing her expression, although Lin Tian didn't understand why, before coming today he had already known that Zhang Chui calling him over definitely wouldn't mean anything good. So he wasn't too surprised. Besides, he had come here today more for his little aunt, not for the things she was talking about. The next moment, he directly pushed open the gate in front of him. Then he walked right past her toward the inner hall without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Lin Tian leave right in front of her while completely ignoring her, the anger in Zhang Chui's heart only grew stronger. She even made up her mind right then that she would definitely get this face back later. After closing the door, Zhang Chui immediately followed after him. Lin Tian quickly arrived at the inner hall. At this moment, in the inner hall, the old master of the Lin family was already seated in the center. Also in the hall were his second uncle, his little aunt, and Lin Tiansheng. And if Zhang Chui, who was following behind with a face full of resentment, was added in, then nearly the whole family in the old residence was gathered. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian immediately felt something strange in his heart. Such a lineup? What were they trying to do? And when his little aunt, Lin Ci, saw that Lin Tian had arrived, a trace of panic immediately flashed through her eyes. Clearly, she also hadn't expected Lin Tian to really come, and even come alone. At this moment, she wanted to go up and warn Lin Tian. But with just one look from the old master of the Lin family beside her, she was forced back down. The old master looked at Lin Tian before him, and a trace of dissatisfaction also flashed through his eyes, especially when he saw that Lin Tian had nothing in his hands. The dissatisfaction in his heart was practically overflowing. Before long, Zhang Chui also arrived at the inner hall, then sat down as well. Everyone in the hall turned their eyes toward Lin Tian. A feeling like he was being tried like a criminal rose in Lin Tian's heart. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was already starting to regret coming here. He should have just secretly come to see his little aunt once, and that would have been enough. Lin Tian, I heard you want to learn martial arts? The old master stared at Lin Tian in front of him, and even his tone carried a trace of dissatisfaction. It was obvious that Lin Tian had discussed this with him before doing it and had made the decision on his own. This was simply outrageous. In his eyes, this was even a silent protest from Lin Tian's family against what he had done back then. What was this supposed to mean? Was this dissatisfaction with his arrangement? Absolutely absurd. Yes. Lin Tian answered the question simply, without the slightest hesitation. Then let me ask you, where did the money for your martial training come from? With how poor your family is, there's no way you could be afforded to practice martial arts. Zhang Dukui, who had already been furious inside, immediately got straight to the point the moment she heard Lin Tian's answer, without any hesitation at all. Hearing her words, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He more or less understood now why they had called him over today. So it was because of this. Second aunt, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm a bit slow, so it'd be better if you were more direct. For some reason, hearing Lin Tian's calm and neither servile nor overbearing voice only made Zhang Shui even angrier. Because in her eyes, Lin Tian should have been panicking right now. Only then would she be able to make even more demands later. But Lin Tian's current composure had directly thrown her plan into disarray. Still, the very next moment, Zhang Shui tossed a sheet of paper at Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally caught it with a casual hand. Looking at the words on the paper, a strange look immediately flashed through his eyes. It was a contract demanding that he repay money. At the same time, it was basically a vicious usury agreement. If things were really handled according to what was written on it, then the moment he failed to repay on time, the principal and interest would keep piling up endlessly. In the end, it would become an amount that Lin Tian's entire family would never be able to repay in their lifetime. So rather than a usury contract, this was more like a deed of servitude. Second aunt, what exactly is the meaning of this? Lin Tian spoke again. Still pretending to be stupid. Of course I'm making you pay back the money. You took money from our family to practice martial arts. Do you really think you don't have to repay it? Where in this world is there such a good deal? The moment she heard that, Lin Ci, who had been sitting to the side, could no longer hold back and stood up directly. Enough, second sister-in-law. I lent that money to Atian, and it was my money. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Ci's little face had already turned red from the earlier words. There was even a suppressed anger in her voice. After all, from the very beginning, she had been dragged here against her will. This so-called repayment was nothing more than Zhang Shui's own decision. It had nothing to do with her at all, and in her original thoughts, Lin Tian was not supposed to come. But unexpectedly, bang, the next moment, Zhang Shui slammed a large hand directly onto the table, producing a heavy sound. What do you mean your money? What? This family has raised you for so long. Your food, your clothes, your daily living. Which part of it didn't cost money? Do you think all of that was free? It's only because you haven't married yet that I never bothered settling accounts with you. And you actually think that money is really yours. Below, Lin Tian's gaze changed again when he heard that. Because from Zhang Shui's words just now, putting everything else aside, she had clearly already set her sights on little Aunt Lin Ci's marriage. And those things she had just said, what did she mean by this family raised you for so long? Wasn't he the one supporting this family, the old master? What did it have to do with Zhang Shui? If anyone was going to say that, it should have been the old master. Since when was it Zhang Shui's turn to say it? Could it be that Zhang Shui had already started treating the old master's money as her own? But Lin Tian knew that little aunt was stuck in the middle right now. So he didn't want to argue with Zhang Shui over this. Thus, Lin Tian spoke again. I borrowed that money from little aunt, so I will repay it. But I'll only repay it to little aunt. After that, Lin Tian said again to Zhang Shui, as for anything else, you can stop thinking about it. As he spoke, Lin Tian directly tossed that thing that looked like a deed of servitude aside. Seeing that scene, Zhang Shui felt as if the fire inside her was about to explode. An intensely stifled sense of grievance surged through her heart at once. The next moment, as if she had thought of something, she said to Lin Tian again, fine. Repay the money. If you want to give it to me, then repay Lin Ci right now. At this moment, Zhang Shui knew she couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. But she was not going to give up just like that. Since she couldn't do anything to Lin Tian, could she not do anything to Lin Ci? As long as Lin Tian returned the money to Lin Ci, then later she could just take the money from Lin Ci anyway. Couldn't she? No. Atian is still practicing martial arts right now. He still has plenty of places to spend money on. So how can he repay it now? Lin Ci spoke up again at this moment. Clearly, after standing up and resisting just now, Lin Ci had simply decided not to keep yielding like she usually did. Hearing Lin Ci's defiant voice again, another wave of anger rose in Zhang Shui's heart. After being contradicted again and again like this today, a strong sense of losing all face suddenly surged up inside her. Practice martial arts? Does someone like Lin Tian even deserve to practice martial arts? I said it long ago. Does he get to practice just because he wants to? Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? Is he worthy? Giving him money is just wasting it. A piece of trash like him is worthy too. The moment Lin Tian heard those words, he no longer concealed anything and directly revealed his cultivation. Buzz. A fluctuation belonging solely to Ming Jin instantly spread out. The moment that fluctuation was felt, the entire inner hall seemed to fall straight into silence. Even the expression on Zhang Chui's face froze on the spot. I have practiced martial arts up to now, and yesterday I successfully broke through to Ming Jin. As Lin Tian's voice rang out, old Master Lin, seated at the center of the inner hall, immediately came back to his senses from his earlier days. Naturally, he recognized the commotion unique to Ming Jin. After all, Lin Tiancheng behind him was also at the Ming Jin stage. And at this moment, Lin Tiancheng behind him was likewise staring at Lin Tian in shock. Good. Ha, good. My Lin family has produced another Ming Jin. After recovering himself, the old master immediately stood up and laughed loudly. At this moment, all of the so-called emotions from before had completely vanished. The only things left were joy and excitement. Brother Lin, when did you start practicing martial arts? At this moment, Lin Tiancheng's voice came from behind. There was actually a trace of unease and tension in his tone. Hearing his question, everyone also looked toward Lin Tian. After all, this question was still very important to them. Because of Lin Tiancheng's martial training, the family more or less understood some of the rules of martial cultivation. For example, there was also significance to breaking through to Ming Jin. The earlier it happened, the greater the potential it represented. Of course, Lin Tian also knew why Lin Tiancheng was asking this question. Naturally, Lin Tian had nothing to hide about it. He then explained that, after leaving here last time, he had started practicing martial arts. As this information came out, Lin Tiancheng immediately felt relieved. Even Zhang Chui beside him was the same. And the excitement in the old master's eyes on the high seat was no longer as intense as before. Clearly, they all now understood that it had taken Lin Tian a full 2 months to break through to Ming Jin. A person like this had limited potential. It was already impossible for him to go any further in the future. Of course, the old master was no longer as cold toward Lin Tian as he had been before. Even Zhang Chui, from just now onward, tactfully stopped saying another word. As for the matter of repaying money, no one brought it up again. Lin Tian chatted with the Lin family old master for quite a while. But Lin Tian had originally come from the martial academy to the Lin family old residence at dusk. Now, seeing the sky gradually darken, Lin Tian immediately stood up and said to the Lin family old master, "It's getting late. It's about time for me to head back." Hearing this, the old master also said, Right. Look at me, getting muddle-headed in my old age. You should head back early." At this moment, the Lin family old master showed no intention of asking Lin Tian to stay when he said goodbye. Of course, Lin Tian naturally knew the reason why. After all, back when he entered the inner courtyard, this was exactly how everyone had treated him. He understood these things all too well. Lin Tian did not care too much about it. After saying goodbye to his little aunt, Lin Ci, he immediately left the Lin family old residence. As Lin Tian left, Zhang Chui and Lin Tiancheng behind him immediately stepped forward. "Grandpa, cousin," Lin Tiancheng sounded somewhat hesitant as he spoke. The old master naturally knew what Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Chui wanted to do. They were simply afraid that after seeing Lin Tian break through to Ming Jin, he might split off some family money to support Lin Tian. He sighed. Lin Tian is actually a pretty good child. It's just that his aptitude really is a bit poor. "Father, the martial examination is only a few months away now. You mustn't get confused at a time like this." That Lin Tian took a full 2 months just to break through to Ming Jin. Someone like him only managed it because he got lucky. In the future, there's definitely no way he'll have such good luck again. Hearing Zhang Chui's words, a trace of contemplation flashed through the old master's eyes. But very soon, he still came to a conclusion. After all, he had not kept Lin Tian there just now. He had not even said a single polite line, like asking him to stay for a meal. That alone was enough to show the old master's attitude toward Lin Tian. Naturally, he was happy that Lin Tian had broken through to Ming Jin. But if that alone was supposed to make him value Lin Tian, that was impossible. After all, Lin Tiancheng behind him had only used 1.5 months to break through to Ming Jin. That clearly meant he was more talented than Lin Tian. Of course, at this moment, they were overlooking a few things. For example, the resources Lin Tiancheng had were simply not something Lin Tian could compare to. After all, Lin Tiancheng lived in the inner city, where he had a dedicated master personally guiding him. On top of that, things like chi blood powder and meat were never lacking. That was why he had only been half a month faster than Lin Tian. If he had not had those things, the time it took Lin Tiancheng to break through definitely would not have been as fast as it was now. He might even have been far inferior to Lin Tian. Of course, the old master might already have realized this. But what could he do about it? He had already spent so long cultivating Lin Tiancheng. And now Lin Tiancheng had even told him that he himself was close to breaking through to Anjin. If he pushed a little harder, maybe he could break through directly before the martial examination began. And if he performed well enough then, and passed with distinction in the martial examination, the old master would be able to fulfill the wish of his entire life, and move into the inner city. After that, he would even become the grandfather of a Shiot-sai, bringing glory to his ancestors. As for supporting Lin Tian, that could wait until after the martial examination. He would still have to show some support when the time came. After all, if Lin Tiansheng passed with distinction in the future, he would need some helpers, wouldn't he? And clearly, Lin Tian just so happened to be suitable for that. As for now, better forget it. For now, it was best to put all attention on Lin Tiansheng first. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No need to rush Lin Tian's matter. The old master once again spoke to Zhang Shui and Lin Tiansheng in front of him. After hearing those words from the old master, the huge stone in their hearts finally dropped. They had truly been afraid that the old master would lose his head at this moment and split the money that originally belonged to them with Lin Tian's family. But the next moment, Lin Tiansheng spoke to the old master again. Grandpa, the Martial Hall recently got another batch of new Qi blood pills. You want to buy more again? Didn't you already buy Qi blood pills 3 times this month? In the past, buying them twice was enough. Why do you need to buy them 4 times this month? Hearing this, Lin Tiansheng's gaze immediately became somewhat evasive. But he still said, Grandpa, I've been training especially hard lately, so I'm using up the pills faster. Look, seeing his expression, the old master could not help frowning as he asked, How much do you need this time? 5 taels. The moment he heard the old master loosen his stance, Lin Tiansheng immediately said excitedly, 5 taels. That much. Hearing this number, the old master could not help crying out in shock. The old master had a shop supporting him from behind, but the speed at which money came in simply could not keep up with the speed at which it was being spent, especially with Lin Tiansheng's recent expenses. By now, they were already close to eating into his old savings. Seeing this, Zhang Shui hurriedly chimed in from the side. Father, this is the final stretch before the martial examination. It's a good thing that Tiansheng is burning through pills quickly. That means he's improving. Besides, what you're investing now isn't money thrown into the sea. Once Tiansheng passes and becomes a Shiot-sai, are you still afraid this money won't be earned back? Hearing these words, for some reason, even though the old master liked hearing them, an exhausted feeling still rose from his heart. But in the end, the old master still gave in and took out the money. After getting the money, Lin Tiansheng immediately headed toward the inner city. Naturally, buying pills would not cost nearly this much. After all, he was only a Mingjin martial artist. So naturally, the money was being used for other expenses. After all, it was impossible for him to go out at night just to buy pills, right? As for the martial examination afterward, he did not need to worry about it all. After all, not just anyone could pass the martial examination. If not this year, then next year, or the year after that. If it did not work out, he would just keep taking it. And as for Lin Tian, there was even less to worry about. After all, if even he could not pass, could someone who needed a full 2 months just to break through to Mingjin possibly pass? That was simply impossible. Buzz. As a warm current-like sensation surged through his body, another strand of force appeared within Lin Tian's body once more. This strand of force was different from the fierce, overbearing nature of Mingjin. Instead, it was more elusive and strange. Hidden Jin complete. Lin Tian opened his eyes. He carefully felt that strand of force within his body. So this was Hidden Jin? Sure enough, it was vastly different from Mingjin. Lin Tian then got to his feet. Right away, he began to circulate that Hidden Jin and threw a punch at a large tree in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. On the thick trunk, a hollow nearly perfectly matching Lin Tian's fist instantly appeared. Not a trace of power leaked outward, nor did it have the flamboyant display of Mingjin. But the power was even stronger. Of course, this was not the full extent of Hidden Jin's uses. Still, Lin Tian already roughly understood how it worked. The next day, Lin Tian came to the martial academy again. As Lin Tian entered, the surrounding disciples greeted him just like before. However, amid those voices, Lin Tian once again heard discussions similar to the ones from before. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday I heard that after senior brother Lin Tian entered the inner court, Master didn't seem to have him serve tea again. Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you crazy? Senior brother Lin Tian is Mingjin now. You still dare say that? Did you forget how Chao Wei got injured by senior brother Lin Tian's punch before, and then got kicked out of the martial academy? I heard senior brother Chao Wei is still lying in bed even now. Listening to those words by his ear, Lin Tian walked straight into the inner court. But after Lin Tian entered the inner court, it was completely empty at the moment. Lin Tian was not surprised in the slightest. After all, back when he was in the outer court, he had already figured out the daily routine of the inner court disciples. Usually, only after all the outer court disciples had arrived would those inner court disciples show up. After entering the inner court, Lin Tian casually found a place and began cultivating Shaking Mountain Fist. After all, the limit-breaking level Shaking Mountain Fist required a full 10,000 experience. And naturally, he had not come here today just to simply practice boxing. Today, he also needed to find a place where he could take on a post, and also see whether any family or actual power would value him, and then nurture him. Of course, today his main choice was still the former. As for the latter, he figured there was probably no chance. After all, if others found out he had low-grade bone talent, then even if he was Ming Jin, they would absolutely not nurture him. Saya posted his then. At least taking a post could earn him some silver. As for what came after, he could only take things one step at a time. As time passed, the inner court disciples also entered one after another. Naturally, everyone saw Lin Tian, who had already arrived early and was practicing at the side, but most of them simply walked away. Even when their gazes met, they would subconsciously avoid Lin Tian's eyes. It was still that same attitude, with not the slightest intention of paying him any attention. Among them, when Zhouya saw the hard-working Lin Tian early in the morning, her brows unconsciously furrowed. A trace of stuffy irritation also subconsciously rose in her heart. After all, she had said before that toward people like Lin Tian, who had no talent yet still refused to accept their ordinariness, she found them the most annoying. Back when Lin Tian was in the outer court, seeing him would only affect her mood a little. Now that Lin Tian had entered the inner court, she only felt even more irritated. Of course, the real root of these emotions was naturally not here. At this moment, Lin Tian at most counted as a trigger. What truly caused those emotions was still her family's situation. The reason she felt this way was because, within the Lin family, her second uncle's daughter, her cousin, was also one of the candidates for family heir. It was said that the girl had connected herself with a genius from the Wang clan martial academy, and, for what she heard, that genius was almost on the same level as Xiao Tian. That dealt a heavy blow to Zhouya, who had originally believed that by attaching herself to Xiao Tian, she had secured her position as the next family heir. After all, the other party had now connected herself with a genius of the same level. With that, Zhouya's advantage had completely vanished. That was the real reason for her irritation, and this irritation had always been buried in her heart before. Yet the moment she saw Lin Tian, it was completely ignited. That was because at this moment, she recalled how, when she had first come into contact with Lin Tian, she had wanted to invite him in advance to accept the Lin family's nurturing. After all, back then, when she heard that Lin Tian had mastered shaking mountain fist in less than a day, she really had intended to nurture him. But that thought instantly vanished after he was tested and found to have low-grade bone talent. After all, if she brought someone like Lin Tian with low-grade bone talent back to the Lin family, then without a doubt, it would become a genuine joke. Now, the moment she thought of how she had once almost made a huge mistake because of Lin Tian's low-grade bone talent, the irritation in Zhouya's heart only became more unbearable. For some reason, a thought suddenly came to her. If only the person her cousin had connected with had not been a genius like Xiao Tian, but someone like Lin Tian instead, how great would that be? With the frustration in her heart, Zhouya immediately found a place farthest from Lin Tian and started practicing her fist art there. As time passed, Zhang Ming also soon entered the inner court. He did not begin practicing his fist art right away. After all, he was already at hidden gene cultivation. That's right. After spending these past 2 days with him, Lin Tian had learned that senior brother Zhang Ming was a genuine hidden gene expert. According to him, advancing from hidden gene to transforming gene was not something that could be easily achieved overnight. The most important thing was comprehending the mysteries of transforming gene. So he was rather casual when it came to practicing his fist art. Seeing him arrive, Lin Tian immediately went up and said, "Lin Tian greets senior brother." Looking at Lin Tian in front of him, Zhang Ming nodded, then said with a smile, "Junior brother, you have something you need, don't you?" Zhang Ming knew very well that Lin Tian was practically an ascetic cultivator. Unless it was something major, he would never come looking for him. Hearing his question, Lin Tian immediately voiced the thoughts in his heart. A post, and also seeing whether any faction might value me enough to nurture me. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Ming understood at once. After all, once one entered Ming Jin, the resources one needed increased by multiples. Junior brother, getting a post won't be difficult. After all, once you've reached Ming Jin, no one would dislike that. But as for being nurtured, I'm afraid that'll be a bit hard. Hearing this, Lin Tian understood what he meant. He then followed up, "Senior brother, I won't force the matter of being nurtured. If it happens, it happens. If not, then there is nothing I can do." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Ming nodded as well. "All right, as for the issue of getting a post, I can help you solve it right now. Right now, after our Martial Academy's disciples reach Ming Jin, the simplest options are 2 choices. The first was to join an escort agency and run escort missions. Although each mission took a long time and carried a certain risk of death, the reward for every trip was extremely generous. The second was to register for a temporary work badge at the shipping office. The job will be things like guarding the docks during unloading. Although the monthly pay was not much, he would generally only need to go once or twice a month. And he did not need to do anything else. He only had to make sure no one caused trouble at the docks. After hearing these 2 options, Lin Tian chose the shipping office without any hesitation. After all, he still had to practice martial arts every day to increase his experience. There was no way he could spend a large amount of time running escorts. Not to mention, escort work actually carried the risk of death. That was something he absolutely could not accept. "Senior brother, I'll choose the shipping office," Lin Tian said to Zhang Ming. Hearing Lin Tian's choice, Zhang Ming nodded and said, "All right. Wait here." As he spoke, Lin Tian immediately walked toward Zhao Songya's study. When he came back out, he was holding an envelope. "Take this envelope to the shipping office in the inner city, and you'll be able to take up a post there." After handing over the envelope, Zhang Ming said to Lin Tian again, "As for finding someone to support your training, I'll help keep an eye out for you. Don't worry. If I hear anything, I'll let you know." Hearing this, Lin Tian thanked him again. Looking at Lin Tian, Zhang Ming seemed to think of something. Of course, it might also have been because he truly thought of Lin Tian's family circumstances. There was no way they could support Lin Tian's future resource needs. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind and gave that suggestion. Although Zhang Ming knew very well that Lin Tian would definitely not accept his suggestion, he still had to say it. After all, when Zhang Ming first saw Lin Tian, he felt that there was a light in the other party's eyes. He truly wanted to see how far this young man before him could go with that light still there. "Junior brother Lin, actually, regarding your problem of being supported by a powerful faction, it isn't completely impossible. And the channels involved are not as difficult as you imagine. There are also quite a few shortcuts you can take." After hearing his words, Lin Tian was immediately stunned. What? Shortcuts? There are even shortcuts for something like this? Being noticed by a force, and then supported by that force with all kinds of resources. Which part of that could possibly have a shortcut? May I ask what shortcut senior brother is referring to? Yes, although he did not know what this so-called shortcut was, if one really existed, then he still wanted to see whether he had a chance. After all, he now wanted to break through to Huajin. If he had no resource support, then the time required for the breakthrough would definitely be very long. Of course, that so-called very long was only from the perspective of someone like him, who possessed a fate trait. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Ming nodded, then replied, "Junior brother Lin, do you know what the family backgrounds of the disciples around you in the inner courtyard are like?" Perhaps because he remembered that Lin Tian had only just entered the inner courtyard, Zhang Ming did not wait for Lin Tian to speak and directly continued. "Among the disciples in this inner courtyard, most come from certain families in the inner city. It can even be said that right now, aside from you and me, as well as junior brother Xiaotian, who are of ordinary birth, the rest are all young ladies and young masters from inner city aristocratic families. Junior brother Lin, do you understand what I mean?" Hearing his words, Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, he understood what Zhang Ming meant. After all, right now, he was a Ming Jin martial artist, and they were from the same sect. If he could lower himself and ask those people, it should not be difficult to obtain some resources from the families behind them. After all, Zhang Ming had said it before. As long as one became a Ming Jin martial artist, at the very least, one would not be disliked everywhere. And for a family, when it came to a Ming Jin martial artist, even if that person was just a Ming Jin martial artist who seemed to have no potential at all, he was still a Ming Jin martial artist. He was still a fighting force. They would not complain about having too many. But Lin Tian only thought for a moment before directly refusing. Of course, it was not because he could not lower his so-called pride. After all, he came from a place like Jinghe Bend. He had thrown away things like pride long ago. The real reason he refused was this. Judging from the current attitude of these inner courtyard disciples toward him, even if he went up to them himself, he would most likely still be rejected. After all, these people were usually too lazy to even glance at him. Second, even if he really could obtain resource support, it would definitely be pitifully little. After all, since he had taken the initiative to offer himself up, the other side would naturally try to lower his treatment as much as possible. If they then kept asking him to do things afterward, would that not fail to save his time and instead waste even more of it? So in Lin Tian's eyes, this was simply not worth it. At the side, Zhang Ming looked at the hesitation and worry on Lin Tian's face. He immediately understood. Then he also said, "Junior brother, think more about this matter. I'm only offering an opinion. The final decision is still yours. There is no need to feel any pressure." After hearing his words, Lin Tian's heart immediately relaxed. After all, he had really been thinking just now about how he should tactfully refuse. After all, the other party was only kindly showing him a path. Zhang Ming patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, then left directly afterward. A day of fist practice quickly came to an end. That evening, Lin Tian once again left the martial academy early. Then he headed toward the shipping office in the inner city. With that letter, Lin Tian did not encounter any difficulties and directly took up the post. Inside the shipping office, an old man was giving Lin Tian the relevant items after his appointment. After all, although he was only taking up a post from this moment on, he could already be considered an official member of the inner city shipping office. So naturally, the corresponding robe, saber, and the like could not be lacking. "Here, this is yours. When carrying out guard duty, you must wear it. Only then will people know that you are from the shipping office. Oh, right, they're also your token and saber. One of these two items is your proof of identity, and the other is a regulated weapon. You must remember, once they are lost, you must report it. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, you will be the one held responsible." At this moment, the old man handed over the things in his hands while carefully explaining. And when the old man saw what Lin Tian was wearing, he roughly understood the young man's family circumstances. He immediately knew that the youth before him was someone among countless people who could rely on martial arts to change his fate. Most people like this carried the hopes of an impoverished family, and the old man could not help but give him another reminder. Young man, remember this. Although our shipping office is responsible for guarding the cargo at the docks, that is only because of the Imperial Court rules. We have not taken even a single extra coin from those merchants. So sometimes keep your eyes sharp. If you really run into trouble, don't fight head on. Reporting it in time is the proper way. Do you understand what I'm saying? After hearing this, Lin Tian nodded. He understood completely. After all, the goods belonged to those merchants, but his life belonged to himself. Many thanks for your reminder, old sir. Lin Tian immediately cupped his hands toward the old man before him and said. The old man waved his hand, not taking it to heart, and after receiving those items, Lin Tian immediately turned back the way he came. But when he passed the entrance of the ship office, he happened to run into a group of people carrying rolls of paper and similar things in their hands. Maybe Lin Tian was too concerned about the sky getting dark and wanted to hurry home, or maybe he simply had no interest in paying attention to those people. So he never noticed that among that group, there was actually someone he knew. Cao Kui. At this moment, Zhao Chui was holding a thick stack of paper rolls and laboriously carrying them into the ship office. But the corner of his eye caught sight of Lin Tian in that instant. He froze on the spot. What? That was Lin Tian? And what he was holding just now. Wasn't he the saber and waist token of an appointed post? Having worked in the inner city for half a year, Zhao Chui naturally recognized those things. And he knew even more clearly what they represented. If someone could hold an appointed post in the ship office, there was only one possibility. Ming Jin. Only a martial artist who had broken through to Ming Jin could receive such treatment. Lin Tian didn't stop anywhere along the way and headed straight for his home. But when he passed one place, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Now that he had come here, he suddenly remembered something. That was how. Back when he had followed a member of the Shark Gang, he had come to this place before. And Lin Tian also recalled that at the time. That person seemed to have sneaked into some place, but those were only fleeting images flashing through Lin Tian's mind. He didn't think much of it. Then he once again headed toward his home. As Lin Tian entered Jinghe Bend, he seemed to notice that something was off, especially by the riverbank. Lin Tian knew that for people like them who live by the riverbank, the time they came back at night was usually not very fixed. So under normal circumstances, even though the sky was gradually darkening at this moment, there should still be a few fishing boats returning to shore. But it was as if they had all planned it in advance. Those boats were lined up neatly by the shore. Not a single one was missing. Would they really come back that punctually? No, that wasn't right. The positions and order of the boats hadn't changed at all. That meant these boats hadn't even gone out today. Such an abnormal situation immediately made Lin Tian feel that something was wrong. He quickened his pace toward home again. And after returning home, Lin Tian's eyes immediately sharpened. He saw that quite a few people had indeed gathered around his family's black awning boat at this moment. Those people were continuously making their way into the black awning boat. Seeing this scene, a cold glint immediately flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. The next moment, he tightly gripped the long saber he had just received. Then he strode quickly toward those people. And the people in front also noticed Lin Tian behind him at this time. They immediately turned to look. Who are you? The leader was the first to speak. The man was tall and burly, with a face full of brute flesh, plus a scar on the right side of his face. His whole person gave off a naturally vicious aura. Who are you? Lin Tian did not answer his question, and instead asked back directly. When Scarface heard Lin Tian's tone and saw the complete lack of fear on his face, a vicious gleam immediately flashed through his eyes. After all, as the fifth boss of the Black Axe Gang, who usually didn't lower their head and act obedient when they saw him. Yet today, some brat from who knew where actually dared to treat him with such contempt. Almost by instinct, Scarface immediately reached for the axe at the back of his waist. Old Fifth, stop. What are you doing? An angry shout suddenly came from behind Lin Tian and the others. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look behind them. They saw that the newcomer stood straight and tall, with a strong and sturdy build. A saber scar stretched from his chest all the way to his abdomen. Looking at him, there was not the slightest change in Lin Tian's gaze. He still looked at the man calmly. After all, in Lin Tian's eyes, the man was no more than someone who had just stepped into Ming Jin. To Lin Tian, who had already entered Jin, he posed no threat at all. As the man approached, Lin Tian naturally knew that the person in front of him and the ones behind him were definitely in the same group. But before Lin Tian could speak, the man walking up immediately cupped his hands toward Lin Tian and said, Black Axe Gang, third boss Haifeng, greets Master Lin. Hearing his words, not only Lin Tian, but even the Black Axe Gang's fifth boss behind him was stunned. Third brother, you shut up. Why aren't you coming over to apologize to Master Lin already? Do you know whose home this is? The family of Master Lin is inside those two black awning boats behind you. Who told you to come here? At this moment, after seeing Haifeng's meaningful look, Scarface immediately put away the weapon in his hand. He also immediately bent down toward Lin Tian and apologized in an extremely sincere voice. Then the group immediately returned to stand behind Haifeng. Seeing how fast and smooth that whole series of actions had been, Lin Tian was momentarily caught off guard. But he did understand one thing. The people in front of him were from the Black Axe Gang? The Black Axe Gang? Weren't they fighting the Shark Gang over territory? Now, they were openly appearing here. Did that mean the Shark Gang had lost? Master Lin, what happened today was an accident. These men only just arrived at Jinga Bend, so please forgive them. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my subordinates in line in the future. What happened today will definitely not happen again. As he spoke, Haifeng immediately took out a small cloth pouch from his chest. A small token of goodwill. Please accept it. Hearing what the man said, Lin Tian naturally knew he was referring to the matter of surrounding his family's black awning boat just now. And judging by how cleanly the man was handling things, he clearly did not want to blow the matter up. As for the silver the man offered, Lin Tian naturally accepted it gladly. And when Haifeng saw Lin Tian take the silver, a smile immediately appeared on his face. After all, once the silver was accepted, it meant that what had just happened was being let go. Haha, Master Lin really is a straightforward man. From now on, Jinga Bend will be taken over by my Black Axe Gang. I hope Master Lin will be accommodating in the future. After saying that, Haifeng had no intention of staying longer and immediately turned to take his leave. Looking at the backs of the departing group, Lin Tian thought to himself, as expected, it was the Black Axe Gang that won. But Lin Tian did not feel much about it. After all, once his strength had reached Njin, he no longer feared these so-called gangs very much. Whether it was the Black Axe Gang or the Shark Gang, the strongest person among them only had Ming Jin's strength. To him, they posed no danger whatsoever. In the distance, after Scarface and the others had followed Haifeng for some distance, Scarface immediately asked in confusion, "Third brother, why'd you treat that kid like that just now? That kid, shut up. What kid or not kid? Watch your damn mouth from now on when you speak. Especially that person just now. Burn his face into your memory. If you see him in the future, be polite." Haifeng immediately scolded him. Why though? Scarface immediately looked a little confused. Black Wind looked at the unconvinced expression on Scarface's face and knew that if he didn't explain everything clearly today, the guy might bring him trouble someday. It was because that kid, just now, was already at Ming Jin, and he had only reached Ming Jin after entering the martial academy. Not only might he have 5 or 6 fellow disciples at the same level around him, there could even be fellow disciples at Njin. And above them, there was also a Hua Jin master. Do you understand now? Remember this. If you ever go wandering around that place again and stir up the same kind of trouble as today, then deal with it yourself. Don't come drag me down with you. Also, what did I tell you to do before? I told you to go find Ma Dalong. I didn't send you there to fool around. Even though we've temporarily suppressed the Shark Gang for now, as long as Ma Dalong isn't dead, the Shark Gang still has a chance to make a comeback. Inside the black awning boat, as Lin Tian returned, the people inside the boat hurriedly gathered around him. "Shouty on. Why you're okay, right?" And those people just now, Mother Zhao still had fear on her face as she spoke. Hearing his mother's words, and looking at his family's expressions at this moment, Lin Tian briefly explained what had just happened. "So, father, mother, you don't need to worry too much. They won't come again." But after hearing that, neither Father Lin nor Mother Lin looked any more relieved. Their faces were still full of worry. Lin Tian knew exactly what the two of them were worried about. After all, for them, stability was what mattered most. Chaos was practically the same as danger. A thoughtful look flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. Indeed, this place was no longer truly safe for him and his family. Just like today, if he hadn't come back in time, those people might have done who knew what. Maybe it was time to consider moving his family somewhere else. The next day, in the inner courtyard of the martial hall, Lin Tian was still the first to arrive in the inner courtyard, and he found a corner to practice boxing by himself. Another half-month passed just like that. Today was Lin Tian's first time guarding the docks since taking up his post at the shipping bureau, and one look at the docks was enough to tell that this job would take the whole day. Because of that, Lin Tian had taken leave for the past few days and had not gone to the martial academy. At this moment, looking at the moving figures all over the docks, Lin Tian stood at the highest spot and silently watched from above. For him, this really wasn't a difficult task. After all, as long as no one made trouble here, all he had to do was stand here and watch. And this area was under the jurisdiction of the government. Ordinary people wouldn't dare take the lead in causing trouble. So for Lin Tian, this job was actually somewhat leisurely. But at this moment, Lin Tian immediately spotted something that caught his attention. No, not something, or rather, someone. That person looked like he was from the Shark Gang. Looking at the thin and weak figure below, Lin Tian instantly recognized him. Wasn't this the very person he had followed before? What was he doing at the docks? Causing trouble? As his gaze focused on a man, Lin Tian quickly discovered that the man was actually here to pick up goods. Seeing the large and small packages in the man's hands, the confusion in Lin Tian's eyes deepened. But before he could react, the next moment he saw another group. People from the Black Axe Gang were here too. Below, behind that skinny man, several members of the Black Axe Gang were secretly tailing the Shark Gang member ahead of them. Seeing this, a thoughtful look flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. The Black Axe Gang was following someone from the Shark Gang? Lin Tian suddenly recalled something he had heard the outer courtyard disciples discussing not long ago. It seemed they had said that when the Black Axe Gang and the Shark Gang had clashed, the Shark Gang's leader had seen that the situation was hopeless and fled directly. Right now, the Black Axe Gang was searching everywhere for Ma Dalong, the Shark Gang leader. For some reason, as all this information surfaced in Lin Tian's mind, those fragmented scenes and memories in his head began connecting one after another. Suddenly, Lin Tian thought of that hidden location again. Could it be that the Shark Gang leader was hiding underneath there? At that thought, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. To him, Ma Dalong was a complete hidden danger. After all, he was the one who had killed the man's brother-in-law, Zhuang Chang. If Ma Dalong traced it back to him, it might bring unnecessary risk not only to him, but even to his family. He'd like to keep a low profile, but that depended on the situation. When it came to something that truly touched his core interests, there was no way he would avoid it or stand by and do nothing. So Ma Dalong had to die. But at this moment, it was only a suspicion. He still couldn't truly confirm that the place was Ma Dalong's hiding spot. If he rashly made a move now, he would probably only alert the enemy, and might even make the other party suspicious of him. Looking at the Black Axe Gang below, Lin Tian seemed to think of something. He then sat back down again. No rush. After all, weren't the people below helping him search already? Ma Dalong had already lost the bigger picture. It was probably only a matter of time before he was found. When that time came, Lin Tian might not even need to act personally. Ma Dalong could very well die at the hands of the Black Axe Gang. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Tian's figure was already darting through the woods. That's right, he and T gone home, because today he had discovered that after the Black Axe Gang followed that Shark Gang member, they immediately started making a lot of major moves. This very likely meant they had found Ma Dalong's south hiding place. So he had been closely monitoring the movements of the Black Axe Gang the whole time. And not far from where Lin Tian was, flames suddenly shot into the sky. The massive blaze almost lit up the entire night. Around the place engulfed in fire, a large number of Black Axe Gang members were crouching low and hiding themselves. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian knew his guess had been right. The Black Axe Gang really had found Ma Dalong's south hiding place. The only question was whether these people could actually kill Ma Dalong. He had heard that when Ma Dalong escaped back then, he and T suffered the slightest injury. So at this moment, the man was still in peak condition. Just as Lin Tian was thinking this, suddenly, boom! A huge explosion immediately came from the place where the flames were raging. The terrifying blast instantly overturned the burning grass and trees. Then thick smoke began rising from the direction of the explosion. The moment that smoke appeared, a figure burst out from the source of the explosion. Then, in a place no one could see, he fled into the distance at once. He slipped into a stretch of mountain forest, and his figure vanished. Not good. It's Ma Dalong. Ma Dalong ran away. Chase him. Hurry and chase him. After entering the forest, Ma Dalong was already fleeing non-stop. He had absolutely no intention of stopping. After all, he knew very well that if he stopped now, what awaited him would be. But before he could finish speaking, the next moment, a figure instantly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Ma Dalong froze on the spot. He clearly hadn't expected that in this desolate wilderness, there would actually be someone else here. But right now, he didn't want any extra trouble, so he immediately planned to avoid the young man in front of him. But in the next moment, before he could even react, the youth in front of him had already rushed up to him. He saw that the young man immediately threw a plain and unremarkable punch at him. Seeing this, a vicious glint flashed through Ma Dalong's eyes. What nerve! He was Ma Dalong, the dignified leader of the Shark Gang. He hadn't even gone looking for trouble with the other party yet. And now the other party was actually attacking him first? And it was just some young boy. Oof. Without any hesitation, Ma Dalong directly met it with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant. But in that very instant, panic and fear immediately appeared in Ma Dalong's eyes. Hidden force. The moment the two made contact, Lin Tian's fist had already crashed against Ma Dalong's fist. Bang! A huge explosion-like sound immediately rang out through the mountain forest. And the moment Ma Dalong felt the force in Lin Tian's hand, his expression instantly changed drastically. He clearly hadn't expected the youth before him to possess such strength. But it wasn't over yet. Just as Ma Dalong was still in shock, a sinister and strange force immediately shot into Ma Dalong's body like a venomous snake. Then it continuously reverberated through his internal organs. Puffed. Ma Dalong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying backward. Bang! As Ma Dalong crashed to the ground, his eyes were wide open. They were filled with disbelief. Dark hidden force. The youth in front of him was a hidden force expert? Who was he, and why did he want to kill him? When had he ever provoked a powerhouse of this level? At this moment, countless questions surged through his mind. But unfortunately, he was destined to never speak again. Because after that strange, hidden force entered his body, his internal organs had already been destroyed. At this point, at most he could only open his mouth one more time and spit out blood. Bang! The next moment, Ma Dalong's consciousness instantly vanished, and all life left him completely. Seeing this, Lin Tian didn't hesitate at all. First, he ruthlessly sent another burst of hidden force into the man's head to prevent him from faking death. Bang! After finishing all that, Lin Tian didn't stay any longer. After taking everything of value from the man's body, he immediately left the place. In the mountain forest, flames soared into the sky. With Lin Tian's departure, the sounds of the fight here quickly drew the attention of the Black Axe gang. At this moment, Lin Tian soon arrived at a safe place. He didn't go straight home. Instead, he came to an abandoned house. By the moonlight, he took out everything he had obtained. Some silver notes and a bit of loose silver. Altogether, it added up to about 100 taels. Of course, there were some other things as well. 2 black iron balls. He picked them up and looked at them, and a strong smell of gunpowder immediately drifted out. Looking at the 2 iron balls, Lin Tian recalled the huge explosion Ma Daolong had caused before fleeing. Could those explosions have been caused by these things? Lin Tian carefully picked them up and examined them. After all, if that was really the case, then these things were far from ordinary danger. Recalling the scene of Ma Daolong triggering the explosion and sending the entire sea of fire surging upward, Lin Tian still felt a trace of lingering fear. So Lin Tian first put away the iron balls in front of him. Next, Lin Tian shifted his gaze again. This was the last item he had found on Ma Daolong tonight. A copper piece? This thing had been hidden by Ma Daolong inside his sleeve. If Lin Tian hadn't caught a glimpse of something in the man's sleeve during the fight, he might not have discovered it all. For the man to hide it so carefully and secretly, it was obviously no ordinary item. There seemed to be words on this copper piece. Looking at the largest words on it. This is Fumo Golden Body? What does that mean? Could this be a martial art manual? As Lin Tian carefully read the words on the copper piece, he soon discovered that it was exactly as he had guessed. This was indeed a cultivation method, and it was even a hard body technique. Moreover, it was a hard body technique that cultivated both the internal organs and the muscles, bones, and skin. Seeing this, a sharp gleam flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. His heart became even more pleasantly surprised. After all, this was the first time he had ever heard of a hard body technique that could cultivate both inside and outside. Because traditional hard body techniques generally did not involve the organs. It wasn't that they couldn't be cultivated, but places like the inside of the body were far too fragile. If one trained them in the same way as hard body techniques, it would only injure oneself. So methods for cultivating the inside and outside were generally practiced separately. But this cultivation method could actually achieve dual internal and external cultivation. This was far more than simply giving places like the internal organs the same powerful resistance to blows. This was strengthening one's internal organs. The significance of that naturally could not be the same. With powerful internal organs, one would not only possess stronger recovery ability, but could also become immune to all poisons. Of course, it also stated here that this cultivation method had another effect, improving one's natural talent. That's right, this cultivation method could improve his foundation, and it could even improve it more than once. According to the method, if he cultivated it to a profound level, he would undergo 3 transformations. At that time, his flesh and blood would be reforged, and his innate talent and aptitude would be greatly improved. Looking at the cultivation method in his hand, Lin Tian treasured it as if he had found a priceless jewel. Although on the surface, he didn't seem to care much about his natural talent. After all, with his destiny trait, even without powerful innate talent, he could still cultivate and become a strong expert. But who would ever complain about having more benefits? But in the next moment, hesitation immediately appeared in his eyes. It was just that the requirements for cultivating this method seemed extremely harsh. To begin cultivating it, he apparently needed some kind of thing called a Bodhi fruit as assistance. Otherwise, this cultivation method simply could not be cultivated. But what was a Bodhi fruit? Clearly, he knew nothing about this thing. But then, he looked toward his destiny trait. Certain success in learning? Perhaps. Thinking that, Lin Tian immediately began to act. After a short while passed, a ray of light once again shone from the destiny trait in his mind. Destiny trait. Certain success in learning. Mountain shaking fist, limit break. 3,485, 10,000. Fumo golden body. First layer. Stone garment. 5, 800. It worked. It really worked. He hadn't expected this fate to actually let him ignore the requirements of cultivation methods and start cultivating directly. After calming down from the excitement, Lin Tian put everything away, and his whole figure vanished into the shadows once more. The next day, Lin Tian entered the martial academy again. After obtaining the demon-subduing golden body last night, Lin Tian adjusted his cultivation schedule again. After all, now that he wanted to cultivate 2 methods, he still had to divide his time reasonably. Of course, at this moment, he still placed mountain shaking fist in the absolute core position. After all, a martial artist's realm was the foundation. Everything else was only external assistance. So the schedule he adjusted was to set aside part of the morning to cultivate the demon-subduing golden body. All the rest of the time would be used to cultivate mountain shaking fist. So by the time Lin Tian arrived at the martial academy today, the courtyard was already filled with outer court disciples. As Lin Tian entered, The outer court disciples all greeted him respectfully. But as Lin Tian left, the crowd-esque discussion started up again. Hey, did you hear? A new senior brother came to the inner court yesterday. I heard Master actually had him serve tea during the disciple ceremony. What? That happened? I thought that when that senior brother arrived yesterday, it would be like with senior brother Lin Tian, and he wouldn't need to serve tea. Huh, how could that be the same? I heard that new senior brother used to cultivate alone at home, and he broke through to Mingjin in just a little over 1 month. That is a genius. And I heard he is also the son of a great merchant. With that kind of background and talent, how could Master not value him? Hey, haven't you noticed? Senior brother Lin Tian seems to have come a little late today. Could it be he already found out what happened yesterday, so now he is sulking? As soon as he said that, the disciple seemed to realize he had said something wrong. He immediately looked fearfully in Lin Tian's direction. Fortunately, by then, Lin Tian had already disappeared into the inner court. Of course, Lin Tian had still heard those discussions from the outer court disciples just now. After all, after reaching Dark Force, his physical qualities had been strengthened once again. Those voices naturally couldn't escape his ears. But Lin Tian only felt somewhat helpless. He estimated that topic would probably be discussed for quite a long time. After all, when he entered the inner court back then, the matter of Zhao Tsang not making him serve tea had become known to everyone. But now, a newly arrived inner court disciple had actually gone through the normal process and served tea. The key point was that Lin Tian and that new inner court disciple were practically at two opposite extremes. One had deep backing and astonishing talent, while the other had no background at all and limited aptitude, no matter how one looked at it. That was bound to be a hot topic. Still, he didn't really care much about those words. At this moment, the only things he cared about were his own martial path realm and strength. After all, there was less than half a year left before the martial examination. Lin Tian naturally intended to participate in this martial examination. But in Lin Tian's heart, this martial examination would definitely be filled with outstanding talents. If he participated with only his current strength, then it probably still wouldn't be safe enough. In Lin Tian's view, if he wanted to successfully obtain a ranking in the martial examination, then at the very least, he needed to reach Hua Jin's strength for it to be truly secure. While thinking this, Lin Tian stepped into the inner court as well. As soon as he entered, for some reason, those inner court disciples all glanced at Lin Tian in unison. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian naturally understood what those looks meant. After all, the timing he chose was simply too awkward. Any normal person would make some kind of connection. He was someone who entered the inner court earliest every day to cultivate. And then one day, he suddenly came late, and it just so happened to be right after what happened yesterday. Even the outer court disciples could figure that much out. How could these inner court people possibly not think of it? To this, Lin Tian only shrugged helplessly and didn't care at all. After all, it seemed he had already run into this kind of thing quite a lot, so he was mostly used to it by now. And after Zhang Ming saw Lin Tian arrive, he immediately walked over. Once he came before Lin Tian, Zhang Ming spoke at once. Junior brother, you really don't need to be like this. That was just a formality. Maybe Master simply forgot back then. Don't go down a dead end over this. Hearing his words and seeing the expression on his face, Lin Tian knew the man had probably misunderstood as well. But Lin Tian also knew that explaining would be useless. It might even make the misunderstanding worse. So the next moment, Lin Tian cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for senior brother's guidance. Junior brother will remember it in his heart." Hearing Lin Tian's tone and seeing the expression on his face, only then did Zhang Ming nod in relief and smile. That is for the best. Then Zhang Ming seemed to think of something and immediately said excitedly, "Junior brother, do you remember before, when you asked me to help find a force willing to sponsor your cultivation?" Hearing Zhang Ming's words, Lin Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. "Senior brother, could it be you?" "That is right. I've already found one for you," Zhang Ming said somewhat proudly. But then he added again, "But this doesn't mean the opportunity is directly yours. You still need to gain the approval of the person funding your cultivation." Zhang Ming said this with a rather strange expression on his face. After hearing all of that, although Lin Tian also felt that Zhang Ming was acting a little oddly right now, if someone was willing to provide extra funding for his cultivation, then he naturally didn't pay too much attention to it. As for that so-called test, at worst, he could just reveal a bit of his strength when the time came. After all, ever since obtaining the demon-subduing golden body, he had become increasingly aware of just how lacking he was in cultivation resources. "All right, since you have no problem with it, then let us go now." "What, right now?" Hearing that, Lin Tian was instantly stunned, especially when he saw Zhang Ming already turning and leaving at once. Lin Tian was even more dumbfounded. Still, he quickly followed after him. Until the next moment, Lin Tian became even more dumbfounded, because Zhang Ming didn't even take him out of the inner court of the martial academy. Instead, he brought him directly before a young man. Lin Tian looked at the somewhat chubby youth in front of him and froze again. "So this is senior brother Lin Tian, right? A pleasure, a pleasure. I am Bao Tianhua, the one who came to the inner court yesterday to become a disciple." listening to that naturally honest and sincere voice of his. A voice that somehow sounded rich the moment one heard it. Lin Tian also instinctively sized up the person before him. The one who became a disciple yesterday? This was that newly arrived inner court disciple the outer court disciples have been talking about. Seeing this, Lin Tian instinctively turned to look at Zhang Ming, clearly waiting for Zhang Ming to explain the current situation. Didn't Zhang Ming say before that he was going to introduce him to a force willing to invest in him? So why had he brought him before this newly arrived disciple instead? Seeing the look in Lin Tian's eyes, Zhang Ming probably realized he still hadn't explained things clearly to him just now. He immediately introduced him, sorry, junior brother. I was too anxious earlier, so I didn't explain it properly to you. This junior brother, Bao Tianhua, in front of you comes from a wealthy merchant family in the inner city. Yesterday, I briefly told him about your situation. He can help take a look for you. If, junior brother, you can pass the test set by junior brother Bao Tianhua's family, then junior brother Bao Tianhua can help you apply for resource support from the family behind him. After hearing Zhang Ming's explanation, Lin Tian roughly understood what was going on. Without any hesitation, he looked at Bao Tianhua in front of him and said, then may I ask, junior brother Bao Tianhua, what kind of test does your family have for this resource support? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Bao Tianhua immediately waved his hand again in a bold manner and said, senior brother, what are you saying? It's just a small bit of resource support? We're fellow disciples. Why make things so complicated? How about this? I could give you a slot right now. Later, when I go home, I'll register it for you. As Bao Tianhua spoke, the bearing of a generous young master was on full display. Seeing this, Lin Tian was instantly stunned. He obviously hadn't expected things to suddenly turn out like this. This was already agreed to? Perhaps noticing the worry in Lin Tian's eyes, Bao Tianhua smiled again and said, senior brother may not know this, but every disciple of the Bao family has one such resource support quota in hand. Mine just hasn't been used yet. So for me, this really isn't anything difficult. Hearing this, Lin Tian asked again, but why? Lin Tian had already understood what the other party meant from what he had just said. But why was this happening? Why was the other party helping him? Today was their first time meeting, wasn't it? And on the very first meeting, he was going to help him like this? After hearing Lin Tian's words, a trace of bitter helplessness appeared on Bao Tianhua's face as he said, senior brother, just take it as me helping someone who shares the same fate. Lin Tian? Senior brother, you also know that I come from a wealthy merchant family in the inner city. But now I've come to the outer city to practice martial arts. Why do you think that is? After hearing his tone and seeing the expression on his face, Lin Tian and Zhang Ming finally noticed. That was right. He came from a wealthy merchant family in the inner city. So why did he come to the martial academy in the outer city to learn martial arts? After all, that was a wealthy merchant family. No matter what, he should have ended up in the outer city. And with what he had just said added in, although Lin Tian and Zhang Ming still couldn't guess the exact process or cause behind it, they could still more or less figure out the reason. Especially for Lin Tian. In this martial academy, even though he had already entered the inner court from the outer court, the voices of doubt and contempt toward him had never stopped. Even if he didn't care, that feeling still didn't sit well with him. Of course, if senior brother Lin Tian still feels there is a problem, you can also refuse. After all, this really is too rushed. So it's understandable if it's hard to believe. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately said, junior brother's kindness is something I naturally have no reason to refuse. But you also know my situation. If this really puts you in a difficult position, then even if I don't get it, I won't mind. At this moment, to Lin Tian, these resources were indeed important. If he really could get them, then naturally he wouldn't refuse. Moreover, this so-called support actually didn't place much restriction on a martial artist in itself. After all, you couldn't possibly restrain a martial artist with just a piece of paper or a few words, could you? This so-called support was merely meant to help martial artists while they were still weak. Then, after the martial artist became strong, they would remember this bit of goodwill and return the favor with help. So for Lin Tian, this matter was basically a deal with no capital required. Whether it succeeded or failed, it wouldn't bring him any loss. Senior brother, don't worry. I may not have much say in the family, but I can still handle this little matter. Just rest easy. Bao Tianhua once again spoke in that bold and open tone, and the entire inner court was not that large. Moreover, everyone in this courtyard was at the Mingjin level, so naturally, the others could also hear the conversation between Lin Tian and the others, especially not too far away from them. Zhouya had also heard those words. A cold sneer immediately appeared on her face. I didn't expect someone would really spend money to support trash like Lin Tian. Hearing Zhouya's words, a male disciple named Qian Wang beside her also looked in Lin Tian's direction. Although no emotion showed on his face and his heart, his thoughts were actually not much different from Lin Qian's. He also knew about Lin Tian wanting to obtain support from a faction. After all, Zhang Ming had once asked him whether he was willing to sponsor Lin Tian. Very obviously, for someone like Lin Tian, whose potential had already been exhausted, he had naturally refused without hesitation. He had even inwardly mocked Lin Tian at the time for trash like him. Reaching Mingji in the first place was already like smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. And now he actually wanted to be like those Mingjian geniuses and receive support from a faction. He really dared to dream. But did he ever ask himself what right he had to receive sponsorship? For someone like him, he actually had the nerve to say he wanted support and nurturing. Didn't he know what kind of person he was? And he still dared to open his mouth for it? But now, it seemed the other party was actually about to get his wish. Although his talent wasn't any good, his luck was absolutely first-rate. Afterward, Qianwang looked at Bao Tianhua again. He had heard quite a few rumors about this son of a wealthy merchant. It really was just as Bao Tianhua himself had said. He was heavily suppressed within his own family. And the one suppressing him was his younger half-brother from the same father. That younger half-brother could be said to be basking in boundless glory within the family. By now, he had even driven this legitimate eldest son out of the inner city, leaving him no choice but to come to the martial academy in the outer city. As for the Bao Tianhua before him, his own reputation in the inner city wasn't very impressive either. There was even a somewhat negative meaning attached to it. Well, it couldn't exactly be called negative. It was just not positive. After all, he was some playboy wastrel. This Bao Tianhua was famous in the inner city for making friends far and wide. But apparently, whether because his luck was bad or his judgment was poor, all the friends he made were people of bad character. Again and again, they would cause losses, either financial or reputational, to him and even to the family behind him. Originally, Qianwang had only thought those were just rumors targeting Bao Tianhua. After all, that younger half-brother of his was in a competitive relationship with the Bao Tianhua before him, and he understood very clearly the sort of things that happened in those great families. After all, the struggle for the position of family head had always been like this. But now that he looked at it, it really didn't seem to be some rumor after all. The other party had already come all the way to the martial academy in the outer city, and he still wanted to sponsor someone like Lin Tian? This simply couldn't be described as just poor judgment anymore. This was outright blind in both eyes and blind in the heart, foolish to the extreme. At this moment, any normal person would know that Lin Tian had absolutely no value as an investment. And yet the other party had actually sponsored Lin Tian because of some pitiful reason, like feeling sorry for someone in the same situation? Didn't he know that every single resource in his hands right now was extremely important, and that they were also the chips he could use to turn things around? Yet he had actually wasted them on someone like Lin Tian? Qianwang shook his head, and he stopped paying attention to it. After all, the other party's business had nothing to do with him. That action, which was destined to end in total failure, was nothing more than a joke for him to laugh at. Right now, what he was thinking about was whether he could break through to Dark Force before the martial examination arrived, then obtain the final recommendation slot from his master. That was what truly mattered to him. At the side, when Lin Qian saw the look in Qianwang's eyes, she almost instantly understood what he was thinking. After all, she also wanted that final recommendation slot. That thing would bring enormous benefits for participating in the martial examination later. The so-called recommendation slot was when a master at the Huajin realm in the martial academy nominated a disciple during the martial examination. That way, the examiners would know that this disciple was a genius from his martial academy, or someone he valued highly. This nomination was a bit like adding a layer of golden trim in the examination hall. The person being nominated didn't necessarily have to possess truly extraordinary talent. With that nomination, in the eyes of those examiners, it was almost the same as saying that a Huajin martial artist was standing behind you. Those examiners would more or less give some face. When scoring, they would usually add a few extra points. After all, a Huajin expert was already a well-known powerhouse in the outside world. By doing this, those examiners could also be considered as building goodwill with the Huajin martial artist behind that person. It was somewhat like using connections through the back door. It was just that this kind of backdoor connection was completely out in the open and openly permitted to exist. And while 1 or 2 points might seem small, who knew what they might lead to later? After all, these were points that appeared out of nowhere. Especially in the martial examination. How many people could even a single point suppress? And a Huajin expert only had 3 such slots in his hands. Now, within the inner court, Xiao Tian and Zhang Ming would definitely take 2 of them. That meant the remaining 1 would be decided among them. And if one wanted that slot, the method was very simple. That was to break through to Dark Force. As long as one broke through to Dark Force, one could firmly secure that final slot. But this Dark Force was difficult. Too difficult. Dark Force and Bright Force were 2 completely different kinds of power. Trying to break through was far from easy. Right now, in this inner court, she dared to say that almost no one could do it before the martial examination arrived. And if no one broke through to Dark Force, then that final slot would be decided by another method. Strength. That's right. It would have to be fought for with strength. Whoever was stronger would get the slot. And obviously, in the entire inner court, aside from Zhang Ming and Xiao Tian, the strongest were her and the Qianwang beside her. In other words, that slot would be produced between 1 of the 2 of them, at dusk in the inner city within the Bao family. As Bao Tianhua walked out of the stewardess office, there was still a sheet of paper in his hand. This was the resource sponsorship he had promised to give Lin Tian. as long as he handed this over to Lin Tian tomorrow. Lin Tian would be able to receive this resource sponsorship from the Bao family. That's right. Relying on the last bit of status he still had in the Bao family, this small matter had been completed very quickly. However, after Bao Tianhua walked out of the stewardess office, the steward inside turned around and headed straight for a luxuriously decorated room. Second young master. The steward bowed respectfully. Creak. The door was opened. Inside sat a tall young man with upright features and an air of nobility, seated properly in front of a desk. Steward, it's already this late. What brings you to see me? The young man was the second young master the steward had mentioned, and also Bao Tianhua as half-brother from the same father, Bao Tianming. Replying to second young master. Just now the eldest young master came to my stewardess office and applied for a Bao family resource sponsorship for a young man from his old martial hall. Oh, my big brother has already gone to the outer city, and he still has the leisure for this? Who is the person he is sponsoring? At this moment, Bao Tianming asked with some interest in his tone. Upon hearing that, the steward immediately took out the information he had prepared in advance. Bao Tianming quickly accepted the documents. After only one glance, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. What a fool. I originally thought that after going to the outer city, he would struggle at least a little, but I didn't expect him to still be this stupid, actually investing in trash like this. Looks like my brother really is stupid beyond saving. After hearing those words, the steward immediately asked again, then should we handle it the same way as before? Why should we bother with this kind of trash? Let him do as he pleases. No need to pay attention to it. Since he wants to give up on his own, then we can't be blamed for it. Then should we report this matter to the master? The stewardess voice sounded out again. No need. My Bao family has a great foundation. We're just raising one piece of trash. Don't tell me we can't afford even that. And remember, not only are we going to support him, we're going to give him the highest level of treatment. After all, only by doing this can we display the bearing of my Bao family. At this moment, Bao Tianming spoke in a tone carrying a strange implication. Hearing Bao Tianming's words, the steward also understood what he meant. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely suppress that eldest young master. After all, when the family head discovered that Bao Tianhua was using the Bao family's best resources to support a useless person, the family head, who had already been disappointed in him to begin with, would have even less to say. But the steward said nothing. He merely nodded, then withdrew directly. After Bao Tianhua returned to his residence, he immediately told his mother everything he had done today. What? You actually gave that one and only support slot to a low-grade bone talent from the outer court. Inside the room, a refined noblewoman's face was full of shock. There was also a trace of anger in her voice as she spoke. Looking at his mother's furious appearance, Bao Tianhua still wore a smile on his face as he said, Mother, you don't know. He has a new friend I just made. His family is poor, and he fought his way all the way to where he is today. A person like that will definitely be extraordinary in the future, giving aid to a civilization ahead of time. Maybe in the future, the other side might even turn around and help us. You, the noblewoman, upon hearing Bao Tianhua say that, almost instinctively wanted to snap back and scold him. But when she saw her son's honest, simple face, the anger on her own face quickly faded. The fire that had risen in her heart also died down for the most part. In the end, the noblewoman could only let out a sigh. She naturally understood her son's temperament. What his future is definitely extraordinary. Would he help us in return someday? Those were all just excuses. After all, with low-grade aptitude, what future could he possibly have? At most, her son simply saw that young man as pitiful, and that was why he was willing to give him this chance. Looking at her son's face, the noblewoman felt a little helpless. Her son's kindness was good, but had gone too far. Right now, he thought the other party was pitiful, so he wanted to help him. But who would pity them? And who could come help them? Fine. If you want to do it, then go ahead. Anyway, we can't really do anything with this slot right now. But Tianhua, remember this well. This is the last time. In the future, whatever you want to do, you have to discuss it with your mother first. Hearing his mother's words, Bao Tianhua immediately nodded with a smile and said, Okay, I got it. The next morning, Bao Tianhua came to the inner courtyard and very quickly found Lin Tian. He took out the paper scroll that had been stamped in the stewardess office yesterday. Senior brother Lin Tian, this is what I promised you yesterday. Hearing that, Lin Tian immediately turned to look. Then he saw that aside from scroll, Bao Tianhua was also holding a bottle of pills. He had naturally heard what Bao Tianhua had just said clearly. This resource sponsorship had actually been secured by him. He had even directly brought over this month's subsidy for him. Taking the things from Bao Tianhua's hands, Lin Tian still found it a little hard to believe. Even though Bao Tianhua had sworn it to him yesterday, Lin Tian knew very well that if Bao Tianhua's family found out he only had low-grade aptitude, then this matter would most likely fall through. But to his surprise, it had worked. Without question, Bao Tianhua must have put in real effort for this. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. I, Lin Tian, will remember this favor. I will repay it in the future. Holding the heavy bottle of medicine in his hand, he spoke solemnly. Seeing how polite Lin Tian was being, Bao Tianhua immediately smiled again as if it were nothing. Senior brother, why be so polite? To me, this really isn't much. Don't worry, senior brother. There are 10 chi blood pills in this bottle, and you'll receive the same treatment every month from now on. If senior brother is lucky, then perhaps even the Dark Force realm may not be impossible to break through. 10 chi blood pills. Hearing what Bao Tianhua said, Lin Tian was shocked once again. He understood very clearly that the sponsorship was definitely not some so-called fixed treatment. This so-called sponsorship was entirely based on a certain faction's evaluation of a genius, and resources were given accordingly. The higher the talent, the more resources one naturally received, especially chi blood pills, which could help martial artists cultivate. From what Lin Tian knew, a genius at Xiao Tian's level could receive 5 chi blood pills a month from the family behind Lin Xian. But he could actually get 10? Why did this treatment look so strange? He knew Bao Tianhua came from a family of wealthy merchants, so he was bound to be generous. But wasn't he this a little too generous? These were 10 chi blood pills. Outside, even a single chi blood pill started at no less than 5 taels of silver. So what he was holding now was worth 50 taels. And he would get this every month too? Junior brother Bao, there's some mistake here? How could I possibly have 10 chi blood pills? Hearing that, Bao Tianhua waved his hand indifferently and said, That's right. These are for you. If you don't believe it, you can look at the contract in your hand. Though Bao Tianhua's tone sounded unconcerned as he spoke, he himself also found this contract strange. After all, this was not originally the contract he had planned to give Lin Tian. And with his current position in the Bao family, he had no way to mobilize a sponsorship contract of this level for Lin Tian. The most he could arrange was sponsorship worth 5 chi blood pills. But this morning, the steward had suddenly come to him and said they wanted to raise the level of the sponsorship for him. They had directly brought out the Bao family as highest standard sponsorship package. They said only this could display the Bao family's scale and prestige. Bao Tianhua did not quite understand the intention behind it, but in the end he still agreed. After all, if he could secure more resources for Lin Tian, he was naturally happy to do it. In this way, he would also look good in front of his friend, Wu Tihi. Lin Tian had also finished reading the contract in his hand, and sure enough, he discovered that the Bao family's sponsorship for him really was 10 chi blood pills. The Bao family really is generous. After seeing the contents of the contract, Lin Tian cried out in astonishment inwardly, and seeing the shocked expression on Lin Tian's face, Bao Tianhua naturally found it quite satisfying. Many thanks. Lin Tian get Bao Tianhua again, because this contract, without question, must have been something Bao Tianhua obtained for him only after paying some kind of price. Otherwise, how could a down-and-out young master like him possibly have the influence to bring over a contract like this for him? The hardship behind this was probably not something that could be told to outsiders. Lin Tian would naturally remember this favor in his heart. Of course, he also had confidence, which was why he accepted it. After all, with his fate in hand, he was certain he would be able to repay it in the future. Haha, senior brother, you're too polite. Since you and I are friends, why say things like this? And with these chi blood pills, as long as senior brother is willing to work hard, then in the future, not just the Dark Force realm, but perhaps even realms above it may not be out of reach. Who knows, when the time comes, I might even need your help. Bao Tianhua spoke again in a joking tone. Definitely. Lin Tian did not say anything more, only those 2 words. But when he said them, he was incomparably serious. The two chatted a little longer. Then they parted, and each went off to practice. Clenching the pill bottle in his hand, Lin Tian also began his cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and the others, who had seen this scene from the side, had extremely complicated feelings. They didn't even know what words they could use to describe their mood anymore. That was 10 chi blood pills. A full 10. Where did Lin Tian get this kind of luck to obtain such an opportunity? At this moment, there was no doubt that they felt sour. Although they all knew very well that the pills Bao Tianhua had given were doomed to go to waste, Lin Tian was destined to disappoint him. But that was still a full 10 chi blood pills. Lin Tian might be trash in their eyes, but he had truly, genuinely obtained 10 chi blood pills. This, for a moment, all kinds of emotions churned endlessly in everyone's hearts. But in the end, it's bound to come to nothing. I suppose ELL only gets sponsorship for these next few months at most. After all, if Lin Tian doesn't produce any results later on, then the sponsorship will naturally be cut off. Lin Xian spoke with extreme disdain in her voice. The other party had already felt uncomfortable about the existence of someone like Lin Tian, and now, seeing him once again gain such huge benefits because of luck, that discomfort in her heart immediately turned into dissatisfaction and anger. Why should someone born a mud-legged nobody be able to get so many benefits just by relying on luck? When the people nearby heard those words, they also felt a little better, and that did make sense. After all, Lin Tian breaking through to Ming Jin through hard work was already his limit, and now he wanted to rely on the same method to break through to Jin. What kind of joke was that? Couldn't Jin really be broken through just by working hard? Impossible. If hard work were enough, then Jin would already be everywhere in the streets. How could it still be this rare? Maybe when that time came, Lin Tian would understand. And Jean was a goal that people like him would need to look up to for their entire lives. After saying that, the crowd no longer paid attention to Lin Tian. Rather than wasting time arguing with someone who was destined to be from a completely different world than them, they might as well focus their attention on their own cultivation first. After all, it would not be long before they had to start preparing for the martial examination. When the time came, they would still need to fight for that final nomination spot. Thus, another month passed in cultivation. Although training in the martial academy was dry and boring, it no longer had the usual sense of ease and leisure. What filled the place instead was seriousness and solemnity. There was only one reason for all this. The martial examination was drawing near. Although none of the outer court disciples were qualified to participate, who among those who came here to practice martial arts did not long for the martial examination? So even if there was only the faintest sliver of hope, they would naturally give it a try with everything they had. Especially in the outer court, after Lin Tian's breakthrough, everyone had gained a bit of hope. After all, if they were also as lucky as Lin Tian and broke through to Ming Jin, then they could truly be considered to have turned their lives around in the outer city. And just as everyone was still immersed in tense training, a series of booming sounds suddenly came from the inner court. Bang, 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 bang. 6 consecutive explosions entered everyone's ears at the same time. At this moment, everyone in the martial academy who heard that sound had shock and disbelief on their faces, especially the disciples in the inner court. They knew very clearly what that sound represented. 6 echoes. This was the sign of the mountain-shaking fist reaching major accomplishment. And from that sound, they could also hear that it contained a special kind of force. That dull, heavy reverberation was completely different from Ming Jin. And Jin, without a doubt, this was in Jin. The shock on the faces of Lin Qian and the other inner court disciples became even more obvious. And the direction that sound came from was the side courtyard, which meant that the one who had broken through to Jin was Xiao Tian. Hiss, is that a breakthrough to Jin? Senior brother Xiao Tian broke through to Jin, a voice in the outer court said in shock. Although outer court disciples like them did not know exactly what Jin was, they did know what 6 consecutive echoes of the mountain-shaking fist represented. They also knew that the sound had come from the direction of the side courtyard. So everyone almost immediately thought of that possibility. And naturally, the result was no different from what they had guessed. Inside the side courtyard, as those 6 consecutive booming sounds rang out together, Zhao Tsong immediately came before Xiao Tian. How is it? Could it be? Zhao Tsong asked the Xiao Tian in front of him with some concern. Many thanks for Master-S guidance. This disciple did not fail your expectations. I have achieved in Jin. Ha, good. As expected, you did not disappoint your master. And Jin, it's finally done. In the inner court, Zhao Tsong's laughter was not quiet, and everyone in the inner court was a Ming Jin disciple, so they could naturally hear him clearly. At once, Lin Qian and the others showed all kinds of expressions. Some were silent, some were shocked, and some revealed faces full of delight. Only 4 months. He entered only 4 months ago and already broke through to Jin first. This kind of talent truly makes others ashamed, Zhang Ming said to himself inwardly. And at this moment, the only one still showing an obvious expression was Zhouya. A delighted smile was on her face. Although she was not the one breaking through to Jin right now, she knew very well that her family had already invested resources into supporting Xiao Tian. She and Xiao Tian were completely in a state of shared glory. Now that the Xiao Tian she had drawn to her side had broken through to Jin, she could use this to suppress that cousin from the branch family who was competing with her. That was because she had heard that the genius her cousin had recruited had taken a full 5 months to break through to Jin. The gap between them was obvious at a glance. If she brought this news back to the family, her status would definitely rise again. After all, it was clear that the Xiao Tian she had recruited was more worth investing in than the genius the other side had recruited. His future path in martial arts would also go farther. Maybe Xiao Tian might even break free from the shackles of a Jin later and break through to Hua Jin after knocking at the gate a 2nd and 3rd time. As this thought rose in her mind, Zhouya felt as if her blood and chi had instantly begun flowing faster. But the people standing beside Zhouya wore silent expressions instead. That was because Xiao Tian's breakthrough was an incomparably heavy blow to them. They had entered this martial academy much earlier than Xiao Tian. But now Xiao Tian, who had joined later, had broken through ahead of them. This was simply creak. The gate to the side courtyard opened at that moment. Xiao Tian, with a proud look on his face, walked out from inside. Seeing this, Zhouya was the first to react. She forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, then quickly stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, junior brother Xiao Tian, on breaking through to Jin. Junior brother's talent is truly extraordinary. After hearing Zhouya's words, the few disciples nearby immediately came to their senses as well. Then they quickly stepped forward and offered their congratulations together. At this moment, Xiao Tian's talent was obvious for all to see, and his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Even though they had already suffered a huge blow, they also knew how brilliant Xiao Tian's future would be. If they could build a good relationship with him now, then it would definitely bring only benefits and no harm to their futures. And faced with everyone's flattery at this moment, Xiao Tian had no intention of paying them any attention and walked straight through. Even toward Zhouya, he only gave a slight nod in response. After that, he ignored them. In the distance, Lin Tian looked at the young man whose eyes were filled with arrogance, and he could not help but sigh with emotion. After all, when Lin Tian had first seen him, he had still been a somewhat timid boy hiding behind his older sister. He had not expected that in such a short 5 months, the change in him would be so great. That's right. The woman who had brought him into the martial academy back then was Xiao Tian's older sister, Xiaohong. The other party had come to the martial academy a few times before as well, so Lin Tian wasn't unfamiliar with him. Still, he only paused slightly, then resumed the half-finished fist technique in his hands. That movement naturally drew Xiao Tian's gaze as well. But when he saw Lin Tian's diligent back, a trace of disdain flashed through his eyes beneath that arrogance. He didn't say anything, though. He only let out a light chuckle before turning and leaving. Xiao Tian moved very quickly. Before anyone in the inner court could even react, he was already gone. And clearly, he was going back to tell his older sister the news of his breakthrough. Watching his departing figure, the ignored crowd stood there in a daze, at a loss for what to do. After finishing one full round of his fist technique, Lin Tian looked at the fate grid in his mind. Fate grid, diligence will surely bear fruit. Mountain shaking fist, limit break 4,783, 10,000. Demon subduing golden body, iron garment 1,465, 8,000. Ever since Lin Tian received the Bao family's support, his cultivation speed had improved at a rapid pace. The progress of mountain shaking fist was already nearly halfway there, and even demon subduing golden body had been cultivated by him to the second iron garment realm. Now that Xiao Tian, the inner court genius, had already broken through to hidden force, perhaps it was about time for him to consider revealing his own realm as well. The day passed quickly. That night, Zhao Cong walked out of the side courtyard. Because his closed-door disciple had broken through to hidden force, he had rarely stepped out of the side courtyard today. And the moment he came out, he saw Lin Tian still cultivating in the inner court. Looking at that diligent back, Zhao Cong, for some reason, almost instinctively shook his head. He even felt regret in his heart. He naturally knew how hardworking Lin Tian was. But he also knew that breaking through to bright force on the first gate-pounding attempt had already been Lin Tian's limit. No matter how hard he worked now, it was still just useless effort. There was no way the second gate-pounding attempt would succeed. The so-called diligence can make up for clumsiness was nothing more than a word of encouragement people use, so others wouldn't lose all hope. Very few truly managed to stand out because of it. And in Zhao Cong's eyes, Lin Tian was clearly not one of those few. In the end, Lin Tian only left the martial academy after Zhao Cong reminded him to. Watching Lin Tian's departing back, a trace of regret flashed through Zhao Cong's eyes. It was like he had no regard for Lin Tian. After all, they were both his disciples. It was just that the limits of one's natural bones were ultimately a heavenly chasm. With such diligence, if only his natural bones had been a little better, he wouldn't be this hopeless. After letting out a sigh, Zhao Cong also closed the gates of the martial academy. After leaving the martial academy, Lin Tian headed straight for home. But as he passed Jinghe Bend, he suddenly felt something was off again. Those boats hadn't gone out today, either. Before his eyes, row after row of neatly lined up boats were once again parked by the shore. Seeing this, a grave look flashed through Lin Tian's eyes again. Because whenever something like this happened, it never meant anything good. The last time this had happened was when the Black Axe Gang won their bloody clash, and his family had nearly been dragged into danger because of it. Ever since the incident with the Black Axe Gang, Lin Tian had developed an instinctive reaction to this kind of thing. The next moment, he didn't dare delay any longer and directly sped up toward his home. Fortunately, after breaking through to hidden force, Lin Tian's physical condition had already far surpassed what it used to be. He very quickly caught sight of his family's black awning boat. Lin Tian soon returned home. Only after seeing that his family was safe and sound did the huge weight in his heart finally drop. Xiao Tian, what is wrong with you? Why do you look so anxious? Did something happen outside? When his mother, Madame Zhao, saw the anxiety on Lin Tian's face, she immediately stepped forward and asked. After all, she had heard some very bad rumors outside today. People were saying someone had seen water bandits' boats drifting along the riverbank. Once that news came out, whether it was true or not, no one in all of Jinghe Bend had gone out on boats today. If it was fake, that was one thing. But if it was real, people could die. So when she saw the anxiety on Lin Tian's face just now, her heart had also skipped a beat. Hearing his mother's words, and seeing the worried expressions on his father's face and his older sister's face, Lin Tian also realized that his reaction just now had been a bit too intense. Still, he quickly explained the worries he had earlier. After hearing that, his mother, Madame Zhao, immediately said again, It's fine as long as nothing happened. It's fine as long as nothing happened. You don't need to worry about the family. After we heard the news about the water bandits today, we never went out again and all stayed at home. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Tian immediately caught the key point in them. Water bandits? Hearing Lin Tian speak, Father Lin at the side immediately added, "We heard it today from someone who went out early. Supposedly, he saw water bandits' boats drifting in the distance. No one knows if it's true, but once the news spread, nobody went out in their boats to fish anymore. Looks like it's probably fake. Of course, even if it's real, it doesn't matter much. Jinghe Bend is a pretty remote place to begin with. Why would those water bandits go to all that trouble just to come rob a place like ours?" Listening to his father's analysis, Lin Tian nodded as well. What his father said wasn't without reason. Their place was not only remote, but there also wasn't much profit to be had. Even if there were water bandits, they wouldn't come here. But the gravity in his eyes still didn't lessen at all, because he didn't want his family to suffer even the slightest harm, even if it was only a possible risk. Looks like his plan to move his family somewhere else had to be pushed forward. The next day, Lin Tian came to the martial academy again. As he passed by the outer court disciples, the gossip unique to the outer court once again drifted into his ears. "Hey, you probably won't believe this, but when I got back to my village late, my family said someone saw water bandits' boats drifting on the river yesterday." "HM, your village had that too? I thought it was fake." "What? Your village had it too?" As that topic spread, the outer court disciples from different places immediately cried out in surprise with one shared reaction. After hearing those voices, Lin Tian's heart sank again. Clearly, if it was just one or two households, it might have been an accident. But now that so many people were saying the same thing, this was no longer something that could be explained away as a coincidence. Without question, water bandits really had appeared on the river yesterday, and there were probably quite a lot of them. Otherwise, there was no way they could have affected so many villages all within a single day. With heaviness in his eyes, Lin Tian quickly entered the inner court. As he stepped inside, Bao Tianhua's kind, chubby face immediately appeared in front of him. "Good morning, Senior Brother Lin." "Junior Brother Bao?" Lin Tian returned the greeting. "Junior Brother Bao, did you come to see me today because something happened?" Although Lin Tian and Bao Tianhua got along quite well in private, the two of them usually only crossed paths around lunchtime. The rest of the time, they were both buried in training. And not just him, either. This was basically the daily routine of all the disciples in the inner courtyard. After all, it was true that they were geniuses who could break through to Mingjin. But when it came to martial arts training, they were in no way as lazy as the outer courtyard disciples. Especially recently, with the martial examination drawing near, a wave of fierce competition had immediately swept through the inner courtyard. So for Bao Tianhua to come looking for him at this moment, he definitely had something to say. "Heh, I can't hide it from you, Senior Brother Lin. I really do have something to tell you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll forget about it later. And that wouldn't be good." As he spoke, Bao Tianhua's expression immediately turned more serious. Then he said directly, "Senior Brother Lin, I assume you also heard about the water bandits after you got home last night, right? No need to doubt it. It's real. By now, even the government offices in the inner city have basically dispatched people. I heard those water bandits are planning to make a big move. As for what exactly that move is, I don't know. Anyway, I came to remind you to be careful, Senior Brother Lin." Hearing this, Lin Tian once again confirmed the guess he had just made. There really were water bandits running rampant, and they were planning some big move? Thank you for telling me, Junior Brother Bao. I'll be careful. After the two of them talked for a bit longer, they separated and went back to training. At this moment, for some reason, after hearing all this news, he actually had a feeling that a storm was about to come. No, sure enough, his strength still wasn't enough. He needed to become even stronger. The next moment, Lin Tian once again swung his fists. Resources. Right now, what he needed was resources. Although he received 10 Qi blood pills every month from the Bao family, to be honest, that amount really wasn't enough for Lin Tian. So he needed more resources. Maybe he could appropriately show some of his value. A thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. Right now, he needed more resources. Only then could the speed at which he grew stronger become even faster. The previous 10 Qi blood pills had only let him experience 10 days of accelerated training. If in 1 month he could have 15 days or even 30 days of that kind of accelerated training progress, then he would definitely be able to advance to Huajin at the fastest speed. But where was he supposed to find those resources? Clearly, for Lin Tian, the resources he needed at this stage were not a small amount, but he had no channels to get them. Even the 10 Qi blood pills he currently received every month had only come from Bao Tianhua after seeing his situation and deciding to help him. Of course, Lin Tian had actually already thought of where he could get those resources. Lin Tian's gaze turned in the direction of his master, Zhao Suazhua. As long as he exposed his cultivation, the other party would definitely take notice of him. A Huajin level expert would certainly have abundant resources in his hands. But if he did that, he would have to expose his cultivation. For him, the risk was too high. After all, his cultivation had been progressing far too quickly. If he exposed it in a hurry, it would likely arouse other people's suspicion, and this matter concerned his fate. His fate was the foundation that allowed him to stand firm in this world. So there was no way he could let anyone discover it. And that was exactly why he hid his cultivation. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. Aside from hiding the fate he wanted to conceal, he also wanted to hide his sharpness. Coming from the bottom of society, Lin Tian knew very well what happened when a person stood out too much. Lie low. Stay alive. Only then could he keep growing stronger. After all, for a poor boy with absolutely no backing behind him, showing too much sharpness was no different from courting death. But now, with the appearance of those water bandits, Lin Tian knew that he might already be able to reveal some of that sharpness. After all, if he wanted to protect his family and become stronger, then he had to show his talent and value. Originally, in Lin Tian's plan, he had intended to wait another 1 or 2 months, basically until before the martial examination, before revealing his on-gene cultivation. But now, he had to move it up a little. With that thought, Lin Tian swung his fists even faster. A day passed very quickly. Today, Lin Tian did not stay behind for extra training as usual. Instead, like the other disciples, he left on time. When the outer courtyard disciples saw this, they all kept turning their heads to look, their eyes once again filled with curiosity. Although there had previously been a period when Lin Tian had left the martial academy on time with them, that had been before he broke through to Mingjin. After Lin Tian broke through to Mingjin and entered the inner courtyard, he had once again become that diligent person who worked hard every single day. Of course, after entering the inner courtyard, he no longer came especially early in the mornings. But in the evenings, he had never once been absent. He was almost always the very last one to leave without fail. Especially with the martial examination approaching, the inner courtyard disciples had all consciously begun giving themselves extra training. For example, right now, aside from Lin Tian alone, all the other inner courtyard disciples were still inside the inner courtyard training. What was going on today? As the person who worked the hardest every single day, today, he was actually the only inner courtyard disciple walking out of the martial academy. Still, the crowd didn't think too much of it. After all, who didn't sometimes want to give themselves a break? Maybe he had just been working too hard lately. So now he wanted to take a little time off? In short, after taking a glance at Lin Tian, the outer courtyard disciples stopped paying attention. But after that, they started finding it a little strange, because for 6 straight days, Lin Tian left together with the outer courtyard disciples every time. The inner courtyard disciples watched Lin Tian leave in front of them. Lin Xian and the others kept calm expressions on their faces, but inside, they understood clearly. Especially Zhouya, who believed she had already seen through the source of Lin Tian's strange behavior over the past few days. Naturally, it was Xiao Tian, who had broken through to On-Jin recently. Compared to before, after Lin Tian had broken through to Mingjin, he had believed that with hard work alone, he could surpass everything, even overcome the natural limits of inborn bone talent. He had even believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a genius like Xiao Tian. In short, after relying on his luck and luckily breaking through to Mingjin, he no longer knew the immensity of heaven and earth. In his heart, he had even developed the confidence of someone whose ambition towered above the sky. But unfortunately, after seeing Xiao Tian break through to On-Jin, that pitiful bit of confidence the other party had was smashed to pieces on the spot. Now his true colors were naturally exposed. He had returned to the posture a piece of trash like him should have. He had probably finally realized just how poor his natural talent was, and he had accepted that there was no hope for him to break through in this lifetime. That is more like it. Trash should look like trash. No matter how hard he worked, it would all just be wasted effort in the end. Creak. At this moment, Zhao Cang also walked out from the side courtyard. With the martial examination approaching, and with Xiao Tian having broken through to dark force, he naturally had to start putting some of his attention on these inner court disciples. After all, even among those at bright force, someone might still bring him a surprise in this final stretch of time. But when Zhao Cang's gaze shifted to a certain corner, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He left again today? This should already be the 6th day, right? Looks like Lin Tian really has given up. But that makes sense. With that kind of aptitude, he had probably already noticed how slow his cultivation progress was during this period. And if that was added to the blow from Xiao Tian's breakthrough to dark force, back in the outer court, he had naturally also heard about how Lin Tian had treated Xiao Tian as a comparison target. Looking at it now, that was apparently true after all. What a pity. That kind of aptitude was destined to leave him with limited prospects. But that kind of willpower truly disappointed him. Had he just given up like this? To give up so completely after suffering just a little setback? Seriously. At this moment, it could be said that as long as Lin Tian had still remained, Zhao Cang would not have felt this disappointed. After all, if he stayed, then even if he could not compete, at the very least, it would prove he had that determination. Of course, Zhao Cang naturally would not pay too much attention to Lin Tian. After all, a master can lead one to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Whether he stayed or left, Zhao Cang would not interfere too much. After walking out the door, Zhao Cang went straight to the disciples. Then he said, "Has anyone touched the threshold of dark force?" Hearing those words, Lin Xian and Qian Wang, standing nearby, both stiffened. Clearly, they understood very well what their master's words meant at this moment. Naturally, it meant the ownership of the final nomination slot was about to be decided. And looking at the silent disciples below, Zhao Song finally shook his head. So be it. After all, not everyone was a genius like Xiao Tian. He had still been asking for too much. Then he spoke again, with the martial examination drawing near. I assume you all know what I meant by that just now. But since no one has managed to break through, then we'll allocate it according to strength. As Zhao Tsung's words fell, the few disciples before him showed looks of understanding. Set up the arena. One battle to decide the winner. Then determine who got the slot. This was naturally not the first time they had experienced something like this. So they were all very clear on the rules. And at this moment, everyone else naturally also knew that within this inner court, aside from Zhang Ming and Xiao Tian, who had already become Dark Force practitioners, the only two with the greatest chance of obtaining this slot were Zhou Ye and Qian Wang. Zhao Tsung's gaze also turned toward the two of them. Before Xiao Tian had arrived, these two had originally been the ones he had placed the greatest hopes on to break through to Dark Force after Zhang Ming. But unfortunately, with the arrival of the genius disciple Xiao Tian, he had indirectly neglected the two of them somewhat in their cultivation. Perhaps after tomorrow's arena battle, he could choose one of two to nurture a little. After all, they were both his disciples. Although Xiao Tian had already reached Dark Force, having one more disciple with potential would also give him a bit more assurance in a martial examination. This was something he was still very happy to see. Zhou Ye, Qian Wang, the two of you must work harder and stay diligent. Perform well tomorrow. After giving another word of instruction, Zhao Tsung turned and left. And before leaving, for some reason, Zhao Tsung once again looked toward the corner where Lin Tian often practiced martial arts before. Then he gently shook his head again. Meanwhile, Zhou Ye and Qian Wang behind him were already full of excitement. They had been under Zhao Tsung for quite a while already, so they understood very clearly what that sentence just now had meant. This meant he intended to focus on cultivating one of them. Tomorrow's victory or defeat would directly determine whether they could receive focused nurturing from this Huajin martial artist. The breathing of both of them became somewhat hurried from excitement. Because there was no guidance from Zhao Tsung today, the disciples in the inner court naturally all left as well. After all, the reason they had stayed at this time before, Jing'a Bend by the riverbank. As the night gradually darkened, Lin Tian also completed the final round of cultivation for the demon-subduing golden body. Golden light flashed through his mind once again. Fate, diligence guarantees success. Regret shaking fist, limit breaking 5,785 10,000. Demon subduing golden body, bronze robe, 12,000. Looking at the fate in his mind, Lin Tian clenched both fists. Immediately after, a sheen like metal and iron instantly appeared on Lin Tian's skin. Iron robe complete. This was equivalent to a hard body art at the Dark Force level. The reason he had not stayed at night these past few days was precisely to increase his training in this hard body art. And now, it could be considered not to have disappointed him. Looking at the sheen on his skin, Lin Tian finally had that bit of confidence to reveal his cultivation ahead of time. So now it was time to display that he had reached the Dark Force realm. After all, in the last few days, he had been hearing more and more frequently that some people had seen boats belonging to water bandits on the riverbank. That was definitely not good news. Obtaining more resource support was already a matter of urgency. The next morning, as Lin Tian entered the inner court, Zhang Ming immediately came over to him. Junior brother, have you been busy with something lately? Why have you been leaving so punctually every day? That doesn't seem like something you would do. Could it be that you've run into some difficulty? Hearing the concern in Zhang Ming's voice, Lin Tian naturally knew what he wanted to ask. After all, this matter had already spread all through the outer court. People were saying that he had started giving up, recognizing reality and things like that. After all, he used to be diligent, but now he was leaving the martial academy on time every day. He had even done so for 6 or 7 days straight. It was inevitable that people would gossip about him. But at this moment, Lin Tian felt that the outer court disciples really did have too much free time. He only made a slight change, and they kept making guesses about him, and all of them were negative guesses too. Zhang Ming in front of him had probably also been influenced by those rumors. That was why he wanted to comfort him. At this moment, Lin Tian also felt a bit helpless and did not even know how to explain it. But right after that, Lin Tian still said seriously to Zhang Ming, "Senior brother, don't worry. It won't happen again. From now on, I will definitely be diligent and strive forward." That's right. Since they could not accept it, then he might as well just admit it directly. Then he only had to promise to correct himself. When Zhang Ming saw Lin Tian's tone and eyes, he immediately nodded in relief in his heart. It's good that you've come to that realization." But as he spoke, Zhang Ming once again recalled what his master, Zhao Tsung, had said last night. Set up a ring, decide the winner in one fight, key training. After hearing all that, Lin Tian immediately said in surprise. He expected that he had actually missed quite a lot last night, but right after that, his eyes lit up, because among those words, he had heard the one phrase that interested him the most. Key training. Wouldn't that mean that if he won on this ring, he would receive Zhao Tsung's full support and focused training afterward? Then the resources he could obtain would definitely not be few. Lin Tian's heart stirred with excitement. This was exactly what he needed most right now. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian finally understood why, when he had entered the martial academy earlier, those outer court disciples had all been passionately discussing who was stronger and who was more impressive. So, this was the reason? Creak. As the gate to the side courtyard opened, Zhao Tsang walked out with his hands behind his back. Behind him followed Zhao Tian, wearing that same arrogant expression on his face. With Zhao Tsang's arrival, the inner court disciples immediately gathered in this direction. Several people stood neatly in a row. Seeing this, Zhao Tsang nodded. Then he said to everyone, "Let us go. This place is too small and not suitable for fighting. We'll head to the outer court. It'll also be a good chance for the outer court disciples to see what matches between Mingjin disciples look like." As he spoke, Zhao Tsang immediately took the lead and walked toward the outer court. The inner court disciples behind him naturally followed at a quick pace. Very soon, everyone arrived at the outer court. The outer court disciples also knew that there would be a direct match between Mingjin disciples today. So when they saw Zhao Tsang and the others come out, they immediately cleared out an empty area. And under Zhang Ming's instructions, the entire ground had been cleaned so thoroughly that there was not a single stray object left. Seeing this, Zhao Tsang immediately said to the outer court disciples behind him, "I believe I already made everything clear to you yesterday. The rules today are very simple. Whoever wants that final spot, go up yourself. One battle will decide the winner." After saying that, Zhao Tsang spoke no further and directly handed the ring over to the people behind him. At this moment, almost everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhou Ye and Qian Wang, the two strongest Mingjin experts in the inner court. Even those outer court disciples knew very clearly that this final spot would be decided between these two, and at this time, neither of them said much. They immediately prepared to step onto the ring. Seeing this, Zhao Tsang nodded, then shifted his gaze once more to the other inner court disciples behind him. "Is there anyone else who wants to go up?" Naturally, those words were only symbolic. After all, he knew very well that among the Mingjin disciples, these two were already the strongest. No one else would naturally step up. So when he said that sentence, Zhao Tsang did not even give those behind him a chance to respond before immediately saying again, "Then let the mat. Wait, master. This disciple is also willing to step onto the stage." As that voice rang out, everyone's eyes immediately turned in one direction. The next moment, they saw who had spoken, Lin Tian. Seeing this, Zhao Tsang and the people around him were all somewhat stunned. "HM, senior brother Lin Tian wants to go up too? I thought he had already. I didn't expect that he'd also want to compete with senior sister Zhou Ye and senior brother Qian Wang for that spot." Hiss. Those are two inner court disciples who've been in Mingjin for a long time. Senior brother Lin Tian is choosing a really bad time to fight for this. ISN, Teehee. At this moment, the voices of the outer court disciples rose one after another. Although there was no longer the same direct mockery as before in those words, the meaning they wanted to express was already very obvious. He couldn't win. At this moment, there was simply no need for Lin Tian to step forward, because just as everyone had said, Zhou Ye and Qian Wang had both entered the Mingjin realm a long time ago. The accumulation they had was something a newly advanced inner court disciple like Lin Tian, who had only just stepped into Mingjin, simply could not compare to. Stepping out now was not a wise move at all. On the contrary, it would only make him a bigger joke. And at this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Tian had changed slightly as well. Although after Lin Tian broke through to Mingjin, everyone had gained a layer of respect for his strength. That was only when comparing Lin Tian to themselves. But if Lin Tian were to be compared to Zhou Ye and the other one right now, then although they would not say anything openly in their hearts, they felt that Lin Tian simply was not qualified to contend with the two of them. And not just in one aspect either. In their eyes, no matter how they looked at it, Lin Tian was unworthy. On the ring, after Zhou Ye heard Lin Tian say those words, a trace of disgust and disdain immediately flashed through her eyes. Because in her mind right now, Lin Tian was actually placing himself on the same level as her for comparison. Without question, to Zhou Ye, this was no less than an insult. What status did she have? And what status did he have? He was someone with inferior bone talent. What right did he have to think he could be mentioned in the same breath as her? Could it be that after Xiao Tian broke through to Anjin, he knew he was no longer qualified to compare himself to Xiao Tian? So he switched targets and came to use her instead? At this moment, Zhou Ye even felt a surge of anger and disgust toward Lin Tian. Because in her eyes right now, Lin Tian's so-called comparison felt like filthy grime that had suddenly stuck to her body. It instantly made her feel an extreme sense of discomfort and nausea, both physically and mentally. As for Qian Wang at her side, although his expression showed no change on the surface, his thoughts were more or less the same as Zhou Ye's. And Xiao Tian, standing beside Zhao Tsang, also revealed a cold sneer. At this moment, his thoughts were almost exactly the same as Lin Qian's. After seeing that I broke through to Anjin, he realized he had no hope of comparing himself to me. So he lowered his standards and changed his target? The way weaklings like Lin Tian think is truly laughable to the extreme. After feeling a slight surprise, Zhao Tsong did not show much expression on his face. After all, even though he had held no hope for Lin Tian before, that did not mean he had said Lin Tian was not allowed to participate. So he spoke again. Then get on the stage. You'll fight Zhouya first. Remember to stop at the right point. Naturally, Zhao Tsong was saying this to Zhouya. After all, Zhouya's strength was above Lin Tian's, and he could also tell that she seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Tian. That kind of state was somewhat dangerous. If in a moment of impulse she injured Lin Tian, that was not something he wanted to see. Master, there is no need for the match. Lin Tian spoke again. The moment Zhao Tsong heard Lin Tian's voice, he almost instinctively arrived at an answer in his heart. Was he afraid that Zhouya would hurt him? Had he retreated on his own? A trace of dissatisfaction toward Lin Tian immediately rose in Zhao Tsong's heart. Because in his eyes, when a martial artist practiced martial arts, what mattered was pressing forward without hesitation. Even when one clearly knew defeat was inevitable. Either don't go up at all, but since you already did, then don't shrink back now. Hesitating like this, half going and half not. How is that not the act of coward? You. Just as Zhao Tsong was about to correct Lin Tian. Bang, 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 bang. 6 muffled blasts erupted from Lin Tian's fists at that moment. The sound carried by those 6 muffled blasts instantly rang through the entire outer courtyard. Everyone who heard it froze on the spot. On the arena, Zhouya, who had originally been full of disgust, immediately had her face fill with panic and disbelief when she saw Lin Tian unleash the 6 echo mountain-shaking fist. Even Qian Wang at the side went stiff. Xiao Tian was even more like someone jolted awake from a dream as he turned his head toward Lin Tian. As for Zhao Tsong, he subconsciously swallowed back all the scolding words he had been about to say. Master, this disciple has already broken through the hidden force I was lucky enough to touch upon yesterday. The gap between hidden force and overt force is simply too great. So in this disciple's view, if I make a move, senior sister, Zhou, you may end up injured. Therefore, this disciple suggests there is no need to continue the match. Ha! As soon as those words were spoken, Lin Qian immediately felt her face burning hot, although she had not spoken the thoughts in her heart in front of everyone just now. After Lin Tian said those words aloud, Lin Qian only felt as if her face had been fiercely slapped. Right after that, an indescribable sense of shame surged through her entire body. After all, just a few seconds ago, she had still been mocking Lin Tian for overestimating himself, for thinking he could compare to her. But now, he had already reached hidden force. Didn't that title of overestimating oneself seem like it should be pinned on her instead? And after Xiao Tian saw this scene from the side, his heart instantly surged with wave after wave of doubt and shock. There was even the faintest trace of bewilderment mixed into that shock, because at this moment, whether it was his pride or his confidence, all of it came from his current talent, and from the value Master Zhao Tsong placed on him because of that talent. But now, with all that talent of his, it had still taken him 4 months to break through to hidden force. Yet Lin Tian had only broken through a little more than 10 days later than him. What did that represent? He naturally understood very clearly. After all, he had broken through only because he received Zhao Tsong's guidance every single day. But what about Lin Tian? He had relied entirely on himself. Compared like this, Lin Tian's talent was practically on par with his. No, not on par. Better. Good. Excellent. The next moment, Zhao Tsong also snapped out of the shock brought by Lin Tian's 6 echo mountain-shaking fist. He immediately walked over and stood in front of Lin Tian. One hand rested on Lin Tian's shoulder. His face was full of gratification and joy, and as Zhao Tsong's voice rang out, the shocked crowd around them also came back to their senses at this moment, especially the outer courtyard disciples. What? Senior brother Lin Tian, he actually broke through to hidden force? Senior brother Lin Tian actually managed to break through to hidden force? And he even did it at almost the same time as senior brother Xiao Tian. This, doesn't that mean? As those words were spoken, everyone around immediately froze. Clearly, they had all thought of that same question at this moment. Although Lin Tian had broken through later than Xiao Tian, Lin Tian had cultivated all the way here entirely on his own. That was completely different from Xiao Tian, who received Master Zhao Tsong's guidance every day. That means senior brother Lin Tian's talent is even stronger than senior brother Xiao Tian's. After reaching that conclusion in their minds, everyone was instantly shocked in their hearts. And Zhouya, standing on the arena, had clearly realized this issue as well. Her face immediately turned deathly pale, because she knew very well, if Lin Tian's talent truly was stronger than Xiao Tian's, then what did that represent? She knew even better just how great a disaster her previous attitude toward Lin Tian might bring her. If this matter were to be learned by the family behind her, then she would definitely be directly expelled from the competition for heirship. After all, her family could never let someone who had offended a martial artist with limitless prospects become the head of the family. That would only bring disaster to the family in the future. And for someone so blind and foolish, even if she became family head, she would only lead the family into decline. And at this moment, it was not only her. Even Qian Wang beside her, as well as the rest of the inner courtyard disciples, had mostly gone pale too, although they had not gone as far as Zhou Ye had back then. They truly had never shown Lin Tian any goodwill either. There had even vaguely been that sense of isolating him. If Lin Tian kept this matter in his heart, whether he chose to take revenge or not would be entirely up to him, wouldn't he it? This. Qian Wang tightly clasped his hands together at this moment. Anxiousness had appeared on his face as well, because his current situation was rather similar to Zhou Ye's. He too was competing with certain people in his family for the position of the future heir, although he already held a complete advantage. It could even be said that he had already secured the future inheritance of the family head position. But now, it seemed that inheritance, which had practically been within his grasp, was about to fly away. One had to know that the Lin Tian before him was already an expert at hidden force, and among experts like that, he belonged to the batch with the greatest potential. In the future, he would even have a chance to go even higher. A genius like that was enough to affect the balance of the vast majority of factions. And if, for Lin Tian, he took another step forward, and directly stepped into the realm of transformed force, that would be a true rise to the heavens in a single step. His family absolutely would not let someone who had offended such a strong person become the family head. Ahem, good. Since you've already broken through to hidden force, then this final nomination slot is yours. Zhang Ming, Xiao Tian, and Lin Tian, you three, come with me into the inner courtyard. After a burst of surprise, Zhao Tsong spoke to Lin Tian again. The next moment, the four of them left at once, leaving behind only the crowd still discussing things among themselves. Inside a side courtyard of the inner courtyard, Zhao Tsong entered first, then Lin Tian and the others followed. And after entering this side courtyard, the faces of Zhang Ming, Xiao Tian, and Lin Tian all carried different expressions. There was a somewhat excited look on Zhang Ming's face. Clearly, he was a bit happy because Lin Tian had just revealed his hidden force strength. Xiao Tian's face was full of worry and dejection, obviously because of the cultivation he had seen Lin Tian display earlier. And as for Lin Tian, the main figure in that farce just now, there was not the slightest emotion on his face. He was abnormally calm, taking in all the expressions of the three before him. Zhao Tsong did not waste words. He immediately said to Lin Tian, come, step forward and let me take another look at your natural foundation. Back then, perhaps I truly did misjudge you. As Zhao Tsong's words fell, the other two aside from Lin Tian both reacted emotionally once more. Zhang Ming naturally felt somewhat pleased. After all, he had always been on good terms with Lin Tian, and he also knew very well where his own true limit lay. So, if Lin Tian, who was close to him, really did have powerful talent, then for him, that would absolutely be a good thing. But at this moment to Xiao Tian, this piece of news exploded in his mind like a bolt of thunder on the spot. He looked at Lin Tian, who was slowly walking forward in front of him. An uncontrollable trace of unease and anxiety actually rose in his heart. Just as he was thinking that, Zhao Tsong had already reached out again and grabbed Lin Tian's skeletal joints. That familiar hot current of qi and blood once again circulated through Lin Tian's body. But in the very next moment, the same expression that had appeared on Zhao Tsong's face during the first talent bone test appeared again. His brows immediately furrowed slightly. Then, just like the first time, he gave the exact same answer, low-grade root bone. And as soon as Zhao Tsong said those words, the expressions on Zhang Ming and Xiao Tian's faces behind him changed again. Zhang Ming's face naturally carried a slight disappointment. As for Xiao Tian, he felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. But right after that, both of them had strange looks in their eyes again, because something seemed off. If Lin Tian really had low-grade root bone, then why had his cultivation speed become so fast? And, clearly, Zhao Tsong had also thought of this question at this moment. Looking at Zhao Tsong in front of him, Lin Tian knew that this issue was unavoidable. Fortunately, Lin Tian had already prepared an explanation for himself. It was just that even he felt that explanation was a little far-fetched. But at the very least, it was still barely passable. Yet before Lin Tian could speak in the next moment, Zhao Tsong, standing in front of him, spoke first. Lin Tian, has your master recently felt that when practicing the Hanshan fist, your cultivation speed has become very fast? And have you even often had a feeling of sudden enlightenment? Hearing Zhao Tsong's words, Lin Tian froze for a moment. Huh? What did he mean? Why did it sound like he didn't even need to come up with an excuse anymore? In the next moment, Lin Tian followed Zhao Tsong's rhythm and subconsciously nodded. Reporting a master, I really do often gain insights while practicing martial arts. Hearing that, Zhao Tsong immediately revealed an expression that said as expected and nodded. If your master's guess is correct, the reason why your progress is so astonishingly fast right now is because you have entered the Tianjue state. Lin Tian blinked. Tianjue? What is that? Seeing the hesitation on Lin Tian's face, Zhao Tsong explained again. You can understand this state as a kind of enlightenment state. It is a state that every martial artist dreams of finding in his lifetime, because a person in this state not only advances at incredible speed in martial cultivation, but can also break through the normal shackles of his own limits. I imagine that this is exactly the state you're in right now. Hearing that, Lin Tian was immediately stunned. Huh? Who? Me? Of course, Lin Tian also knew that since someone had already thought up an explanation for him, there was no need for him to use the excuse he had originally prepared. Thank you, Master, for clearing up my confusion. Lin Tian immediately cupped his hands and thanked him. Zhao Cong simply nodded and said nothing more. Then he tossed 2 bottles of pills to Lin Tian and said, "Since you've broken through to Dark Force, as your master, I naturally need to give you proper support. From now on, you may come to me each month to receive 2 Qi blood pills for cultivation." Behind them, when Zhang Ming heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. 2. After taking the 2 Qi blood pills from Zhao Cong's hand, Lin Tian and Zhang Ming left the side courtyard. Xiao Tian, meanwhile, was left behind alone. At this moment, after walking out the side courtyard, Zhang Ming looked at Lin Tian in front of him. There were a few words on his lips, but he didn't know whether he should say them. Although he still didn't know how many Qi blood pills the others received, he himself was already an inner court disciple who had broken through to Dark Force. Every month, he could get 5 Qi blood pills from Master Zhao Cong. That's right. Even someone like him, whose chances of breaking through to transforming force were slim, could still get 5. But Lin Tian had only gotten 2, though he also knew the reason for this. Earlier, when Master Zhao Cong had explained Tianjue, there was actually one final sentence he hadn't said. After all, Zhang Ming had also once learned information about Tianjue from the books in Master S study. The book said that so-called Tianjue was when a martial artist's body, at a certain moment, along with all of his essence, energy, spirit, and even his physical condition, reached an absolutely perfect state. In that way, one could advance 1,000 miles in a single day on the path of martial cultivation. And one could also do things that surpassed one's own limits. It was the state every martial artist yearned for most in this life. But the reason this thing was called Tianjue was because whether one could awaken this state depended entirely on Heaven's will. It was not something human effort could interfere with. So if the awakening of this thing depended on Heaven's will, then naturally, the moment it disappeared was the same. In other words, Lin Tian could exit this Tianjue state at any time, and then become that mediocre person with low-grade root bone once again. And the next sentence Master hadn't said at the time was exactly this. It could be gained at any time, and it could also be lost at any time. It was far too unstable. So in Master S' view, although Lin Tian was in the spotlight right now, in the future, he definitely would not be as steady as Xiao Tian. That was why he had reduced the number of Qi blood pills given to Lin Tian. Otherwise, the amount of Qi blood pills in Lin Tian's hands right now naturally couldn't have been this small. At this moment, Zhang Ming was even certain that if it hadn't been Lin Tian, who had broken through to Dark Force and caught Master S' attention, but instead one of the earlier 2, Lin Qian or Qian Wang, receiving Master S focus cultivation, then that person would have gotten at least 3 Qi blood pills. So in Master S' eyes, the talent Lin Tian was showing right now wasn't even as great as that of Lin Qian and Qian Wang. That was why Lin Tian could only get 2. After struggling for a while, Zhang Ming still ultimately did not tell Lin Tian what he was thinking, because he knew very well that if he brought this matter up, not only would it not be a good thing, it might instead become a bad thing. At that point, it was quite possible that a rift would appear between Lin Tian and Master. After all, when Lin Tian had first become a disciple, Master had directly let him skip the tea-serving ceremony. And now, if Lin Tian were to find out that Master looked down on him again, then no matter how good his temperament was, there would definitely be resentment in his heart. In that case, perhaps for some things, not knowing was actually better. Lin Tian was walking ahead at this moment. He still held the 2 Qi blood pills in his hand. As for Zhang Ming's strange behavior behind him, he could naturally sense it as well. Most likely, the other party had something he wanted to say to him, but he should have some concerns, which was why he was hesitating over whether to speak. And regarding this, Lin Tian could naturally guess a thing or two. It should be related to the Qi blood pills in his hand. Thinking it over, there was probably only one reason. Most likely, he had been given too few Qi blood pills. After all, they were both Dark Force disciples. Xiao Tian could receive Qi blood pills from Master Zhao Cong every month. There was no reason Lin Tian couldn't. So most likely, the issue was the quantity of the Qi blood pills. But regarding this, Lin Tian also knew there was nothing he could do. After all, these pills belonged to his master, the old man. If the other side wouldn't give them, could he really snatch them by force? 2 pills, then 2 pills. They were free anyway. Having some was better than having none. Returning to the inner courtyard, the moment Lin Tian stepped in, the few inner courtyard disciples inside immediately changed their previous cold attitude. They at once took the initiative to come forward and greet him. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin Tian. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin Tian, on your outstanding talent and success in cultivating hidden force. One congratulatory voice after another came from these inner courtyard disciples, who had always been cold toward Lin Tian in the past. Seeing this, Lin Tian responded with nods just like he had in the outer courtyard. As for these inner courtyard disciples in front of him, Lin Tian, didn't he really have any bad impression of them? After all, they had only ignored him. Could it be that just because they ignored him, he would harbor hatred toward them? Of course, he didn't have any particularly good impression of them either. So in Lin Tian's eyes, these people were more or less no different from the wooden training dummies in the inner courtyard. However, when Lin Tian saw Bao Tianhua, he cupped his hands and responded politely. After all, he hadn't forgotten that for his sake, the other man had taken out 10 blood chi pills every month from his own household for him. Lin Tian would not forget such kindness. But just as Lin Tian was about to step forward and say a few words to Bao Tianhua, the next moment, all of a sudden, Lin Xian held a bottle of blood chi pills in both hands and immediately brought it before Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the pills in front of him and at Lin Xian, who had taken them out, his eyes full of confusion. Senior brother, Lin Tian, please accept this. This junior sister offended senior brother before. I asked senior brother. Okay. Lin Tian took the bottle of blood chi pills into his hand without the slightest hesitation. This was good stuff delivered right to his door. Why would he have any reason to refuse? As for the offense she had mentioned earlier, was it nothing more than a few unfriendly looks? He had grown up in a place like Jinga Bend. He had seen looks even more malicious than hers. At this point, as long as the other party wasn't stabbing at him with a knife or causing him any actual harm, then Lin Tian would generally just pretend not to see it. After taking that bottle of pills, Lin Tian ignored Lin Xian and immediately continued toward Bao Tianhua. After seeing Lin Tian accept her pills, Lin Xian only felt as if a huge stone had finally dropped from her heart. And at this moment, in the side courtyard, with Lin Tian and Zhang Ming having left, Zhao Cong looked again at Xiao Tian beside him. Although after learning that Lin Tian still had inferior bone structure, the expression on Xiao Tian's face had already turned grave. After all, that so-called heavenly perception of his seemed to be something not the slightest bit weaker than his own superior bone structure. Zhao Cong naturally saw through what Xiao Tian was thinking at a glance. Or rather, back when Lin Tian revealed his hidden force cultivation, he had already known what his final disciple was thinking. But clearly, Xiao Tian still did not understand the meaning of final disciple. Nor did he understand why he had only given Lin Tian 2 blood chi pills just now. Looking at the expression on the face of his final disciple before him, Zhao Cong immediately shook his head helplessly. The reason he had only given 2 blood chi pills earlier, on one hand, he naturally did not think highly of Lin Tian's unstable heavenly perception state. He had judged that hidden force was already his limit, and transformed force was absolutely impossible. On the other hand, he was also using it to indirectly show Xiao Tian that the degree to which he valued Lin Tian was not as high as the degree to which he valued him. After all, Xiao Tian could receive 6 blood chi pills from him every month. As for Lin Tian, he only got 2. AI, as expected, the temperament of youth. He hadn't seen at all what those actions of his just now represented behind the scenes. Of course, in Zhao Cong's view, this was understandable. After all, the Xiao Tian before him was only a teenage boy, and he had also grown up in a poor environment all this time. So it was only normal for him to have such a disposition. That's right, in Zhao Cong's eyes at this moment. The flaws in Xiao Tian's character that he was displaying now belonged within the normal range of a young man's temperament. He could completely understand it. Of course, this understanding was only for Xiao Tian as a person. As for Lin Tian, such understanding naturally could not possibly exist. After all, Lin Tian had only left early once before, and yet the other man had been branded as someone lacking firmness of character. After seeing the expression on his beloved disciple's face, Zhao Cong still patiently explained things. And as he explained, the expression on Xiao Tian's face gradually returned to normal. That temporary heavenly perception state will disappear? Hearing Xiao Tian's question, Zhao Cong immediately chuckled again. Naturally, a state like heavenly perception is itself something that defies the heavens. So how could it possibly exist forever? And as far as I know as your master, although the cultivation speed gained from heavenly perception is fast, the realm after breakthrough is for the most part unstable and shallow. After all, heavenly perception is also called heavenly borrowing. It is something borrowed from heaven. A realm raised by force for nothing naturally cannot be as solid as your own, which has been built step by step. After hearing Zhao Cong's words, the worry and frustration that had been on Xiao Tian's face before seemed to be swept away at this moment. The thing he had been most worried about was only that Lin Tian might replace his position. But now it seemed that Lin Tian simply wasn't worthy. After all, the other party was merely someone whose realm had been forcibly elevated. How could he possibly contend with him? At this moment, in Xiao Tian's eyes, Lin Tian was already destined to be someone who would shine only briefly like an ephemeral blossom. He only had to wait for that heavenly perception state of his to disappear. Then he would surely return once again to the mediocrity that should have originally belonged to him. Though it must be said, that Lin Tian's luck really is quite good. A mud-legged peasant actually managed to enter a mysterious state like heavenly perception. Of course, while sighing over it, Xiao Tian also felt some dissatisfaction. After all, the kind of rare, unattainable state had actually been wasted just like that on someone like Lin Tian. That was simply a reckless waste of a heavenly gift. What right did trash with inferior bone structure have to enjoy such luck? Luck like that should naturally have appeared on him instead. If he had that heavenly perception state right now, then, with his talent added on top of it, he might already have had a chance to glimpse the transformed force realm that was still far beyond his reach. Thinking of this, a trace of dissatisfaction and anger toward Lin Tian immediately rose in his heart. Seeing that the expression on Xiao Tian's face had already changed around, Zhao Cong was also satisfied in his heart. He then said again, "All right, now that you have already reached hidden force and the martial examination is near, what you need to do now is consolidate your foundation. It has also been some time since you trained in martial arts together with your fellow senior and junior brothers. In the end, guidance from others can only give you limited insight. Only by personally experiencing it yourself can you gain greatly." Hearing Zhao Cong's words, Xiao Tian understood. This meant he wanted him, in the coming period of time, to stay in the inner courtyard and consolidate his foundation. Xiao Tian naturally had no objections to this. He was even quite pleased about it in his heart. After all, in this side courtyard, although every day he had Zhao Cong as personal guidance, but after a long time, it was inevitable to feel bored. "Yes, disciple will take my leave." Xiao Tian immediately bowed in salute, then walked out the side courtyard as well. After watching him leave, Zhao Cong seemed to think of something. He then took out another bottle of pills from his robe. These pills were naturally exactly the same blood and chi pills Lin Tian had received earlier. That was right. At this moment, he still had one more. If the two he had previously given Lin Tian were added in, then today, he had a total of 3 blood and chi pills on him. In other words, if Lin Tian had not suddenly risen up today, then after Lin Qian and Qian Wang, the 2 Mingjin martial artists decided the winner, one of them would have received all 3 blood and chi pills. But now, Lin Tian, who had reached Anjin, could only get 2. There was no other reason. He naturally held no expectations at all for that so-called heavenly insight state. But now that he thought about how Lin Tian did, in the end, possess Anjin's strength, he could not help but feel somewhat conflicted. Forget it. Let's wait and see first. If after the martial examination, Lin Tian can still maintain that heavenly insight state, then what would be wrong with giving him some support? As for now, it's better to wait a little longer. After all, the most important resources right now should still be placed on Xiao Tian. Putting away the pill bottle, Zhao Cong also slowly walked out of the side courtyard. Night fell. Bao Tianhua stepped down from a luxurious carriage. He then headed straight back to his own residence within the Bao family. The moment he returned to his residence, Bao Tianhua saw his mother pacing back and forth anxiously. Seeing this, Bao Tianhua immediately went up and asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Did something happen at home?" When she saw Bao Tianhua walk over, the noblewoman, whose face had been full of anxiety, did not answer his question right away. Instead, she directly asked Bao Tianhua, "Tianhua, do you remember that matter you mentioned to Mother before about sponsoring that outer city disciple?" Hearing this, Bao Tianhua was immediately somewhat confused, but he still nodded soon after. His tone carried some excitement as he said, "Of course I remember, Mother. Let me tell you, today's senior brother Lin Tian. He today, actually." But before he could finish speaking, the noblewoman immediately asked again, Then what grade was the sponsorship you gave that outer city disciple?" Within the Bao family, support for talented martial artists was divided into 4 grades in total. From highest to lowest, they were Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding. And after saying those words, the anxiety on the noblewoman's face deepened by several degrees. Originally, she had not paid much attention to this matter. After all, with her son's current status in the Bao family, even if he gave sponsorship to that outer city disciple, at most it would only be a Bing grade sponsorship. But today, after she went to the accounts office to look up the records, she unexpectedly discovered that her son had given that outer city disciple a Jia grade sponsorship. Of course, it was not that she felt heartache over the resources already given out. What truly worried her was what this batch of resources represented. After all, her son did not have such great authority as to represent the Bao family in giving out a Jia grade sponsorship. So when she saw the list that recorded the sponsorships under his name, the noblewoman immediately knew that this matter was far from simple. Without question, this was definitely another trap aimed at her son. Her son had never been well regarded in the Bao family to begin with, but relying on this line of blood in him, as long as he kept a low profile, wanting to live in comfort in the Bao family was never difficult. But now, if one more charge was added, failing to judge a person correctly, and using the family's final resources to sponsor an outer city disciple with no potential at all, then the meaning behind it would be completely different. If this matter were to reach the master as well, then there would definitely be another thunderous rage. After all, the reason Bao Tianhua had been expelled from the inner city and sent to the outer city to practice martial arts before was not only because he had misjudged a person, but also because it caused the family financial losses. Although those losses were nothing to the Bao family, what the Bao family truly cared about was face. It was the dignity of a great family. Some petty thief from who knew where had actually caused losses to a household of giant merchants. If this matter spread out, it would certainly bring no small amount of negative impact to the entire Bao family. Even now, the anger of the Bao family head, who was also Bao Tianhua's father, had still not subsided. If this matter were to reach the master's ears again, she did not even dare imagine how furious he would be then. Perhaps in a fit of rage, he would disregard even the last trace of blood relation altogether. Looking at Bao Tianhua's face, the noblewoman anxiously said again, "Tianhua, tell mother, what grade was the sponsorship you gave that outer city disciple back then?" Seeing the expression on his mother's face, Bao Tianhua did not hesitate at all, and directly told her everything that had happened at the time. Naturally, this also included how the steward had suddenly raised the sponsorship grade for him that morning. Hearing this, the noblewoman's heart suddenly sank. Clearly, it was almost exactly as she had guessed. It really was that son from his second branch behind this. At this moment, the noblewoman looked at her son's face, and her heart felt bitter. She knew her son did not have those filthy schemes and calculations in his heart. So when the steward delivered those things, he naturally had not thought too much about it. Of course, she also knew now that even if her son had refused at the time, those people would not have let the matter rest. After all, the accounts office was in their hands. Changing a few numbers in the books could not be easier. It could only be said that perhaps she should not have agreed to let her son sponsor that outer city disciple in the first place. But now, everything was too late. "Mother, what's wrong with you? Could it be that my sponsorship caused trouble for the family again?" As he said this, Bao Tianhua's eyes once again became somewhat downcast. But I think the sponsorship was the right choice, though. After all, senior brother Lin Tian has now broken through to Anjin. What? After hearing Bao Tianhua's words, the noblewoman's face immediately showed a trace of astonishment and shock. "Tianhua, what? What did you just say? What Anjin? Who reached Anjin?" At this moment, the noblewoman was so emotional that even her speech became somewhat incoherent. Naturally, she had heard clearly what her son had just said. It was just that the meaning contained in those words brought her too much surprise. If it was true, then all the things she'd been worrying about before would vanish into nothing. The noblewoman had also secretly looked into the youth named Lin Tian before, so she knew when Lin Tian had broken through to Mingjin. If calculated by the time, wouldn't that mean he had broken through to Anjin after practicing martial arts for only 4 months? Even in their county, this would count as an absolute genius. So her son's sponsorship was not being blind and unable to recognize talent, but recognizing a pearl with discerning eyes. "Mother, what's wrong with you? Why does your expression seem so strange today?" Bao Tianhua asked in confusion. But the next moment, he remembered the question his mother had just asked. He then said again, "Mother, you definitely never would guess this. That Lin Tian senior brother I supported before really turned out just like I thought. He has already broken through to Dark Force now. I said it back then, when I first saw senior brother Lin Tian. I felt that the light in his eyes was completely different from everyone else's. At a glance, you could tell that kind of person was someone destined for great achievements in the future. And not just that, senior brother Lin Tian is also someone who knows gratitude. Today, after breaking through to Dark Force, not only did he put on no airs at all, he even came to tell me right away that if there's ever anything he can help with in the future, I should just ask him directly." Hearing this, the noblewoman's already delighted face immediately flashed with another trace of contemplation. Especially the last sentence Bao Tianhua had said. It was as if she had made up her mind about something. She took out a 100-tael silver note from her person. Then she said to Bao Tianhua in front of her, "Tianhua, help mother deliver these things to that senior brother Lin Tian of yours. Tell him that after you brought back the news of his Dark Force breakthrough to the Bao family, this is the reward the family has given him. And starting today, the blood chi pills he receives from the Bao family every month have also been raised from the original 10 to 15. You should help him apply for it as well." Hearing his mother's words, Bao Tianhua froze at once. He clearly didn't understand why his mother was doing this. "Mother, are you trying to?" Bao Tianhua felt a little resistant at the moment, because he could see it too. His mother was trying to make Lin Tian owe him a favor. After all, his support for Lin Tian back then had only been a casual act. Now that Lin Tian was able to rise, he was naturally happy. But if he saw that Lin Tian now had value and then went to add more investment onto him, the intention behind it would be too strong, and that would be rather unsightly instead. After seeing the expression on her son's face, the noblewoman knew her son was stubborn and single-minded, but she still patiently explained, "Tianhua, right now in the Bao family, you're restricted at every turn. As long as mother is here, you can still protect yourself. But it's impossible for mother to help you every moment of every day. Just like this time." That sentence, the noblewoman said only in her heart, because she also didn't want Bao Tianhua to know that one of her acts of kindness had instead brought harm to both him and herself. So you need more safeguards. As for that senior brother Lin Tian of yours, I could tell he has someone who knows how to repay kindness. Although a Dark Force martial artist won't be of much help to you, at the very least he can still serve as a backup plan. And you don't need to worry for that Lin Tian either. He comes from a poor household. Being able to obtain more cultivation resources will only bring him benefits, not harm. This time, you have to listen to mother. You can't fool around. At this moment, seeing the serious expression on his mother's face, Bao Tianhua finally had no choice but to nod. After handling these matters, the noblewoman once again hurriedly left Bao Tianhua's residence. After all, she now already knew that the second branch wanted to wipe out her son completely. Naturally, she had to make some defensive preparations as well. As for Lin Tian, in her eyes, it was truly just as she had said before. She had never placed too much hope on an outer city dark force martial artist. So although she regarded Lin Tian as Bao Tianhua as fallback, that was absolutely only the final hope they would choose after being left with no other option. In fact, in the noblewoman's eyes, it would be best if that path remained only an alternative for the rest of their lives. It absolutely must never come into use. Because if they had to place their final hope on an outer city martial artist, then they truly would have reached a real dead end with no hope left. Outer city, inside Black Wind Water Stockade. Haha, good. Now that our 3 great water stockades can form an alliance, and the experts from each stockade have gathered together, our grand plan can finally begin. At this moment, a rough giant of a man more than 2 meters tall, with incomparably vigorous aura flowing through his whole body, spoke in an extremely bold voice. Below him, the people representing Flood Dragon Water Stockade and Sharpboat Water Stockade sat on both sides beneath him, and on the faces of those from the 2 stockades below, there was even an air of submission. Clearly, among the 3 stockades whose strengths had once been nearly equal as the balance was broken, there was already a trend toward being integrated and unified. No, at this moment, it was no longer just a trend. Rather, with the leaders of both Flood Dragon Water Stockade and Sharpboat Water Stockade having come to Black Wind Water Stockade, that already represented that the 3 great water stockades entrenched in the outer city had now been completely integrated by Black Wind Water Stockade. Inside the county city, as a scout handed over a letter describing everything that had happened today in Black Wind Water Stockade to the desk in the Qingchuan County Commandant's residence, the man seated at the desk, whose face had originally been stern and serious, immediately showed a trace of gravity. Clearly to him, the 3 largest water stockades in the outer city joining together was not a good thing. After all, he had been able to rely on the balance between them to let them restrain one another. But now that the 3 biggest malignant growths had joined together, without even needing to think, he knew what these people wanted to do next. Breach the city. Qingchuan County was located in a remote area. Even if they requested aid from the Imperial Court, it would still take several months for reinforcements to arrive. So they decided I have no way to resist, and want to swallow my vast Qingchuan County in one bite. Just a bunch of self-righteous fools. Throwing down the letter in his hand, the middle-aged man at the desk immediately called toward the doorman. At once, 2 men wearing black armor and carrying long sabers slowly walked in. My lord, what are your orders? The 2 of them bowed at the same time. Make the arrangements. Our plan can be put into action now. As long as those fools dare to come, then let every last one of them die outside the city. Hearing this, the 2 both answered with a yes. But then one of them spoke again. My lord, what about the people of the outer city? He had heard very clearly just now. His lord had only said to let those people die outside the city. The meaning was naturally to protect the people inside the inner city. That did not include the outer city. So the implication was very simple. They were abandoning the people of the outer city. Hearing this, the man at the desk said nothing. But that person knew this was the answer. The 2 of them immediately withdrew as well. Inside the Martial Academy, after Lin Tian revealed his cultivation level, the respect and enthusiasm the outer court disciples showed him rose almost visibly by the moment. Good morning, senior brother Lin Tian. Good morning, senior brother Lin Tian. Loud greetings rang out one after another from where Lin Tian was today in the Martial Academy, all the way into the inner court. Lin Tian even saw a few outer court female disciples holding several hot eggs in their hands, seemingly wanting to give them to him. After entering the inner court, although the scene there was not as enthusiastic as in the outer court, the other inner court disciples were all completely different from before as well, respectfully bowing to him in greeting. The contempt that had once been in their eyes had now completely disappeared. But for some reason, Lin Xian, who had just brought blood cheap pills to apologize to him yesterday, had become a little strange again today. The other party had also greeted him. But Lin Tian could hear a strange undertone in the man's voice. However, Lin Tian did not care in the slightest. Or rather, he had never cared about him in the first place. The next moment, Bao Tianhua immediately came over to stand in front of Lin Tian. What? 15 chi blood pills? Looking at the banknotes in his hand, Lin Tian spoke in shock at once. That was right. Just now, Bao Tianhua had told him everything the noblewoman from last night had instructed. As Lin Tian's shocked voice and expression appeared, Bao Tianhua immediately felt a little bad inside. After all, he had never wanted to do this in the first place. And now, seeing Lin Tian's expression, he instinctively assumed Lin Tian was refusing. It was just that he found it hard to say directly, so he was using this method to tactfully tell him, senior brother Lin Tian, if you don't want to agree, you really don't have to force yourself. At worst, I'll go back and discuss it with my mother and help you cancel it. What? You want to cancel it for me? Hearing Bao Tianhua's words, Lin Tian was jolted awake from his earlier joy. He quickly stopped him at once. Hey, junior brother Bao. There's absolutely no need for that. HM, senior brother Lin, what do you mean? You agreed? Senior brother Lin, you really don't need to fear the power of my Bao family and choose to make such a sacrifice. With me mediating in the middle, even if you refuse, you definitely won't be implicated in any way. Bao Tianhua looked at Lin Tian worriedly. Junior brother Bao, calm down. Don't think of me as being so high-minded. No. I mean, well, junior brother Bao, you and I are fellow disciples to begin with. Between fellow disciples, we should naturally help and support each other. Today, since you're giving me resources, I naturally want refuse. Don't worry, I'll definitely repay this favor someday. After that, the two went back and forth for quite a while. Only then did Lin Tian finally manage to keep those 15 chi blood pills from Bao Tianhua's hands. Sigh, senior brother Lin, since you insist, then I won't persuade you any further. But if one day you want to back out, you only need to inform me. After saying that, Bao Tianhua left as if weighed down by worries. Watching his departing figure, Lin Tian suddenly felt both amused and helpless. He naturally knew why Bao Tianhua was acting like this. It was nothing more than worrying that after accepting the support, Lin Tian would be bound by it and feel burdened in his heart. But for someone as poor as himself, resources like this were practically a rare opportunity that could only be encountered, not sought. How could he possibly be picky? Thinking that, Lin Tian also began his cultivation. Of course, while cultivating, his eyes also grew somewhat grave, because last night, when he was on his way home, he had actually seen the boats of the water bandits. That's right, he had actually been able to see a water bandit boat from shore, although it had only flashed by for an instant. One could easily imagine what that represented. The current situation was becoming uncontrollable at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grow stronger. Only by constantly growing stronger could he and his family live steadily in this increasingly chaotic world. But recently, it wasn't as if there had been no good news. Now, as his cultivation kept rising, the cultivation resources he obtained were also continuously increasing. With the Bao family's monthly 15 chi blood pills, along with the 2 given by the Martial Academy, he could now use chi blood pills for cultivation for more than half of each month. At this rate, perhaps before the martial examination arrived, he might be able to break through the gate of Huajin. As Lin Tian immersed himself in the world of cultivation, a day quickly passed just like that. At night, after the inner courtyard disciples finished their extra training, Lin Tian and the other 2 disciples at Dark Force Cultivation were separately called into the inner courtyard by Zhao Cong. But it was not for extra training or special tutoring. This time, he merely told Lin Tian and the others some information regarding the martial examination. After that, he dismissed everyone. After leaving the Martial Academy, Lin Tian naturally headed toward his home, as usual. But after turning a corner, Lin Tian immediately discovered that someone was standing ahead. Xiao Tian. With one glance, he recognized who the person before him was, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. After all, this was his daily route home, but he had never seen Xiao Tian on this road before. In other words, the other party was deliberately standing here at this moment. What do you want to do? May I ask what junior brother Xiao Tian is doing here? Lin Tian did not approach him, and instead asked directly. After hearing the sentence, Xiao Tian slowly walked out from the darkened area. The arrogance he had shown in the inner courtyard was still in his eyes. And now, when he looked at Lin Tian, there was even more contempt and disdain in them. Seeing the look in his eyes, Lin Tian did not care in the slightest. He was merely waiting for the other party's answer. However, beneath his clothes, his blood and chi had already begun to circulate faster. Clearly, he was prepared for any sudden accident at any time. To be honest, Lin Tian did not want to fight Xiao Tian here right now. First, there was no direct conflict between the 2 of them. Lin Tian felt it was unnecessary. Second, if he made a move, it might expose his strength. That's right. Although he and Xiao Tian were both at the Dark Force realm at this moment, Lin Tian's mountain-shaking fist had already reached perfection. And he also had a hard body technique like the demon-subduing golden body to protect himself. Forget using both. Even with just the perfected mountain-shaking fist alone, he could already completely suppress the Xiao Tian before him. However, Xiao Tian also had no intention of making a move against Lin Tian right now. Instead, he stopped when he was about 10 steps away from him. Haha, I received a commission regarding Zhouya's matter, so I came to ask for something back. Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned. Ask for something back? What do you want back? Yesterday, senior sister Lin Qian told me that she gave you 3 chi blood pills, and now she wants to entrust me to get those things back. I wonder if senior brother Lin Tian can hand them over directly? That way, we can avoid hurting the harmony between us. After all, the martial examination is close at hand. If you get injured somewhere, then the one pillar holding up your poor family, the one who finally made it out, will collapse. Although Xiao Tian's words carried traces of regret, the disdain in his eyes only grew heavier, especially that last sentence of his. It carried an absolute confidence. Looking at the Xiao Tian before him, Lin Tian even felt a little emotional. After all, the first time they had met, he had only been a timid boy hiding behind his older sister. Who would have thought he would change so much? But in the next moment, Lin Tian did not hesitate at all. He directly took out the chi blood pills he had received from Zhouya yesterday and threw them straight to Xiao Tian. After catching the pill bottle, Xiao Tian was a little stunned. After all, he had not expected the Lin Tian before him to hand over the chi blood pills so simply. But that stunned pause lasted only for a moment. A smile appeared on Xiao Tian's face once again, because he knew that if Lin Tian was really this easy to handle, then his plans afterward would likely be easy to carry out as well. That's right. This time, he had come to see Lin Tian naturally not just for something as simple as these 3 blood chi pills. What he wanted was naturally much more. After all, he knew that the blood chi pills Lin Tian received every month were by no means a small amount, especially the pills he got from the Bao family in the inner city. He actually got 10 blood chi pills every month. No, that's not right. It was said that after the Bao family saw Lin Tian reach Dark Force, they actually raised it to 15 blood chi pills a month. Only now did Xiao Tian finally understand. No wonder Lin Tian had broken through to Dark Force so quickly before. He had even been faster than him. So it wasn't he just because of this heavenly awakening. There was also a massive supply of pills backing him. Haha, but it didn't matter anymore, because from today onward, those pills would be his. As he thought this, Xiao Tian immediately looked at Lin Tian, who was about to turn and leave. Senior brother Lin Tian, please wait. Hearing that, Lin Tian turned his head again and said, Junior brother Xiao Tian, is there something else you'd like to enlighten me on? Haha, I wouldn't dare call it enlightenment. It's just that this junior brother wants to discuss something with senior brother. Discuss? Something? Discuss what? As Lin Tian looked at him, not only did his gaze turn wary, it also became strange. Faced with Lin Tian's gaze, Xiao Tian naturally ignored it completely. Then he said directly, I wonder whether senior brother has ever thought about how to plan for your own future? Lin Tian? The future? What was this I talking about? When Xiao Tian saw the puzzled look in Lin Tian's eyes, he immediately understood in his heart. At this moment, in Xiao Tian's view, Lin Tian clearly still didn't know that his current heavenly awakening state had a time limit. Once that state disappeared, he would definitely return to the mediocrity he had before. Haha, truly pitiful. He didn't even know that everything he had now was nothing but a castle in the air. In fact, in Lin Tian's eyes, his heavenly awakening state might even continue forever, right? Maybe in his heart right now, he was still dreaming of completely surpassing him, and even reaching transforming force in the near future. Hit, a trash like him, who had relied on luck every step of the way to get where he was today, he really dared to dream. The next moment, a trace of regret appeared on Xiao Tian's face as he said, Haha, senior brother Lin Tian, I suppose you still don't know, right? About your heavenly awakening. Xiao Tian immediately told Lin Tian that heavenly awakening could disappear. After hearing what he said, Lin Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest on the surface, because he knew very well whether he was actually in that so-called heavenly awakening state or not. Everything he had now relied on the fate frame in his mind, not any heavenly awakening. So Xiao Tian's words didn't affect him at all. However, through what the other party had just said, several doubts in his heart were finally resolved. No wonder when Zhao Tsang had said that he was in heavenly awakening before, his face had only been calm, as if it were nothing much at all, because at that time, even Lin Tian himself had been inwardly amazed after hearing about this so-called heavenly awakening. He had thought that there really was such a strange thing under heaven, especially that line about being able to break through one's original limits and reach heights one could never originally attain. Put another way, that was basically defying fate and changing one's destiny. Yet in the other party's eyes, something like that had seemed so ordinary. So it turned out there was a time limit. But that also made sense. How could such a heaven-defying state possibly last for long? And that day, when he walked out from the side courtyard, Zhang Ming's hesitant manner was probably related to this as well. And Zhouya having Xiao Tian take back the pills she gave him yesterday, that was probably because of this too. But soon after, as Lin Tian looked at Xiao Tian, a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes as well. Because although he still didn't fully understand matters related to heavenly awakening, whether it was Zhao Tsang or Zhang Ming before, neither of them had exposed the fact that heavenly awakening had a time limit after seeing that he was in that state. From this, it was obvious that this news might have a huge effect on that so-called heavenly awakening state, or on how long heavenly awakening could be maintained. After all, if he really were in a heavenly awakening state, and the Xiao Tian before him revealed that heavenly awakening came with a time limit, then from then on he would definitely worry every day whether that heavenly awakening state would disappear the very next moment. If that happened, not only would he be unable to fully devote himself to martial practice, but his mind would also be damaged, causing that heavenly awakening to end early. Although he didn't truly possess that heavenly awakening state, what Xiao Tian was doing right now was enough for Lin Tian to see the other party's sinister intentions. If all of this were true, then what the other party was doing now was cutting off his martial path in advance. But why? He and Xiao Tian had clearly never even had any interaction. Why was the other party targeting him like this? Though the two of them weren't familiar with each other, they had both come from poor backgrounds and fought their way out through martial arts. Even if they didn't support each other, they shouldn't have gone so far as to stand against each other, right? And what reason did he have to target him? Although he had shown some talent now, in their eyes, he had only awakened heavenly awakening, a temporary state that could disappear at any time. He hadn't even gained Zhao Song's favor. That's right. From what Lin Tian had learned, in the inner courtyard, any disciple who broke through to Dark Force could receive 5 blood chi pills from Zhao Song every month. But he only had 2. From that alone, it was obvious that he had not received Zhao Song's attention. So his appearance had not shaken any of Xiao Tian's interests at all. Then what was the reason for him to target him? Could it really be as simple as him being unable to stand seeing that he had achieved this much now? So dissatisfaction rose in his heart, and that was why he moved against him. That couldn't be. Looking at Xiao Tian's gaze at this moment, the certainty in Lin Tian's heart immediately faltered for a moment. It didn't actually seem impossible? After all, other than this explanation, there didn't seem to be any other possibility. And at this moment, Lin Tian's thoughts were naturally correct. In Xiao Tian's eyes, Lin Tian was nothing more than someone with inferior bone talent. With talent like that, he should have been struggling in the dust. So why should a bit of luck let him rise to a height equal to his own? If luck alone was enough to let someone stand on equal footing with him, then what did all of his own efforts count for? He had worked so hard every single day in training to reach his current Dark Force realm. So why should someone who relied on luck be able to reach it so easily? At this moment, in Xiao Tian's eyes, Lin Tian's entire cultivation was built on nothing but luck awakening his heavenly awakening state. On top of that, after gaining that luck, he also received support from the Bao family. That was how he came to reach the exact same realm as Xiao Tian. So, to Xiao Tian, this was nothing less than humiliation. But what he never considered was that ever since Lin Tian entered the martial academy, he had unquestionably been the hardest working person in the entire academy. In fact, his diligence far surpassed even Xiao Tian's own. Of course, none of that was something Xiao Tian could see. After all, not long after entering the martial academy, he had quickly entered the inner court. Right after that, Zhao Song directly pulled him into the side court for specialized training. It could be said that he had only met Lin Tian a few times in total. But as someone as proud as him, whatever he saw was the truth. As for everything else, there was no need for him to care. And the reason he had just told Lin Tian that Heavenly Awakening also had a time limit was naturally because Xiao Tian wanted to quickly end the situation that made him uncomfortable. Someone like Lin Tian standing shoulder to shoulder with him truly felt like a daily humiliation, especially when he saw Lin Tian practicing martial arts day after day. He always felt an inexplicable sense of rejection and disgust rising in his heart. Junior brother Xiao Tian, if you came looking for me for something, just say it plainly. After seeing the look in Xiao Tian's eyes and roughly guessing his intention, Lin Tian spoke in a completely emotionless tone. After hearing that, Xiao Tian once again looked at Lin Tian with disdain and said, "Have fine. Since senior brother Lin Tian is so straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush either. I assume after my reminder, just now, you also understand that your so-called Heavenly Awakening is nothing but a castle in the air. It could collapse at any moment. So in my opinion, senior brother should start planning a way out in advance. After all, once that Heavenly Awakening state disappears in the future, if you want to go a step further, even if not completely impossible, it'll still be incredibly hard. But are you really willing to remain this ordinary forever? On the path of martial arts, if you do not advance, you fall behind. For people of your and my background, Dark Force is still far from enough if we want to rise up. But doesn't matter. I can help you." Oh, hearing his words, Lin Tian once again looked at him with a strange expression. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to say something like that at a time like this. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking about cutting off his martial path. And now, the very next moment, he was saying he wanted to help him? Did he really think anyone would believe that? Was this man trying to treat him like an idiot? Since junior brother Xiao Tian puts it that way, I assume it's not for free, right? Then what I need to give up? After a brief moment of thought, Lin Tian more or less understood what the other party meant by all those words just now. For Xiao Tian to act this abnormally, he definitely wanted something. The only question was what exactly he wanted from him. Senior brother Lin Tian really is straightforward. But this can't really be called making you pay a price. This should only be called mutual help between us. I heard that from the Bao family as support, senior brother Lin Tian receives 15 Qi blood pills every month. Hearing that, Lin Tian immediately understood. So this was what he had in mind all along. After so much build-up before this, taking back Lin Tian's pills, trying to ruin his martial path, and now painting him a rosy future. In the end, he wanted his cultivation resources? Had the Xiao Tian gone mad? What gave him the confidence to think he would agree to such a demand? They were both in the Dark Force realm right now. Was he really that confident he could take him down? Seeing that Lin Tian remained silent, A trace of dissatisfaction flashed through Xiao Tian's eyes once again. He had already laid out the terms this clearly. At this point, anyone with even a little bit of brains should know better than to resist him. After all, now that he had already revealed the flaw of heavenly awakening, Lin Tian should understand that he was fundamentally not on the same level as him. He, Xiao Tian, was the one true martial arts genius with limitless potential. In the future, he would even become a Huajin expert. And yet this man still dared to hesitate at a time like this? He truly didn't know what was good for him. But Xiao Tian also knew that he had not yet obtained the other party's cultivation resources. So now was not the time to fall out with him. He had to stabilize him first. The next moment, Xiao Tian immediately spoke again. Senior brother Lin Tian, I think you've misunderstood. What I'm doing now, ISNT, because I want to take your cultivation resources. I'm only thinking from the bigger picture. After all, only if I break through first can I help you better afterward, right? This is for both of our sakes. And don't worry, since I already promised you before, I definitely want to go back on my word in the future. At this moment, Xiao Tian spoke with complete conviction. But when Lin Tian looked at him, that gaze seemed almost filled with the sort of concern one would show a 3-year-old child. Because right now, what Xiao Tian was saying really seemed to treat him like a complete fool. Thinking from the bigger picture, for the sake of both of them, since he had promised, he would not go back on his word. Did this man even hear what he was saying? Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he could do something like trying to cut off his martial path at a time like this was enough to show that he was by no means a kind-hearted person. Most likely, once he achieved something in the future, he would kick him aside with one foot and then casually throw out a line like everything I, Xiao Tian, have achieved today is thanks to my own hard work. What does it have to do with you? Lin Tian shook his head. Then he no longer intended to waste words on Xiao Tian. I appreciate junior brother Xiao Tian's good intentions, but master once warned me that on the martial path, in the end, one must still rely on oneself. So, junior brother, please go back. After saying that, Lin Tian immediately turned and prepared to head home by another path. But the moment Xiao Tian heard those words, he froze on the spot. Right after that, shame and fury surged through his whole body. Especially Lin Tian's retreating back after saying those words and turning away. To him, that was a form of contempt and humiliation. The next moment, he spoke again. Senior brother Lin Tian, you'd better think this through. The path of martial arts is long. People like us who practice martial arts must never, over some small matter, make a great enemy for our future selves. A threat? This was practically an undisguised threat. A cold glint flickered through Lin Tian's eyes. He was not someone who liked to show off, but he hated trouble even more, especially this kind of potential trouble. He did not like it one bit. Oh, what does junior brother Xiao Tian mean by that? Lin Tian turned around again to look at him, and at this moment, even his voice carried a trace of chill. But hearing that, Xiao Tian naturally showed no fear at all. He immediately sneered and said, "Ha, senior brother Lin Tian, why ask when I've already made myself very clear? If you hand those resources over to me, then in the future I'll be able to help you better. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. This is something good for both you and me." Hearing the other party still spouting those ridiculous, childish excuses, Lin Tian finally spoke as well. "Huh, mutually beneficial? Then why doesn't junior brother give your resources to me? After all, I'm currently in a state of heavenly awakening. Whether it's breaking through or cultivating, I'm faster than you in every way. So if you give the resources to me and let me break through faster, then I can come back and guide you. Wouldn't that be even better?" You. After hearing those words from Lin Tian, Xiao Tian almost instantly felt a surge of anger rush to his head. He had come to take resources from this piece of trash, but now this trash was actually asking him for them instead. He even dared to use those same excuses against him to disgust him. Senior brother Lin Tian, what do you mean by those words? Are you refusing me? Looking at the fury in the other man's eyes, Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. The aura within his body even sped up by a few degrees at this moment. What do you think? Bang! Almost the instant Lin Tian said those words, Xiao Tian suddenly charged straight at him. That anger-filled fist came smashing toward Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian showed no panic at all. His mountain-shaking fist at the perfected level had long since allowed him to easily see through Xiao Tian's punching route and movements. Lin Tian immediately sidestepped to dodge, then smoothly grabbed the fist Xiao Tian had thrown. In the next instant, he executed an over-the-shoulder throw and slammed Xiao Tian hard onto the ground. Bang! A heavy muffled sound rang out. Xiao Tian's body was violently shaken by the sudden move, making his blood and qi churn within him. You! Xiao Tian immediately wanted to angrily curse at Lin Tian. But in the next moment, in his eyes, Lin Tian's bluish-black fist had already appeared right in front of him. Almost by instinct, Xiao Tian raised both arms to block. Boom! At that moment, a sharp pain immediately shot through Xiao Tian's arms. Right then, he felt as if Lin Tian's fist was as hard as iron and steel. If Zhao Tsong had used medicinal baths every day in the side courtyard before to temper his body, he could even feel that under this strike. His arms would have been snapped on the spot. Under that shock in his heart, Xiao Tian almost completely cast aside all his earlier contempt. Power exploded from his whole body. With one punch, he aimed straight for Lin Tian's crotch. Seeing this, Lin Tian did not dare continue fighting him at close range. He quickly pulled away and widened the distance, no longer maintaining the previous posture. Xiao Tian also used that opening to stand back up once more. But at this moment, Xiao Tian's eyes still carried anger that had yet to fade. He made as if to charge at Lin Tian again. And naturally, Lin Tian had no intention of retreating. He immediately unleashed force from his hands as well. In the darkness of night, his skin became more and more bluish-black. And at this moment, it even carried a faint sheen. But just as the two were about to clash again, a voice suddenly interrupted them. "What are you two doing here?" The sudden voice instantly broke the tense atmosphere between them. Lin Tian and Xiao Tian both turned toward the direction the voice had come from. Zhang Ming? The two of them both recognized that the person who had just spoken was Zhang Ming. They both withdrew their movements at once. After all, when facing the disciple with the highest seniority in the martial academy, they still felt some awe. Of course, that was not the real reason the two of them stopped. The real reason was that neither of them wanted what had happened here to be reported by Zhang Ming to Zhao Tsang. In their eyes, one of them had attacked the martial academy master's closed-door disciple, which counted as disrespect. The other had tried to seize a fellow disciple's cultivation resources. No matter which of those two matters it was, neither was something that could be openly brought into the light, especially at a time when the martial examination was drawing near. Both of them came from poor families. This martial examination was the only chance for both their families to turn their lives around. They would absolutely not ruin it over a momentary clash of pride. So it's senior brother Zhang Ming. I just happened to run into senior brother Lin Tian here, so I came over to greet him. It's getting late now, so this junior brother will be leaving first. Xiao Tian casually made up an excuse, then left directly. He showed no intention at all of asking for Zhang Ming's opinion. Watching his departing back, Zhang Ming glanced at him, but did not say much. He walked up to Lin Tian, and Lin Tian had already dispelled the demon-subduing golden body on himself. He immediately cupped his fists and saluted. "Senior brother Zhang." "Junior brother Lin, you?" "Senior brother Zhang, I'm fine. No need to worry." Hearing that, Zhang Ming knew that Lin Tian also did not want this matter to blow up, and he could understand the reason. After all, both of them were going to participate in the martial examination. If Master learned of this, the two of them would likely receive some punishment. So Zhang Ming chose not to bring it up again. However, he looked at Lin Tian with a rather strange gaze. After all, he had seen Xiao Tian suddenly follow Lin Tian's route just now, which was why he had come after them. And just as he had worried, the two really had come to blows. What he had not expected, though, was that Lin Tian's strength would be so surprisingly beyond his expectations. Lin Tian had actually been able to block Xiao Tian's attack so easily, it seemed this junior brother Lin Tian in front of him was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to stop their fight. As long as no one was hurt, that was enough. After the two chatted casually for a couple of sentences, they said their farewells. "Since that's the case, then I'll be leaving. Be careful." Hearing those words, Lin Tian understood in his heart that Zhang Ming was telling him to be careful of Xiao Tian. After all, judging from the temperament Xiao Tian had displayed just now, he clearly would not let this go so easily. But Lin Tian did not react much. He only exchanged a few polite words before immediately taking his leave as well. Watching Lin Tian's departing figure, Zhang Ming also let out a sigh. Clearly, neither of them had the kind of personality that would bow their heads. On the way home, thoughts turned in Lin Tian's eyes. Of course, it was not because of what had just happened with Xiao Tian. Rather, it was because just now he had seen that the boats by the riverbank still had not set out. This had already been the fourth day in a row. Naturally, that was because someone had once again seen traces of the river bandits today. Those river bandits were becoming more and more active. Maybe one day, they would suddenly come ashore. With heavy steps, Lin Tian once again headed toward his home. In front of a small courtyard, he pushed the door open and entered. "Xiao Tian, you're back." In the small courtyard, after Mother Zhao saw Lin Tian come in, she immediately stepped forward and said it. That's right. Because he had been frequently hearing news about the river bandits, Lin Tian had directly changed the location of his home. Previously, that black awning boat had been right by the riverbank. If the river bandits came, his family would definitely be the first to suffer. So he had spent money and called in some connections to exchange it for this small courtyard. Although during the process, it had cost a full 50 taels of silver. But recently, he had killed Ma Dalong and obtained a 100 tael silver note. That was still enough to cover this expense. If the 100 taels Buddy Inua gave him today were added on top of that, then for the near future, he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. Hearing his mother's voice, Father Lin in the house and his older sister in the kitchen both came out to take a look at Lin Tian. After all, ever since Lin Tian broke through to Mingjin, the whole family had treated him like some kind of treasure. It was as if they were afraid that going to the martial academy today might leave him with a scrape or a bruise. Lin Tian was sometimes a little helpless about this. After all, He had clearly broken through to Mingjin and become stronger. Yet for some reason, in his family's eyes, he seemed to have become more fragile instead. Like a piece of porcelain, they were afraid he might bump into something. A few days ago, his mother, Madame Zhao, had even solemnly asked him whether, if he was tired, they should just stop practicing martial arts altogether. Lin Tian also understood his family's worries. He understood why they would say such things. As his realm rose, the improvement his family had gained was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few days ago, they had even directly abandoned the black awning boat they had lived on for more than 10 years. They had moved straight into a small courtyard like this. And now, they had meat at every meal, and none of those gangs came around looking for trouble anymore. This was already far beyond what they had ever expected in their hearts. On top of that, over the past few days, news had come that Ma Dalong had been beaten to death, and other such rumors had spread. Naturally, they could not help but worry about his safety. After all, Lin Tian would head to the outer city early in the morning to practice martial arts, and only return home at night. That left nearly a whole day unaccounted for. So everyone naturally worried. Only after they had looked Lin Tian over from head to toe and confirmed there were no obvious wounds did they return to what they had been doing. At dinner time, looking at the table full of food and meat dishes, then looking at how the sallow thinness had completely vanished from his family's faces. Replaced by plumpness and a healthy glow, Lin Tian felt satisfied. This was what it meant to truly live. That previous life of hunger, cold, and constant fear was not what he wanted at all. Lin Tian knew very clearly what all of this had been exchanged for. Sure enough, only strength. Strength was the only capital for surviving in this chaotic world. But he also knew that his strength still was not enough. There were still dangers outside, like those river bandits. Although his family had moved from the riverbank into this small courtyard, it still was not enough. At most, they were only a little farther away from the riverbank now. If those river bandits really charged in, his family would still be harmed. He could not stop. His martial path absolutely could not stop. He had to keep moving forward. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he protect everything he wanted to protect. Time continued to flow by once more. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. And in this martial academy, besides time passing, people were passing as well. The martial academy had rules. Anyone who failed to break through to Mingjin within 3 months had to leave the academy. This was the cruel expulsion of the martial academy, but also its most merciful warning to them. After all, if someone could not break through to Mingjin even after 3 months, then staying would only be a waste of time and the family as silver. Thinking back to yesterday, Lin Tian had seen a young man with a completely defeated expression being picked up by 2 elderly people. Looking at his face, Lin Tian remembered who he was. Of course, he only remembered what the boy looked like. As for his name, he did not know. After all, when he had been in the outer courtyard, other than practicing his fist techniques, he had paid no attention to anything else. That young man was a new martial academy student who had arrived more than 10 days after him. When he had first come to the academy, the boy had stood not far from him and practiced martial arts diligently every day. But in less than a month, that young man had gotten mixed up with Chao Wei and the others. Soon after, he became one of that little clique. From then on, his martial training grew lazier and lazier. Even after Chao Wei was injured by Lin Tian and left the martial academy, that boy still often stayed together with the people in those small groups. Although after entering the inner courtyard, Lin Tian rarely paid attention to matters in the outer courtyard. In his impression, whenever he saw that young man, the boy was always with people from that clique. It was said that yesterday, he had tried to break through to Mingjin and failed. No, not just failed. He could only barely manage even the most basic task of stirring his blood and qi. When a martial artist breaks through a barrier, the most important thing is to draw upon the qi and blood of the whole body, then condense Mingjin power within the body. But he could not even accomplish the simplest step of stirring his qi and blood. Clearly, he had not seriously tempered his qi and blood in his daily training. And the final result was this. Even after he failed, he still did not realize what had happened. Then, for the whole day, he sat dejected in a corner of the outer courtyard, as if all color had drained from him. In the end, someone familiar with him went to his home and informed the 2 elders in his family. Only then was he taken away. Lin Tian entered the martial academy to train, as usual. As for the current situation in the outer city, Lin Tian had also learned a thing or two from Baodianua. It was said that because the river bandits had become increasingly rampant, the county's commandant's office had already sent troops to deal with the river bandit problem. Although the number of soldiers dispatched was not large, the deterrent effect was very real, especially in remote places like Jinghebend. There was almost no longer any news of river bandits appearing there. At first, Lin Tian had also thought things were starting to improve. But as time passed, Lin Tian seemed to notice that something was off. After the commandant's office appeared, it was not that the traces of the river bandits had merely decreased. They had completely vanished without a trace. Whether in remote places like Jinghebend or in the bustling areas along the riverbank, all traces of the river bandits had disappeared entirely. That was very wrong. After all, the commandant's office had only sent out a small portion of its troops. If those river bandits were truly so afraid of the commandant's office, then they should never have dared show themselves in the first place. So faced with such abnormal behavior, Lin Tian immediately realized this. Either the river bandits were genuinely afraid of the strength of the commandant's office, or they were planning something big, and once the timing was right, they would launch a full-scale assault in one go. As things stood now, Lin Tian was far more inclined toward the latter than he had ever been before. Because of that, the gravity in Lin Tian's eyes not only did not lessen with the disappearance of the river bandits, it instead became even more urgent because of it. Looking at the destiny in his mind. Destiny. Diligence will surely lead to achievement. Shaking Mountain Fist. Limit break 8,543, 10,000. Demon subduing Golden Body. Copper Garment. 5,834 out of 12,000. Right now, he was probably only about half a month away from that so-called Huajin. Hopefully, those water bandits wouldn't move too quickly. If they launched their operation after the martial examination, then maybe he would be able to keep his family safe. As he was thinking, Lin Tian's fist technique in his hands grew faster and faster. But at that moment, creak, the side courtyard's door was pushed open. Zhao Cong slowly walked out from inside. The disciples in the inner courtyard immediately lined up in front of him. Seeing that no one was missing, Zhao Cong nodded and then said, I just received word. This year's martial examination has been moved up a bit. It's set for half a month from now. The moment they heard that, everyone was stunned. But no one showed much intention of discussing it. They quietly waited for what Zhao Cong would say next. They all knew that every year, half a month before the martial examination officially began, they had to go to the martial examination plaza for a preliminary appearance. And this so-called preliminary appearance meant that those participating in this year's martial examination would go to the location where it would be held. First, to familiarize themselves with the venue. Second, to meet the subordinate examiners. That's right. During this process, they would also get to see one or two of the chief examiners for this martial examination. And naturally, it wouldn't just be for looking around. Lin Tian had heard that during this preliminary appearance, they could also step onto the field and spar with others. It counted as a warm-up, and this warm-up was far from a simple one. After all, even if it was just a warm-up match, it was still something the examiners might see. If someone performed exceptionally well at a time like this, then during the actual martial examination, that person would naturally earn a few more points in the impression category. But Lin Tian figured he probably wouldn't get that chance. Because at a time like this, the ones who usually went up are the most outstanding disciples under each martial academy. Or rather, the disciples most favored by their masters. In other words, even if someone was going to step up then, it would only be Xiao Tian. And with the date being moved forward by half a month, that meant that today, they would be heading into the inner city to make this preliminary appearance at the martial examination grounds. Very soon, Zhao Cong, just as expected, announced exactly that. And Zhao Cong also told the disciples to make proper preparations because they were about to head for the inner city. Looking at Zhao Cong's departing figure, Lin Tian fell into thought. Obviously for him, the martial examination being moved up by half a month had completely disrupted his original rhythm. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't be able to break through in a Huajin before the martial examination arrived? Still, Lin Tian didn't care too much about it. Of course, even if he did care, it would be useless. As the carriage sped along, Lin Tian and the others quickly arrived at the martial examination plaza. Of course, this martial examination plaza was only the one where Lin Tian and the others would be taking the examination next. There was far more than just this one martial examination plaza in the inner city. After all, there were a huge number of people from both the inner city and outer city taking part in the martial examination. There was no way they could all be crammed together to take the test, right? Of course, this only applied to the first round of the martial examination. After the screening of the first round, those who could enter the second round would still be gathered in one place for the second test of the martial examination. Very soon, everyone got off the carriage. Zhao Cong looked at the formation of the disciples behind him, then said, Xiao Tian, come to the very front. Lin Tian, move farther to the back. As soon as everyone got off the carriage, Zhao Cong walked over to Lin Tian and the other three inner court disciples at the Anjin level and said this. And as that sentence rang out, although the expressions of the others didn't change much, the corners of their eyes were all watching Lin Tian. It was as if they were all curious what kind of reaction he would have, feeling the gazes around him, especially the worried look on Zhang Ming's face. Lin Tian was a little speechless. What were these people even thinking? Did they really want to see whether he would resist Zhao Cong, the martial academy master, or something? Why were all these people's thought processes so weird? Of course, Lin Tian could understand why this kind of situation had appeared. After all, at this moment, only a few people were in that so-called Tianju state. So in the eyes of those who didn't know, he was currently someone even more talented than Xiao Tian. After all, back then, he had broken through to Anjin without anyone's guidance at all. His potential was naturally a bit stronger than Xiao Tian's. But clearly, Lin Tian was never going to do as everyone imagined and suddenly make some kind of resistance. Instead, he immediately and silently gave up his position. Then he moved a little farther back. When the people around him saw this scene, they were all stunned. Especially the looks in the eyes of some of the outer court disciples. They were even stranger than before. That's right. Some of the outer court disciples had also been brought out by Zhao Tsang this time. After all, for this preliminary appearance, there usually wasn't a strict limit on the number of participants from the start. But in the end, this was still a place used for the martial examination. So those outer court disciples behind them who couldn't participate in the martial examination could only sit in the audience seats later. There was absolutely no way they could enter the field and watch from inside like Lin Tian and the others. And for this kind of chance to let disciples broaden their horizons for free, while also motivating them to train harder in martial arts, Zhao Tsang naturally wouldn't let it pass. Likewise, with so many disciples following behind him, it could also display the strength of his martial academy and even prove his standard of teaching. After all, if he taught well, then disciples would naturally come in an endless stream, wouldn't they? And now, after seeing Lin Tian really give up the position in front, the outer court disciples immediately began discussing it. HM, what is going on? Why did Master directly make senior brother Lin Tian, who was originally standing in front, step down? The key point is senior brother Lin Tian actually really stepped back? This isn't right, is it? Among these disciples, quite a few knew that during this preliminary appearance, there would be a sparring session, and generally, the ones who sparred were the most outstanding disciples in the entire martial academy. That's right. At this moment, these outer court disciples were indeed just as Lin Tian had thought before. Without knowing about a state like Tianjue, everyone almost instinctively believed that Lin Tian's talent had to be even stronger than Xiao Tian's. But now Master had directly made senior brother Lin Tian step back? What was going on? Could it be that Master didn't think much of senior brother Lin Tian's talent? As the discussions from the outer court disciples behind them drifted over, even the inner court disciples in front were deeply puzzled. Of course, Joy was an exception. After all, she had gotten information about Tianjue from Xiao Tian back then. So regarding the discussions and confusion coming from behind her, she merely sneered. Stronger talent than Xiao Tian. That was nothing more than Lin Tian getting insanely lucky once again and awakening the heavenly insight state. That was all. Otherwise, with someone of his mud-legged background and inferior bone talent, what right did he have to break through to Dark Force? No, it was more than just that. If it weren't for this heavenly insight state, then Lin Tian probably wouldn't even have been able to break through to Bright Force right now. That was what Joey was thinking at this moment. If it weren't for that so-called luck, how could someone like him possibly have the achievements he had today? Another trace of disdain flashed through Zhouya's eyes. That's right. Now that she knew Lin Tian had only reached his current achievements because of heavenly insight, rather than through his own hard training, and that this heavenly insight state would disappear and he would return to mediocrity. The worry and fear she had previously felt because Lin Tian had broken through to Dark Force immediately vanished completely. What replaced it was naturally an even stronger sense of contempt and anger. But at this moment, she also knew that no matter how emotional she felt inside, Lin Tian's breakthrough to Dark Force had already become reality. She absolutely could not vent those emotions as recklessly as before. But that also didn't mean she wouldn't resist at all. What she had done earlier, having Xiao Tian take back those pills, was exactly that. After all, she understood this matter very clearly. Now that she had latched on a Xiao Tian, a martial artist with a future far beyond Lin Tian's, there was no need at all to worry about Lin Tian's retaliation. One could even say that after Xiao Tian advanced to transforming force in the future, Lin Tian, this mere Dark Force martial artist, might even have to live by her favor. Everyone soon arrived at the place where the martial examination would be held. Of course, as mentioned before, outer court disciples could only watch from the audience seats. Only inner court disciples like Lin Tian had the qualifications to enter the field. Lin Tian arrived at a massive venue, and within this venue, there were several enormous arenas. Clearly, these arenas were the places where those participating in a martial examination half a month later would go on stage to practice and compete. Lin Tian also understood the content of the martial examination. After all, the format was fixed and never changed. There were only two parts in total. They were strength and skill. Among them, strength tested a martial artist's fundamentals. Participants had to wear a special kind of stone armor, go on stage, and perform a basic boxing routine provided by the authorities. It was said that as the person moved, the stone armor would continuously increase in weight. The heavier the weight and the more complete the boxing routine performed, the higher the score. As for this so-called skill test, it was much simpler. It was just one-on-one combat. There would be 5 rounds in total. After that, the top 300 would be the ones who passed this martial examination. The next moment, Lin Tian immediately shifted his gaze toward the audience stands. At this moment, it seemed that the people in the stands were not just from martial academies and martial halls like theirs. On the stands, there were people of all kinds. There were merchants dressed in luxurious clothing, and there were also military men in fitted uniforms with long blades at their waists. Junior brother Lin, Are you wondering what those people are here for? After seeing Lin Tian's gaze, Zhang Ming immediately walked over and said with a smile, "Most of those people are from various major forces. They came this time naturally to see whether there are any geniuses worth recruiting." As he spoke, Zhang Ming immediately motioned with his eyes for Lin Tian to look at those carrying blades at their waists. "Those are people from the Commandant's office of our Qingchuan County." The Commandant's office was the blade and shield of all Qingchuan County. It held absolute authority throughout the entire county. Looking at their clothes and long blades, after Zhang Ming's reminder, Lin Tian really did find them somewhat familiar. Back when people from the Commandant's office had left the outer city to intimidate the water bandits, he seemed to have seen some of them too. But at the time, he had only glanced at them briefly, so the impression had not been very deep. "So it's them." Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Zhang Ming knew there was no need to explain further. He then said, "Junior brother Lin, you have to remember this. You may not need to pay attention to the other forces in the audience, but the Commandant's office is different. If by chance they take a liking to you, then that would count as truly leaping out of our commoner status." When Zhang Ming said this, it was as if he had touched on the key point. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Right after that, he launched into a non-stop explanation of the benefits of joining the Commandant's office. Lin Tian, standing beside him, didn't pay much attention. He merely echoed him with a couple of responses. After all, the path of officialdom was not one he wanted to take. For martial artists, especially those who had broken through to transforming force, if they wanted to keep moving upward, there were roughly two paths. One was called the government, and the other was called the sections. The so-called government path meant that after reaching transforming force, one would pledge loyalty to the imperial court and obtain subsequent cultivation resources from it. The other path was the sections. Even within the Great You Dynasty, royal power was not supreme above all. There were still quite a few sects within this dynasty. The relationship between the two sides was extremely complicated. At times they could be considered allies who helped each other, while at other times they could be enemies opposing one another. And Lin Tian was more inclined toward the sections. There was no other reason. His heart was set on the martial path. He did not want to divide his attention to deal with so-called social niceties and worldly entanglements. Although even within sects, it was impossible to avoid coming into contact with such things. In the end, there would still be less of it. So at this moment, he couldn't really take much of what Zhang Ming was saying to heart. In fact, by now Lin Tian's gaze had already moved away from the audience stands. He looked toward one of the nearby arenas instead, and at this moment, it seemed that two people over there were about to spar. But right at this time, although Lin Tian had shifted his gaze away from the stands, on the stands there was a gaze that had remained fixed on him the whole time. The woman's beautiful eyes flickered. They were filled with disbelief. Yeah. What are you looking at? You're so absorbed in it. Your father has already called you 3 times. A middle-aged man beside the woman spoke at this moment, and the woman called you also came back to her senses at this time. But the disbelief in her eyes still had not faded. That's right. This woman was Linya, the same person who had met Lin Tian that day in the small courtyard of Zhao Chui's family. She had originally come here with her father to choose a martial artist with potential for their household. After all, their family had recently received a reward from the main branch. They were now allowed to independently manage a small trade route. For their family, this was undoubtedly a windfall. After all, that so-called small trade route was only small from the perspective of the main branch. For families like theirs, it was absolutely a huge fortune. Because of that, they needed a trustworthy guard. And the most trustworthy guard, naturally, would be a martial artist raised by their own family. So they had come today to select one person from among the martial examination disciples below as a trusted confidant. But the moment she saw Lin Tian below, a surge of excitement immediately rose in Linya's heart. She knew very well what it meant for someone to appear in the field below. Those were all Mingjin martial artists qualified to take the martial examination. He succeeded. Lin Tian had actually succeeded. He really had achieved something in martial arts and reached Mingjin. While feeling happy inside, she also had a strange emotion churning in her heart. For some reason, she actually had the impulse to make her father choose Lin Tian. But a moment later, she forcefully suppressed that thought. After all, although her family was still fairly well off, even if they gave it everything they had, they could only afford to train one person. This matter concerned the rise and fall of her entire family. How could she interfere with her father's choice for the sake of personal feelings? Have you taken a liking to that talented young man down there? Seeing that his daughter was standing there in a daze without answering, the middle-aged man beside her smiled and teased Linya. The moment Linya heard that, an unusual blush immediately appeared on her face. Then, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, she said, "Father, don't talk nonsense. I was just thinking about something." Seeing her reaction, the middle-aged man let out a few soft chuckles. But at this moment, he had not said that as a joke. If his daughter really had taken a liking to the young martial artist below, and if that young martial artist himself also had potential, then he really would consider training him. He knew very well that even a martial artist he trained with his own hands still carried a certain amount of risk. Only by truly making the other party one of his own could he really feel at ease. But how could he make him one of his own? The middle-aged man looked at his daughter. Naturally, He would have the young man marry into his family. Once he and his daughter came together, wouldn't they become one family? And that was naturally the reason why he had brought his daughter here today. He genuinely cared about his daughter's future happiness, both in body and mind. If his daughter liked him, and he also met his standards, then naturally it would be a wonderful thing. And Linya, standing at the side, naturally understood the reason her father had brought her here today. But she also knew very well that this matter concerned the future of everyone in her family. She absolutely could not act willfully. And if she forced the issue, she might even be harming Lin Tian instead. After all, when her family trained martial artists, those martial artists had to take responsibility for guarding trade routes. The danger involved was easy to imagine. That was simply not something a mere Mingjin martial artist like Lin Tian could withstand. Bang, bang, bang. On the arena stage, two figures were constantly exchanging moves. One used a fierce and swift leg technique, famous for its speed. The other used a powerful fist technique of the same style as Shaking Mountain Fist. Though both sides were using ferocious moves and gaining the upper hand at different times, they were also fighting with extreme restraint. It was obvious that neither wanted to suffer any injury or accident before the martial examination arrived. So it looked more like a performance where they were showing off the brilliance of their techniques to each other. The people around them naturally understood this well. Lin Tian's gaze also flicked toward a certain spot out of the corner of his eye. On that raised platform sat three middle-aged men. Two of them wore official robes, calm and composed. The other wore a black martial outfit, sat with a straight back, and had a deep, heavy aura. He was likely a former martial arts expert. If nothing unexpected happened, these three should be some of the chief examiners for this martial examination. But just as Lin Tian and the others were still watching the match, a burst of laughter suddenly came from beside them. Ha ha, Zhao Tsong. Are these the disciples you took in this year? Truly one generation worse than the last. Hee hee. You're really getting worse the older you get. But then again, that's only natural. A man like you, what kind of promising disciples could you possibly take in? Chapter 51. So he needed to push out one junior to take the punches. The sudden voice immediately broke Lin Tian and the others' focus on the match between the two people on the arena stage. Everyone's eyes instantly turned toward the direction the voice had come from. They saw that not far ahead, a middle-aged man was approaching their side with a group of disciples behind him. The moment they saw this, anger surged in everyone's eyes. Clearly, those provocative words from just now had successfully aroused the fury of the people around them. Of course, Lin Tian was naturally the calmest among them. At this moment, his eyes carried a trace of surprise as he looked over. But after seeing the middle-aged man leading the group, his gaze instantly turned grave. That was because the feeling this middle-aged man gave him was not the slightest bit weaker than Zhao Tsong in front of him. In other words, this man was also a Huajin martial artist. Seeing the man's unprovoked, provocative attitude, Lin Tian immediately thought of someone. Wang Gu. Lin Tian had learned of this person during a chat with Zhang Ming. It was said that he and Zhao Tsong had held a grudge since they were young. That grudge had still not been resolved even now. Now, it had even extended to the younger disciples under them. Likewise, he was also the person who had barged into the banquet back when Xiao Tian had been accepted by Zhao Tsong as his final disciple. A Huajin martial artist, strength similar to Zhao Tsong's, and the hatred between them had already spread to disciples like them. For Lin Tian, none of that was good news. After all, in his original plan, he was supposed to quietly keep cultivating. He had no desire at all to get involved in this conflict. Especially now, with the looks in the eyes of the disciples behind Wang Gu, that rage and provocation were practically becoming tangible. Wang Gu, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to cause trouble in public while the martial examination is being held? Zhao Tsong's eyes were also carrying a trace of gloom as he spoke. Faced with Wang Gu, Zhao Tsong naturally showed not the slightest fear. And as soon as Zhao Tsong said that, the three martial examination examiners on the raised platform all turned to look in Wang Gu's direction, being watched by the three of them at once with unfriendly eyes. Wang Gu immediately realized that Zhao Tsong was trying to pin a charge on him. He hurriedly added, Zhao Tsong, stop trying to pin that on me. I never said I was going to make trouble. This is government ground. Naturally, I will follow the rules. After hearing his words, the three gazes from the raised platform immediately moved away. But in the very next moment, Wang Gu again said to Zhao Tsong, but what I said just now was also the truth. Those disciples behind you really are getting worse year after year. If this trend keeps up, then in no more than 2 years, your Zhao Martial Academy will probably have to shut down. You. After hearing him once again speak such insulting words about his master's school, a wave of fury immediately surged in Zhang Ming's heart. Fortunately, Zhao Tsong directly stopped him and said, do not act rashly. If you make trouble here, your martial examination qualification will definitely be cancelled afterward. This is exactly what the other side wants. Of course, after hearing all those words from Wang Gu, Zhao Tsong's face also gradually darkened. Because in his view, Wang Gu, a Huajin expert, and now you're actually using such disgraceful, beneath-notice methods again and again to target GS disciple. That's really lowering yourself too much. Wang Gu, what exactly are you trying to do? If you only came here to disgust me, then you can leave right now. A chill had already entered Zhao Tsong's voice. As for Wang Gu at the side, The mocking look in his eyes immediately faded as well. After all, he and Zhao Tsong had been rivals for many years. He also knew Zhao Tsong's temper well. Haha, Zhao Tsong, the way you put it, if I came to find you at a time like this, what else could it be for besides a match? I recently heard you took in a disciple with pretty good talent. Coincidentally, I also took one in recently. How about this? Today, right in front of these 3 examiners, let them properly display some of their own style. That way, it'll also help these 2 little fellows build some groundwork for the upcoming martial examination, right? As Wang Gu spoke, his tone was extremely relaxed, as if this were merely a small contest casually proposed by the other side. But Zhao Tsong's expression could not help turning grave. The 2 had always been rivals. Since the other party had proposed a duel, and under these circumstances, no less, he naturally could not refuse. Otherwise, it would bring no benefit to him, nor to the martial examination prospects of the disciples behind him. After all, if he refused now, that would mean showing fear of battle in front of the 3 examiners. That would not leave a good impression. But Zhao Tsong also knew Wang Gu's character very well. This man was exceptionally crafty. Since he had taken the initiative to propose this, he must have come prepared. Although he had confidence in Xiao Tian, with the martial examination so close, he did not want to take even the slightest risk. After all, this concerned his supply of blood condensation pills for the coming year. After thinking it over for a moment, Zhao Tsong still chose to agree to the fight, but he definitely would not send Xiao Tian up to battle. So he needed to push out one disciple to take the hit. Of course, he also naturally would not let Wang Gu get his way. Since the other party wanted the strongest disciples from both sides to fight, then he would do the opposite and refuse to allow it. Fine. Since you propose a match, I naturally want to shrink for battle. But the conditions for going on stage need to be changed. My strongest disciple is someone I've poured painstaking effort into training. Naturally, he should be saved for the end. And besides, your disciple, Wang Gu, isn't worthy of crossing hands with the strongest disciple under my command. To deal with you, I only need to send out one of my middle-tier disciples. As for you, if you're afraid of losing, you can still send up that so-called prize disciple of yours. At this moment, Zhao Tsong's tone carried no emotion at all, but the disdain and belittling in his words were barely concealed. Wang Gu was furious inside. He had not expected Zhao Tsong to pull something like this. This had practically thrown off all his previous rhythm and plans in one move. He could not even find a flaw in the other party's words to counterattack. He could only follow the other party's pace. A middle-tier disciple? Wang Gu looked at Zhao Tsong before him. After only a brief moment of thought, a cold sneer once again appeared on his face. He directly said to the disciples behind him, Su Bailiang, come out and fight the other side's disciple. After hearing Wang Gu's words, one disciple behind him immediately stepped out of the crowd. Zhao Tsong and the disciples behind him all looked toward the person who had come out, especially Lin Tian. Just now, he had seen that faint smile on Wang Gu's face. That meant the man called Su Bailiang definitely had something extraordinary about him. Lin Tian carefully sized him up. With only one glance, Lin Tian's attention was drawn to the man's hands, which were longer than an ordinary person's. Those hands nearly extended to his knees, and they were covered in calluses. He was probably someone who trained hand techniques. But the man's eyes made Lin Tian somewhat uncomfortable. They always gave off a sinister feeling. Of course, no matter what the other party was like, it probably had nothing to do with him. He clearly remembered Zhao Tsong saying just now that he would send up a disciple of middling strength. That was practically saying Zhang Ming. After all, Lin Tian asked himself honestly, in Zhao Tsong's eyes, he was definitely the kind of disciple who ranked a bit below middle tier. So the one being pushed out to take the hit this time was most likely Zhang Ming. And at this moment, Zhang Ming was thinking the same thing. The eagerness to fight in his eyes was practically written all over his face. Lin Tian, you go out. The instant Zhao Tsong said this, all the disciples at the side froze. Clearly, none of them had expected the one whose name would be called at this moment to be Lin Tian. Even Lin Tian himself was stunned for a second. What? I'm the one being dragged out to take the hit? After Zhao Tsong said this, he immediately nodded to Lin Tian and said, go on. If you can't beat him, you can also admit defeat. Hearing those words, Lin Tian finally snapped out of his earlier shock. It seemed Zhao Tsong had also seen that Wang Gu was harboring bad intentions. Did he not want Zhang Ming to get hurt? Of course, in the next moment, Lin Tian still slowly walked onto the arena stage. And as he looked at Lin Tian's back from the front, Zhao Tsong could only helplessly shake his head inside. At this moment, his thoughts were indeed exactly the same as what Lin Tian had guessed. Originally, he had wanted Zhang Ming to fight, but he had also seen the sudden change in Wang Gu's smile. That was what made him immediately change his mind. That's right, he still did not dare take the risk. Because in Zhao Tsong's view now, the only two under his command who had real hope of placing highly in the martial examination were Xiao Tian and Zhang Ming. As for Lin Tian, he was still lacking a bit. After all, he had only advanced to Dark Force by relying on Heavenly Awakening. In the end, he would still be a bit weaker. And if he let Zhang Ming go up, there would still be the risk of losing or even getting injured. And he knew very well what would be lost if they lost at this moment. They would lose the extra bonus points they should have originally received at the nomination stage, and might even be directly barred from participating in the later martial examination. That was the reason he did not let Zhang Ming go on stage. Of course, if this had been in the past, a match at this time would naturally not have carried such risks. After all, with the martial examination so near, those who went on stage to compete usually knew their limits. So most of the time, it was more about displaying one's own martial skill. But this time was different. There was personal enmity between him and Wang Gu. This battle was one that would definitely have a clear winner and loser. If one were defeated at this time, even without being injured, the examiners would still greatly deduct points. And those deducted points would naturally be considered deductions from the score gained during nomination. If the defeat were even more miserable, then the loss of points in the examiner's eyes would be even more severe. Of course, if one won, there would naturally be benefits too. For example, if you won, then the nomination points deducted from the other side would naturally be considered added onto your side instead. But in Zhao Cong's view, it was hard, at least. For Lin Tian, far too hard, especially that smile Wang Gu had just now. It made it even clearer that the other side had more than one backup plan. They had obviously come prepared. Faced with this unknown risk, he naturally wanted to avoid it as much as possible. As for the losses Lin Tian was suffering at this moment, he could only make it up to him later. That's right, he was hesitating. After all, he really had no idea how he could possibly make up for points deducted at a moment like the martial exam, when a person's fate could be decided. But then he thought it over again. Lin Tian had originally had no chance of passing the exam anyway. In that case, making it up to him later naturally wouldn't be too difficult. Of course, there were still some risks he hadn't taken into account. For example, whether Lin Tian would be injured in this battle and end up unable to participate in the martial exam afterward. And only after Lin Tian stepped onto the stage did he realize that, after Wang Gu's little commotion just now, most people's eyes were now focused on their side. In a certain sense, this battle could be considered the center of attention. As Lin Tian stepped onto the stage, Su Baoyang, whose face was dark and gloomy, immediately began sizing him up. Then, after a disdainful snort, he spoke in his unique, slightly hoarse voice, Wang Clan Martial Academy. Su Baoyang, Dark Force Cultivation. Martial art practiced, Tongbei Fist. Please enlighten me. Hearing the other party's self-introduction, Lin Tian was immediately puzzled. Tongbei Fist? He clearly remembered that the Wang Clan Martial Academy practiced a palm art called Gale Palm. Why was Su Baoyang cultivating Tongbei Fist? Of course, puzzled as he was, Lin Tian still introduced himself. Zhao Clan Martial Academy, Lin Tian, Dark Force Cultivation. Martial art practiced, Han Mountain Fist. Please enlighten me. Below the stage, Zhao Cong was also stunned when he heard what martial arts Su Baoyang practiced. He immediately turned to look at Wang Gu beside him. It was obvious that he too had realized the martial art this man practiced was different from what he had expected. At the same time, he recalled a martial hall from the inner city that had recently moved away from Qingchuan County and headed for the prefectural city. That martial hall had been extremely famous even within the inner city. It had many outstanding disciples. Even among its ordinary disciples, 80% could rank high in the martial exam. Because of that, it had been exceptionally permitted to go develop in the prefectural city. And the martial art that Hall practiced was precisely Tongbei Fist. Surname Wang, what is the meaning of this? This is the middling disciple you sent out? At Zhao Cong's angry voice, Wang Gu immediately let out a scornful laugh. Haha, Zhao Cong, before this, you only told me to send out a disciple of middling level from my side. You never said it had to be a disciple from the martial academy under me. Besides, Su Baoyang really is middling level. It's just that this middling level is the middling level of the inner city as Tongbei Martial Hall. That's all. Haha. In the spectator stands, everyone was stunned when they heard Su Baoyang announce himself below. Then the way they looked at Su Baoyang changed. There was no other reason. The reputation of Tongbei Martial Hall was simply too famous. Haha. That boy down there is in for a rough time. A disciple from a martial hall like Tongbei Martial Hall, even one at the lower middle level, is someone who can place highly in the martial exam. Not to mention Su Baoyang is still considered middling level. On the high platform, one of the three chief examiners chuckled softly at this moment. There was even a trace of pity in the way he looked at Lin Tian below. Indeed. A youth who came out of some outer city martial academy might count as a genius in the outer city. But here in the inner city, he can only barely squeeze into the lower middle ranks. And at that, the very worst batch of the lower middle ranks. Another examiner beside him echoed the sentiment. As for the last examiner, the one with the saber at his waist, he said nothing. He merely stared at the two people on the arena below, his gaze calm. Although he gave no further comment, he naturally agreed in his heart with what the other two examiners had said. That disciple from the outer city martial academy below, the one called Lin Tian, could not possibly be a match for Su Baoyang, the disciple of the famous inner city Tongbei Martial Hall. This was not his personal subjective opinion. It was the most objective conclusion drawn from the resource gap between the inner city and the outer city. So the boy named Lin Tian below was bound to lose without question. After both sides announced themselves, the atmosphere on the arena gradually became tense. At this moment, the people in the stands were all watching the two on the arena below. It was just that most of them wore strange smiles and looks of amusement on their faces, because even they could not possibly think highly of Lin Tian. One could even say that, in their eyes, from the moment Lin Tian stepped onto the stage, only one ending remained for him: a crushing defeat. And the only thing he could do was find a way to make sure he did not lose too miserably. Perhaps that might still salvage some impression of him in the minds of the examiners. Watching this scene, Zhao Cong was also anxious in his heart. But now that the two had already entered the arena, surrendering would only make Lin Tian's ending even worse. It might even affect the later martial exam performances of the others from the same martial academy. Meanwhile, in the crowd, after hearing Lin Tian announce himself, Linya and the spectator stands froze on the spot. Lin Tian's word from just now kept echoing in her mind. Dark force? Lin Tian was actually a dark force martial artist now. This was impossible. As someone from the inner city, Linya naturally knew how difficult it was to become dark force, especially for someone like Lin Tian, who had no family background at all and had trained martial arts in an outer academy. This could practically be described as a miracle. But in the next moment, bang, while she was still standing there in a daze, Lin Tian and Su Baoyang on the arena had already exchanged blows. Seeing this, Linya immediately wanted her father beside her to do something. But then she realized that her father was nothing more than a merchant of no great standing in the inner city. How could he possibly have the ability to interfere with the battle below? And with the first exchange between Lin Tian and Su Baoyang on the arena, the surrounding crowd immediately looked toward the stage. On the arena, Lin Tian's fist was still held in a blocking posture, and one of Su Baoyang's hands was pressed against Lin Tian's arm. A trace of surprise had even appeared in Su Baoyang's eyes. He had clearly not expected that his strike would be blocked by Lin Tian so easily. Lin Tian had not even moved from his spot. Almost instinctively, Su Baoyang immediately pulled away and widened the distance between them. At this moment, as he looked at Lin Tian in front of him and recalled the force behind that block just now, a thought flashed through his mind. Something's wrong. This kid in front of me is very wrong. Of course, even though Su Baoyang knew something was off, the pride of an inner-city martial hall disciple still kept him from taking Lin Tian seriously. In the next moment, his figure shot toward Lin Tian again. This time, his speed increased by several more degrees. Bang! The two clashed once more. Only this time, his attack was blocked again. How is this possible? A strange look flashed through his eyes, and this time, Su Baoyang did not retreat. A fierce glint rose in his eyes. The next moment, bang bang bang, Tongbei fist erupted at once, smashing straight toward Lin Tian like a storm, facing the ferocious offensive in front of him. A trace of gravity flashed through Lin Tian's eyes, but he still didn't dodge or evade. He stood where he was and, in the most direct way possible, took the opponent's punches head on. Bang bang bang. With Han fist at the perfected realm, Su Baoyang's punching routes were crystal clear in Lin Tian's eyes. So every single punch Su Baoyang threw was perfectly blocked by Lin Tian. At times, Lin Tian could even seize a few openings and deal some damage to Su Baoyang. Of course, Lin Tian could have chosen to end the fight right now with absolute speed, but he couldn't. He had seen the way Wang Gu looked at Zhao Cong just now. That kind of look couldn't be explained by ordinary grudges. If he really revealed all of his strength at this moment, he would definitely be targeted by the other side, and he might even end up in danger. After all, since ancient times, martial artists only took disciples for two purposes. First, to inherit their legacy. Second, to take punches for them. What martial artist, in his younger days, would have all kinds of grudges with others, big or small? But martial artists were still human. Who could guarantee that they would remain at their peak for their entire lives? There would always come a day when they entered old age. But by then, your chi and blood would have declined, and your strength would be greatly reduced. How would you resist your enemies then? So to make sure their later years wouldn't end in disaster, they needed disciples to go out and take the punches for them. And that was exactly why the master-disciple relationship among martial artists was even closer than that between father and son. After all, your biological son might not help you take a punch, but your disciple definitely would. But then another problem came up. From the very beginning, Lin Tian had been able to tell that Wang Gu had come for Xiao Tian. It was only after some back and forth that Lin Tian ended up getting dragged into it for no reason. So from that, it was clear that any disciple valued by Zhao Cong would definitely be watched by Wang Gu. That was far too disadvantageous for him. So at this moment, he absolutely could not reveal too much of his edge. Bang bang bang. As the two on the arena platform exchanged blows fiercely, everyone began to feel that something was off, although they could tell the fight was exciting. Why did it feel like Lin Tian was the one holding the upper hand now? At this moment, it wasn't just the audience that was stunned. Even the three examiners on the high platform and Zhao Cong below the arena were staring in a daze. Why did this seem different from what they had imagined? Why was it the Lin Tian? They hadn't thought much of who was taking the upper hand now. And the one at a disadvantage was Su Baoyong instead. And just as everyone was still in shock, Su Baoyong, whose offensive was being broken apart by Lin Tian again and again, suddenly felt a surge of irritation rise in his heart. Clearly, his inability to quickly deal with Lin Tian had stirred anger within him, especially when he heard the voices around him saying he was inferior to Lin Tian. The irritation in his heart nearly reached its peak. The next moment, a trace of disdain and disgust flashed through his eyes. The movements of his hands suddenly changed. Boom! On the arena stage, Su Baoyong and Lin Tian instantly exchanged a punch. Both of them were forced back several steps by the force. After steadying himself, the look in Lin Tian's eyes as he watched Su Baoyong became slightly different. Hidden force. Just now, during the gap in his movement, the other side had used hidden force. That sudden strike was no less than a sneak attack. It was only because Lin Tian had remained on guard the whole time that he hadn't fallen for it. Otherwise, if that hidden force had entered his body, then even if he didn't end up crippled, he would at least be seriously injured. Looking at Su Baoyong in front of him, a cold glint flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. Although there was no explicit rule in the martial examination preliminary match forbidding the use of force, everyone feared it would affect the real martial examination afterward. So showing only technique and not real strength had practically become an unspoken rule of this competition. But just now, Su Baoyong had not only used hidden force, he had also done it in that sneak attack-like way. What exactly he was trying to do, Lin Tian already had a pretty good idea, especially after seeing that the gloom in the other party's eyes had now been mixed with anger. It wasn't too hard for him to imagine why the other side had done this. Nothing more than seeing that he, an outer city martial academy disciple whom Su Baoyong looked down on, was actually able to contend with him here. That had displeased him, so he had struck in anger. But the method of that strike was vicious. He had clearly been aiming to cripple Lin Tian. And at this moment, when Su Baoyong looked at Lin Tian again, the anger and shock in his eyes deepened even further. The anger was exactly as Lin Tian had guessed. He, a genius disciple from an inner-city martial hall, was now being calmly handled by some mud-legged martial artist from the outer city. To him, that was no different from openly declaring that his strength was lacking. As for the shock, it was that the hidden force he had secretly unleashed had actually been reacted to so quickly by Lin Tian, and Lin Tian had even mobilized the force within his own body at the same time to contend against him. That kind of reaction and that kind of strength. Just who exactly was this person in front of him? Wasn't he supposed to be just an average disciple from some martial academy? How could he have this kind of strength? In just a brief moment, a fierce ruthlessness flashed through Su Baoyong's gloomy eyes. At this point, the sense of superiority of being an inner-city disciple had already clouded his judgment. No matter how much shocking strength Lin Tian displayed, the disdain in his heart toward outer-city disciples was enough to make him ignore all of it. He only knew one thing. This mud-legged brat from the outer city was blocking his path. And on top of that, he had caused him to lose so much face today in front of everyone, even the examiners. To him, this was humiliation. As a genius of the inner city, at this moment, even being compared to an outer city mud-legged martial artist like the one before him was already a different kind of insult. Boom! A surge of force immediately rolled out from his body, as Lin Tian felt the power in the other side's hands. A cold light instantly burst from his eyes as well. Lin Tian just didn't want trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. Since the man in front of him wanted to cripple him, then there was no way he would retreat again. Boom! The next moment, the force in Lin Tian's hands was driven to the absolute limit. In that brief instant, the atmosphere on the arena seemed to fall into some kind of tense deadlock. But just as the tension between the two was about to explode, a voice suddenly interrupted them from below. All right, that's enough. It's just a match. What? Are you trying to fight to the death? On the high platform, one of the examiners immediately stood up and spoke. His voice seemed to be using some special technique. It instantly resounded across the entire arena. Quite a few people in the audience even covered their ears under the force of that voice. Feeling that voice ringing in his ears, Lin Tian actually felt a bit dizzy. But the movement of his hands also stopped as that voice fell. And as that voice fell, Su Baoyong on the ring naturally stopped his movements as well. After seeing the two of them stop, the examiner on the high platform spoke again. Not bad. I've seen both of your performances today with my own eyes. Such a showing truly opened my eyes. A martial artist should fight with fists hitting flesh. That's what blood and spirit look like. Being able to watch the two of you fight today, I really didn't come for nothing. All right, go down and rest. After hearing that examiner's evaluation from the high platform, quite a few people around them looked at the two on the ring with envy. Clearly, for the two of them to receive such praise, then in the martial examination half a month later, the two of them would naturally receive some extra impression points. And so, this was how the gap began to appear. Lin Tian and the other man both respectfully saluted before stepping down. But as they withdrew, the two of them looked at each other. Su Baoyong's eyes still clearly carried the anger from before that had yet to fade. Lin Tian's gaze was calm, but he also looked directly back into the other's eyes without the slightest retreat. Their eyes met for no more than an instant. Then the two turned and left in different directions. After stepping down from the ring, Zhang Ming immediately came forward with concern. After all, how could he not see that the one who was originally supposed to go up had been him just now? But in the end, Master Zhao Tsong had temporarily switched him out for Lin Tian. Junior brother Lin, are you hurt? Hearing his voice, Lin Tian immediately waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. It's just a match. I'm Yufine." After speaking, Lin Tian immediately cupped his fist toward Zhao Tsong behind Zhang Ming and said, "Master." But Zhao Tsong seemed not to have recovered from the shock just now. After all, as someone who had entered Huajin many years ago, the shaking mountain fist Lin Tian had just displayed was far from as simple as it looked on the surface in his eyes. Especially the way he had calmly dealt with Su Baoyang's incoming attacks earlier. That was absolute control over power. Just how far had Lin Tian trained the shaking mountain fist? The seventh echo? Or had it reached the eighth? At this moment, Zhao Tsong did not know why, but a trace of regret actually rose in his heart. Could it be that he had really misjudged him? Did this Lin Tian also have the bearing to impact Huajin? What he had done before? Master? Seeing that Zhao Tsong was not speaking, Lin Tian called out loudly again. Only then did Zhao Tsong react. After that, he instinctively said, not bad. You did very well. Go get some proper rest next." Zhao Tsong's mind had become somewhat chaotic, so after simply leading everyone around the square for a look, he dismissed them to scatter on their own and freely look around. After Xiao Tian and Zhou Ye had walked some distance away, Xiao Tian's expression immediately changed. He clenched his fists and stared at Lin Tian not far ahead. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. In Xiao Tian's eyes at this moment, Lin Tian was becoming more and more of an eyesore. After all, he had just seen the way Zhao Tsong looked at Lin Tian. Shock and consideration. He almost did not even need to guess what Master Zhao Tsong was considering, because he had also seen the fight between Lin Tian and Su Baoyang just now. Especially when he saw Su Baoyang's fierce Tongbei fist, he knew that if it were that kind of punch, he could not take it. And that was the real reason for the irritation in his heart. A punch he could not take, Lin Tian could take, and even take with complete ease. Didn't that mean Lin Tian was stronger than him? As his fists tightened, crisp cracking sound from grinding bones rang out. The dissatisfaction and unwillingness in his heart instantly filled Xiao Tian's entire body. Because originally, in his eyes, Lin Tian had only awakened the heavenly awakening state through luck. Only because of that had he barely managed to walk to the same level of Anjin's strength as him. But that same level was only the same level in realm. As for actual combat strength, he was naturally stronger. And his strength was not just a little stronger. His strength was absolute suppression. And he believed with complete confidence that he possessed that kind of power. After all, he had obtained everything through his own bitter training, step by step. But what about Lin Tian? He was only relying on luck, and that was why he had barely obtained the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But now you were actually telling him that Lin Tian's current strength had already surpassed him? How could he possibly accept that? Damn it. Why does that mud-legged nobody deserve this? Isn't he only relying on that so-called heavenly awakening to have the same realm as me? And now he's even stronger than me. Why can't that trash just stay honestly in the dust? Why does he get to have this kind of luck and strength? And that damn heavenly awakening. When exactly will it disappear? At this moment, the resentment in Xiao Tian's heart had already piled up like erupting lava, surging endlessly. Yet unable to burst out, it could only remain jammed tightly in his chest. Looking at the expression in front of her on Xiao Tian's face, Zhou Ye at his side could more or less guess what was going on in her heart as well. After all, she had experienced it before too. When she saw Lin Tian break through to Mingjin, clearly, she was the one who had been constantly working hard. Yet in the very next moment, she saw someone relying on luck to directly take in one step what they had fought desperately to obtain, and they were powerless to do anything about it. That was the greatest torment to them. But Zhou Ye also knew that she had to pull Xiao Tian's emotions back now. After all, whether Xiao Tian could pass the martial examination next was of crucial importance to her direct competition for the successor position. Junior brother, Xiao Tian, I think you need to calm down right now. Your current state isn't right. This is absolutely not good for your martial examination later. I know why you become like this. But what we martial artists look at isn't temporary victory or defeat. Flowing water does not compete for the lead. What it competes in is never-ending momentum. What he can reach now, you can also reach in the future. And who knows? His heavenly awakening might disappear the very next moment. This is very likely already his limit. But you still have a broader future ahead of you. One that even Lin Tian could never hope to reach. Listening to Zhou Ye's voice at his side, the blocked fury in Xiao Tian's heart was immediately lessened a little. That's right. He still had a future. His future was a height that Lin Tian would spend his whole life looking up at. He could not lose control. He absolutely could not lose control. After a period of self-comfort, Xiao Tian's emotions were finally calmed a little. Of course, it was only a slight bit at most. After all, how could this resentment possibly be calmed so easily? At this moment, Lin Tian stood at the front, completely unaware of the movements from Xiao Tian, Zhou Ya, and the others behind him. His gaze was also fixed on one of the matches in front of him. Lin Tian noticed that after his battle with Su Baoyang had been praised by the examiner, the fighting style across the entire arena seemed to have changed a little. Some of the matches had started becoming a bit more wild as well. Of course, everyone still kept that final bit of restraint. After all, bonus points were nice. But if one careless mistake left them unable to participate in the later martial examinations, then even getting those bonus points would be meaningless. Still, no matter what, the matches now at least looked more like actual fights. They were no longer like the performance-like battles from the very beginning. This actually gave Lin Tian some inspiration. After all, although Lin Tian knew his realm had risen quickly, his lack of combat experience was indeed a weak point. So for him, a situation like this, where he could watch others fight, was still highly enlightening. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone returned once more to the carriages they had ridden over in before. Inside the carriage, Zhao Tsang's aura was calm, and he did not say a single word the entire time. After returning to the martial academy, everyone naturally went their separate ways. After all, after a full day of travel and rushing around, who would still have the energy to focus on martial training after getting back to the academy? Somebody did. Yes, there really was one person who stayed behind at the martial academy to keep training, and that person was naturally Lin Tian. That's right. After returning to the martial academy, Lin Tian first went back to the inner courtyard, then immediately began cultivating. After all, for a dark force martial artist, physical fitness had already improved tremendously. This short bit of travel exhaustion barely consumed any of his energy or stamina at all. And today, Lin Tian had merely spent the whole day watching matches. He had not actually done anything himself. So now, it was only natural to reward himself properly by going through several rounds of the Shaking Mountain Fist and fiercely raising his experience. Of course, he had not forgotten that his family was still under threat from the river bandits. So only by increasing his strength could Lin Tian feel any real peace in his heart. The sky gradually darkened. It was once again time for the martial academy to close. By now, Lin Tian had naturally memorized the schedule. So at this moment, he no longer needed anyone to remind him and left the martial academy on his own. Inside the side courtyard, Zhao Tsang happened to be walking out just then. He saw Lin Tian's back at a glance. Then he let out a slight sigh. That's right. After an entire day of thinking, Zhao Tsang had finally made up his mind. He would still choose to place all of his focus on Xiao Tian. After all, he naturally understood the same logic Zhou Ya did. One could not judge cultivation by who was ahead for the moment. One had to look farther ahead. And Xiao Tian was destined to have a higher future. So, better to keep watching for now. The risk on Lin Tian was still too great. If Lin Tian could still maintain this rate of progress after the martial examination, then supporting him further would not be impossible. With that thought, Zhao Tsang shut the door in front of him. Outside the door, Lin Tian's figure also happened to disappear from his sight at that very moment. Half a month flowed away like sand in an hourglass. Soon, half of that time had already passed. Lin Tian could naturally sense the restlessness within the martial academy, especially in the inner courtyard. Among the people qualified to participate in the martial examination, their emotions were undoubtedly the most stirred in the entire academy. Although only those at the dark force level had any real chance of contending for that final sliver of hope of passing the examination, there had still been past cases of bright force martial artists making the list. Because of this, the tension in the inner courtyard recently was practically visible to the naked eye. After all, when it came to something as important as passing the examination, no one dared be careless in the slightest. As for Lin Tian, he still remained quietly in his own corner, practicing his fists in silence. The experience bar in his mind was rising without stop. And ever since that battle with Su Baoyang, Xiao Tian had not made any more moves against him. Lin Tian was naturally more than happy to see that happen. But just after Lin Tian finished one round of Shaking Mountain Fist, Bao Tianhua's fat face immediately came over with a grin. Looking at him, Lin Tian asked in some confusion, "Junior brother Bao, do you need something from me?" Hearing that, Bao Tianhua nodded. "Senior brother Lin has sharp insight. I really do have some news to tell you. That is, yesterday I heard from my family that the Commandant's office is preparing to carry out a suppression campaign against the river bandits outside the city. It's supposedly to ensure that the martial examination can proceed normally." Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded. It made sense. But was this news really something he needed to be told? It seemed to have nothing much to do with him. After seeing Lin Tian's expression, Bao Tianhua immediately understood what he was thinking, but then continued, "Senior brother Lin, do not take it lightly. I heard that for this bandit suppression, the Commandant's office will also recruit people from among those of us from the outer city." Hearing this, Lin Tian froze for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "The people for the bandit suppression are being recruited from the outer city?" That's right. I heard the people from the Commandant's office will also provide a temporary status. And if someone can earn enough military merit in this suppression operation, that temporary status can supposedly be made official, allowing a commoner with no status to directly become a government functionary in the Yamen. And if someone makes major contributions, I heard they may even enter the Commandant's office and gain Lord Commandant's favor. Hearing this, Lin Tian was instantly shocked. Clearly, he had not expected the Commandant's office to offer such benefits. Although he did not know much about the Commandant's office, he clearly remembered what Zhang Ming had told him before about the benefits of joining it. It could be said that once one joined the Commandant's office, one would basically no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. After all, the Commandant's office issued pill resources every month according to one's realm. For example, if Lin Tian were able to enter the Commandant's office right now with Dark Force cultivation, he could receive 10 Qi blood pills every month. Once his cultivation broke through to transformed force, that would become 10 blood condensing pills. And if he broke through even further, the cultivation resources would also change accordingly. Of course, the quantity might vary somewhat, but generally speaking, that was how it worked. So as long as one joined the Commandant's office, the most basic cultivation resources would not be lacking. But now, the Commandant's office actually dared to offer terms like this. If he said they had no ulterior motive at all, he would not believe it. But senior brother Lin, I'm telling you, this may not be a good thing. My family told me to come remind you that if you want to join, you still need to be cautious. After saying that, Bao Tianhua seemed as though he had completed some kind of task. He immediately stopped disturbing Lin Tian's cultivation. So, senior brother Lin, I've delivered my message. I'll be going to cultivate now. Watching Bao Tianhua leave, a trace of doubt flashed through Lin Tian's eyes again. For what Bao Tianhua had just said, it was obvious that his so-called family knew some inside details. It was just inconvenient for them to reveal it. Sure enough, there was a problem with the recruitment order from the Commandant's office. And not long after Bao Tianhua left, Zhang Ming entered the inner courtyard with an excited look on his face. He was also holding a sheet of paper that looked like a notice. What he talked about next was naturally the military recruitment from the Commandant's office that Bao Tianhua had mentioned not long ago. Fortunately, this recruitment had no mandatory requirements for martial artists at the Mingjin level and above. So Lin Tian did not even finish listening before leaving directly. After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he also went straight into the side courtyard to ask Zhao Tsong for his opinion. The result he got afterward was that Zhao Tsong did not oppose everyone taking part. After all, in Zhao Tsong's view, as martial artists, they would have to see blood sooner or later. And Zhao Tsong had also received news about this bandit suppression mission. It just so happened that in the Commandant's office handling this bandit suppression, one of his friends at the Huajin level was there. There was naturally no need to worry about safety issues. This way, everyone could also broaden their horizons. So Zhao Tsong had Zhang Ming take a letter with him and then leave with the others. Of course, Zhang Ming had also come to invite Lin Tian to join them. But Lin Tian still refused. Although Lin Tian now knew that with his master Zhao Tsong's friend there, everyone on the trip would probably not run into any problems, he still chose to stay behind and cultivate. Zhang Ming did not force the matter either. Inside the Lin family's old residence in the outer city, after cultivating all night, Lin Tiansheng had already walked out of Yihong House in the inner city. He then returned to the old residence. Looking at the old residence in front of him, a resolute look seemed to flash through Lin Tiansheng's eyes at this moment. That's right, in that instant, he had already made up his mind. That was, with the martial examination approaching, he knew he could not keep indulging himself like this. He had to put in some effort too. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the family spending money to support his martial training? That's right. With less than 15 days left before the martial examination, he had awakened. He had finally realized that he could not keep muddling through like this. Of course, before truly working hard, he still had to indulge himself one last time. Good. This time would really be the last time. Tonight, he would go to Yihong House one final time. After that, he would devote himself fully to cultivation. No distractions. This time, for sure. The next moment, Lin Tiansheng strode firmly toward the old residence. At the same time, he very naturally took out a handkerchief he had swiped from Yihong House. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ming and the others returned from suppressing the bandits. And just as Lin Tian had expected, the three of them had indeed suffered no injuries. No, wait, then why was there one injured person? In the distance, behind Zhang Ming, a male disciple from the inner courtyard was being carried. There was a wound on his chest, although it had already been bandaged up. Judging from the expression on his face, the injury was clearly not as minor as it looked. And at this moment, he was even looking at Xiao Tian with an extremely strange gaze. Looking at the group before him, another trace of doubt flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. What had happened? With a Huajin martial artist protecting them, someone had still been injured, and such a serious injury at that. There were only a few days left until the martial examination. Now that he had suffered this kind of injury, he could probably forget about the martial examination. Still, Lin Tian only cast a curious glance at it. Then he withdrew his gaze. After that, he continued practicing the fist art in his hands. As everyone returned to the martial academy, Zhao Tsong quickly learned that someone had been injured and hurried out. But after coming out, the first thing he did was carefully look Xiao Tian over. Only after confirming that the injured person was not Xiao Tian did the tension on Zhao Tsong's face ease. Lin Tian happened to catch all of this. But right after that, Zhao Tsang still took out some top-grade healing medicine for the injured disciple. After a round of commotion, the disciple was soon carried out of the martial academy by servants who had rushed over from his family. Not long after, Zhang Ming then began reporting everything they had experienced during this time to Zhao Tsang. Zhao Tsang nodded repeatedly as he listened. Especially after hearing that Xiao Tian had killed 3 water bandits by himself, the gratification on his face grew even stronger. After all, whether martial artist had seen blood or not made a big difference. Now that Xiao Tian had gone through this experience, it would definitely be of great benefit to both his future cultivation and the growth of his temperament. After all, Zhao Tsang had placed the highest hopes on Xiao Tian to break through to Huajin in the future. If he really could do it, then Zhao Tsang's later years would truly be secure. After explaining everything, Zhang Ming took his leave and withdrew. In the distance, after Lin Tian finished one full round of Shaking Mountain Fist, he once again looked at the fate frame in his mind. A chosen path will surely lead to mastery. Shaking Mountain Fist, limit break 9,385, 10,000. Demon subduing golden body, copper skin 5,867, 12,000. Lin Tian's gaze immediately focused on Shaking Mountain Fist in the fate frame. He was still a little over 600 points away from directly breaking through to Huajin. But now, there were less than 10 days left before the martial examination. Would he make it in time? At this moment, Lin Tian felt that the further he progressed in his cultivation, the more energy and stamina each cycle of Shaking Mountain Fist consumed. It felt as if every time he practiced the fist technique, he was breaking through another layer of restraint. So now, although the progress bar was still steadily increasing, the speed of his punches had begun to slow down. The reason was simple. After finishing one set of punches, the feeling of exhaustion kept increasing, and Lin Tian could vaguely sense the reason. Bone structure. That's right. As his cultivation methods entered higher levels, the shortcomings of his bone structure had begun to show. This was a weakness that even the fate frame could not cover up. And this was also why his improvement speed had now started slowing down. It seemed he had been thinking too simply before. He had believed that with the fate frame, even without good bone structure, he could still go very far on the martial path. Although that was indeed true. If he continued cultivating with inferior bone structure, then the amount of time it would require would likely be incomparably long. Improved bone structure. Without a doubt, this had already become something he urgently needed right now. Of course, wanting to improve his bone structure was actually not difficult. He had the demon-subduing golden body. As long as he cultivated it to the next copper skin stage, then he would be able to welcome the cultivation method's first flesh and blood reforging. At that time, his natural talent would improve. However, for now, his main goal was still to raise his realm. After all, Lin Tian had not forgotten about the threat of the water bandits. Perhaps in the upcoming martial examination, he could secure a place for his family to live in peace. But strength was the foundation of everything. Junior brother Lin is truly diligent. I imagine that while we were away, your progress must have been considerable. Hearing Zhang Ming's voice from behind him, Lin Tian immediately turned around and replied modestly, "Senior brother flatters me. I've only trained hard for 3 days. How could there be any talk of improvement? Rather, senior brother, after going out this time, I assume you gained quite a bit and saw quite a lot?" After hearing Lin Tian's words, the corners of Zhang Ming's mouth could not help but curl upward slightly. Then, he immediately took out a token from his hand. The token was completely black, carrying the luster of some special metal. On it, the 3 golden characters for Qidao Camp shone brilliantly. Looking at that token, a trace of understanding flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. No wonder such joy was written all over Zhang Ming's face. The Qidao Camp was an official force under the jurisdiction of the Commandant's office. Its main responsibility was to assist the Commandant's office in handling cases and carrying out operations. Of course, that was not all. As far as Lin Tian knew, this Qidao Camp was known as the reserve force of the Commandant's office. Joining the Qidao Camp meant that one had already stepped halfway through the doors of the Commandant's office. Congratulations, senior brother, for getting what you wished for. Joining the Commandant's office in the future is just around the corner. Lin Tian naturally knew that Zhang Ming's greatest wish was to join the Commandant's office. He could even sense that in Zhang Ming's heart, compared to placing highly in the martial examination, he wanted even more to join the Commandant's office. After hearing Lin Tian's congratulations, Zhang Ming immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, "Haha. Junior brother, don't tease me. It's still too early for that." Although his words were humble at this moment, the gleam in his eyes could not be suppressed no matter what. Seeing this, Lin Tian naturally did not expose it. Afterward, the two of them continued chatting for a few more moments about the matter of suppressing the water bandits. Through Zhang Ming, Lin Tian learned that this time, the Commandant's office's bandit suppression operation had been very successful. Whether they were entrenched nearby or hiding in secret, the water bandits had all been wiped out in one sweep. Of course, casualties were naturally unavoidable. According to Zhang Ming, for some reason, although those water bandits were clearly not martial artists, they possessed combat power beyond that of ordinary people. There were even a few water bandit leaders among them who had reached Ming Jin. When he heard those words, Lin Tian immediately felt that something was off. Combat power far beyond ordinary people, and even several Ming Jin fighters? Why did that sound so strange? Since when had martial artists, and Ming Jin martial artists at that, become so cheap? And the reason the Commandant's office had been able to carry out such a smooth purge this time was entirely because they won through superiority in numbers. The token in Zhang Ming's hand had also been obtained in exchange for him personally killing 2 of those Ming Jin martial artists. But when he got to this point, Zhang Ming's voice suddenly lowered. Then he said something to Lin Tian. Although he had not been there at the time, he had heard that Zhou Sheng's injuries were actually related to Xiao Tian. Zhou Sheng was the man whose chest had been injured just now. Apparently, when a Ming Jin water bandit launched a sudden attack, junior brother Xiao Tian panicked and immediately pushed junior brother Zhou Sheng out in front of him. But I wasn't there at the time, so I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Still, judging from junior brother Zhou Sheng's reaction, this matter is probably real. Zhang Ming spoke in an unusually serious tone. After hearing Zhang Ming's words, Lin Tian nodded. He knew that Zhang Ming was reminding him to be careful. But as far as Lin Tian was concerned, he had never cared about Xiao Tian at all. That had been the case before, it was still the case now, and nothing would change in the future. Of course, regarding Zhang Ming's reminder, Lin Tian did not explain anything. He simply nodded seriously. Seeing that his reminder had worked, Zhang Ming did not continue talking with Lin Tian for too long. After all, he had already been away for 3 days. And now, there were only 10 days left before the martial examination. It was time to properly adjust his condition. He had heard that the competition in this year's martial examination will be far more difficult than in previous years. It was said that the number of geniuses in the inner city this year, as well as the total number of participants, had both increased by more than 30% compared to before. But in the martial examination, only the top 300 could succeed, and that never changed. So if the number of geniuses and participants increased, the difficulty would naturally rise as well. At that thought, a faint sense of tension arose in his heart. After all, judging by previous years, among the martial academies in the outer city, only 1 or 2 people at most could pass the martial examination. That was right. Among the dozen or so martial academies in the outer city, only 1 or 2 people succeeded each year. This was not speculation. It was the most real data. And even 1 or 2 was already considered a lot. More often than not even one person made it. After all, the gap in resources and teaching quality between the inner city and the outer city was simply too great. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were world apart. As for the disciples of the inner city, he had even heard that ever since they entered the martial halls, they almost had a chi blood pill every day to assist with training and every night before sleep. They had medicinal baths to temper their bodies. As for those resources, outer city disciples like them could only obtain them through support from certain forces. And even then, they could not get them every day. So the gap between martial arts disciples of the inner city and the outer city was widening almost every single day. Likewise, this was also why, back then, his desire to join the Commandant's office had been even greater than his desire to pass the martial examination. It was not that he did not want to succeed in the martial examination. It was that the martial examination truly gave him no hope at all. Otherwise, why would he have ended up like this? As he walked, Zhang Ming let out a sigh in his heart. There was no helping it. He could only blame the fact that he had not been born in the inner city. During the next stretch of time, nothing else happened. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The martial examination was today. The disciples of Zhao Martial Academy all set foot once again on the same carriage as before, each of them filled with excitement. Before long, everyone arrived once more at the place where the martial examination was being held. Looking at the great gate before him, Lin Tian let out a faint sigh in his heart. At this moment, in his mind, his fate frame flickered. Fate, diligence and study must bear fruit. Mountain shaking fist, limit break 9,854 out of 10,000. Demon subduing golden body, copper garment 6,890 out of 12,000. In the end, he still had not managed to break through into Huajin before the martial examination arrived. Hopefully, there would not be too many strong opponents in this martial examination. Although he had not yet stepped into the realm of Huajin, with his mountain shaking fist about to reach limit break, he had barely managed to grasp a trace of the so-called wonders of Huajin. Hopefully, it would be enough. As a Huajin expert, Zhao Tsang naturally received some preferential treatment when bringing them over to register, especially someone like Lin Tian, who had nomination qualifications. That meant they could enter the plaza with the arena much earlier than before. After the registration was completed, Zhao Tsang naturally left for the area specially prepared for Huajin experts. As for Lin Tian and the others, they naturally went to get their number tags and line up. Zhao Tsang quickly arrived at the section reserved for Huajin martial artists. At this moment, in the seats beside him, there were naturally several Huajin experts at the same realm as him. Among these people, some came from the inner city, while others, like him, lived in the outer city. When Zhao Tsang met them, they naturally exchanged polite greetings. For people who had reached their realm, There was actually no longer any distinction between inner city and outer city. After all, if Zhao Tsong wanted to, entering the inner city would only take a single sentence. So those so-called divisions between inner city and outer city were nothing more than barriers used to restrain the weak. But for experts at their level, those so-called barriers simply did not exist. Of course, among the Huajin martial artists present, Zhao Tsong mostly only knew their names. They were not truly familiar with each other. So after a greeting, there was naturally no further exchange. And Zhao Tsong also quickly came before a few people. Hee, brother Zhao, come quickly. I deliberately saved you a seat. Seeing Zhao Tsong arrive, a middle-aged man in a cyan robe immediately laughed loudly. The middle-aged man was named Feng Yi, an old friend Zhao Tsong had known since his younger days. Seeing him, Zhao Tsong immediately quickened his steps and sat down in the empty seat beside him. Brother Zhao, it's been a long time since we last met. I heard you recently took in a genius disciple. He actually broke through to Anjin in just 4 months. This time, I really have to take a good look and see whether he has truly good stock. Hearing this, Zhao Tsong replied with a smile. I don't dare accept that. My useless disciple only has an empty reputation. It can't be taken seriously. Of course, his words were humble, but there was still a trace of pride in his tone. It's just a pity. This year's martial examination is probably the hardest one yet. For people like us who run martial academies in the outer city, things will probably be difficult. The one who spoke was a bearded man at the side. Though his figure looked somewhat fat, beneath that layer of flesh, one could still see his broad muscles. Shigong. He was also one of Zhao Tsong's friends. And when Zhao Tsong heard those words, he almost subconsciously looked toward a huge wooden board in front of him. This wooden board was used to record the first round scores of the current examinees. The first round used a point system. The full score was 150 points. 80 points was the passing line, and only those who reached that line could enter the next round. But as Zhao Tsong's gaze shifted over, a trace of gravity immediately flashed through his eyes. Because at this moment, behind the names of the disciples from the various martial academies and martial halls, quite a few scores had already appeared, and among them, Zhao Tsong even saw that several disciples had already reached 120 points or even higher. One had to know that in the first stage of the martial examination, 80 points was the passing line. Then 100 points was already enough to be rated first class. In previous years, the highest score in the first round of the martial examination had only been around 110. 120 points? Looking at the scores displayed before him, Zhao Tsong's tone immediately turned somewhat grave. If scores like this were placed in previous years, they would all belong to people who could rank in the top 10 spots. But now, so many have appeared all at once. It seemed that this year's martial examination really was even harder than before. Of course, he still had confidence in Xiao Tian. After all, he had tested Xiao Tian himself. If Xiao Tian performed well, then he would most likely be at this level too. Not bad. He wouldn't be lagging behind. What worried him was Zhang Ming and Lin Tian. Zhang Ming would probably be able to barely get around 100 points and earn a first-class rating. As for Lin Tian, although he did not have high hopes for Lin Tian, at the very least, it was still a hope, wasn't it? Back when Lin Tian sparred with Su Baoyang, although no winner had been decided, Zhao Tsong had at least seen a glimmer of hope. But now, that glimmer of hope in Lin Tian seemed to be about to go out. After all, when Lin Tian and Su Baoyang had competed before, they had been competing in technique. But in this first test of the martial examination, what was being tested was force as well as physical quality. Lin Tian himself came from a poor background. Although his progress had been rapid, strength of the flesh was not something that could be stacked up through comprehension alone. AI, what a pity. If this had been a martial examination in previous years, Lin Tian might still have had a sliver of hope. But now it looked difficult. Far too difficult. Below, on the plaza, after Lin Tian got his queue number, he immediately went to the designated place to line up. At this moment, looking at the numbers appearing one after another on the wooden board in front of him, Lin Tian was also slightly surprised. After all, he had previously gotten some information about earlier years for Bao Tianhua, so he knew very clearly what the normal scores for the first test had been in past years. Looks like this year's martial examination is even harder than before. But for him, this first stage should not be too difficult. After all, if what was being tested was physical strength, then with the support of the demon-subduing golden body, his physical qualities had already far surpassed ordinary Anjin practitioners. In the distance, as the numbers changed, Lin Tian immediately saw a very familiar name. Zhang Ming, 109 points. Oh, senior brother Zhang? Lin Tian lifted his eyes and looked toward one area. Then he discovered that Zhang Ming was currently wearing a piece of redstone armor. Gasping for breath as he collapsed on the ground, he was clearly in a state of total exhaustion. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian immediately understood. Zhang Ming must have known that this year's difficulty had increased, so he had desperately pushed and adjusted his own limit. But fortunately, he had succeeded. After all, doing this in the first test was very dangerous. If one was not careful, then bang, before Lin Tian could finish the thought in his heart, a muffled sound came from nearby, like something being crushed apart. As everyone turned to look, quite a few people immediately retched. Right there on the arena stage, a young man had apparently like Zhang Ming, chosen to challenge his own limit. He had chosen a stone armor whose weight exceeded his limit. Then an accident occurred. At this moment, his entire body was inside that stone armor, crushed into a bloody mess, with blood splattering everywhere. One could even vaguely see white bones and fragments of organs. The scene was horrifyingly bloody. Judging by his clothes, he should have been someone from the outer city too. Looking at his miserable state, Lin Tian shook his head. In this condition, there was absolutely no way he could survive. Very soon, someone came out to deal with the scene. Of course, they only handled it very simply. Or rather, they merely carried the person away. The bloodstains on the arena had not even been fully cleaned, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Among those participating in the martial examination, most were martial artists from the inner city, having lived in privileged surroundings since childhood. Where had they ever seen such a bloody scene? So the next few people who went up on stage were all obviously affected by what had just happened. Originally, they could have challenged heavier stone armor, but now, they all started acting more conservatively. A few of them were even trembling so badly that they failed to reach the passing line of 80. They were immediately carried away and withdrawn from the martial examination. And at this moment, it showed the benefit of Zhao Cong having Zhang Ming, Xiao Tian, and the others go out and see the world before the martial examination. Especially Xiao Tian. Not only was he completely unaffected, he even delivered an exceptional performance when everyone else had fallen into instinctive panic. He immediately obtained a score that ranked among the best in the middle section of the wooden board records. Xiao Tian, 120 points. At this moment, looking at his score, on the arena reserved for Huajin martial artists, after seeing Xiao Tian achieve such a result, a trace of excitement also rose in Zhao Cong's heart. 120 points. As expected of brother Zhao's outstanding disciple. If he can get such a score in the first test, then as long as he wins 3 matches in a row afterward, he should be able to make the list, right? Sure, Gang's hearty voice rang out. Even Feng Yi at the side looked at Xiao Tian and nodded. Brother Zhao being able to take in such a fine disciple really makes people envious. By now, Feng Yi's tone already carried unmistakable envy. After all, if Xiao Tian really passed the martial examination this time, that would mean receiving a full year's supply of blood condensation pills. To Huajin martial artists like them, that was absolutely irresistible. And at this moment, the other Huajin martial artists from the inner city at the side were mostly looking at Zhao Cong with the same envious eyes. Though all of them were Huajin martial artists from martial halls in the inner city, and each of them certainly had a few disciples under them who could place highly in the martial examination and bring them share of blood condensation pills. They still had to split it with several other Huajin martial artists. So the amount each of them got was sometimes even less than what these outer city martial academies would receive from producing a single high-placing disciple. After all, Zhao Cong was only one man, but when they divided theirs, they also had to consider under whose guidance the high-placing disciple had succeeded, along with the fixed share that had to be handed over to the martial hall master, the share reserved for the martial hall treasury, and so on. When all of that was added together, they actually did not end up getting much at all. That was why some Huajin martial artists would rather go to the outer city, open a martial academy, and teach on their own than stay in the martial halls of the inner city under restrictions. After all, not only was the outer city more free, but if even one disciple made it, that alone would directly surpass the total of what they earned over 5 or 6 years. And in a martial artist's prime years for cultivation, how many periods of 5 or 6 years were there? So teaching disciples in the inner city was about seeking stability. Going to the outer city to teach disciples was gambling on one's own future. And clearly, Zhao Cong now seemed about to win that gamble. After hearing those words just now and sensing the gazes around him, Zhao Cong was naturally excited and proud inside. But he still kept a trace of humility on his face. Just luck, just luck. The final result has yet to be decided. We'll only know after the end. Heh, exactly. The results aren't out yet. Maybe you won't even get a ranking at all later. As a voice full of mockery rang out, the originally cheerful atmosphere at the scene instantly fell into silence. And when Zhao Cong heard that voice, he immediately knew who had spoken. Wanggu. Zhao Cong turned his head and looked toward a certain corner. Ever since entering this place, he had naturally already seen Wanggu. It was just that because of the relationship between the two of them, Zhao Cong had directly ignored him. But with the appearance of that voice just now, he frowned slightly and looked at him. Wanggu, of course, showed not the slightest fear as he met Zhao Cong's gaze. The atmosphere between the two instantly became incomparably tense. But in the very next moment, the two of them tacitly suppressed all their emotions. After all, this was the inner city, and it had its own rules forbidding private fighting. Moreover, the martial examination was still being held below. If they openly interfered with a martial examination at a time like this, that charge would be anything but minor. That would be a direct violation of the laws of the Great You Dynasty. The punishment and charges involved were not something two Huajin martial artists like them could bear. At this moment, on the high platform of the martial examination grounds, unlike when Lin Tian had first come to the martial examination ground before, back then, there had only been 3 examiners in the entire venue. But now there were a full 6 examiners. At this moment, all 6 examiners were sizing up the candidates participating in the martial examination below. Among them, the white-haired old man in armor immediately said with some dissatisfaction, "Humph. What bunch of greenhouse flowers? It's just a little blood, and they're already frightened into this state? Back when I was their age, I was already killing people on the battlefield. Truly, each generation is worse than the last." The armored man's tone was filled with obvious dissatisfaction and anger. Especially when he looked toward the queue Lin Tian was currently in, it was as if he wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction in his heart at once. The other examiners at the side only gave awkward laughs and said nothing. After all, the old man before them had come from the capital. Local officials like them absolutely did not dare offend him. And according to what they knew, this man beside them was extraordinary not just in status and background, but also in strength. Who is that young man? His eyes are pretty good. Oh, judging from that look, he has seen blood before? Now this is interesting. Below, after the people before him had been intimidated by that bloody scene, just now, everyone in front hastily completed the first test of the martial examination. So very soon, it was Lin Tian's turn to go up, with Lin Tian stepping onto the stage. Perhaps because the person crushed to death by the stone armor earlier had also been from the outer city, everyone subconsciously looked toward Lin Tian. It was actually quite easy to tell apart martial artists from the inner city and the outer city. After all, there were some things that only people from the inner city were qualified to enjoy. For example, clothes made from certain kinds of silk. So whether someone was from the inner city or the outer city could basically be identified the moment they stepped up. And among those who could still spare attention to look over here at this time, most naturally did so because their own juniors or their own martial halls and academies were being tested on this arena. It was just that the gazes directed at this arena now did not seem very friendly. After all, what had just happened had already severely affected the performance of everyone on this arena. So now that they were once again seeing a youth from the outer city today, they more or less looked at him through tinted glasses and some even through the lens of personal grudges. The reason was simple. The martial examination almost concerned the fate of one person or even an entire family. But now, it had been affected for no reason by someone from the outer city whom they looked down on. There was no way they would not have emotions about that in their hearts. Another rat from the outer city. Do you understand this or not? These people from the outer city clearly have no hope at all. So why has the government let these rats in already? If that other rat from the outer city had tried to act tough just now and affected my Chung, definitely would gotten a better score. At this moment, a somewhat plump but finely dressed madam was the first to speak, angrily shouting at Lin Tian. And the so-called Chung she mentioned had also begun the first test not long after that outer city disciple from earlier had been crushed to death. But obviously, after seeing the blood all over the ground, Chung, overwhelmed by fear, immediately gave up on the stone armor he originally could have handled with ease. After that, he chose a lighter set of stone armor for the test. In the end, he only barely got an 85, just enough to pass. And after that plump madam in the audience spoke up, the people behind her seemed like floodwaters pouring through open gates. They crazily vented the anger in their hearts at Lin Tian, as if the person standing before them was the outer city disciple who had just been crushed to death. Rats should just live in the gutters. Why would they even think about turning their lives around? Now look what happened. Not only did he lose his own life, he also affected other people's futures and performance. One rotten rat dropping ruined the whole pot of porridge. For a time, endless curses kept ringing out from not far from the arena. On the high platform, when the examiner saw this scene, all of them immediately frowned tightly. They were just about to speak up and stop it, so it wouldn't affect those still taking the test. But the white-haired old man immediately waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If these insignificant voices can affect the people below, then their martial path is already at its end. If a person can be swayed by other people's words, then what martial arts is he even training? And when the audience seats were set up for the martial examination in the first place, do you really think they were just for decoration? To remain firm and unwavering even while being watched by the masses was originally part of the martial examination. Why stop it?" After hearing those words, the other examiners could only nod helplessly. Then the white-haired old man looked again at those people still making a racket, and a strong trace of displeasure appeared in his eyes. He naturally knew what those people were angry about, but displeasure had also risen in his own heart. What exactly did these people take martial arts for? At its core, martial arts was a killing technique. But in these people, what the old man saw was that they treated martial arts as a tool for gaining fame and rank. If so, then why learn martial arts at all? If the sight of blood leaves you unable to function, then what martial arts are you still practicing? You might as well directly switch to the literary path. Not only could that also earn you fame and rank, it would even save more money. The martial examination wanted talent that could become strong fighters capable of slaughtering their way through the battlefield in the future. Not fools whose minds and condition would be affected by just a little smell of blood. And now, not only were these people not ashamed of this, they were instead venting their anger. They've lived in peaceful times for too long. Even parasites dare to come out and bark now. Write down the information of everyone below who spoke out. For all those participating in the martial examination, as well as their juniors and descendants, deduct 10 points across the board. Even if any of them make the rankings later, their temperament must be strictly examined. If their temperament doesn't T-pass, no matter who it is, all of them fail. Let them come again next year. After hearing those words, the 5 examiners beside him all nodded repeatedly without any objection. Then, when they looked down at the people still angrily cursing Lin Tian, they all sighed inwardly. Ah, disaster truly comes from the mouth. They knew very clearly that once the white-haired old man had spoken those words, the exams of the people related to those who had spoken out below were probably done for this year. Not to mention they had already been deducted 10 points before the second test had even begun. Even if they made the rankings, they still had to undergo a temperament test. How was temperament even tested? In the end, wouldn't it still depend on the mood of the old man in front of them? Still, those probably weren't major matters. After all, the ones speaking up at this moment were naturally those whose juniors had been affected. The results of those people were probably only average anyway. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so angry. And honestly, they also looked down on people who could be affected by just a bit of blood. As for Lin Tian, he naturally wasn't affected by those voices at all. He was only continuously sweeping his gaze over the stone armor in front of him. And the stone armor before them all had different weights. The lightest was 60 gene, and from there it increased by 10 gene each time. Going upward were 70 gene, 80 gene, 90 gene, all the way up to the heaviest at 200 gene. Of course, this stone armor did not simply mean that amount of weight would be pressing down on your body. This stone armor was extremely special. The weight it represented would envelop your entire body from all directions. Every inch of your flesh would bear that force of weight. And these weights naturally did not directly represent the score, because after putting on the stone armor, you still had to perform a basic fist technique. And the weight of the stone armor did not appear at full strength right from the start. Instead, it continuously increased according to how long it was worn. So although this kind of stone armor also carried some risk, as long as your movements were fast enough, it could still be taken off. Of course, if the stone armor was removed midway through, then points would naturally be deducted. Presumably, that outer city examinee from earlier had also been unwilling to lose points, which was how that tragedy had happened. And Lin Tian quickly passed over one set of stone armor after another in front of him. When the audience saw Lin Tian acting like this, especially when they saw that he didn't even stop after passing the 120 gene stone armor, sneers and contempt immediately flashed through their eyes once more. He doesn't even think 120 gene stone armor is worth looking at? Looks like another one aiming too high. Oof. These rats from the outer city really all think too highly of themselves. That rat who got crushed to death earlier was the same way. His ambition was higher than the heavens. Did he really think that just because he was called a genius in the outer city, he was actually some true genius? He really had no self-awareness at all. And Lin Tian's steps did not stop because of the voices from the audience. He continued walking forward. And the noise from the audience naturally drew the attention of Zhao Song and the others with Hua Jin cultivation. Soon, all of them turned their gazes toward the arena where Lin Tian was. Before long, they saw what Lin Tian was doing. And by this time, Lin Tian had already stopped in front of the 180 gene stone armor. This one is also Master Zhao as disciple, right? What's he trying to do? Don't tell me he wants to put on that 180 gene stone armor? Then he really is a little too reckless. But I suppose that makes sense. That kind of overreaching attitude really does fit your style, Zhao Song. I just wonder whether, when he gets smashed into a lump of minced meat later, your Zhao Martial Academy will also be affected because of it. At this moment, Wang Gu once again spoke in a mocking tone. And after hearing those words, Zhao Song's brows furrowed slightly. But his gaze still remained fixed in Lin Tian's direction. Clearly, he did not understand why Lin Tian was making such a rash move at this time. Could it be that he was stimulated by Xiao Tian in the resting area? At this moment, Lin Tian was the only one in the Martial Academy who still hadn't completed this first test. Zhang Ming, Xiao Tian, and the others all looked in Lin Tian's direction. Right away, everyone showed different expressions. A trace of worry appeared on Zhang Ming's face. After all, that was a 180 gene stone armor. If anything went wrong, then wouldn't he? This? Why is junior brother Lin being so impulsive? But cold sneers appeared on the faces of Xiao Tian, Zhou Ye, and the others, especially Xiao Tian. He knew very well that the reason he had been able to put on the 100 gene stone armor and score 120 points was entirely because his master, Zhao Song, had provided him with medicinal baths every night. That was the only reason he had barely managed to do it. But Lin Tian had never received any medicinal bath at all. Yet he actually dared to put on the 180 gene stone armor. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? But while everyone was still talking, Lin Tian had already swiftly put on the 180 gene stone armor. Although with his current physical qualities, even a 200 gene stone armor wouldn't be any problem at all. There was simply no need for that. Anything above 180 gene belonged to the same tier. Anything beyond that would just be showing off. Besides, wasn't the full score only 150 points anyway? Seeing that Lin Tian had really put on the 180 gene stone armor, the fat woman in the audience clearly wanted to stir up another round of mockery. Oof. Sure enough, another idiot. He really dares choose the 180 gene stone armor. Just wait to be crushed into a lump of meat. As expected, these rats from the outer city are filthy and disgusting. When he dies here later, that stench definitely will. But before the fat woman could finish speaking, she suddenly realized something was wrong. How come no one around her was saying anything anymore? And not just the people around her. Even where Zhao Cong and the other Huajin experts were seated, and where Zhang Ming and the other martial academy disciples were, everything had fallen completely silent. That was because at this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed in shock on the figure on the arena platform, who was continuously throwing punches at incredible speed. On the arena platform, everyone knew this stone armor was extremely strange. Not only would it continuously increase in weight over time, but the speed of the weight increase would also be determined by how fast the wearer moved. The faster the speed, the faster the weight increased. So under normal circumstances, examinees would try their best to slow down their punching speed. They would try to perform as many movements as possible while the stone armor was still relatively light. But now, what exactly was Lin Tian doing? Punching at such a fast speed, wouldn't it make the stone armor reach its maximum weight after just a few movements? Then when that happened, wouldn't he? What's going on? I clearly remember telling Junior Brother Lin about the properties of this stone armor. But what is Junior Brother Lin doing now? If this keeps up then. At this moment, Xiao Tian didn't speak, but a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth, because he, along with everyone else around him who saw this scene, could already imagine the image of Lin Tian being instantly crushed apart by the stone armor. And the stone armor on Lin Tian's body was constantly changing. The stone armor had originally been a dark bluish-black color. Then it gradually turned blue, but very quickly it changed from blue to purple, until in the blink of an eye, it turned completely black. This represented that the stone armor had reached its heaviest state, 180 gene. Quite a few people even shut their eyes at this moment. They didn't dare watch the bloody scene. But even after a moment passed, the sound of flesh being crushed still didn't come from the arena platform. Instead, what continued to ring out was the sound of punches being thrown. It was just that, because of the stone armor on his body, the sound of those punches was even more heavy and forceful. Everyone slowly opened their eyes. Then they saw that on the arena platform, Lin Tian was already performing that set of basic boxing techniques. His movements were still incomparably smooth, as if the stone armor on his body didn't exist at all. Wow. The entire venue instantly fell silent once again. Everyone stared at Lin Tian on the arena platform in utter shock as he continued punching. No, Lin Tian was still continuously punching, and his speed was getting faster and faster. His punches were also becoming more and more steady. At this time, in the seats reserved for Huajin martial artists, the group of Huajin martial artists all looked at Lin Tian in front of them with shock in their eyes, especially Zhao Cong. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian with stunned eyes, lifting heavy as though it were light. It's lifting heavy as though it were light. Only when a martial technique reaches perfection can one comprehend it. This kid's technique has already reached the perfection realm. Not only has this kid already cultivated his technique to this level, he has even comprehended lifting heavy as though it were light. This lifting heavy as though it were light is the threshold for comprehending the profoundness of Huajin. He looks only around 18 years old, doesn't he? Judging by how skilled this kid is at using lifting heavy as though it were light, I'm afraid it won't be long before he comprehends the profoundness of Huajin. Before long, there'll probably be another Huajin expert. The Huajin experts behind him cried out in shock at this moment. Brother Zhao truly has great fortune to actually take in two such great talents as Xiao Tian and Lin Tian at the same time, especially that Lin Tian. He truly is a genuine great talent. You've hidden him really well. Feng Yi at the side said to Zhao Cong. On the high platform, the examiners who saw this scene all had shocked expressions on their faces as well. An outer city disciple, only 18 years old, yet able to cultivate a technique to perfection realm. And even more importantly, he had actually comprehended lifting heavy as though it were light. One had to know, lifting heavy as though it were light was the hardest part of the profoundness of Huajin. Once comprehended, it was equivalent to having already stepped halfway through the gate of Huajin. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be another Huajin expert inside the resting area. At this moment, all the Martial Academy disciples were staring blankly at Lin Tian on the arena platform, looking at Lin Tian, who threw punches so casually and freely, with no hindrance in his movements whatsoever. Everyone seemed to have turned to stone. They understood very clearly what Lin Tian's current movements represented. Perfection realm, lifting heavy as though it were light, the profoundness of Huajin. Huajin was already within sight, and Lin Tian's figure seemed to keep changing in their eyes. At first, that figure had only been in some corner of the outer academy, silently throwing punches alone, unnoticed by anyone. Then in some corner of the inner academy, that figure was still silently throwing punches alone, still unnoticed by anyone. And now, under the gaze of the entire crowd on the arena platform. Though he was still alone, continuously throwing punches by himself. But now, he had already become the center of everyone's attention. Lin Tian's identity was also constantly changing in their hearts. From initial disdain to later looking down on him, and now to having to look up at him. Boom! The final punch landed. Lin Tian completed the entire set of boxing techniques. At this moment, although the whole crowd was watching him, the venue was completely silent. Until the next instant, Lin Tian took off the stone armor from his body. The stone armor fell off and smashed onto the ground. Bang! That muffled sound instantly jolted everyone awake. Everyone looked on. Only when they saw the stone armor smash a dent into the ground did they finally come to their senses, as if waking from a dream. After throwing down the stone armor, Lin Tian gave a salute to the examiner on the high platform, then walked down from the arena. After all, the one recording the score was that stone armor. Him staying would have been useless anyway. Everyone watched Lin Tian leave below. Their eyes were already dazed. But at this moment, the brilliance of the noon sun shone down, as if draping the young man in a layer of radiance. Looking at his departing back, everyone understood. That figure was the bearing of a youth stepping into Huajin. Watching Lin Tian walk toward the resting area, everyone from the martial academy was still in a daze. Only when Lin Tian came near did Zhang Ming seem to suddenly wake up from a dream. He immediately looked at Lin Tian in shock and said, "Junior brother Lin, why your regret, mountain fist? Has it really reached perfection? And that weightlifting has lightness. Just luck." Lin Tian admitted it without any hesitation. After all, there was no need for him to hide anything anymore. After this martial examination, he would most likely advance in a Huajin. So by revealing it a little in advance now, he could avoid some trouble later. When the surrounding inner court disciples heard Lin Tian admit it so directly without the slightest hesitation, they immediately fell into another stretch of silent, complicated quiet. But the next moment, everyone quickly reacted. They all stepped forward one after another to offer congratulations. Because standing before them was a future Huajin martial artist. No matter how many emotions they had right now, they all had to suppress them. Behind them, Xiao Tian and Zhouya's expressions kept changing. Especially Zhouya. A pale, drained look had already appeared on her face. She had not forgotten what happened before, when she asked Xiao Tian to take back the Qi blood pill she had originally given. In her own eyes, that was almost without question the same as offending Lin Tian, offending a future Huajin. And at that exact moment, Lin Tian's score appeared as well. Lin Tian, 150. Full marks. Lin Tian had gotten a perfect score on the first test. The crowd erupted once more. Although everyone had already sensed the possibility when they saw Lin Tian display weightlifting as lightness, once they truly saw the result, they still could not hide their shock. After all, this was a perfect score on the first test. This nearly meant that as long as Lin Tian only needed to win one match in the second test, he would place highly in this martial examination, and with the strength he had displayed at this moment, no one even needed to think about it. Lin Tian would definitely be able to do it. In other words, even though this martial examination had not yet ended, Lin Tian could already be considered as having made the list. Looking at Lin Tian's result on the first test of the martial examination, Zhao Tsong felt a complicated mix of emotions in his heart. At this moment, a feeling almost like regret surged within him. He almost unconsciously reached toward a spot inside his robes. In that place was a bottle of Qi blood pills. And inside that bottle was the very last pill he had not given Lin Tian back when Lin Tian broke through to Huajin. To a Huajin like him, one pill naturally amounted to nothing. The reason he had not given it back then was only to help Xiao Tian, who had been emotionally shaken at the time, settle his mind. Was he wrong? Behind Zhao Tsong, Wang Gu also finally recovered from his earlier shock. But then, a gloomy look immediately appeared on his face. At this moment, he still did not know why Lin Tian had never been valued by Zhao Tsong. He did not even know that when Lin Tian first entered the intersect, he had not even been able to serve tea to Zhao Tsong. That's right. To others, this process might have seemed like nothing more than a formality. But in the eyes of people as powerful as them, this was the true foundation for establishing a master-disciple relationship. Without going through that process, then basically speaking, the relationship between them was no more than the other party paying money to learn martial arts here. As for a real master-disciple bond, that was still far from it. So from this alone, it was obvious just how little Zhao Tsong had valued Lin Tian back then. Of course, that was not hard to understand. After all, in Zhao Tsong's eyes at the time, Lin Tian was at most someone who would be stuck at Mingjin for life. Why would he need to value him? And if Wang Gu had known that Lin Tian had not even served tea back then, perhaps the gloom on his face right now would not have been this terrifying. But unfortunately, all he knew now was that Lin Tian was Zhao Tsong's disciple, and between him and Zhao Tsong, there was an irreconcilable hatred. In that case, Lin Tian had become, aside from Xiao Tian, another thorn in his side, and Lin Tian's potential might even be more terrifying than Xiao Tian's. No, he had to make preparations in advance. How could he allow Lin Tian to keep growing so peacefully? below the martial examination plaza in the resting area. As Lin Tian's score was announced, shock once again surfaced in the hearts of the disciples around him. 150 points. Full marks. Lin Tian had actually scored full marks on the first test of the martial examination. This didn't mean that Lin Tian's name was already basically secured on the martial examination ranking. After all, as long as he could win just one more match later. No, it wasn't just that. If he could go on to win all 5 matches afterward, wouldn't that make him the county champion? Gulp. After arriving at that answer, everyone was once again filled with shock. Then, after their shock, the disciples immediately came to their senses. They once again stepped forward and respectfully cupped their fists toward Lin Tian as they said, "Congratulations, senior brother Lin. You have great hope in the martial examination. Fame is right before you, and the county champion's seat is within sight." Qian Wang was the first to react, and also the first to offer congratulations. The other disciples behind him naturally followed and congratulated him one after another. In response, Lin Tian only gave a simple acknowledgement. He did not say much more. And at this moment, Xiao Tian, who had heard this behind them, had his face twist even more violently. Because the county champion of the martial examination was not something as simple as just a rank or honor. What mattered more were the rewards behind it. A set quota in the prefectural city. That was a ticket into a higher world of martial arts. It was a staircase for truly leaving a place like Qingchuan County behind and go to see a broader world for anyone who practiced martial arts. Who wouldn't long to climb those even higher peaks of the martial path, even if one did not have the qualifications to truly climb them? Just being able to go and see them would mean this life's martial training had not been in vain. But each county only had one such quota each year. Thus, only the county champion could obtain it. And it was said that this quota was an internal recommendation slot. After going to the sect, one would not even need to undergo any entrance test. And after entering, one would receive monthly resource support as well. In short, as long as one obtained this quota, it could basically be said that their martial path ahead had already been paved for them. Xiao Tian longed for it in his heart, but he knew very well that with his strength, it was impossible for him to obtain such a quota. After all, that was the county champion. Just how difficult that was needed, no explanation. But now, before anyone had even noticed, this Lin Tian had actually. Could it be that he already had a real chance of getting that slot he hadn't even dared to hope for? An extreme sense of jealousy, yet also utter helplessness, surged in his heart. But Lin Tian had already turned around by then. He paid no attention at all to everything happening behind him. First place? Not bad. Lin Tian did intend to fight for that ranking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to reveal part of his edge here, and now just to take the full score in this first test. Still, first place this year probably wouldn't be so easy to take. That was what Lin Tian thought to himself. Because ever since arriving at this martial examination plaza, he had already noticed several disciples whose auras were restrained and steady. After cultivating the demon-subduing golden body, what Lin Tian had strengthened was not just his body's toughness. His internal organs had been enhanced as well. It could be said that the demon-subduing golden body absolutely counted as one of the highest-tier cultivation techniques. Every breakthrough in realm brought an all-around increase. And as his internal organs grew stronger, Lin Tian discovered that his body's perception of the outside world was also becoming sharper. That was why, after entering this place, he had been able to vaguely sense that those people's strength was definitely not weak. And this was only one examination ground. What about the others? In the other examination grounds, how many powerful dark force practitioners like these were there? And right at this moment, whoa, another wave of uproar and commotion instantly swept through the entire venue. On that wooden board, besides Lin Tian's 150-point perfect score, another person had also reached a perfect score. Amid the crowd's uproar, everyone looked toward that other person with the full marks. The young man stood tall and straight, a disciple from the inner city, wearing a cyan martial outfit. That should have been the exclusive uniform of his inner city martial hall. Lin Tian looked at him. Then understanding dawned in his heart. This person was one of the few Lin Tian had sensed earlier. And after getting the perfect score, the other party also looked toward Lin Tian. Their gazes just so happened to collide. Immediately after, a trace of disdainful cold laughter appeared on Yi Qingyang's face. And after showing that sneer, he instantly withdrew his gaze, then turned and left. Naturally, everyone had also noticed that flash of disdainful cold laughter from Yi Qingyang just now. The crowd immediately began discussing it. This Yi Qingyang is said to be among the most talented of the inner city's younger generation. Now that he got a perfect score in the first test, he is probably here for the position of first place this year. Then doesn't that mean this year's South first place will be decided directly between that Lin Tian from the outer city and Yi Qingyang? Huh, what do you mean decided between two people? You're thinking too highly of that guy from the outer city. Although Lin Tian can also be considered genius, there are differences even among geniuses. As someone from the outer city, Lin Tian is absolutely no match for Yi Qingyang of the inner city. After all, The gap between the inner city and outer city, ISNT, just a little bit. That Lin Tian is probably out of luck. And who said only these two got perfect scores in the first test right now? I just heard that at another examination ground. Someone named Wang, he also got a perfect score. Hiss. Then the competition this year really is fierce. The martial examination hasn't even been going on for long. And already there are 3 people with perfect scores in the first test. After Yi Qingyang also got a perfect score, the entire audience area immediately became even livelier. Of course, the core of most discussions was about Yi Qingyang, this inner-city genius. As for Lin Tian, people only brought him up in passing while praising Yi Qingyang. After all, judging from Yi Qingyang's performance just now, he had definitely also grasped the realm of lifting heavy as though it were light. Otherwise, there was no way he could have gotten a perfect score. And the stone armor he had been wearing was even heavier than Lin Tian's. At 190 G, with the two compared side by side, Lin Tian immediately seemed dim and overshadowed. On top of that, Lin Tian was from the outer city. The gap between them was obvious to the naked eye. A label of being the weaker side was practically nailed onto Lin Tian by the crowd. In the eyes of some people, there was no comparison at all between Lin Tian and Yi Qingyang, and he was even more completely out of the running for the position of first place. Hearing those words, Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. He still watched the arena before him with calm eyes. Very soon, everyone in the entire venue had completed this first test, and naturally, the number of people who could get full marks was nowhere near as many as Lin Tian had imagined. From beginning to end, there were only Lin Tian and Yi Qingyang. The others whom Lin Tian had judged to have strong qi and blood had all failed to comprehend the realm of lifting heavy as though it were light. Their final scores only hovered around 140. Of course, 140 was already an extremely terrifying score. But with Lin Tian and Yi Qingyang, these two perfect scores present, those people naturally seemed somewhat overshadowed. And aside from those people, the scores obtained by the other inner-city disciples were naturally frightening as well. Zhang Ming's 105 points was among the most unremarkable there. Even Xiao Tian's 120 could only barely count as above average. Naturally, there were also those who failed to pass this first test. In Lin Tian's examination ground alone, just from this first test, nearly 60 to 70% of the participants had been eliminated. Clearly, even if geniuses were gathered in abundance this year, they were still only a very small minority. Ordinary was the norm. And within Zhao's martial academy, only Lin Tian and 2 other Dark Force practitioners managed to pass the first test. As for the rest, they no longer had the qualifications to continue. Very soon, everyone arrived at the martial examination plaza where the second test was held. At this moment, this place had gathered all the remaining examinees, and this so-called position of first place would naturally be decided here. The second test of a martial examination used a one-on-one match format determined by drawing lots. Each person would fight 5 matches. A win earned 10 points. A winning streak could also earn additional bonus points. This second test could be said to depend on both strength and luck. After all, if your luck was good and everyone you drew was weaker than you, then you could win all the way through. In that case, even if your score in the first test wasn't high, you could still have hope of charging into the top 300 and making a name for yourself in a martial examination. Very soon, as the matches began, the sounds of battle rang out from the various arenas. As one match after another came to an end, Lin Tian and the others who had stood out in the first test were the first to finish their 5 matches. There was no other reason for it. After hearing that these few had obtained perfect scores in the first test, all of their opponents tactfully chose to forfeit on their own. After all, although the martial examination was said to stop at the point of contact, if you really got injured, then you could forget about the later matches. And they naturally understood what it meant to get a perfect score in the first test. That undoubtedly meant they were people who had comprehended the realm of lifting heavy as though it were light. Those people were simply not opponents they could defeat. So rather than wasting time and effort on them, they might as well just surrender. And after Lin Tian quickly finished 5 matches, he immediately turned his gaze toward the 2 people nearby. One of them was Yi Qingyang, whom he had seen before. The other was Wang Yi, the other person who had also gotten a perfect score in the first test. It seemed he had still underestimated the difficulty of comprehending light as heavy. That's right. At this moment, among everyone present, aside from himself, only these 2 had comprehended the realm of light as heavy. The matches soon came to an end, and the top 300 of the martial examination had already been decided. At this moment, everyone's eyes gathered on the 3 people in the field. Lin Tian, Yi Qingyang, Wang Yi. At this moment, these 3 were the true center of attention, because these 3 were the ones with a chance to compete for the title of Ansho. And what came next was the battle among these 3 for the position of Ansho. After all, since everyone else had already entered the top 300, aside from the Ansho position, which carried a real reward, the rankings no longer mattered. At this moment on the high platform, the 5 examiners immediately nodded toward the 3 in front of them, signaling for them to come up and decide the order in which they would take the stage. And at this time, in the area reserved exclusively for Huajin martial artists, Zhao Tsong was staring blankly yet intently at Lin Tian before him. This was because he still had not recovered from the shock from earlier. This disciple he had once not thought highly of had now actually become the only disciple who could fulfill the wish in his heart. Yes, that was right. Now that the matches had ended, both Zhang Ming and Xiao Tian had failed this martial examination. Zhang Ming's performance had been ordinary. Out of 5 fights, he had only won 2. As for Xiao Tian, his situation was even worse. In his 5 matches, he had run into a top expert among the Anjin fighters in the inner city, and also seemed that his own emotions were not very stable. In the end, he had only won 1 match in total. Only Lin Tian, whom he had not been optimistic about, had charged forward all the way. And now, he even wanted to fight for the position of Ansho. That was Ansho. If Lin Tian could obtain the Ansho position, then not only would Lin Tian himself get that prefectural city sect quota, even he, the master, would also receive benefits from it. Setting aside the so-called reputation and other hidden benefits for now, just speaking of the most tangible benefit, if Lin Tian could take the position of Ansho, then for the next 3 years, he would receive a quota of blood condensation pills. Such a benefit was something he would never have dared to even imagine before. But today, perhaps, as that thought appeared in his mind, a wave of dazed disbelief immediately flashed through Zhao Tsong's heart. Of course, there was naturally also joy and excitement mixed in. After all, that was 3 straight years of blood condensation pills. To him, that kind of benefit was practically unimaginably great. The other Huajin martial artists around him were all looking at Zhao Tsong with eyes full of envy. There was no other reason. If this really worked out for Zhao Tsong, then that 3-year blood condensation pill quota would all be enjoyed by Zhao Tsong alone. Naturally, they all knew what that represented. His strength advancing even further would be practically guaranteed. And even if he did not use them to improve his strength, just exchanging those blood condensation pills for money would already amount to an unimaginable fortune. And the benefits did not stop there. At this moment, the Huajin martial artists of Qinchuan County, especially those from the inner city, understood even more clearly if Zhao Tsong's disciple really became Ansho, then the martial academy under Zhao Tsong would definitely be personally designated by the commandant's manor. After that, the entire martial academy could directly move into the inner city and become one of its martial halls. And Zhao Tsong himself would leap in one move and become the hall master of a martial hall. Among the Huajin martial artists of Qinchuan County, who didn't he know that a martial hall was practically a hen that would lay golden eggs forever? Once a martial hall was established, it would take root and sprout within Qinchuan County. As long as the one who founded it was not some muddle-headed fool, then from that point on, that martial hall would become a treasure that could be passed down through generations. Neither he nor his descendants would need to worry about cultivation resources anymore. As for the hall master, he would only need to sit at home and wait for endless streams of people wanting to learn martial arts to come to his door with money in hand. And if he recruited a genius, then the supply of blood condensation pills would not be cut off even more. In Qinchuan County, as long as someone had reached Huajin, then they had only 2 wishes left. If they still had dreams, then it was to go and see the higher world of martial arts. If they knew their road ahead would be difficult, then it was to open their own martial hall in Qinchuan County and establish their own family line. Right now, they did not know which kind Zhao Tsong belonged to, but they did know that Zhao Tsong was very likely about to fulfill the second wish. Hith. Just as everyone was looking at Zhao Tsong with envious eyes, a cold sneer suddenly shattered the silence around them. Zhao Tsong, still dreaming? You don't actually think that disciple of yours from the outer city can win the title of Ansho, do you? Haha. Why don't you take a good look at who the 2 standing before Lin Tian are right now? They're both descendants of famous great families in the inner city. Since they were young, medicinal soups and dietary supplements have never been lacking for them. Do you really think your disciple is worthy of contending with them? What? You really think that just because your disciple from the outer city also comprehended light as heavy, he can fight them on equal footing? Is he worthy? Haha. Zhao Tsong, you've been teaching martial arts in the outer city for quite a few years now, and you still haven't seen the gap between outer city disciples and inner city disciples? Why don't you take a look at what kind of trash your disciple below is? And you actually dare compare someone like that to the geniuses of the inner city? At this moment, Wang Gu's face was filled with extreme disdain. His voice also carried an undisguised chill as he spoke directly to Zhao Tsong, who was still lost in fantasy. And if one listened carefully, one could even hear a trace of jealousy hidden in his tone. Although one person under him had also entered the top 300 of this martial examination. Compared to Lin Tian's momentum, which was enough to compete for Ansho, it simply could not compare, even if he tried his hardest. And after Wang Gu said those words, everyone then remembered that Lin Tian, who had comprehended light as heavy, was actually only an outer city disciple. It was only because Lin Tian had brought them too much shock earlier that they had forgotten this most important point for a moment. And after everyone realized this, the envy in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Tsong gradually faded and even disappeared. After all, they all understood clearly The gap between the inner city and the outer city was simply far too great. The two had no comparability at all, especially between geniuses of the same level. The difference was even like clouds and mud. Sigh, I was too excited earlier and actually forgot about that. That Lin Tian is only an outer city disciple after all. What a pity. True. The gap between the inner city and outer city simply can't be measured on the same scale. It seems the top spot still has to be decided between those two inner city geniuses. This Lin Tian is probably just here to make up the numbers. Not bad either. After all, he is only someone from the outer city. Being able to serve as a backdrop for these two inner city prodigies at a time like this is a kind of skill in itself. Plenty of people would want to be the backdrop and still wouldn't qualify. After a wave of envy passed through the crowd, the group of Huajin experts behind them all began speaking with a faintly derogatory tone. At this moment, when Zhao Tsong heard those words, although he felt unwilling and dissatisfied inside, after all, Lin Tian had come out of his martial academy. Being lectured like this by everyone truly made him feel displeased. But he also knew that although everyone's words carried obvious contempt, they were telling the truth. People from the outer city truly could not compare to those from the inner city. That's right. I really was too excited just now. I even forgot such crucial information. So I forget it. Being able to get one successful candidate was already quite good. Why ask for more? Below, Lin Tian looked at the slip of paper in his hand with the number 1 written on it. He immediately understood that he was the first to go on stage. And naturally, he did not hesitate much. He directly leaped onto the arena stage. When the people around saw Lin Tian, a trace of indifference immediately appeared in their eyes. After all, after everyone had analyzed the situation, just like Zhao Tsong and the others, they had concluded that Lin Tian at this moment was merely the prize for I Qingyang and Wang Yi, the two inner-city geniuses, to fight over for the top spot. So their interest naturally dropped a little. What they wanted to watch was a real martial fight, not a completely one-sided crushing. Below, the one who had drawn slip number 2 was I Qingyang. Before going on stage, he looked toward Wang Yi once more. Then, with confidence in his voice, he said, "Good. Looks like I'll be the one to claim this prize. But in the battle later, I really do want to experience for myself whether the Wang family's armor-breaking fist is truly as miraculous as the rumors say." I Qingyang's tone was filled with intense fighting spirit. Of course, that fighting spirit was directed only at Wang Yi. Like him, came from the inner city. As for Lin Tian, hadn't he already said it? That was just a prize. He did not even qualify to make I Qingyang take him seriously. And Wang Yi naturally smiled at I Qingyang and said, Wang, have long wanted to ask for guidance on the famed treading wave leg technique of the Yi family. Their words were full of courtesy and apology. But from beginning to end, neither of them mentioned Lin Tian's name. Because in their eyes, Lin Tian did not even count as a threat. At this moment, seeing I Qingyang step onto the arena stage, Wang Yi slowly sat back down in the chair in the resting area. Although his words to I Qingyang just now carried the meaning of a challenge, he also knew very well that I Qingyang's treading wave leg technique was no ordinary martial art. A technique focused mainly on increasing speed was precisely the natural counter to broad, forceful fist techniques like his. So if he wanted to win the next battle against him, he naturally had to prepare carefully. And even if that Lin Tian was no matter how lacking, he was still someone who had comprehended lifting heavy as if it were light. He should at least be able to hold I Qingyang back for a moment. That would be just enough for him to see exactly how I Qingyang's leg technique worked. Bang! Just as Wang Yi was still thinking, a figure suddenly flashed past him at astonishing speed. Then it slammed hard into the wall. A mouthful of blood spurted from the figure on the wall, and then he passed out on the spot. What? The battle was over this quickly? That Lin Tian was actually this worthless? When Wang Yi saw that the figure had flown off the arena stage, disbelief instantly appeared in his eyes. No, wait. The flash of green just now seemed wrong. That was I Qingyang. Wang Yi immediately turned his head to look at the figure that had already fallen from the wall and passed out. A violent shock instantly appeared in his eyes, and everyone at the scene wore the exact same expression. At this moment, the whole arena fell into a strange silence. On everyone's faces appeared the same two emotions, horror and shock. Not only the ordinary people in the audience, but even Huajin martial artists like Zhao Tsong wore exactly the same expression. This? What just happened? Was the first fight already over? Wasn't he that a little too fast? After finally reacting, the people in the audience almost instinctively began discussing it. At this time, even Lin Tian on the arena stage was in a somewhat dazed state. After all, just now, he had only thrown a full power punch at I Qingyang as he rushed toward him. And the other party, someone who practiced leg techniques, had actually chosen to take his punch head on, and he had done it without any defense at all, just directly tanking it. Still, Lin Tian subconsciously touched his stomach. After all, it wasn't as if I Qingyang had not attacked him just now. It was just that after cultivating the demon-subduing golden body, that level of attack had not caused Lin Tian much damage at all. In the area where Zhao Tsong and the other Huajin experts were seated, the Huajin masters quickly recovered from their shock. As Huajin experts, they can naturally understand everything that had just happened. Although I Ching Yang's actions had looked reckless, that had indeed been his strategy. Those moves just now were clearly meant to eliminate Lin Tian in the fastest way possible. After all, only by doing that could he avoid revealing too much of his fighting style and techniques to Wang through his battle with Lin Tian. That was why he had wanted to use a trade injury for injury style against Lin Tian. But unfortunately, he had underestimated Lin Tian, this outer city disciple, too much. So even when he attacked, he had not used his full strength. Lin Tian, however, was different. The moment the other party charged over, he had already gathered the full strength of his entire body. And perhaps it was even more than that. Lin Tian had actually been able to react in the face of I Ching Yang's speed, and he had even attacked at the same time as I Ching Yang. One had to know that what I Ching Yang cultivated was a leg technique that could increase his own speed. Yet Lin Tian, who cultivated fist techniques, had actually been able to react to that kind of speed and strike back. What kind of reaction speed was that? This child's control over his own body had most likely already reached an unbelievable level. He could actually achieve unity of body and mind. All the Huajin experts were inwardly amazed at this moment, because they could all see it clearly. The real reason I Ching Yang had lost so quickly was not just because of his carelessness and arrogance. More importantly, it was Lin Tian's terrifying reaction speed. On the arena stage, as time slowly passed, Lin Tian also gradually recovered from that battle. Then he understood. A large part of the reason he had been able to win just now was because he had cultivated the demon-subduing golden body, allowing his control over his body to keep up with I Ching Yang's speed. That was how he managed to win so quickly. He really hadn't expected that this first victory would be won in such a way, especially since the one he had beaten was I Ching Yang. After all, in his original plan, the mountain-shaking fist he cultivated was actually the same type as Wang Yi's armor-breaking fist. Both were broad and forceful styles. So against a martial artist like I Ching Yang, who was known for speed, dealing with him had actually been rather troublesome. But he had never expected that he would solve his biggest problem in such an absurd way. And the people around him gradually recovered from their shock just now. Then everyone looked at Lin Tian below with strange expressions. Wasn't this guy's luck a little too good? He actually beat I Ching Yang like that? He just happened to throw a punch, and it just happened to collide with I Ching Yang when I Ching Yang attacked him? That's right. The crowd were not Huajin experts like Zhao Tsong. So naturally, everyone attributed what had happened to Lin Tian's luck. It was just a blind cat stumbling into a dead rat. That one punch had just happened to hit I Ching Yang. And as the voices around them kept spreading, whether it was Xiao Tianyu or Wang Yi in the resting area, both of them fully accepted this result, especially Xiao Tian and the others. They naturally knew Lin Tian's luck very well. After all, hadn't Lin Tian made it this far entirely by relying on absurdly good luck? At this moment, Xiao Tian's eyes were already bloodshot. The jealousy in his eyes looked as if it would turn into a beast and burst out the next moment. Luck, that damned luck again. Why was this mud-legged nobody's luck so absurdly outrageous? Now that he knew he had failed the martial examination. While Lin Tian was fighting here for the top spot in the martial examination, the imbalance in Xiao Tian's heart had nearly reached its peak at this moment. The resentment in his heart was no less than that of a 1,000-year vengeful ghost. At this moment, more than anything, Xiao Tian wanted to point at the sky and curse out loud. Old heaven, are you blind? You actually gave this kind of luck to a down-and-out, mud-legged nobody like Lin Tian. Didn't you see how desperately Xiao Tian had worked and struggled? What about all the sweat he shed? Why are you so biased toward this mud-legged nobody Lin Tian? A mud-legged nobody like him should only spend his whole life quietly dying in the mud. But Xiao Tian, was different. He was a genius. His future was destined to be glorious. He was the one who truly deserved this fortune and destiny. Looking at Lin Tian on the arena, he didn't even dare imagine what kind of splendor it would be if the one standing there fighting for the top spot were himself. Xiao Tian clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds rang out. But sadly, this world had no ifs, and the one standing there would never be him. At this moment, Xiao Tian felt that what filled his body was no longer flesh and blood, but jealousy. Endless jealousy. Because he knew very well that if Lin Tian didn't have that ridiculous luck, there was no way the other party could have walked such a dazzling path. And after hearing the voices around him, Wang Yi also looked toward Lin Tian on the arena. He hadn't expected that this outer city rat, someone he had never even bothered to take seriously before, would actually be a rat born with luck. He had even used that luck by sheer accident to help him get rid of I Ching Yang, his biggest obstacle. He had practically delivered the top spot right into his hands. That really was an unexpected pleasant surprise. However, as he thought this, Wang Yi slowly walked up onto the arena in front of him. But this so-called luck of yours can only work once. After all, in this world, only strength has the right to speak. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yi was already on the arena, standing in front of Lin Tian. Today, I'll show you what it means that only strength is the foundation that crushes everything. Bang! As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Wang Yi immediately took the attacking stance of armor-breaking fist. Although he still looked down on Lin Tian, this outer city boy standing before him, he knew very well that this was the final battle for the top spot. So naturally, he had to face it with the most rigorous attitude. The next moment, as Wang Yi took his stance, the discussion in the audience came to a halt. Everyone's eyes once again turned to the two people on the arena. They all knew what this battle represented. It was the county's top scholar, the greatest honor in the entire martial examination. When Xiao Tian below saw Wang, he take such an extremely serious stance, the jealousy in his eyes immediately turned into excitement and agitation. Yes, that's right. That's exactly it. Knock down that mud-legged nobody who only climbed this high because of luck. That kind of height was never something a mud-legged nobody like him should have. At this moment, it wasn't just Xiao Tian. The crowd and the audience were pretty much the same expression. After all, most of these people came from the inner city. If they had to watch someone from the outer city step on the geniuses of their inner city through sheer luck and take the top spot, then there was no way they could accept it. So at this moment, they were naturally more than happy to see Lin Tian, this outer city boy, lose. On the arena, seeing Wang Yi set his boxing frame before him, Lin Tian naturally responded with the same level of seriousness and took up his own stance. The atmosphere between the two sides almost instantly gained a harsh killing intent. Bang! The two of them charged out almost at the same time. The boxing arts they cultivated followed the same path. So in their first exchange, there wasn't much fancy probing between them. A fist clash. Nothing but frenzied fist against fist exchanges. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two collided together, and then began a direct bombardment of punches. In the span of a breath, the two had already exchanged dozens of punches. After that round of punching, the two pulled apart once more. But now, the looks in their eyes had become very different. A trace of solemnity had clearly appeared on Wang Yi's face. Because from that exchange, just now, he could clearly feel that something was wrong with Lin Tian's strength. Very wrong. Why were this guy's punches so heavy? And not only that, it seemed that the other side wasn't just stronger in raw power. Even his control over that power seemed far beyond Wang Yi's own. During that exchange of punches, Wang Yi had even felt that either his fists were striking cotton, or the force of his punches was being diverted to the side the moment he threw them. As for the other side's punches, every single one seemed to land. And each time they did, his hands became a bit more numb. Could it be that this Lin Tian from the outer city was actually more skilled in fist techniques than me? This absurd thought rose in Wang Yi's heart. And Lin Tian's eyes also changed slightly. Clearly, Wang Yi's armor-breaking fist was no ordinary thing either. As expected of a heavens-favored genius who had grown up with every kind of resource poured into him since childhood, if he wanted to defeat him by himself, it would probably still be a bit difficult. However, as he spoke, Lin Tian's figure shot out once again, but that was only a bit troublesome at most. His current boxing technique was only a hair away from that limit-breaking point. At this level, his understanding of the fist art had already long surpassed the scope of dark force. He might not understand armor-breaking fist, but when a martial art was cultivated to a profound level, all paths led to the same destination. Bang! Lin Tian threw another punch. This punch, in both speed and power, was faster and stronger than the one before. When Wang Yi faced this punch, he didn't even dare meet it head-on and immediately chose to block. The powerful force nearly made Wang Yi's arm go numb from the shock. His whole body staggered back 3 steps in a row. But before Wang Yi could steady himself, Lin Tian's fist had already fallen again. Bang! That fierce punch slammed hard into Wang Yi's arm once more. With both body and mind unsteady, Wang Yi retreated dozens more steps in succession. But still wasn't he over. This time, before he had even managed to stop his body, Lin Tian's fist came crashing out yet again. Seeing this, Wang Yi wanted to forcefully throw a punch and unleash his own armor-breaking fist. But unfortunately, it was as if Lin Tian could predict in advance the movement and intent behind the move he was about to use. His fist immediately blasted out at an even faster speed. Seeing this, Wang Yi could only stop his movement and continue choosing to block. Bang! Another heavy, forceful strike smashed into Wang Yi's hand. And at this moment, all 3 punches from Lin Tian had landed with incomparable precision on the exact same spot on Wang Yi's arm. The next moment, Wang Yi's retreating steps became even faster and more chaotic. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yi actually saw that one of his feet had stepped onto the edge of the arena. According to the arena rules, there were only 2 ways to determine victory or defeat. 1. Use absolute strength to make the opponent lose the ability to stand up again. 2. Knock the opponent out of the arena. So when he saw 1 foot of his had landed on the edge of the arena, Wang Yi's heart immediately trembled. In that instant, he mobilized all the strength in his body. Bang! His feet slammed heavily into the arena floor at once. And at that moment, his body was forcibly stopped from continuing its backward momentum. But before he could react, in no more than the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's fist had already smashed into his body again. Bang! The next moment, A force even stronger than the previous 3 punches instantly poured out. Wang Yi's face turned pale as paper on the spot, because at this moment, under that single attack, his body had been sent flying straight out. Bang! He crashed hard onto the ground outside the arena. At this moment, Wang Yi stared blankly at Lin Tian standing on the arena, still holding his punching stance. His gaze was dazed. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire venue once again fell into dead silence. After that, everyone's eyes kept sweeping back and forth between Lin Tian and Wang Yi, as if confirming something. It's over? Is it really over? At this moment, everyone spoke with dazed expressions. Of course, they naturally knew this battle had already ended. After all, Wang had already been knocked out of the arena. It was just that. Was this process way too fast? None of them had even managed to react. From the first exchange of punches between the two, only about 10 breaths had passed, and it was already over. A ridiculous feeling immediately rose in the hearts of everyone in the audience. This was the battle for first place, and it ended so carelessly. Clang! The sound of a gong being struck rang out. As people of the inner city, they naturally knew what this meant. This meant the martial examination had ended this time. In other words, the top spot had been decided. He won. Lin Tian won. That outer city disciple, standing on the arena, Lin Tian, was the first place winner of this martial examination. Whoa! This time, the whole venue did not fall silent again. It exploded on the spot. Unprecedented. An outer city disciple becoming first place. This had never happened before. But at this moment, this precedent had appeared. The first outer city disciple in Qingchuan County to become the martial examination's first place winner had appeared. At this moment, everyone's emotions had already become incomparably agitated. But this emotion was not positive. It was negative. That's right, in everyone's eyes, luck. It was luck again that had let Lin Tian become first place. Because in their eyes, what had just happened was this. Lin Tian threw one punch, making Wang Yi's body waver. Then he seized the chance to keep punching, constantly disrupting Wang Yi's footing. That was how he had smashed their inner city genius Wang Yi off the arena, one punch after another. This victory was disgraceful. This wasn't his real ability at all. He was just using a trick. Everyone was furious inside. At this moment, they really wanted to shout and condemn him. But they knew very clearly. The gong had already been struck. That meant Lin Tian's result had already been recognized. There was absolutely no possibility of changing it anymore. If they dared speak out, that would be interfering with the order of the martial examination. That kind of charge was not something common people like them could bear. So even though they were filled with endless unwillingness, they only dared whisper among themselves. This is truly hateful. That disciple from the outer city actually used such despicable means to snatch away the first place position that originally belonged to our inner city. Exactly. This guy actually made it all the way here just by relying on luck. Who would have thought that this year's first place position would actually be won through luck? As the sounds of discussion spread, Xiao Tian below looked at Lin Tian on the high arena, who had already obtained the top spot. His pupils suddenly shrank. His fingers dug viciously into his own flesh at this moment. Luck. He really did get the first place position by relying on luck. Xiao Tian only felt as if the world before his eyes was shaking nonstop. The next moment, a mouthful of blood surged up and sprayed from his mouth. He was so enraged that he fainted on the spot. Junior brother Xiao Tian, seeing this scene, Zhouya at the side cried out in alarm. Below, within Wang Yi's confused gaze, he also finally looked toward Lin Tian in front of him, especially when those voices reached his ears. Even he himself was wondering whether he had lost in fist technique just now, or whether Lin Tian had really taken advantage of him while he was vulnerable. But different from the outside world, in the place where Zhao Tsong and the other Huajin experts were, there was only silence, especially Zhao Tsong, who had also cultivated mountain-shaking fist. A wave of confusion flashed through his eyes. Perfectly controlled, the fist wind like a shadow, the fist intent following the heart. Just what level has Lin Tian cultivated the mountain-shaking fist to have such exquisite and unparalleled fist techniques? Lin Tian's punches just now had looked simple, but that was only how it seemed to the people outside. In the eyes of people like them, Huajin experts, and especially in Zhao Tsong's eyes, as someone who also cultivated the mountain-shaking fist, Lin Tian's punches just now had grown faster with each strike, more precise with each strike, and even stronger with each strike. On the surface, it looked like Wang Yi had been blasted off the arena by Lin Tian using clever force. But only they knew. Lin Tian had used true strength to smash Wang Yi off the arena by force. Wang Yi even had the time to throw a punch. The two of them were on completely different levels when it came to understanding fist techniques. Lin Tian's fist art had already surpassed Wang Yi's by far. Brother Zhao, why you? You took a monster as your disciple? Feng Yi beside Zhao Tsong spoke directly, his voice full of shock. Even the one beside him also nodded seriously. Their eyes were filled with envy as well. Clearly, They were naturally envious that Zhao Cong had been able to obtain a fine piece of uncut jade like Lin Tian. And it wasn't he, just the two men beside Zhao Cong. Inside the room, reserved for Huajin martial artists, almost everyone was looking at Zhao Cong with envy. Even Wang Gu was no exception. Of course, aside from envy, there was naturally also a trace of viciousness in his eyes. But at this moment, Zhao Cong, who was the target of everyone's envy, felt more and more conflicted inside. After all the contempt he had once shown toward Lin Tian was still vivid in his mind. On the high platform, the eyes of the examiners were also filled with shock. After all, they could naturally see the same thing Zhao Cong and the others could see. Lin Tian's fist technique, just now, with each punch more astonishing than the last, had naturally shaken them to the core. Otherwise, they would never have ordered someone to strike that great gong. Your Qingchuan County has produced a genius this year, the white-haired elder from earlier said with a smile in his eyes. And when the group of examiners beside him heard this, their hearts immediately filled with joy. After all, receiving praise from someone positioned at the center of power, like the man before them, was more exciting to them than any reward. Because if he returned to the capital and spoke a few good words for them, the benefits would be beyond what they even dared imagine. And with the sounding of that great gong, it meant the martial examination had completely come to an end. Though the people in the stands were indignant, they could only leave dejectedly. In the rest area, as Lin Tian slowly walked down, a group of inner court disciples from the martial academy immediately went up to congratulate him warmly. Their attitudes were each more enthusiastic and proactive than the last. As for Zhouya, she had already left this place on the excuse that Xiao Tian had fainted. At this moment, Zhang Ming stepped forward and looked at Lin Tian before him. He no longer even knew what kind of emotion he should be feeling, because to him, this was no less than a dream. The two looked at each other, and in Zhang Ming's mind, the scene of his first meeting with Lin Tian immediately surfaced. What had left the deepest impression on him that day was not that Lin Tian had completely mastered every move of the mountain-shaking fist after only 5 repetitions. It was that after he had been tested and found to have inferior root talent. When Zhang Ming had wanted to step forward and persuade him to give up martial arts, Lin Tian had only said one sentence with unwavering eyes. You have to try. He had never expected that only half a year had passed since then, and that boy's martial path had already advanced beyond his own. And now, he had even created the miracle of becoming the first outer city top scorer. How could that not feel dreamlike? Senior brother? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Lin Tian asked in confusion. And after hearing that senior brother from Lin Tian, no different from before, a relieved smile subconsciously appeared on Zhang Ming's face. Then he congratulated him in a natural tone, as always. Congratulations, junior brother. A hidden dragon rising from the abyss, success in the martial path, outer city top scorer. Unprecedented in history, truly enough to make others envious. Night fell. At the banquet, after the martial examination, there was usually a banquet. It was a tradition specifically meant for those participating in the martial examination to get to know one another and exchange martial insights. Faced with this tradition, Lin Tian had originally wanted to refuse. Compared to exchanging so-called martial experience with the others, what he really wanted now was to raise his realm to Huajin. After all, he had exposed a bit too much in this martial examination. He had revealed nearly 50 to 60% of his strength. The only thing he still hadn't shown was the hard body skill on him that was comparable to an Anjin expert. To him, this had almost stripped him of all sense of security, because in Lin Tian's view, only with more trump cards could he remain undefeated. Only then could he keep lying low until the very end. Something like today, though it had let him shine brilliantly and had indeed felt satisfying. This feeling of not having confidence in his heart truly left him restless and uneasy. But unfortunately, as the top scorer of this martial examination, there was no way he could refuse. After all, this was an event hosted by the government. If even he, the top scorer, didn't come, then the room it left for speculation would be far too great. And afterward, he still needed to go through the government for that quota to enter a sect in the prefectural city. If he left now, that would be giving no face. And when the time came, the government might very well drag its feet in handling matters for him. Lin Tian naturally understood some of the social nuances involved in all this. Looking at the banquet hall doors before him, Lin Tian sighed inwardly. This was exactly why he was unwilling to take the court route in the future. Too exhausting. Click. As the banquet doors in front of him were opened, Lin Tian stepped directly inside, and with his entrance, the lively venue instantly fell silent. Almost everyone's gaze subconsciously turned toward the direction where Lin Tian was standing. At this moment, the outer city disciple clothing on Lin Tian's body also formed a stark contrast with the luxurious silks worn by the inner city disciples present. Looking at the gathered gazes of the crowd, for some reason, Lin Tian actually felt that there was a trace of mockery in their eyes. There were even quite a few inner city youths with faint, disdainful smirks at the corners of their mouths. In response, Lin Tian's gaze remained calm. There was no change in his expression, nor did he have any intention of investigating the reason. He simply walked straight toward an empty seat ahead. But at that moment, senior brother Lin, H here, come quickly. A voice Lin Tian knew extremely well rang out. Lin Tian immediately turned his head to look. Bao Tianhua. At this moment, Bao Tianhua was raising his hand and waving it constantly. Seeing this, Lin Tian naturally walked over and sat down beside him. After exchanging a few simple words, Lin Tian also learned that aside from the young talents who had passed this martial examination, some descendants of prestigious and powerful great families from the inner city would also attend this banquet. And the Bao family, where Bao Tianhua belonged, was naturally on the list as well. Originally, by all rights, Bao Tianhua, the neglected eldest young master of the Bao family, should have had no chance to participate. The one who should have represented the Bao family was his younger brother, Bao Tianming. But after some maneuvering by Bao Tianhua's mother, she forcibly got a slot for him from the Bao family head, who was also Bao Tianhua's father. That was why he had appeared in this place tonight. It was just that he realized coming here didn't seem to be of much use anyway. Right now, no one here had any intention of paying attention to him. The young master of the Bao family had already abandoned. After all, if someone wanted to get on the Bao family's line, they could just go find Bao Tianming. Why waste time on him? However, he knew that tonight, he naturally would not be drinking here alone. After all, he still had Lin Tian, this senior brother who had taken first place, to drink with. Putting that aside, senior brother Lin, now that you've taken first place, I still haven't properly congratulated you. As he spoke, Bao Tianhua raised the wine cup in his hand and offered toast. Congratulations, senior brother, on taking first place. Lin Tian naturally raised his cup in response. He drained the wine in one gulp. The two of them started chatting again. Oh, what a pity. Back then, I actually didn't get to witness the moment senior brother won first place with my own eyes. That truly is a great regret. Bao Tianhua spoke at this moment with obvious regret in his tone. Hearing that, Lin Tian did not react much. After all, he also knew that while the martial exam was going on, it seemed something had happened in the Bao family where Bao Tianhua belonged. That was why Bao Tianhua had rushed back home so quickly, to the point that he had not even been able to participate in the martial exam. As for what had happened, Bao Tianhua had not told him, so naturally he would not ask further. And after Bao Tianhua finished that sentence, his tone immediately changed again. He then leaned closer to Lin Tian and spoke in a very low voice. But senior brother Lin, I've been hearing a lot of bad rumors about you outside lately. Oh, bad rumors? After hearing that, Lin Tian immediately sounded somewhat interested. Even though he himself didn't care, he could still sense the strange atmosphere at this banquet, as if it were directed at him. Especially after he had just entered this place earlier, the way those people looked at him, logically speaking, as the one who had taken first place. Even if he came from the outer city, they should not have been looking at him like that. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Bao Tianhua immediately spoke with anger on his face. Huh, senior brother Lin, you have no idea what they're saying about you outside right now. They're actually saying your first place title doesn't match the reality. They say this first place position was entirely won by luck, and that your true strength isn't even qualified for that spot at all. As Bao Tianhua spoke, his tone grew more and more furious. He looked exactly like someone enraged because Lin Tian had been misunderstood and slandered. After all, even Bao Tianhua knew that first place had been determined by the authorities. The examiners had also been present on site, and yet for a first place title earned in an exam like that, those people were actually saying it was undeserved? In his view, those slanderous voices were nothing but jealousy. And at this moment, Bao Tianhua also understood clearly that even if Lin Tian really had obtained first place through luck, so what? Was luck not part of strength? What was more? He knew Lin Tian was not only his fellow disciple senior brother, but also his friend. And now he was being slandered like this. Naturally, Bao Tianhua was furious. Senior brother Lin, don't worry. I'll definitely help you vent this anger. I will absolutely find the person spreading these rumors behind the scenes. Seeing his expression and hearing his words, Lin Tian knew he wasn't faking it. He was genuinely angry on Lin Tian's behalf. So Lin Tian immediately waved his hand. Forget it, junior brother Bao. People have mouths. If they want to talk, let them talk. Why bother paying attention to it? After taking a small drink from his cup, Lin Tian spoke in a calm tone. He truly had no interest in matters of fame and profit, because to him, that so-called fame and profit was more like a sharp blade. Who knew when one day he might be wounded by it? Freedom suited him better, and at this moment, he also knew very clearly that he had already gained the greatest benefit from this martial exam. That was the slot to enter a sect in the prefectural city ahead, and that slot had even been certified by those examiners. Presumably, those examiners' eyesight would not be the same as those people's. They would not fail to see what was contained within his fist technique. Otherwise, they would not have struck that great gong. Therefore, he was confident that these rumors had no effect on him at all right now. Beside him, after hearing those words from Lin Tian, Bao Tianhua immediately froze. Then he looked again at Lin Tian's calm and breezy expression. He froze once more. That's right. Only now did he remember that Lin Tian had always been this kind of person. He did not care in the slightest about so-called fame and profit, because back in the inner core of the martial academy, he had already been like this. Bao Tianhua immediately relaxed as well, and the anger on his face vanished. Senior brother Lin's broad-mindedness is truly admirable. This junior brother is impressed. As he spoke, he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp again. After that, the two of them slipped back into casual conversation. In the distance, after seeing Lin Tian and Bao Tianhua talking, Bao Tianming's gaze flickered slightly, but soon after, he ignored it directly. At his side, a friend who was also from a well-known inner-city noble family laughed and said at this moment, "Hee, brother Tianming, aren't you going over there to keep an eye on things a bit? You should know that the one standing beside Bao Tianhua right now is an unprecedented outer city first-place winner. Who knows, that might even be a hidden bomb. When the time comes, years of planning could all be ruined." After hearing that, Bao Tianming immediately let out a cold sneer. "Heh, him? A rat from the outer city? What unprecedented outer city first-place winner? Yes, just someone who got where he is today by luck. Everything around him now, all that halo, is nothing but a castle in the air. Its disappearance is only a matter of time." Hearing that, the friend beside him immediately looked puzzled. "HM, don't tell me you actually believe those absurd rumors too? That's right, for the ordinary people of the inner city. They might naturally be foolish enough to believe those rumors about Lin Tian as the truth. But in the eyes of people like them from noble families, it was nothing more than an excuse spread by a bunch of jealous people. Luck? Are you kidding me? If he could earn the examiner's approval, could that possibly be luck? Commoners were commoners. They didn't even have the most basic common sense. And that was also why he was puzzled by what Bao Tianming had just said. After all, they were both from noble families. He did not believe Bao Tianming in front of him could not tell whether those so-called rumors were true or false. After listening to him, Bao Tianming merely gave a light chuckle and said nothing. As for those rumors, of course he knew how much of it was true and how much was false. So when he said a lucky person at this moment, he wasn't referring to Lin Tian's luck in taking first place. Heavenly insight. That's right. Last night, someone from a small family had secretly revealed this information to him. It was said that Lin Tian was currently in that so-called state of heavenly insight. That was why he had been able to rely on low-grade bones and keep advancing all the way to this point. However, that kind of heavenly insight was not something that could last forever. It would disappear. That was the real reason he had no interest in Lin Tian at all. After all, there was no need to invest in that kind of fake genius. Still, it was fortunate that letter had arrived last night. That was what made him give up on the plan of recruiting Lin Tian and pouring major resources into him. In Qingchuan County, an Anjin martial artist might already count as a highly sought-after expert, but that was only in the eyes of ordinary people. Within a great family like the Bao family, only a Huajin martial artist could truly bring them real benefits. And in Bao Tianming's view, even though Lin Tian was in a state of heavenly insight, had already reached Anjin, and had even touched the threshold of Huajin by comprehending lifting heavy as if it were light, it was still far from easy for him to truly step into Huajin. After all, Huajin was nowhere near as simple as people imagined. This concept of lifting heavy as if it were light only meant he had crossed the threshold. There were quite a few people who could reach this step, and there were even more who were trapped at this step beyond count, because to enter Huajin, the more important thing was to comprehend the mystery of Huajin. That was the true foundation of entering Huajin. If one could not comprehend the mystery of Huajin, then everything else was just empty talk. And this mystery of Huajin was what tested one's bone aptitude the most. The better the bone aptitude, the easier it was to comprehend. And the opposite was equally true. So in Bao Tianming's eyes, even if Lin Tian, with his low-grade bones, had excellent comprehension, he would still need several years before he could enter Huajin. But by then, would his heavenly insight still remain? Hith. This Lin Tian would probably spend the rest of his life stuck at Anjin. The banquet ended very quickly. Of course, that was only the end of this banquet. There was still one final part to the martial examination rewards that had not yet taken place. After the government banquet ended, there was still a banquet jointly hosted by the great families of the inner city. It could be said that that banquet was the true main event, because at that banquet, many outstanding geniuses might receive investment from those great families and wealthy merchants. For their future attempt to break into Huajin, this was almost of crucial importance. But after the government banquet ended, Lin Tian naturally stood up and left the feast very quickly. When the inner city disciples behind him saw this, naturally, no one went up to stop him. They simply watched Lin Tian leave like that. From time to time, a few disdainful sneers even appeared on their faces, because they knew very well what Lin Tian was missing out on at this moment. He was giving up the possibility of impacting Huajin in the future. This was no different from ruining his own future. Hith. A rat from the outer city is still a rat from the outer city. He has no idea what a massive opportunity he's missing right now. Hey, how can you say that? He's the first place scholar now, after all, even if he only got this far by luck. But who knows? Maybe if his luck gets even better, he might even break through to Huajin just by relying on that luck of his. Haha. As he spoke, he put especially heavy emphasis on the word luck. The mockery in his tone was completely undisguised. This person's surname was also Wang, and he cultivated the same armor-breaking fist as Wang Yi. Clearly, he was one of the Wang family members behind Wang Yi. Back then, when he saw Lin Tian use such a despicable method to knock Wang Yi off the arena, he had already become deeply dissatisfied with someone like Lin Tian, who had won first place through underhanded tricks. And Bao Tianming was not the only one who had learned that Lin Tian had low-grade bones and had awakened heavenly insight. At the banquet, after hearing those voices, Bao Tianhua immediately found himself unable to remain seated. He directly got up as well and followed in the direction Lin Tian had left. Originally, according to his mother's arrangement, he was still supposed to attend the banquet afterward, but after hearing the voices around him, he simply could not hold himself back any longer. The two figures quickly disappeared from the banquet. After arriving outside, when Lin Tian saw Bao Tianhua follow him out, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. But after seeing the angry expression on Bao Tianhua's face, Lin Tian seemed to understand something. Naturally, he had heard those voices after he left earlier. He could only smile helplessly and said, "Junior brother Bao, there's really no need for this. I don't care about those things at all." From his earlier casual conversation with Bao Tianhua, Lin Tian had more or less learned that this banquet should have been very important to Bao Tianhua. Yet the other party had still come out. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Bao Tianhua shook his head and said, "That's different. Senior brother Lin is my friend. How could I sit there, listen to them insult you, and remain indifferent? And even if I attended that banquet, it wouldn't be of any use. No one pays attention to me anyway. If I stayed, I'd just be drinking there. I might as well leave directly." After chatting for a little longer, the two parted ways again. After all, Bao Tianhua still had to return home tonight and report what had happened this evening to his mother. And since the night was already deep, Lin Tian naturally had no way of leaving the inner city. So under the arrangement of Zhao Tsong, this Huajin martial artist, everyone found an inn and stayed there. Lin Tian quickly returned to the inn. Creak. He pushed open the inn's main door. Inside the inn, because Lin Tian had passed the martial examination and had even taken first place, Zhao Tsong was in such a good mood that he directly rented out the entire inn. At this moment, he was also hosting a banquet for the Martial Academy disciples. After all, among the Martial Academy disciples who had come this time, aside from those from the inner court who had participated in the martial examination, there were naturally also outer court disciples who had watched from the audience seats. As Lin Tian entered, all the Martial Academy disciples immediately looked toward him. This time, their gazes were naturally nothing like those at the earlier banquet. When everyone looked at Lin Tian, their eyes seemed to be shining, because the Lin Tian standing before them now had not only passed the martial examination with flying colors, he had even taken the first place position that they did not dare dream of even in their wildest dreams. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of these outer city disciples, Lin Tian had already been deified. He was basically the kind of existence that could sit side by side with the immortal gods worshipped in temples. Just looking at him, even touching him, felt like it could bring a little bit of good fortune. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin." Voices rang out one after another throughout the entire inn. In response, Lin Tian only gave a simple acknowledgement. Then in the next moment, Zhang Ming quickly stepped forward and said, "Junior brother, Master said that after you returned, he wants you to go see him." Hearing those words, Lin Tian did not react much either. He merely gave a slight nod and said, "Many thanks for letting me know, Senior brother." In an back courtyard, Lin Tian quickly arrived there, and Zhao Tsong was sitting there in the courtyard as well. When he saw Lin Tian returning at this time, Zhao Tsong immediately asked in some confusion, "Why you came back already?" That second banquet clearly. Zhao Tsong knew about the second banquet after the martial exam. To him, that second banquet was what he cared about most. It was practically the key to deciding whether Lin Tian could achieve Huajin in the future. After all, no one understood the difficulty of Huajin better than he did as a Huajin martial artist. Without abundant resources to support him, how could anyone possibly endure repeated attempts to break through to Huajin? In his view, for Lin Tian, who had low-grade bone talent, breaking through to Huajin would definitely be incomparably difficult, especially when it came to comprehending the profundity of Huajin. That required a large amount of supplementary resources even more. But now Zhao Tsong could not help but sigh for Lin Tian once again in his heart. After all, Lin Tian returning at this time already explained everything. Though Zhao Tsong was also a Huajin martial artist, trying to raise another Huajin martial artist was still extraordinarily difficult, especially the accumulation of resources required. That was simply unimaginable. Inside the Wang clan martial academy, a disciple standing before Wang Gu said to him with a somewhat nervous expression, "Master, how about we leave Qingchuan County after all? Otherwise, once that Lin Tian becomes Huajin, before he could finish speaking, the disciple in front of Wang Gu stopped. He was naturally one of Wang Gu's disciples, the one who had earned distinction in the martial exam, Wang Youqiang. But judging from the expression on his face, his heart was extremely unsettled at this moment. After all, he knew very well that Wang Gu and Zhao Tsong had a grudge between them, and it was the kind of grudge that had already extended to their disciples. In other words, if they continued staying in this place, then his opponent in the future would be Lin Tian. That was definitely not a good thing for him. After all, offending someone stronger than yourself. How could that possibly be a good thing? But upon hearing this, Wangu merely said coldly again, "What are you panicking for? Things aren't as bad as you think. That Lin Tian isn't as terrifying as you think either." As he spoke, he directly threw out a letter. "Take a look." Hearing that, the young man in front of him immediately picked up the letter. After reading through it, the expression on his face gradually changed from his original fear to calmness. Then he directly said, This is real? That Lin Tian really only has low-grade bone talent? Everything he has now came from awakening that so-called heavenly perception?" Hearing his words, "It probably isn't fake. I've already had someone verify it. That Lin Tian is indeed low-grade bone talent without question. Presumably, his current achievements came from that stroke of luck." At the same time, the same thing was happening in the hands of the various Huajin experts throughout Qinchuan County. This included the government offices and military command offices, along with other official forces. For a time, the matter of Lin Tian being low-grade bone talent spread throughout all of Qinchuan County. Inside the Zhou family, Zhouyu was looking nervously at Xiao Tian in front of her. Then Zhouyu said in a somewhat trembling voice, "Junior brother Xiao Tian, if we do this," what she wanted to say, would this completely offend Lin Tian? After all, she knew very well that once those messages got out earlier, to Lin Tian, it was practically no different from ruining his martial path. After all, now that he had obtained the position of County First Scholar, he would definitely be able to receive a huge amount of resource support. But after they caused this disturbance, that resource support would certainly vanish. This kind of road-cutting enmity, Zhouyu did not continue speaking, but the pale look on her face already explained everything. Yet, after Xiao Tian heard her words, anger had already appeared on his face as he said, "What are you panicking for? The information we spread out, could it be some fabricated rumor? Isn't Lin Tian low-grade bone talent? Didn't he only achieve what he has today because of luck? We were only spreading the truth. What do we do wrong? And do you really think that Lin Tian still has any chance of going further? Low-grade bone talent, where he is now, is already his limit for this lifetime. But if Lin Tian finds out what we did even after hearing Xiao Tian's words," Zhouyu still spoke with a panicked expression. Clearly, the strength and talent Lin Tian had displayed by now were simply too overwhelming. Especially that unstoppable momentum. It gave people a suffocating feeling. And especially Xiao Tian's last sentence just now. She herself had once often said the same thing. When Lin Tian had just entered the martial academy, she had said he would never break through to Mingjin in this lifetime. But soon after, he broke through. After he broke through, she then said that Mingjin was already his peak. And then he broke through again. He had even taken the top position in the exam now. It could be said that Zhouyu had already developed an instinctive rejection towards Xiao Tian's last sentence just now. She was afraid that afterward, in some silent corner, Lin Tian would break through to Huajin once again. I already said, what are you panicking for? Is that Lin Tian really so terrifying to you? Don't forget, I'm a genius too, and I even have high-grade bone talent. Maybe my speed in breaking through to Huajin in the future will even be faster than Lin Tian's. When that time comes, won't Lin Tian have to live by depending on my favor?" After hearing those words, a thoughtful look flashed through Zhouya's eyes. Then she forcibly suppressed the panic in her gaze. After all, they had already done it now. Even if they regretted it, it would be useless. And she felt Xiao Tian's words made sense. Even if Lin Tian was dazzling beyond compare right now, in the end, he was still only someone with low-grade bone talent. Even if he had heavenly perception and could steadily suppress Xiao Tian, martial arts was not about the present, but the future. Inside the inn in the inner city, after walking out of the back courtyard, Lin Tian immediately headed toward his room. Recalling the look of regret on Zhao Tsang's face not long ago, Lin Tian knew that Zhao Tsang had probably also wanted to invest resources into him and nurture him. Only, for some reason, he seemed to have given up. In the end, all Lin Tian got was a promise that after returning to the martial academy, he could go to Zhao Tsang anytime to seek guidance in martial arts. After that, the conversation between the two ended rather hastily. When he came outside, the disciples of the martial academy greeted him warmly again. Lin Tian nodded in response to all of them. Then, without delaying too much, he went straight back to his room. Not long after, the faint sounds of boxing practice could be heard from inside the room. Sensing this scene, everyone felt admiration in their hearts. No wonder he was the one who took first place. Even at a time like this, senior brother Lin Tian could still stay this diligent. This kind of drive to better himself truly makes him a model for the rest of us. After the sound of Lin Tian practicing his fists spread out from the inn, the disciples started another round of discussion. But Lin Tian, inside the room, seemed not to hear any of it. His fists kept moving, and the progress bar of his fate in his mind was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Early the next morning, everyone from the martial academy got into the carriage, leaving the inner city bright and early. Sitting inside the carriage, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had wanted to train through the night, his body had already been worn out after a full day of exertion. After only going through the shaking mountain fist a few times, all the strength in his body had been drained. Because of that, his progress had not changed much. The carriage went straight from the inner city to the outer city. Along the way, the entire inner city had become incomparably lively. All because today was the day the martial exam results were being posted. That was right. The martial exam was different from the civil exam. There was no need to spend days grading papers. The results of the martial exam could be known the moment the exam ended. Who had passed and who had failed was almost completely transparent. Of course, that transparency only applied to the people who had taken part in the martial exam. As for everyone else, even those who had been in the audience before, they still did not know who would make the list. Looking at the lively scene outside, Lin Tian thought to himself, by this time, news of my success should be reaching the outer city soon, right? I wonder if my family knows yet. Of course, Lin Tian only thought about that for a moment before stopping there. After everyone returned to the martial academy, they immediately got off the carriage. Seeing the excited expressions on the people around him, it was obvious they still had not recovered from the excitement of the results posting in the inner city. But Lin Tian, one of the main figures in all that excitement, did not pay much attention to the noise around him at all. Instead, he went straight back to the inner courtyard of the martial academy. After all, there was only one thought in his mind right now. He had to reach Hua Jin as quickly as possible. He really had no sense of security at all. Meanwhile, in the inner city, old Master Lin was wearing the only set of clothes he had that could still be called decent. With his back straight, he headed toward the liveliest place in the outer city at this moment. That was right. Since there was a place in the inner city where the results were posted, there was naturally also a special place in the outer city for people to check the posted results. And at this moment, old Master Lin was naturally going there. Following behind him was, of course, the whole family from the old Lin residence. But among this family, Lin Ci alone was missing. After all, Lin Ci already knew what this family was going there for. Dreaming. That was right. At least in Lin Ci's eyes. This family going to see the posted results today was nothing more than going there to daydream. Because the reason they were going to the posting site today was to see whether Lin Tiansheng had managed to pass the martial exam. Someone who had not even made it into the second round. Yet he was still fantasizing about passing the martial exam? If that was not daydreaming in broad daylight, then what was? However, Lin Ci also knew that these people had not come up with this fantasy without reason. In the history of the martial exam in Qingchuan County, there really had been one case where a disciple from the outer city entered the inner city to study martial arts, also failed the first round, yet in the end still managed to pass the martial exam because of the number of candidates. That was the real reason old Master Lin and Lin Tiansheng's family had developed this fantasy, because the current Lin Tiansheng had conditions exactly the same as that lucky person back then. He had also entered the inner city from the outer city to study martial arts. He had also failed the first round. So in their view, perhaps the same miracle and luck might also fall onto Lin Tiansheng. For today, old Master Lin had even rented a carriage as transportation. On one hand, it made him look respectable. On the other hand, in old Master Lin's view, spending money like this showed sincerity. Maybe, just maybe because of that money, Lin Tiansheng might really pass. Inside the carriage at this moment, although Lin Tiansheng knew he was destined not to pass, he did not feel the slightest pressure in his heart. After all, he had said it before, how could the martial exam possibly be that easy to pass? If not this year, then next year or the year after that. And if not, then he would just keep taking it. So he did not feel any psychological pressure at all. But his mother, Zhang Shui, immediately shot him a look from the side. She was signaling for him to bring up the matter the two of them had already discussed. That was right. The two of them had started setting their sights on Lin Tian. They wanted to make use of Lin Tian's Mingjin cultivation to earn silver for them. That was right. Lin Tian had already reached the Mingjin realm. In the inner city, it would be no exaggeration to say that as long as he was squeezed properly, he could earn them at least 5 taels of silver every month. This idea had naturally been proposed by Zhang Shui. As for why, naturally, it was to prevent old Master Lin from handing over money that originally belonged to her family to Lin Tian's family. Before this, she had worked hard to make sure that when Lin Tian's family left, they could not take even a single coin with them. After that, she had also gotten old Master Lin to give Lin Tian's martial training slot to Lin Tiansheng. Originally, she had thought that with that, everything would be completely foolproof. That way, all of old Master Lin's money would belong to her family. But she had never expected Lin Tian to go train in martial arts on his own. He had even broken through to Mingjin. To her, this development was an absolute threat. Although old Master Lin had openly said before that the support he would give Lin Tian would not be much, was that not still money? To Zhang Shui now, even giving Lin Tian a single copper coin would feel like cutting flesh from her body, because every coin given away was, in her eyes, being taken straight out of her own pocket. So she absolutely would not let that happen. That was why she had a sudden flash of inspiration and come up with this method. She wanted Lin Tian to give up martial arts, then go into the inner city to work and earn money to support their family, to support her son Lin Tiansheng's martial training. Even before this, She had already written a letter and sent word of this matter to Lin Tian's family. This trip was meant to pull a first act, then report later move. With how biased Old Master Lin was, she was confident that when the time came, he would simply go along with it by default. After all, her son Lin Tiansheng was currently carrying Old Master Lin's hope of whether the family could move up in status. As long as she first used the excuse of fully supporting her son Lin Tiansheng, then later compensating Lin Tian's family, Old Master Lin might even support her with all his strength. And when Lin Tiansheng had heard his mother Zhang Chui's suggestion before, he had naturally been quite tempted. Especially after hearing it, he had already started planning in his heart what kind of work to make Lin Tian do once he entered the inner city. Taste testing pills. Being a medicine testing boy, this was the most profitable line of work in the inner city. It was even said that they were short on people at every moment. After all, to put it bluntly, this job was about testing and eating newly made pills. And among those pills, the medicinal properties were unstable, so they would cause extremely serious damage to the body. It was even possible to suffer irreversible severe injuries. But none of that mattered. Anyway, it would be Lin Tian eating them, not him. All he knew was that as long as Lin Tian became that medicine testing boy, then Lin Tian could at least bring 10 taels of silver home every month for the family. And as the person who recommended Lin Tian for it, he would also get a recommendation fee of 1 tael every month. 1 tael. That was a whole tael. That was enough for him to make one trip to Yihong House. So when Zhang Chui brought up the suggestion, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. After receiving the hint from his mother, Lin Tiansheng immediately looked at the old man beside him, whose face was full of spirit. Grandpa, I have something I want to discuss with you. Hearing Lin Tiansheng's words, the old man also turned to look at him. Discuss? What is it? Need money again? Perhaps because he was in a good mood. When the old man said this, he did not carry his usual sense of worry. He even had a faint impulse to just give the money directly. After all, according to Lin Tiansheng himself, in this martial examination, he had scored 79 points in the first test. One had to know, that was only 1 point away from the passing score of 80. If he had just one more point, wouldn't he have directly entered the second test? At that point, the chances of passing the martial examination with high honors would also become much greater. So when it came to giving Lin Tiansheng money now, the old man did not feel much resistance, because this was hope now, hope that could fulfill that wish in his heart. After hearing the intention to give money in the old man's voice, Lin Tiansheng really was tempted. After all, after going through a round of the martial examination, he was indeed exhausted in both body and mind. This was exactly the time to go to Yihong House and relax. But he knew very well that this was only petty money. As long as he could get the old man to agree to let Lin Tian work and earn money for his family, his days ahead would only become even more comfortable. He could still tell the difference between one full meal and full meals every day. So Lin Tiansheng immediately gritted his teeth and shook his head. No, Grandpa, I'm not asking you for money. Besides, I've already gathered this month as cultivation resources, so I don't need it for now. Then what are you? The old man immediately said in a somewhat strange tone. Grandpa, you also know that training martial arts in the inner city is hard, and the silver spent in the process is no small amount. Our family may have some savings, but we can't always keep taking from our own household, can we? Hearing that, the old man's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he did not understand what Lin Tiansheng meant. What do you mean? They could not keep taking from their own household. If not from their own home, could they take it from someone else's? And when Lin Tiansheng saw the confusion in the old man's eyes, he immediately explained without wasting time. Grandpa, don't we still have eldest Uncle's family? From the day I started training martial arts until now, their family hasn't paid a single coin. Grandpa, who am I training martial arts for now? For myself? I'm training martial arts to revitalize our Lin family. But eldest Uncle's family has never shown anything at all. Isn't that a bit against the rules? After all, if I succeed in martial arts, won't their family benefit from it too? Why should they take all the benefits, yet be unwilling to spend even a little money? After hearing Lin Tiansheng's words, the old man still frowned, because in his view right now, although Lin Tiansheng's words were somewhat forced, there was still some truth in them, especially that line about how the money could not come from only their branch of the family. Right now, supporting Lin Tiansheng's martial training by himself was indeed somewhat difficult. If someone could share the burden, that would naturally be for the best. It was just that he himself knew very well, when Lin Tian's family left back then, they had not taken a single coin with them. Now, they were having some difficulty even making a living. If they were asked to contribute money too, how much could they really contribute? It would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. And Lin Tiansheng immediately saw the concern in the old man's heart. So he directly stated his true purpose at once. Grandpa, don't worry. Eldest Uncle's family may not have money, but they can earn it. Now, that cousin Lin Tian has broken through to Mingjin, right? We can have him work in the inner city and earn money. Wouldn't that give us money to support my martial training? Lin Tiansheng said this in an extremely excited tone. Hearing Lin Tiansheng's excited voice, the old man said somewhat hesitantly this. That was right. He was still somewhat hesitant. Although he favored second son's family, it was naturally impossible for him to feel no guilt toward eldest son's family. After all, every human heart was made of flesh. And on top of that, they had previously taken eldest son's martial training slot that had already been somewhat excessive to begin with. And now they still wanted the one who had broken through to Mingjin to go work and earn money to support second son's family. Wouldn't that be going a bit too far? After all, eldest son's family had never asked them for anything. Looking at the old man's expression as he kept thinking things over, Lin Tianxing knew very clearly in his heart that although this was hesitation, it also meant there was a chance. Now all he needed was one more strong push, and the old man would make up his mind. And his mother Zhang Cui had already prepared that strong push. That's right, it was that letter sent out in the old man's name. Judging by the time, it should have already reached Lin Tian's home. The next moment, Lin Tianxing naturally laid out the matter of that letter in full once again. What? This is simply nonsense. How would you do something like this? The old man's voice rose somewhat at this moment, but only rose in volume, nothing more. There was naturally not the slightest bit of any other emotion. The moment he heard that voice, Lin Tianxing knew in his heart from the backyard. It was settled. The fact that his grandpa still was not angry, even like this, meant it was settled. Lin Tianxing's heart nearly jumped violently. After all, once this matter was done, wouldn't his life from now on become so comfortable he could howl with joy? But he also knew very well that now was not the time to celebrate. He had to first stabilize the old man's emotions. After all, when it came to persuading eldest uncle later, they would still need the old man's help. Grandpa, I have no choice either. You also know that if my Lin family wants to rise, then we must first put all our strength into lifting one person up. Otherwise, when will our Lin family ever stand up? Everything being done now is for the sake of our Lin family. Grandpa, I promise you, once I achieve success in a martial path, I will definitely help eldest uncle's family more. Besides, Grandpa, I already said that I'm not training martial arts for myself. I'm training martial arts for everyone in our family. And once I become a martial licentiate, helping eldest uncle's family afterward be just a matter of one sentence? At this moment, Lin Tianxing's voice turned stern again. Kiki, that original martial arts training slot of yours was already... forget it. But you must remember what you said today. When you achieve success in martial arts in the future, you must help your eldest uncle's family more. Don't forget the help they gave you. That's right. With that dose of strong medicine added in, the old master ultimately chose to compromise. Although he had felt guilty toward the eldest branch before, that bit of guilt had to give way before the true greater good of the family. As for taking away the martial arts training slot now, and at the same time wanting Lin Tian to go work and support Lin Tianxing, there was really no other way. After all, what Lin Tianxing said made sense. They had to pool their strength to support one person first. Only then could the entire family rise later. It didn't matter if they didn't understand now. Presumably, once Lin Tianxing earned fame and rank in the future, they would understand as well. As for now, they could only let the eldest branch suffer a little more. As the old master and his group arrived at the special posting area in the outer city, the group slowly got out of the carriage. And at this moment, the appearance of a carriage in the outer city was naturally extremely eye-catching. In an instant, it drew everyone's attention. It wasn't until someone in the crowd saw that the person who had come out was Old Master Lin that everyone's eyes seemed to light up at once. And they directly headed toward the old man from the Lin family. After all, Old Master Lin had a shop in the inner city. In the outer city, that already made him something of a notable figure. So quite a few people knew him. And among them, the one who ran the fastest was actually an old man who was also past 50. That old man's surname was Feng, and everyone called him Old Man Feng. He also did business in the inner city. It was just that he hadn't been able to grow his business like Old Master Lin and open shop of his own. He only ran a breakfast stall in the inner city. Still, both of them were people from the outer city who had managed to do business in the inner city, so they were fairly familiar with each other. Because he had been standing on the very outside of the crowd earlier, the moment he saw Old Master Lin, he rushed over immediately, wanting to curry favor. That's right, because he had just seen that the top scorer of this martial examination was called Lin Tian, and he was also a disciple from the outer city. He even lived in Jinga Bend. At this point, how could he not know? That Lin Tian was Old Master Lin's eldest grandson. Good heavens, this was the grandfather of the top scorer. In the eyes of these outer city people, a figure like that was practically no different from an immortal. After all, that was Qingchuan County's first ever top scorer from the outer city in so many years. With such grace and brilliance. If he wasn't the martial Chu star descended to the mortal world, then what was he? Looking at the people running toward him, Old Master Lin was stunned on the spot. But before he could react, in the next moment, Old Man Feng, who was fairly familiar with him, had already arrived in front of him. As soon as Old Man Feng came before him, he didn't say a second word. He first straightened the clothes on his body that were stained with dirt, then immediately bowed deeply. Congratulations, Old Master Lin. Your eldest grandson, Lin Tian, passed the martial examination with top honors. P.S. Even the top scorer. Ha ha, you finally made it through the hard times. This is the top scorer from the outer city. The first one from our Qingchuan County. Your eldest grandson really is the martial Chu, star descended to the mortal world. Old master, from now on, you're guaranteed endless blessings to enjoy. Ha ha ha. Boom. As old man Feng spoke those words, old master Lin, along with Lin Tianxing's family behind him, all felt as if a bolt of lightning had violently smashed down onto their heads. Their entire bodies stiffened to an absurd degree in that instant. Then their faces all turned pale at the same time. Why you? What did you say? Old master Lin was the first to react. And then he asked in an extremely anxious tone. But in old man Feng's eyes, that scene was naturally just the result of being too overwhelmed with excitement. So he laughed again and said, haha, don't get too excited just yet, old master. Take care of your health. You still have a lot of blessings waiting for you to enjoy. Haha, he passed. Your eldest grandson passed the martial examination. And he even got top scorer. Old man Feng immediately repeated it loudly in that teasing tone, as if he was afraid old master Lin hadn't heard clearly. He especially emphasized the words Lin Tian had already passed the martial examination and become the top scorer. What? How is that possible? Lin Tian is only at the Mingjin stage right now. How could he possibly place in the martial examination and even become the top scorer? How could we not have heard even the slightest bit of news about something like this? At this moment, Zhang Chui's voice carried a sharpness to it, along with a trace of fear that even she herself hadn't noticed. After all, she hadn't forgotten how they had taken Lin Tian's martial arts training slot before. And just now, they had even been discussing making Lin Tian give up martial arts training, then go earn money to support their family. But what had she heard now? Lin Tian had passed the martial examination, and he was even the top scorer? How was that possible? Lin Tian was nothing more than a mud-legged nobody. He had no resources, no talent, and he had even studied martial arts in the outer city. In what way was he better than her son, Lin Tianxiang? How could someone like him possibly be the top scorer of this martial examination? Of course, at this moment, even her own hands were trembling slightly, because she knew very clearly that if this was true, then she simply didn't dare imagine it. As she spoke, she immediately looked toward her son Lin Tianxiang, hoping to get from his mouth an answer that could set her mind at ease. After all, her son Lin Tianxiang had also taken part in the martial examination. He had even almost made it into the second round of the martial examination. If Lin Tian was really the top scorer, then it was impossible for there to have been no news at all. But unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. Lin Tianxing really didn't know, because yesterday, during the first round of the martial examination, he and Lin Tian hadn't been in the same testing ground at all. In fact, after learning that he had no chance of advancing to the second round after the first test, he immediately left the martial examination square. Then he hurried off to Yihong House to soothe the emotions of his failed attempt. The only reason being that on that day, for anyone who had participated in the martial examination, once they entered Yihong House, all spending would be at half price. Naturally, this time he intended to indulge himself properly. After all, he believed he had already trained hard for several days before the martial examination, and his pleasure-seeking didn't end until evening when he finally returned home. Then early this morning, they had come straight to the results posting area in the outer city. Where would he have had the time to pay attention to the martial examination? But at this moment, upon hearing what old man Feng had just said, Lin Tianxiang felt as if his entire head had been struck by a heavy hammer. He was completely stunned. How could he still pay attention to Zhang Chui's look? And in front of them, when old man Feng saw the blank, disbelieving looks on their faces, he immediately understood again. This news must simply be too much of a pleasant shock. They still couldn't accept it for the moment. After all, that was the top scorer of the martial examination. If his own grandson got 1-2, then the moment he heard it, he surely wouldn't be able to accept it either. But that was fine. He believed that as long as they went to see it with their own eyes, they would definitely accept it. The next moment, he immediately pulled along old Master Lin, who was still standing there in a daze, and headed toward the place where the results were posted. And behind old Master Lin, Lin Tianxing's whole family, all wearing faces full of disbelief, hurried after them as well. Hey, everyone in front, make way, make way. Wukwing's grandfather is here. Let Wukwing's grandfather have a look at our outer city's Wukwing. Old Feng shouted loudly as he walked in front. There seemed to be a kind of pride and excitement built right into his voice. It was as if the one who had passed the exam today was his own grandson. And after hearing old Feng's words, the people ahead almost instinctively moved aside. At the same time, everyone's gaze turned toward the direction the voice had come from, especially after hearing the words Wukwing's grandfather. The eyes of the crowd were practically filled with the word envy. More than that, they all wanted to see what kind of lucky man could actually become Wukwing's grandfather. As the crowd made way, old Feng, old Master Lin, and Lin Tianxing's family quickly arrived at the place specially used by the government office to post the results. At this moment, Old Master Lin's cloudy eyes were moving upward along the list. Even he himself did not know what kind of emotions were in his heart right now. Excitement, agitation, nervousness, and even a bit of worried disbelief. But the moment his gaze landed on the spot that belonged exclusively to the top scorer of the martial exam, his pupils trembled violently. There, written clearly in that place, were the two big characters, Lin Tian, and behind it was his home address, Jinghe Bend, Outer City. Boom! At that moment, it was as if another thunderbolt had smashed into Old Master Lin's mind. The overwhelmingly complex emotions from before burst out completely at this instant. That's right. It was his eldest grandson, Lin Tian, someone named Lin Tian, living at Jinghe Bend and also practicing martial arts. In this outer city, he could not find a second one. This person had to be his eldest grandson, Lin Tian. Behind him, Lin Tianxing's whole family also saw Lin Tian's name. And based on the address behind it, they all confirmed that this Lin Tian was indeed the Lin Tian they knew. This, he passed. And yes, even the top scorer. This, how is that posse? Lin Tiansheng, standing nearby, said in a somewhat overstimulated voice. But before he could finish speaking, the next moment, Old Master Lin immediately shouted, "Quick, hurry and get that letter back." Clearly, the old man was the first to recover from the shock. And then he instantly thought of what Lin Tiansheng had said before. That letter telling Lin Tian to give up martial arts and go work in the inner city to support Lin Tianxing's family. At this moment, the old man's emotions had become especially agitated and urgent. His voice even cracked as he spoke. Behind him, Zhang Shui also finally reacted at this moment. She immediately understood what that letter meant. After all, Lin Tian was now the top scorer, but they had wanted him to give up martial arts and even go work and earn money to support their family. Had they gone insane? This was completely making an enemy of Lin Tian. That letter alone was enough to make Lin Tian resent them. Right? Get it back. We have to get back quickly. After hearing Old Master Lin's words, Zhang Shui also hurriedly echoed him. The group quickly got back onto the horse carriage from before. Then they raced madly toward Jinghe Bend. Meanwhile, inside a dye workshop in the outer city, a group of female workers was busy working nonstop. But at that moment, an extremely shrill voice rang out, one that was naturally sharp and mean from the start. Lin Ci, you can't even handle something this small. I'm telling you, if you can work, then work. If you can't, then get out already. As that voice rang out, the female workers all lowered their heads and began whispering among themselves. Sigh, here she goes again. That woman picking on Lin Ci again. Seriously, that girl Lin Ci really has a hard life. Such a good woman. How did she end up getting targeted by someone like that? Inside the dye workshop, after that voice sounded, the female workers immediately started discussing it in low voices. Among them, the two people closest to Lin Ci immediately showed worried looks. Because the two of them were the same as Lin Ci. They wanted to save up their own dowries and decide their own future marriages, instead of being casually sold off by their families. That was why the three of them had always been close. One of them, a shorter woman with lively eyes, directly said, "Honestly, I say Lin Ci never should be helped that whatever his name is, Lin Tian's nephew, practiced martial arts back then. Look, now not only is the money gone, she even offended that old woman because of it. She gets targeted every single day lately. Just watching Lin Ci live like this makes me feel awful." Beside her, the tall woman with a ponytail looked unpleasant after hearing that. After all, Lin Ci had told her about this matter too. Lin Ci had lent all the dowry money she had saved over the years to that so-called nephew for martial arts training. Even though the other side had called it a loan, how could they not understand that money was almost certainly never coming back? And Lin Ci herself naturally did not care. In order to save up her dowry again, Lin Ci had been working even harder than before in this dye workshop. And Lin Ci was the best and most meticulous worker here. Because of that, their little courtyard dye workshop had received quite a bit of praise from the manager recently. Lin Ci had even been singled out and praised by name several times. Originally, this was naturally a good thing for Lin Ci, but for certain people, that might not be the case. The woman currently scolding Lin Ci, the short, fat, middle-aged woman, Zhang Mei, was exactly one of those people. In their little courtyard, the previous female work leader had stepped down because of illness. That meant the position of female work leader had become vacant, and this position was generally filled by the oldest and most senior female worker. In their courtyard, Zhang Mei naturally had the most seniority, so logically, she should have been the one to take the position. But in recent days, as the manager kept praising Lin Ci by name in private, Zhang Mei started to feel threatened. So after that, Zhang Mei began picking at Lin Ci from time to time, and most of the people in this courtyard were just young girls. When facing someone like Zhang Mei, such a fierce shrew, they were usually polite and cautious. So how could they dare resist now? And naturally, the same was true of the current situation. Lin Ci had clearly already finished dyeing the cloth, and there was not a single flaw in it. But Zhang Mei still insisted on going over and making trouble for Lin Ci. She even said Lin Ci had to redo it all from the start. and at the cost of redoing, it would have to come out of Lin Ci's own pocket. The short girl nearby immediately muttered in quiet indignation, "Humph." Right now, Zhang Mei was still nothing more than a female worker, yet she was already putting on the airs of a female forewoman. She was even ordering Sister Lin Ci around. Did she not even look at herself? Other than having stayed in this courtyard a little longer, how was she anywhere near comparable to Sister Lin Ci? "Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let her hear you," the tall girl immediately reminded her. "Humph, it's the truth anyway. Besides, who becomes the female forewoman is still not certain. What is the shrew acting so smug for?" The short girl grumbled again in a lowered voice. At this moment, seeing how Lin Ci in front of her didn't dare resist, the viciousness in Zhang Mei's eyes deepened even more. Because Zhang Mei knew very well that girls like this, young and ignorant of the world, were the easiest to control. As long as she acted a little harsher, she could definitely scold her into complete obedience. The next moment, Zhang Mei immediately reached out and viciously pinched Lin Ci's fair, tender arm. That pinch instantly left behind a bluish-purple bruise. And at this moment, there was already more than just this one bluish-purple mark on Lin Ci's arm. Clearly, this was not the first time Zhang Mei had done this. Faced with this sudden action, Lin Ci really did react just as Zhang Mei had expected. She only dared to put up a simple resistance. She did not even dare make too much of a protest. Looking at Lin Ci's timid, quail-like appearance, a fierce gleam rose again in Zhang Mei's eyes, because she knew that this kind of moment was exactly when the other party was easiest to handle. Only in this way could this Lin Ci be completely tamed by her in the future and manipulated however she pleased. Looking at Lin Ci's pale, delicate face in front of her, Zhang Mei revealed a trace of disdain. That's right, her targeting of Lin Ci now was naturally not just for the position of female forewoman. More importantly, she also wanted to curry favor with the steward. After all, she had long noticed that the steward looked at Lin Ci differently. How could she fail to see the lust in his eyes? The next moment, Zhang Mei immediately moved closer to Lin Ci. Then, in a very low voice, she said, "How have you thought over what I mentioned before? I already told you. If you just submit to the steward, why would you still need to do this miserable work here for the sake of your dowry money?" The moment Lin Ci heard those words, panic flashed across her face. Of course she knew that the steward had designs on her. He had even said it to her openly before. But putting aside that greasy, lecherous face of his, the man was nearly 50 years old already and had a family. So there was no way she could possibly agree. What happened afterward was simple as well. The steward joined forces with Zhang Mei in front of her to pressure her into submission. She refused, and that was why she had been targeted so much. Now, they had even issued a final ultimatum. If she still refused, they would dismiss her. One had to know that this was the only place in the entire outer city where women could do proper work. But if she lost even this job, then aside from going home and waiting for her family to arrange a marriage for her, she would have no second path to take it all. Seeing that Lin Ci in front of her was still wavering, Zhang Mei only felt that she had to use an even harsher dose of medicine. Thinking that, her hand moved to pinch Lin Ci's arm again. But right at that moment, bang, the courtyard gate was shoved open in one motion. 3 to 5 guards immediately walked in. Behind them followed a man dressed in luxurious robes. And behind him was an old man whose face had been beaten black and blue. The female workers immediately recognized that battered old man as the steward who managed these several cloth-dyeing courtyards. And the man in front was actually the young master of the entire dye workshop. Why has the young master come to our place? After entering the courtyard, the young master spotted Lin Ci and Zhang Mei in the corner at a single glance. Almost instantly, he understood exactly what was happening. He then directly waved his hand and said at once, "Break both that woman's hands." The moment the guards received the order, they immediately moved. Within the courtyard, after a burst of wailing and screams, both of Zhang Mei's hands had been broken. On the ground, Zhang Mei kept struggling and writhing. Painful sobs continuously escaped from her mouth. But the next moment, the young master waved his hand again. He directly had people drag Zhang Mei up and set her aside. The young master quickly came before Lin Ci. Then, with a gentle expression, he handed over a precious ointment with excellent effects for treating external injuries. He first offered it to Lin Ci, then smiled and asked again, "Miss Lin, were you seriously hurt?" Looking at the precious-looking ointment in front of her, and at Zhang Mei and the steward off to the side, Lin Ci was completely dazed right now. Faced with the young master's question, she answered almost purely by instinct, and "No, I'm fine." Seeing Lin Ci's absent-minded expression, the young master did not explain much. He then took out a token and handed it to Lin Ci, saying, "Miss Lin, I truly owe you an apology. Everything that happened today was due to my subordinates' poor discipline. Please forgive me. And for such a steward to remain in my cloth workshop is truly a disgrace to it. Therefore, I have decided today to strip this steward of his position. And as compensation, Miss Lin, you shall take over as the new steward." As he said this, without waiting for Lin Ci to react, he directly placed both the ointment and the token into her hands. Looking at the 2 items in her hands, and recalling what the young master had just said, Lin Ci's mind, which had already gone blank, froze again. Steward? I become a new steward just like that? Holding the two items in her hands. An unusual excitement surged inexplicably in Lin Ci's heart. But then she finally seemed to wake from a dream. The next moment, she looked at the young master in front of her in disbelief. She almost immediately wanted to refuse. After all, she also knew, how could someone possibly be kind to her for no reason? There might very well be some conditions hidden in this that she could not accept. So Lin Ci instinctively moved to refuse. But the young master in front of her naturally saw through her worry at a glance. The next moment, he directly spoke up again in a clear voice. Miss Lin, there's no need for this. I already said before, this is compensation for you. You need not be nervous. Even in the future, if you encounter anything you do not understand, or any trouble, you may come directly to me. And Miss Lin, after you return home, you need only pass along a word of congratulations to your nephew Lin Tian. Congratulate him on taking first place in the martial examination. Truly enviable. However, I have been too busy with affairs to personally visit and offer my congratulations, so I have only prepared generous gifts. Please forgive me. After saying that, the young master left the entire courtyard under everyone's gaze. Within the courtyard, only Lin Ci, standing there blankly, and the others behind her remained. The two girls who were close to Lin Ci were even more shaken to the core. At this moment, the short girl's eyes were full of disbelief as she said, "What did the young master just say? Martial examination? First place? Lin Tian? Isn't Lin Tian's sister Lin Ci's Jingha bent." Zhao Shi got up early in the morning, then immediately looked toward the doorway. Her complexion looked a little worn out at the moment. Clearly, she and T slept well last night, and the reason was naturally Lin Tian. Last night was the first time since Lin Tian was born that he had spent the night outside and not come home. She was naturally worried, even though she also knew Lin Tian had gone to take the martial examination, and his capable master had been accompanying him the whole way. But how could she truly put her mind at ease? So she got up early today, hoping that Lin Tian might come back this morning. But at this moment, bang, 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 clang, 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 a burst of gong beating and drum pounding rang out. The surrounding neighbors were naturally drawn by the noise as well. They all came out one after another to take a look. When they saw that it was yamen runners, along with those festive red flowers, everyone came out from their own doorways as well. And before anyone could voice their confusion, someone immediately recognized what this whole procession was for. Someone passed the martial examination. Someone had passed with honors in the martial examination. One old man said in shock. When he was younger, he had once seen this kind of scene in the neighboring village. Back then, when someone in that village had passed the martial examination with honors, it had looked exactly like this. What? Passed the martial examination? Hearing that, everyone immediately cried out in shock. Doesn't that mean our Jingha band has produced a Jiren master? WHU's family could have such heaven-defying luck to actually produce a Jiren master. Who else could it be? In our village right now, Isn't Lin family S Lin Tian, the only one practicing martial arts. I think I also heard Lin Tian's mother say yesterday that her Lin Tian had gone to take the martial examination. Then he passed just like that? The crowd in the back discussed it with all kinds of expressions on their faces. And very soon, the group arrived at the small courtyard Lin Tian had arranged for his family earlier. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing the commotion coming from the entrance, Father Lin, Mother Lin, and his older sister Lin Wan all looked toward the gate at this moment. Today, the whole family had been worried about Lin Tian, so all of them had gotten up early, waiting for Lin Tian to come home. But hearing the noise outside the door, the three of them felt puzzled. Still, Zhao Shi slowly stepped forward to open the door. But the moment she opened it, Zhao Shi froze on the spot. At this moment, there were almost people everywhere outside. Among them, the most eye-catching were naturally the few wearing official government uniforms. And after Zhao Shi stepped out, the sound of gongs and drums became even more lively again. Father Lin and Lin Wan behind her also came out with worried looks in their eyes. Then they too were stunned by everything in front of them. The next moment, just as everyone was still standing there in a daze, one of the officials in uniform stepped forward with a smile, holding a titled scroll in his hand, and said, "May I ask, are you the family members of Lin Tian, Master Lin?" Hearing that, Father Lin immediately stepped forward, nodded, and said, "Yes. May I ask, officer, my son?" But after hearing Father Lin's reply, the yamen runner's smile grew even brighter. He then presented the scroll to the Lin family with both hands. The next moment, he loudly announced, "Congratulations to Lin Tian, Master Lin, for taking first place in the martial examination, entrusted by the county magistrate. We have come to offer our congratulations. Master, Madam, and this young lady, congratulations. Master Lin Tian has passed the examination, and he took first place as well." Whoa! The entire crowd was instantly shaken. It really was Lin Tian who passed, and he even took first place. Since when did that boy from the Lin family become this capable? Hey, what do you mean Lin Tian this and Lin Tian that? You should be calling him Master Lin now. And what kind of way is that to talk? I watched Lin Tian grow up. I always knew he'd amount to something in the future. See, didn't he pass now? Good heavens. What that officer said earlier seemed to be more than just passing, right? He also said something else just now. What was it? First place? What was first place? Why add first place after passing? Jingha Bend had never before produced anyone who had passed the martial examination with honors. And this place was remote. So the villagers here only knew that one could pass the martial examination. As for the rules within it, they knew nothing at all. Or rather, they didn't even have any way of learning about them. So none of them even knew what first place in a martial examination meant. And as soon as that question was raised, everyone almost instinctively looked toward an old man. This old man was the very one who had recognized earlier that this group of officials had come to congratulate someone who had passed the martial examination. In his younger years, he had gone out and done business. He could be considered one of the very few people in all of Jingha Band who had seen the world. And after sensing everyone's gazes along with that question, the old man naturally didn't keep them in suspense and directly said, as long as you make the list in the martial examination, that means you've passed. And the one ranked first among those who pass is called the first place holder. So Lin Tian of the Lin family is the first place winner of this martial examination. Hiss. With the old man's explanation, the people around them sucked in another cold breath. The first among all the martial examination Jira masters. These titles echoed in the ears of the surrounding villagers like explosions. And after hearing the old man's explanation, the official at the front immediately smiled and added, haha, that's right. This first place means first in the martial examination. And not only that, he suppressed everyone else. Even those disciples from the inner city were all beaten out by Master Lin Tian alone. A well-deserved first place. Hiss. Everyone's hearts shook again, especially at that line from the official just now. Even the inner city disciples had been suppressed, because that was the inner city, which was practically as different from outer city people like them as heaven and earth. Although none of them knew at this moment what level the martial artists of the inner city were at, the outer city folk did know one thing. In the inner city, everything was the best. So naturally, those who could learn martial arts in the inner city must also be the best. But now, Lin Tian had actually suppressed those disciples who trained martial arts in the inner city. The shock this brought them was even greater than the shock of learning just now that Lin Tian was the first place winner of the martial examination. The next moment, everyone immediately turned all their gazes toward Father Lin and the others standing at the front of the Lin family home. The envy in their eyes had practically become tangible, especially those who were already parents. Their eyes seemed to gleam with golden light. At this moment, they didn't even dare imagine just how enormous a change Lin Tian's achievement would bring to his family. Because in everyone's eyes, once you passed the martial examination, that meant you had completely turned your life around. And now, not only had he passed, he had even taken first place. Wouldn't that mean he was about to soar straight into the heavens? At the front, after hearing all those words from the official, Father Lin and the others' minds went blank on the spot, and they froze where they stood. But what followed immediately was a huge wave of surprise and joy. He really passed, and he was even first place. Looking at the stunned members of the Lin family in front of him, the crowd watching from the side immediately chimed in as well. Lin Tian's father, Lin Tian's mother, what are you still standing there for? The officials came all this way to bring congratulations. No matter what, you should at least show some appreciation. Hearing that, Father Lin finally snapped out of it. Right. We should give some team money. Sorry, we got so excited that we forgot. At this moment, Father Lin hurriedly apologized to the officials in front of him. Childless mother, quick, go inside and get some team money for these officers. Mother Lin answered and quickly headed back into the house behind her. When the lead officer saw Father Lin bow, he immediately rushed forward to stop him. You mustn't tea. Please don't do this. We're just carrying out orders for the county magistrate, and we came to congratulate Lord Ansho as well. Such a grand gesture would really be too much for us. Please get up quickly. Sir, you're being too polite. As he spoke, that officer had already helped Father Lin straighten up. Then he spoke again. Sir, remember this. From now on, don't bend your backs so easily anymore. Your backs are holding up the blessings over your heads. At the officer's words, smiles unconsciously appeared on everyone's faces. Only then did Mother Lin come out from inside. However, she looked somewhat awkward. They still had some silver left behind by Lin Tian back then, so they weren't short on team money for the officers. But they had never truly dared imagine that Lin Tian would really pass the provincial exam. So they really had not prepared any red envelopes in advance. What they had were only a few somewhat worn little red cloth pouches. After seeing the little cloth pouches in Mother Lin's hands, the officer immediately put on a smile and was the first to raise both hands to receive one. Many thanks, old madam. Today, the few of us can be considered lucky enough to share in Lord Ansho's fortune. He then called to the men behind him. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you see that Lord Ansho's mother is handing out red envelopes to us? Hurry up and come share in the good fortune. The officers behind him naturally knew how to read the room, and they all stepped forward quickly with smiles on their faces. When they accepted the red envelopes, every one of them used both hands. and auspicious words poured out without end. The congratulations have been delivered, so we won't disturb you any longer. After all, we still need to go back and report to Lord County Magistrate. The officers soon left. Only the still unsatisfied crowd remained behind. Inside the martial hall, as Lin Tian practiced his Hanzhan fist over and over again, the progress bar on his fate in his mind kept rising. Soon, the sky grew dark. It was time for the martial courtyard to close again. Lin Tian was still the last one to leave. But before he left today, Zhao Tsong stepped forward and asked, "Did you run into any difficulties in your training today?" Hearing the concern in his voice, Lin Tian understood. As his cultivation improved, and after he had comprehended the state of lifting heavy as though it were light, his master Zhao Tsong had started to pay attention to his training. Clearly, deep down, Zhao Tsong still held that faint, nearly hopeless sliver of expectation that Lin Tian might break through to Huajin. Lin Tian didn't think much of it. He simply spoke honestly about his current condition, replying to Master, "My training went smoothly. It was the same as usual." Hearing that, Zhao Tsong nodded. Then, without saying anything more, he let Lin Tian leave. Watching Lin Tian's departing back, Zhao Tsong let out a bitter laugh inwardly. In the end, I really am too impatient. It's not like I don't know how hard it is to break through to Huajin. Yet I'm still entertaining fantasies at a time like this. With that thought, Zhao Tsong shook his head again after closing the door. After leaving the martial hall today, Lin Tian did not go straight home. Instead, he stood by a deserted riverbank and began practicing Hanzhan fist again. At this moment, the fate in Lin Tian's mind was constantly flickering. Fate, diligence brings mastery. Hanzhan fist, limit break, 9,995, 10,000. Fumo golden body, copper skin, 5,986, 16,000. Looking at the current progress of Hanzhan fist on his fate, faint light flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. Huajin, today is the day. By the riverbank, a young man stood straight as a pine. His fist wind sharp and clean. Every punch he threw seemed to tug at the surrounding environment. Until the next moment, as the young man finished his final move, the river by the bank suddenly churned, and a fierce gust of wind rose out of nowhere. Streams of river water were blasted up, then smashed hard against the shore. Golden light shone continuously in Lin Tian's mind. Fate, diligence brings mastery. Hanzhan fist, limit break, 10,000, 10,000. Fumo golden body, copper skin, 5,986, 16,000. Wong. At the moment Hanzhan fist was finally brought to complete perfection, countless scenes of fist practice flooded into Lin Tian's mind like hundreds of rivers pouring into the sea. Endless experience and the moves of Hanzhan fist seemed to carve themselves directly into his mind. In the end, they became his instinct. In front of Lin Tian, it was as if a ray of light had suddenly appeared. And almost on instinct, Lin Tian reached out and grabbed that light. At once, a realization appeared in his mind. At the same time, the two types of force inside his body, hidden force and manifest force, began to merge together. Until the final moment, Wong, a brand new power, far beyond both manifest force and hidden force, immediately appeared within Lin Tian's body. There was no great turmoil. There was only the natural ease of water flowing where the channel had already opened. Huajin achieved. Feeling that newly born power inside his body, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. So this is Huajin? As he sensed that power, a probing look appeared in his eyes. But after only briefly feeling out Huajin, he immediately turned his attention to something else. Because at the moment he broke through to Huajin, Lin Tian discovered something even more interesting. With that thought, Lin Tian closed his eyes again and let both body and mind sink into stillness. Then he once again assumed the stance of Hanzhan fist. As he practiced Hanzhan fist, his chi and blood surged and were drawn along with it. From minor accomplishment to perfection, Hanzhan fist only had 3 realms in total. Each realm could produce 3 thunderous booms. Perfection meant 9 booms. Then now that he had cultivated Hanzhan fist to the limit break realm, how many booms should he be able to produce? As his chi and blood reached their peak, Lin Tian seemed to sense something. His chi and blood, along with his force, immediately began to gather and fuse together. Then he directly threw his fully charged Hanzhan fist toward the river in front of him. Pung! That's right, there was only a single boom, because the power of the previous 9 booms had all fused into the 10th boom now gathered in his hand. But Lin Tian knew it was far from that simple. A single power, like converged force, was gathering. His chi and blood, along with that newly born Huajin, were constantly fusing together. Then it shot straight out from Lin Tian's hand. Hong! In only an instant, a massive boulder 4 or 5 zhang away was struck immediately. But that boulder did not explode because of it. It was precisely because the force Lin Tian threw out had been compressed to the extreme. That was why a perfectly clean hole appeared in the giant rock on the spot. The hole was incredibly deep. That alone was enough to show the killing power of this punch. If this force were to land on a Huajin expert, then as long as the other side did not deliberately defend and had not trained any hard body techniques, Lin Tian was confident that this one punch would be enough to instantly kill a Huajin expert of the same level. Of course, the consumption this brought to him was naturally enormous. And this move also had a range limit. Once it exceeded 5 zhong, its power would drop sharply. So it absolutely could not be used as a regular method. But if used as a trump card, it was already more than enough. After all, not only was this move unbelievably fast, it was also invisible and formless. The moment the punch came out, anyone who did not know he had such a move would definitely be hit. And at this moment, Lin Tian was also confident that within the Huajin realm, there were absolutely not many people who could force him to use this move. After all, one-time Mountain Punch had reached the limit-breaking realm. His fist art had once again risen to a completely new height. Because of that, very few people could force him to bring out this move. At the very least, that should be the case in Qingchuan County. The next moment, Lin Tian also withdrew all the aura and power in his body. He understood very clearly at this moment that now was not the time to get complacent. After all, this world was chaotic and full of danger. If he wanted to live long, then he had to keep improving without stop. Although his cultivation had already reached Huajin, his hard body techniques still had not caught up. And according to the introduction of the demon-subduing golden body, this cultivation method could allow the practitioner to undergo 3 flesh and blood reforgings and improve their innate foundation. It would also bring an enormous improvement to the cultivator's entire body. At this time, he was quite curious about what this so-called flesh and blood reforging was actually like. Then next, he should shift his focus onto cultivating this demon-subduing golden body. After all, as one cultivated to higher realms, Lin Tian also deeply understood the importance of innate foundation. At this moment, he finally understood why people in this world valued innate foundation so much. Even with a destiny awakened, dragged down by this low-grade foundation, he had still needed to spend so much time just to barely reach Huajin. As for the even higher realms later on, there was no need to say more. So for the sake of his future cultivation, he also had to raise this innate foundation. At the very least, before he headed to the prefectural city, he had to complete this first flesh and blood reforging. That's right. With the martial examination ending, once he obtained first place on the rankings, he would receive that one and only qualification to head to a sect in the prefectural city. And, presumably in a few more days, he would be able to obtain that slot. After calming his mind, Lin Tian immediately headed toward his home. The sky was gradually darkening. Lin Tian's steps were light, but before he had even taken a few more steps, his movements suddenly came to a complete stop. A grave look flashed through his eyes. That was because at this moment, 3 water bandit boats had appeared before him, and they were continuously approaching the shore. The water bandits were coming ashore. Inner city, the Bao family. At this moment, inside the Bao family's main hall, an incomparably grim atmosphere was spreading. All the important members of the family were gathered in one hall. The heaviness on everyone's faces was almost like dark clouds pressing down. At the center of the hall, the family head Bao Shanhe kept tapping one hand against the seat in front of him, and before him lay a gilded letter. On the letter, 2 large crimson characters stood out with striking sharpness. Dui Guan. And beneath them was a large Li character, and this Li referred to the Li family of the inner city, another giant merchant house. They also dealt in nearly the same business as the Bao family. Because of this, the 2 families had been competitors in an antagonistic relationship these past years. However, the 2 sides had always been about equal in strength, so there had never been any major conflict between them. But recently, because water bandits had been running rampant, one of the Bao family's important waterway trade routes had suffered a heavy blow. This time, one of the Huajin retainers supported by the Bao family had even been directly, severely injured. Because of this, the balance between the Li and Bao families was broken. That was because both families originally had 2 Huajin retainers each. Under normal circumstances, the 2 families were evenly matched in strength. Naturally, they would stay out of each other's way. But now that one of the Bao family's retainers had been seriously injured, there was no way the Li family would let go of this chance to nibble away at the Bao family. And now, just as they had expected, after the Li family learned that a Huajin retainer of the Bao family had been seriously injured, they sent the Bao family a DUI Quan agreement overnight. This so-called DUI Quan was a rule established by several of the giant merchant families. Whenever there was a dispute over interests between the families, each side had to send out 3 martial artists to the stage to determine the winner. Naturally, the winning side could then divide up the losing side's interests. And while the Bao family had a great estate and great business, what truly supported the entire family were only 3 most important trade routes. These 3 were practically the lifeblood of the Bao family. And this time, the Li family naturally wanted to take a vicious bite out of one of them. If they really succeeded, what the Bao family would lose would not simply be one lifeline trade route. It would represent a shrinking of the entire family's resources. In the short term, the Bao family might not seem to suffer too great an impact. After all, if less money came in, they could simply cut back on some expenses. And in the future, it might not be impossible to open up other core trade routes to replace it. But the premise of all that was this. After swallowing one of the Bao family's core trade routes, the Li family would have to be willing to stop there. But was that possible? Naturally, it was impossible. After all, the fact that they could send over this DUI Quan agreement overnight, the moment a Bao family retainer was injured, already showed their wolfish ambition. As long as the Bao family showed even the slightest sign of decline, the other side would relentlessly press the attack. It was even not impossible for them to directly swallow the entire Bao family whole. But what could they do? At this moment, this DUI Quan agreement had already been delivered. If the Bao family refused to fight, then they would be handing it over with both hands. But if they accepted the challenge, then with the Bao family's current strength, that Li family is going too far to actually pressure us like this. Are they really trying to eat the Bao family whole? Right now, we'll report this to the Merchant Alliance. Let the Merchant Alliance put an end to the Li family's ambitions. At this moment, a Bao family elder stepped out and shouted angrily. And this so-called Merchant Alliance was a huge alliance formed by the giant merchants of the various counties. This so-called DUI Quan rule had been established by the Merchant Alliance. It's useless. Don't waste the effort. This time, the Li family has paid a heavy price. They put up 2 core trade routes as the wager for the DUI Quan. This is an unequal gamble, but it fully complies with the Merchant Alliance's rules. Even if we report it to the Merchant Alliance now, the Merchant Alliance will not stop it. At this moment, another Bao family elder spoke in a heavy voice. And after this Bao family elder finished speaking, the Bao family's main hall once again fell in a dead silence. That's right. This time, the Li family had put up 2 core business routes in this betting match against the Bao family. If the Bao family lost, they would lose 1 core business route. But if they won, they would directly obtain 2 core business routes from the Li family. Yet this was almost impossible. And according to the rules of the Merchant Alliance, with this kind of unequal betting condition, the side that benefited could not refuse. Or rather, refusing meant admitting defeat. The next moment, Bao Shanha, who was seated in the very center of the hall, immediately stopped what he was doing. Everyone's gaze at once gathered on that face of his that naturally carried the dignity of a family head. Then Bao Shanha directly picked up the challenge letter for the betting match in his hand and tore it open in one motion. And this represented that he had accepted the betting agreement. Everyone fell silent. Then they sighed inwardly. After all, they all knew very well that if they admitted defeat now, it would be the same as handing over a core business route outright. If they accepted the betting match, there was still that final sliver of hope. After tearing open the challenge letter, Bao Shanha immediately looked toward the core senior members of the Bao family around him. Then he said, "We have already accepted this betting agreement. Now let us discuss who should be sent to fight in this betting match. Everyone, this concerns the future of my Bao family. Speak freely and hold nothing back. If anyone has a suitable candidate, feel free to suggest one." After saying this, Bao Shanha swept his eyes over the crowd once more. At this moment, everyone was still deep in thought. Right now, among the Bao family, the ones who could truly hold up the scene and had some renown, aside from that injured Huajin expert, were only 2 people on the surface. One was the second offering, who was also a Huajin expert. The other was the third offering, who had once attempted to break through to Huajin, but had ultimately failed. However, although the third offering had failed in his breakthrough, he had still gained some benefits from that attempt. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Anjin martial artist. Both of these 2 could serve as candidates to enter the betting match. So at this moment, they were still short of 1 person. But this time, everyone tacitly kept silent. Of course, this was not to say that they had no candidates in mind. After all, they came from a wealthy merchant family like the Bao family. How could they possibly not have 1 or 2 capable fighters under their command? It was just that they were unwilling. That's right, unwilling. Because they knew very clearly that this betting match was basically a doomed battle. There was no way to win. And stepping onto the stage for the betting match required signing a life-and-death waiver. After all, fists and feet had no eyes. And these people also knew well that once the Bao family lost this time, the family would definitely suffer enormous losses. And Bao Shanha, the man responsible for causing such huge losses to the Bao family, would also be removed from the position of family head. At that time, with the position of family head vacant, it would naturally go to the capable. Therefore, they had absolutely no reason to let the forces under their command suffer unnecessary losses for a situation that was bound to lose. After all, they would still have to fight for the position of family head afterward. Bao Shanha, looking at the calculations in the eyes of the Bao family's core senior members, he immediately understood what these people were thinking. He sighed inwardly. But right at this moment, "Father, I have a candidate." As soon as this voice rang out, everyone in the hall turned to look at the speaker. It was Bao Tianming. That's right. At this family meeting concerning the rise or fall of the clan, Bao Tianming, the son most valued by the current family head, was naturally present. As for Bao Tianhua, ever since Bao Shanha had flown into a thunderous rage last time and expelled him to the outer city to train in martial arts, he had no longer had any chance to enter the Bao family hall. As everyone's eyes gathered on him, Bao Tianming cupped his hands again and said, "Father, I have someone in mind. I wonder if I should speak. Naturally, Bao Shanha did not stop him after hearing this. After all, he just said to speak freely. Seeing his father's signal, a faint smile immediately appeared at the corner of Bao Tianming's mouth. Then he said, "The person I recommend is none other than Lin Tian, the outer city top scorer, who is in the limelight right now." Hearing this, Bao Shanha's brows immediately furrowed slightly. Naturally, it was impossible for him not to have heard Lin Tian's name. After all, he was this year's top scorer in the martial examination. Bao Shanha naturally knew some things about him. It could even be said that back when he heard that the boy was a disciple from the outer city, he had already intended to recruit and cultivate him. After all, in previous years, which martial examination top scorer had not been a disciple of some great family? Those people were not someone he could recruit at all. And Lin Tian had come this far, starting as an outer city disciple, without resources or background. That alone was enough to prove his talent. But unfortunately, that's right. Just as he was about to provide Lin Tian with resources and support, he saw that letter from Xiao Tian, filled with all kinds of information about Lin Tian. And afterward, he verified it even further. The contents of that letter were completely accurate. As such, he naturally lost interest in this unprecedented outer city top scorer. Because what he wanted was a true genius. A Huajin powerhouse capable of stabilizing the Bao family's future. Not a genius who might lose his halo at any moment and be stuck in Anjin for life. After all, although the Bao family had great wealth and a large foundation, many of the resources required for a Huajin breakthrough were things that money alone could not necessarily buy. Those rare resources were often limited. So naturally, he was unwilling to take that risk. But what about Tianming mean by bringing up this person now? Could it be that he wanted them to provide resources to support Lin Tian and have him help the Bao family? A trace of uncertainty flashed through Bao Shanha's eyes, and Bao Tianming could naturally tell his father's confusion at this moment. So he said again, "Father, you need not worry about that. If we ask Lin Tian to make a move, there is no need to pay any price at all. After all, he has already been accepting support from our Bao family for quite some time. Thinking about it now, it shouldn't be difficult for us to have him make a move. Support from our Bao family? That Lin Tian has already accepted the Bao family as support? When did this happen?" Bao Shanha looked around at the core members present, wanting to see who exactly had supported him. Although Lin Tian did not have much value in his eyes, that was only because what Bao Shanha needed was a Huajin expert. But in terms of Lin Tian's own value alone, he was definitely still someone worth investing in. After all, no matter what, he was still an Anjin martial artist who had comprehended lifting the heavy as though it were light, if he were cultivated as a reserve force. And with the title of martial examination top scorer added on top of that, then he still had considerable value. But even after Bao Shanha's gaze fully swept across the room, not a single person stepped forward. Could it be that he had not been cultivated by these core members? But that shouldn't be the case. If he had not been cultivated by one of the Bao family's core members, then ordinary people simply could not have produced certain special resources. Could it be that Lin Tian had been nurtured with non-core resources? This was, without a doubt, a business deal with enormous returns for minimal cost. That's right. Within the Bao family, aside from the openly acknowledged qualification-based training tiers of Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding, there was also an even more precious core training. And the resources obtained through this core training were naturally far beyond what those Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding level programs could compare to. Originally, he had only thought that Lin Tian had received the Bao family's core training. That was how he had managed to rise all the way up. But who would have thought that he had only received ordinary training? After all, only core members could apply for core training. So if no one stepped forward now, then it had been done by someone outside the Bao family as core members. Bao Shanha looked at Bao Tianming once again, clearly signaling for him to say who had trained Lin Tian. Bao Tianming quickly understood his father's hint. He immediately said, reporting to father, "The one who trained Lin Tian was Big Brother, Bao Tianhua." After hearing Bao Tianming's words, Bao Shanha immediately spoke in some surprise. But soon after, he figured it out. No wonder. So that was why someone from the Bao family would sponsor a disciple from the outer city. It turned out he was someone Bao Tianhua had befriended in the outer city. What level of training from our Bao family did he provide Lin Tian with? Bao Shanha asked again. Hearing this, a strange look immediately flashed through Bao Tianming's eyes. After all, this had originally been something he wanted to use to dig a pit for Bao Tianhua. But he had never expected that things would backfire like this, and that this training, which had looked like nothing but a waste of resources, would actually become an achievement Bao Tianhua could show off. Of course, in the very next moment, he still answered truthfully, reporting to father, the training level Big Brother provided was Jia grade training. What? Just Jia grade training? Inside the main hall, after hearing Bao Tianming's answer, quite a few shocked voices immediately rang out. After all, this investment was way too worth it. Just a mere Jia grade training had actually earned them a favor from an Anjin expert, and not just any Anjin expert, but one who had comprehended lift the weight of it were light. This Bao Tianhua actually had such an eye for investment. Bao Shanha, who had also heard this answer, gave a slight nod. He then said in approval, "Not bad. That rebellious son finally did something that satisfies me. Listening to everyone's praise at this moment, the feeling in Bao Tianming's heart only grew more unpleasant. Because he knew very well that the crowd's praise only existed at this moment. It was only because Lin Tian had become an on-gene martial artist and had won first place in a martial examination that they were expressing this shock and admiration. If Lin Tian had not achieved any of this, then this would have been the final straw crushing Bao Tianhua. But now he also knew that everything had already been set in stone. What he should focus on was the arrangement right in front of him. That's right. At this moment, he was naturally still digging a pit for Bao Tianhua. On the surface, it looked like he was trying to display Bao Tianhua's achievements. But in reality, from a moment he proposed letting Lin Tian go up for the fist match, Bao Tianhua had once again fallen into a dilemma. At this moment, Bao Tianming was very confident. As long as he brought up this suggestion, his father would definitely agree. Because even in his father's view, this fist match was now a losing game no matter what. Agreeing to it now was merely going through the motions. After all, they couldn't let outsiders think the Bao family was weak and easy to bully, could they? So at this moment, they absolutely could not directly admit defeat. But a formality was still just a formality. There was no need to be too particular about it. As long as someone suitable went up and didn't disgrace them, that was enough. And right now, Lin Tian, the first place candidate from the outer city, undoubtedly fit this condition perfectly. So at this time, it was Bao Tianhua's turn to make a choice. Would he agree to let Lin Tian come or not? Agree? This was a fist match where one careless mistake could decide life and death. Lin Tian was only an 18-year-old boy. Would he dare to come? Dare to come? One careless mistake, and he could die. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. That would weaken the support force behind Bao Tianhua. Of course, if Lin Tian didn't come, then it would be even simpler. After all, an investment that couldn't bring benefits to the family, no matter how astonishing the return looked, was still just a waste of resources. At that time, Bao Tianhua's image would definitely be damaged once again. And if Bao Tianhua directly refused, then things would be even simpler. He could directly pin the label of someone unwilling to contribute to the family onto him. No matter which one it was, all of them meant that Bao Tianhua would definitely suffer losses again this time. Simply perfect. This time, he would definitely be able to make Bao Tianhua, this hidden danger, disappear for good. Bao Tianming said to himself with incomparable confidence. And as the meeting in the main hall came to an end, the final result naturally did not fall outside Bao Tianming's expectations. This final slot to go on stage was naturally given to Lin Tian. And this task of asking Lin Tian to take part was naturally handed over to Bao Tianhua. What? You want senior brother Lin Tian to participate in the fist match? No. The rules of the fist match aren't something you don't understand. If something goes wrong, then wouldn't senior brother Lin Tian know? I want agree to it. Senior brother Lin Tian's family is already poor to begin with. He finally managed to turn his life around through martial arts. How could I possibly let senior brother Lin Tian take such a risk? After hearing from his mother what had happened at today's meeting in the main hall, Bao Tianhua immediately grew agitated and refused on the spot. And seeing how agitated Bao Tianhua was, the noble woman in front of him sighed inwardly, because she had not expected that son from the second branch would make another move so quickly. And at this moment, her heart was also in turmoil. Because in her original view, while she had not thought much of that Lin Tian before, after he took first place in the martial examination, he had at least barely entered her sight. Although after learning that Lin Tian had low-grade bones and that his breakthrough had not come through ordinary means, she had been disappointed for a while. But the current Lin Tian was already someone with status, and he had comprehended lift the weight of overlight. A person like that was already enough to become one of the reserve forces supporting Bao Tianhua. But now that son from the second branch had made his move, he was trying to cut off this newly formed strength of her son as well. But she also knew even more clearly. At this point, they no longer had any way out. This time, they had to bring Lin Tian over to participate in this fist match, only that would minimize the losses. Because this time, she could tell from the family head's words. The upper echelon of the family had evaluated Bao Tianhua's investment in Lin Tian extremely highly. But she knew very clearly, this was praise meant to kill. The moment they refused, Bao Tianhua would without question be saddled with all kinds of accusations. And after that, he would be directly driven out of the Bao family. When that time came, wouldn't any kind of accident become possible? Tianhua, listen to your mother. This time, you must have your senior brother Lin Tian participate in the fist match. This is very important to you. The expression on the noblewoman's face was incomparably grave. At the sight of this, Bao Tianhua was stunned for a moment, but the unwillingness in his heart still gained the upper hand at this moment. The noblewoman almost instantly knew what Bao Tianhua wanted to say. But right after that, she spoke again. No, Tianhua, remember this. This is no longer just about you alone. It also concerns your senior brother Lin Tian and even your senior brother Lin Tian's family. If you're driven out of the Bao family this time, then Lin Tian who is connected to you, absolutely won't be able to stay out of it either. As the noblewoman spoke, her gaze turned incomparably grave, because she knew very well just how brutal the struggles between these families were. And judging by Bao Tianming's temperament, once Bao Tianhua was removed, the next one would definitely be Lin Tian. After all, he would never allow a hidden threat to remain. He would definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. After hearing these words, Bao Tianhua froze on the spot as well. It wasn't like he truly understood nothing. He just hadn't been willing to pay attention to those things. So when he heard what his mother said, he immediately understood the meaning behind it. In the end, he could only nod in front of his mother and say, "I'll go ask senior brother Lin Tian tomorrow. But I'll also make the stakes clear to him. If he is unwilling, I won't force him." Looking at the trace of determination in her son's eyes, the noblewoman fell silent. She knew this was already Bao Tianhua's final bottom line. In the end, he was still too emotional. At this moment, the noblewoman also felt some regret in her heart. She could only blame herself for doting too much on this only son ever since he was little. She had only wanted him to live carefree and without worry. But she had forgotten that, born into this kind of family, such carefree living was itself a kind of harm. In the end, the noblewoman could only nod helplessly. Actually, it wasn't as if she hadn't prepared a backup path for Bao Tianhua. But that path always carried risks. What mother would willingly let her child face such needless risk? But she knew that with the overall situation as it was, reversing it was almost impossible. Perhaps that backup route should also start being prepared early. In the outer city, Lin Tian looked at the corpse of the river bandit at his feet, his expression grave. That's right, just now he had seen a group of river bandits come ashore. At the sight of that, Lin Tian naturally took them down at once. After forcing some key information out of them, he killed all the river bandits. After a simple round of looting, Lin Tian tied all the river bandits onto the boat he had punched holes in, then released his force and pushed the boat into the middle of the river. The river before him was broad, and the current moved even faster at night. Just like that, the several boats vanished from Lin Tian's sight. Then he turned and headed home. But the gravity on his face only deepened, because from the mouths of those river bandits, just now, Lin Tian had learned that these river bandits really were exactly as he had guessed before. They were actually planning to launch a full-scale assault on all of Qingchuan County, and according to what they said, the river bandits launching this full assault had actually gathered nearly all the river bandits on this river. Among them were even the strongest experts from the 3 Great Water Strongholds. The 3 Great Water Strongholds were Heifeng, Jialong, and Fengshuan, and the strongest among them were naturally all at the Huajin realm. No, he could no longer let his family stay in the outer city. The pace of moving into the inner city had to speed up. The next morning, after Lin Tian arrived at the Martial Academy, he immediately went to find Bao Tianhua. After thinking it over, the fastest way for him to enter the inner city right now was without a doubt with Bao Tianhua's help. After all, with the Bao family's background as giant merchants, they should be able to get his family into the city the fastest. Although he had placed highly in the martial examination and also had the qualification to go to the inner city, the process involved would definitely be extremely complicated. And property prices in the inner city were extremely high. Even if he was the top scorer of this martial examination, he knew very well that once the matter of his low-grade root bones spread through the inner city, he probably wouldn't receive much preferential treatment. Although he had learned of the river bandits' upcoming move from those bandits last night, he still couldn't determine the exact timing. For all he knew, the time they launched the full assault might be within these next 2 days. So his actions now had to be fast. Ideally, his family had to enter the inner city today. And as he arrived in front of Bao Tianhua also seemed like he had something he wanted to say to him, and he was full of worry as well. As the two looked at each other, it was obvious both of them had realized the other had something to discuss. "Senior brother Lin, is there something you want to say to me?" Bao Tianhua took the initiative to speak first. After hearing his words, Lin Tian knew his own matter was urgent. So without wasting words, he directly told him what he was thinking. Senior brother Lin wants his family to enter the inner city? Simple. For such a small matter, I can arrange it. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Bao Tianhua immediately replied in a straightforward manner. And seeing how he looked, Lin Tian naturally hadn't forgotten the hesitant expression he had shown just before. So he said as well, "Junior brother Bao, is there something you want to say to me?" After hearing Lin Tian's voice, Bao Tianhua then remembered what he had wanted to say earlier. His expression immediately turned hesitant, because in his view, this matter was basically pushing Lin Tian into danger. Back then, when he gave Lin Tian financial support, it had only been out of kindness. But now, it seemed that had instead become a bad thing. Seeing the concern on his face, Lin Tian spoke again. "Junior brother Bao, did you run into some trouble?" Just say it. I told you before. As long as it's something within my ability, I absolutely won't refuse." After hearing Lin Tian's words, the guilt in Bao Tianhua's heart naturally deepened even more. But after that, he still slowly explained the matter of the boxing duel. After hearing him out, the boxing duel? Lin Tian asked in confusion. "Yes, senior brother Lin. This is a direct wager between the Bao family and the Li family. Both sides will send out 3 martial artists for the boxing duel. But one of the Bao family's Huajin fighters was injured in the past. So we need one person to fill in. The family hopes I can invite you. All right. Before Bao Tianhua had even finished speaking, Lin Tian's voice agreeing had already sounded. After hearing Lin Tian's response, Bao Tianhua was stunned. But what appeared on his face afterward was not joy, but worry. Because he knew very well how dangerous this boxing duel was. Senior brother Lin, didn't you hear the rules of the boxing duel I just mentioned? This is life and death. Junior brother Bao, don't worry. I know my limits. If I'm willing to accept it, then I naturally have my reasons. And I already said before that I would repay the favor of the support you gave me back then. Hearing this, Bao Tianhua still wanted to continue saying something. But in the next moment, Lin Tian cut him off directly. Don't worry, junior brother Bao. I never do anything I'm not absolutely sure about. Looking at Lin Tian's firm, yet relaxed gaze, Bao Tianhua was stunned for a moment. This, and without giving Bao Tianhua a chance to speak, after saying, I'll have to trouble junior brother Bao with getting my family into the inner city, Lin Tian turned around and left at once. Bao Tianhua's efficiency was naturally high, and fast enough as well. That very night, Lin Tian's family was brought into the inner city. This could be considered the resolution of Lin Tian's biggest worry. And there were still 5 days left before the fist match he had agreed to with Bao Tianhua. For Lin Tian, that meant he had plenty of time. These 5 days should also be enough for him to raise his demon-subduing golden body to the same level as his current Huajin. That way, when he went to participate in the fist match, he could be completely certain of victory. That's right. Although with his current cultivation and understanding of fist arts, if he went to participate in that fist match, he already had a 98% or even 99% chance of winning. But that wouldn't he do? He was not the kind of person who liked to gamble. Even if he currently had a 99% chance, the other side still had that tiny, almost non-existent chance. And if the other side really won because of that one slim chance, then who was he supposed to cry to? So in order to train his hard body skill to the Huajin realm within these 5 days, he even asked Zhao Tsong for 5 days off. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to complete the copper garment realm of the demon-subduing golden body. At that time, together with the boost brought by flesh reforging, that would be when things were truly stable. Xiao Tian, why are you not coming into the inner city with us? At this moment, sitting in the carriage, his mother, Madame Zhao, asked with worry in her eyes. Inside the carriage, after hearing this, Father Lin and his elder sister also looked toward Lin Tian. But Lin Tian only shook his head and said, Mother, don't worry. I'll just stay in the outer city for these few days. Once I'm done being busy for this period of time, I'll go into the inner city to be with you. That was right. Over the next few days, Lin Tian planned to remain in the outer city. On one hand, it was to avoid his training being affected after entering the inner city. On the other hand, he also wanted to keep an eye on the movements of the water bandits. He knew very clearly that if the water bandits attacked, the inner city would be completely sealed off. He didn't like that feeling of being blind to everything. So he was going to stay outside the city. If the city really did fall when the time came, he would take his family and evacuate at the first possible moment. Seeing the determination in Lin Tian's eyes, Madame Zhao also knew that he had his own plans. And there was also that master from the martial academy in the outer city. So in the end, she did not insist any further. Only before leaving, Mother Zhao took out a letter. Looking at that letter, Lin Tian was a little puzzled. Mother, this is? After hearing that, Madame Zhao's expression changed. It was as if a trace of anger was surging in her heart, as she immediately said, Your grandfather's family sent this over yesterday. Later, they want to take it back, but I didn't let them. As for what's inside, you'll know once you read it. When Mother Zhao said this, her tone carried obvious anger. Seeing this, Lin Tian also knew that the contents of the letter were most likely nothing good. But he should also make another trip to the Lin family's old residence. After parting with his family, Lin Tian did not return to the martial academy. After all, now that he had broken through to Huajin, there was no real meaning in going back to the martial academy. And he had already taken 5 days off from his master, Zhao Tsong. His plan was also very simple. He would keep training the demon-subduing golden body at his home in the outer city. At the same time, he could also keep watch over the movements of those water bandits at all times. With his current cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to ensure his own safety. In his own courtyard, as Lin Tian began cultivating the demon-subduing golden body, one day passed very quickly. The next morning, Lin Tian held the letter his mother, Madame Zhao, had given him earlier in his hand. Then he headed out. He had naturally already read the letter. They wanted him to give up martial arts and go work to support Lin Tiansheng. He did not even need to think to know whose idea that was. Of course, whose idea, it was no longer held any meaning for him now. After all, the fact that this letter could be sent to his home already explained many problems. And very soon, Lin Tian arrived at the village where the Lin family's old residence was located. Looking at the old Lin family residence in front of him, Lin Tian stepped forward and knocked on the door again. Very soon, Zhang Chui's voice came from inside once more. Coming. Creak. As the gate in front of him was opened, when Zhang Shui saw that the person outside was Lin Tian, the expression on her face immediately became incomparably warm and enthusiastic. She quickly moved to greet him. Looking at the expression on her face, Lin Tian could not help sighing a little at how thick-skinned this woman was. From the look on her face, it was as if she had completely forgotten about the letter telling him to give up martial arts and support Lin Tiansheng instead. But naturally, Lin Tian did not pay her too much attention, and without even waiting for her to speak in the next moment, he directly pushed open the gate in front of him and walked in alone. When Zhang Shui saw this from behind, she was only briefly stunned. This time, unlike last time, no trace of anger appeared on her face. The last time, when Lin Tian had broken through to Mingjin and entered this place, he had also pushed the door open and walked in just like this. Back then, a furious expression, like she had been burned by fire, had appeared on her face at once. But this time there was none, and all of this was brought about by the change in his identity and status. At the time, Lin Tian had only been a mud-legged poor boy from a struggling family. But now, he was the top examinee of the outer city in all of Qingchuan County. His status had nearly leaped into the sky. After Lin Tian entered the old residence, Zhang Shui hurriedly shut the gate behind her. Then, with an excited expression, she loudly called into the old residence, "Old Master, hurry and come out, Lin Tian is here." Even her voice was filled with excitement. And why was that? Naturally, it was because of Lin Tian's current status. Lin Tian was now the top examinee of the outer city. Leaving everything else aside, just on the day the results were posted, when they had gone to Lin Tian's house to try to retrieve that letter, although they failed to get it back, she had truly seen that scene with her own eyes. The people bringing gifts came in an endless stream. The entire little courtyard had been piled full with all kinds of items. She did not even need to think to know that those things must have been extremely valuable. At this moment, Lin Tian could practically be called a walking money tree, even if he only let a little spill out, if not soaring to wealth and glory. Then, at the very least, they would never have to worry about money in the future. And if they could cling to Lin Tian again later and have him teach her son martial arts, that would be something she hardly even dared imagine. That was the top examinee of the martial exam. And with her own son's talent and hard work, how could he not pass the provincial exam next year? So in Zhang Shui's eyes at this moment, Lin Tian had practically already become her family's wealth and her son's future. As for whether Lin Tian would help them, in Zhang Shui's view, of course he would. After all, for the current Lin Tian, wasn't that just a matter of lifting a hand? Why wouldn't he help them? As for that letter from before, and all the unpleasantness between their family and Lin Tian's family, that naturally all got turned over as a new page. After all, what status did Lin Tian have now? How could he possibly still hold grudges like that? Those were nothing more than trivial matters. Maybe by now, he had long since forgotten them altogether. That was what Zhang Shui was thinking at this moment. That's right. In Zhang Shui's eyes right now, she had already labeled as trivial matters the fact that back then, they had driven Lin Tian's entire family out of the house penniless. That for all these years they had cut off ties and forced Lin Tian's whole family to squeeze onto two shabby little boats at Jinghe Bend and struggle to survive. That not long ago they had even stolen Lin Tian's martial arts training slot and nearly severed his path in martial cultivation. And that now they wanted Lin Tian to give up martial arts and support Lin Tiansheng instead. She even believed Lin Tian would forget all of that, and that after achieving success and fame, he would set aside all past grievances and turn around to help them instead. And after Zhang Shui's shout rang out, a series of hurried and complicated footsteps immediately came from inside the old residence. Clearly, more than one person was coming. And after hearing those sounds, Lin Tian naturally knew there was no need for him to go in. He just needed to wait here. After all, he hadn't come today as a guest. He was only here to say a few words. Top, top, top. As the footsteps drew closer and closer, everyone in the Lin family's old residence came into the front courtyard. Old Master Lin naturally stood at the very front. Behind him, in order, followed that lazy second uncle, Lin Tiansheng, and lastly the youngest aunt, Lin Ci. When Old Master Lin saw that Lin Tian had really come, the expression on his face visibly grew warm and enthusiastic. Good, good, Xiaodian is here. Quick, come inside. The wind outside is strong. Don't let yourself get chilled. Also, have you eaten yet? If not, I'll have your second aunt make a whole table of food. Right, why did you come alone today? Where are your father and mother? Hearing the old master's completely different warmth from before, not a single trace of emotion changed in Lin Tian's eyes. Then he said again, my father, mother, and elder sister all moved into the inner city yesterday. It's more troublesome to leave the city now. So they didn't come with me. Silence. After Lin Tian spoke those words, the entire front courtyard fell into silence. Almost instinctively, everyone looked toward the old master. After all, who in the family didn't know that the old master's greatest wish in this life was to move into the inner city? Lin Tian gave them no time to react and immediately continued. And I came today to handle some business. After I'm done, I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. As he spoke, Lin Tian immediately took out the letter his mother, Madame Zhao, had given him yesterday. I heard that cousin Tiansheng has been a little short on money lately for martial art practice. There was no emotion at all in Lin Tian's voice, as if he were merely making a simple inquiry.